Chronicles of Elvira, $8 million Kickstarter game? Oh, Illyria? $8 million game reveal. Did this actually receive $8 million in funding? $1.3 million. I'm assuming a company or like an investor came in as well, if I had to guess. Surprisingly, unlike every other Kickstarter game ever, they haven't just completely abandoned it. At least they're giving updates still. Okay. I'm interested. Let's take a peek. Well, actually, let me watch their initial pitch while we're here. Because they had a huge ask for this. 900K. Hyper J.
Hi, I'm Jeremy Walsh.
What's up,
owner
Jeremy?
of Soulbound Studios and creative director of the innovative new MMO Chronicles of Illyria. I'm here today to talk to you about the Kickstarter we're running for this new.
When a game says that it's innovative, I know that it's not.
Possible and immersive. Hi, team.
Hi.
What the fuck's going on?
Coming from a broad range of game companies such as Microsoft Game Studio, Sony Online Entertainment,
Can I just see the
Foxy
game?
Studio, Monolith, Bungie, Snowblind Studio, Pandemic Studios, and Liquid Entertainment made sure that in landscape really it just require player skill.
Here we
The best
go.
example of that is our combat system, which we'll talk more about later. The
Wow.
fourth design pillar of and a lot of MMOs, they automate things such as fast travel and a mail system in
Oh,
order to
God.
make the game go by faster.
Yes.
What we want to do with Chronicles
Quality of
Illyria is
life.
slow the game down again. Give you an opportunity to travel from point A to point B, to stop and make camp.
That's a hard sell
and to
on me.
reintroduce those elements that allow opportunities for dramatic
We
events.
removed everything that makes the game
Now that we have a
fun.
high-level overview,
Where we permanently kill a character when they die of old age or of combat wounds or whatever. But a problem we ran into.
If they don't eat healthy, they
is
get
that players want
diabetes.
some feeling of continuity.
You have to
don't want
really take
lose
care of your
everything
character in
spent on years
Illyria.
of accumulating
Illyria.
And then have to restart. It's just not.
one of the things I'm really excited about with Chronicles of Illyria, and one of the things that we're doing a little bit differently, is the introduction of a family system. The
Oh,
family system is so
wow.
important. It's actually the third step in character creation after picking which soul you're going to use.
Maybe you go down the dark side and you find alcohol.
Most today, the first thing you do during character creation
And
is
the
actually
family doesn't like
your
that.
class and race. I'm of no benefit to them, or if I do come along with
This is a really long Kickstarter pitch, I'll be
You're
honest.
dead weight, exactly.
This
So
ma-
in
this is like a
case,
lot
we
more
introduced a
effort than
system
most bad
specifically caters to the
Kickstarters.
family, which is the bolstering system.
And it doesn't even seem
And
bad
the
so
bolstering
far.
system works like this. If you're in game,
They are actually
Estimated
inbuilt.
delivery
Not only can you
2016.
walk, run, sprint, jump. You can also vault, climb onto walls, hang off ledges.
I see, it's been a
Climb
while.
onto the rooftops and do flourishy jumps if you want to. But the system.
Look
does
at
not
that
hold
shit,
you.
he's free running.
It's completely player skill based. You need to
I
know
saw
what
that
your
kind of shit in
character
YouTube
can do,
videos.
as well as
What happens when they don't deliver?
So you could
Nothing.
actually build up a huge reputation.
There's no obligation for them to even deliver anything ever.
To a large number of
A
people.
lot of them don't.
And then you can also set up a.
Okay.
Those are choices.
This is a lot to take in. Let's just see what we actually ended up getting. This pitch seems like one of the most ambitious titles I've ever heard. I wouldn't be surprised if somewhere at the 15-minute mark they introduce a system that allows you to literally import your real soul into the game and live out the rest of your life in Illyria. So let's see what we actually ended up with.
This is a story about a game that claimed to give players the freedom they wanted, freedom to live, freedom to die. Hundreds of thousands of fans, 6 years of waiting.
Finally, a game
A
lets
game
me
that to this
die.
day, no one.
If you die in
A game that would
Illyria,
have
you die in the
living and
real
dying in
world.
a fantasy land
I
where
believe it.
seemingly anything was possible. For many, it was literally a dream come true. So where did it all go wrong? Let's start at the beginning. April 28th, 2009.
2009?
Kickstarter, the crowdfunding platform launches. September 20th,
oh, I was gonna
2009, the
say.
first, or at least the first instance.
Jesus
I could
Christ.
find. October 10th, 2012, the Game Developers Conference. Star Citizen is announced.
Yo, it's the
Ambitious title
one.
ever presented.
That's like a
Multiplayer
$300
space
million
trading and combat simulator
crowdfunded
on a scale
piece of
beyond
shit.
anything we'd ever seen. September 18th, 2015, the first ever screenshot of Chronicles of Illyria would be shared
Wow.
on the company's Twitter timeline.
Look
this
at
time,
that
the community
beauty.
is already beginning to grow, giving the company anywhere from $5 at the lowest level of contribution to $10,000 for the
Ooh.
King or Queen package at the top level. Each package would allegedly
These are
come with an
some
array
dapper.
of goodies to tempt in the potential backers, ranging from a wallpaper and access to the newsletter at the lowest end,
Thanks to some
and a
bogus.
literal kingdom to rule over in the game at the high end. For $10,000, you could own your own kingdom. And of course, you're probably wondering if anyone would pay to be a king or a queen. They did. 4 of them. The launch
And
of the
now
Kickstarter
they're
subsequent financial
very
success was
unhappy, I
received
bet.
Mostly positively. Project funding will continue on our site, chroniclesofillyria.com, after the Kickstarter ends, starting June 6th. We will offer the ability to upgrade
Yeah,
your
it sounds about
existing
right.
pledge. When the website came up, it would feature
Wow.
a ticker which showed the exact dollar amount raised from the various products and perks sold on the website.
Holy
And
shit.
it would continue to tick by month after month as more fans of the genre caught wind of Chronicles of Valyria and became enamored with the idea of this unbelievable journey they would soon embark upon.
But why,
At this point of
though?
the story, we have to introduce a supporting character.
Just wait for it to
Someone.
come out and
The
buy
common
it.
payments. With this came an admission of neglecting transparency with the community that had supported the dream to this stage. The game was not progressing at the speed they had promised. The inability to attract world-class engineers to
Let me see. What does this statement even mean? Second, we wrongly assume that having a kick-ass game design, rock-solid team of core employees, and successful Kickstarter under our belt would immediately draw in world-renowned talent. What, you wanted, like, Logan Paul to promote it or something? Is it, like, what the fuck does that statement even mean? We continue to have only a single engineer from May until December of 2016. Alright. Well, that'll do it.
Alpha 1 would now
They're
become
waiting
the
for
first
someone to
4
make the
months
game
of
for them.
2018. Skipping forward to January 12th, 2018, roughly
That's a
when
good
we would
plan.
be expect- The game was still yet to be played.
Can we
by
watch
a
some good
single member of the
Kickstarters? Are they
public.
all a scam
At
or
this
some
time,
actually
the
fine?
revolutionary tech solution that they'd announced as a
I'm
partner
pretty harsh on
is no longer a
Kickstarters for good
partner.
reason, but some of them
Spatial
do
OS being
deliver
the
and are
system that
good.
They had spoken so
I think
highly of
Chivalry
and
was
spent the
actually a
last
Kickstarter
19
game.
months working with as funding continued to gradually increase throughout 2017 and 2018.
Why?
But there was something in the air.
They made
The game
almost
was
$1
coming
million
under considerably more and more
doing
flack due to
nothing.
release deadlines, lack of communication, and of
Holy
course,
shit.
an increase in worrying crowdfunding events. The cracks were already beginning to show. The official channels for communication, the Discord, the forums would become increasingly hostile, and more people were either being banned or removing themselves. The updates were less and
Well,
less frequent. The features
They're
showcased were
lost.
less
They don't get to own a
substantial,
kingdom in
and we
Ilaria.
had not seen almost September 6th, 2019.
Let's
First
go.
gameplay footage of Chronicles of Valyria seen.
It looks so good.
Since
Fuck!
October 30th, 2017.
This is gonna change everything.
Disaster. The first video ever from Soulbound Studios to receive a negative like to dislike ratio since the announcing of the game.
This looks like some shit
This
we'd play
would
on
be the
bad
turning
game
point in
nights
the
from
story for
Steam.
most. Comments flooded in
Oh my
asking what
God.
was going on. Why did the game look this way? I posted a video claiming that Chronicles of Valyria would soon cease
Oh,
operations.
now how
at the
dumb do you
studio,
feel now,
and the
huh?
game would subsequently be cancelled. With the pre-alpha, the players would finally get to test the
Oh,
game. The
let's
game
get
was
it.
finally in sight. One more step and pre-alpha would be in the players' hands. The
Wow.
Settlers of Valyria
It actually
event would
looks
last
like
for 45
RuneScape.
days and allowed the
Like if
community to buy
RuneScape,
plots
old
of
school
land
RuneScape
within
was
the
made in
game world
Unity.
for between $65
Holy shit.
and $1,350 each. 20th of March 2020.
Wow.
The post opens. Soulbound
I feel
Studios
stupid for being
hard
excited for
work on
Breath of the
gameplay
Wild
features and
2,
technology
when this
that
exists.
will deliver Chronicles. Pre-alpha was available to the backers, titled Trial of the Tested. This would turn out to be nothing more than a small obstacle course. Something many developers claim to be able to put together in a matter of days. or
What the
hours.
fuck is
The
this?
announcement
It's
posted
actually
on
RuneScape.
pictures,
They gave you an agility
jumping,
course.
Climbing, ziplining.
Oh my
and
God.
running. The post, of course, ended.
Jagex has a
reminding
lawsuit
all
on their
that the
hands.
The non-disclosure agreement was in effect. No one would be permitted to show footage of the gameplay.
It really
nor
does
be
look like a
allowed to
student
speak
game.
of the experience.
Like a
Quote,
freshman
"Small
at
playable
university.
Experiences are planned. As this was happening, a new player was approaching. A Discord appeared, titled Class Action for COE. A Discord dedicated
Oh,
to
baby.
voting to get restitution for the community that had funded this
Wouldn't
project
work.
to completion and been delivered.
Literally
nothing.
doesn't
April
work.
9th,
Kickstarter
2020,
scams never
a
get held
letter from
accountable.
Jeremy to the public, correcting a misunderstanding.
But I like the
It was
chutzpah.
never his intent. The blog post raised more questions than answered, talking about transparency, restoring the forums in a read-only
I
state.
can't believe
and
it didn't come out.
Shoring of backers. 17th of August 2020, movement in the class action lawsuit Discord. Some backers had hired lawyers and the ball had started to roll. But the surprise
Oh.
here, the letters are dense in legalese, but both of them are uniform in their reply. Our clients did no wrongdoings. Our clients will not comply with your demands.
Oh, they're
So
playing
they are at
hardball.
impasse. Neither side willing to budge. The only solution: settle it in court. A
Let's
costly and
fucking get it.
time-consuming undertaking. 3rd of
In
February
Illyria's
2021,
court. You have to play
legal papers are
in-game
filed with a
at the
district
courthouse in
court. Everything
Illyria.
is now in motion. Until today, the 1st of April 2021, when I'm recording this video, not a single soul outside of Soulbound Studios has played Chronicles of Valyria or could attest to the authenticity of the project.
Thanks to Prime
No
Brady
one
and
ever
Resub
played
Smack.
this game. and many would be waiting patiently for the legal proceedings for clarity. The prevailing sentiment being that if Jeremy wouldn't share with us the real situation, perhaps they could force him to in court. This
Good
is the
idea.
Chronicles of Illyria.
It was great. He's been crushing it. We've watched like 4 Kira TV videos because he's covering so many MMO scams that I've become addicted to. And what remarkable timing, because 2 days ago they released another episode from Chronicles of Illyria. I am so excited. So we saw the pre-alpha. Actually, hold on. Before I do this, let's watch like a full Let's Play of it.
Shortcuts because my
Kill the
intuition.
guy yet?
What?
Oh no.
Oh, ooh,
Oh,
It's alright, we'll just ignore that.
that's
Flipping issue.
that'll be a time
This is the
time
skeleton over
loss.
on that skull head on the left hand side. Raging River, right? Oh, he's looking at
Oh, there's some combat in here.
Oh.
In fact, it even looks pretty smooth. Oh wow.
Dead?
he's
Maybe.
dead.
He's dead.
Definitely dead.
Very
He's
suspicious.
playing a death animation.
Does that count? I think
I didn't watch him die.
You didn't watch him die.
Is that part of the requirements?
We're just gonna assume that he
I
died.
feel like you
then.
guys.
All right, all right. And then, is this the second or first one? Oh, this is the first one. Oh, fuck, Illyria is so beautiful. I wish our world could look like this. It's like if James Cameron made a video game and then took a shit on it. Man, I'm about to start tearing up. Imagine spending $10,000 to own a kingdom in this shit. I think that would be worse than owning an NFT. Why would they even release this?
We're still making changes to the UI, so it might be a little small. See all the nameplates at once to make it easy to figure out where your
So they turned it into
NPCs are.
Roller Coaster Tycoon?
Scanning
Like, what is this?
of your NPCs. So we do want to be able to give you a bird's eye view of knowing how healthy people are just by looking at them.
This does look like a game
But
that
digging down a
Nintendo
little
would have
more
shown
right
off
now,
at their
let's go ahead and
direct.
Click on my all revive. It's kind of what we've got. The round neck with the straight leg.
Why are you focusing on clothes so
V-neck
much?
with no lace, short sleeve. With
Does anything
baggy
happen in this
pants.
game?
If the time and see your settlement.
Are they just
And,
making this as quickly as possible to
so we've been
avoid
leaving
being
this blank,
sued?
But after a recent play session,
Like, why do
a
this?
semi-weekly playtest, I
Just
think we've decided that
leave.
we want to, at the very least, add tools. At its current size, is
Wow.
currently using the same game data as one of the larger rocks, and that's because there's a lot of data and a lot of assets based on a game like this, and we have to make sure that they're all kept in sync.
Wow,
And in case it's
this
not.
is
And
good.
so when I'm done mining.
Alright, Chronicles of Illyria. I can sign up now to get nothing in return, I guess. Except be on Jeremy's mailing list. No, it doesn't look like you can keep funding it, which is great. I think this game looks great. Yeah, I can see where you're coming from. It does look pretty good. You get to do nothing, I guess, which is pretty cool. Yeah, I can't even find anything about this. On their website, they're still advertising it as an MMO, but here it's not only not called Chronicles of Illyria anymore, but it's also not an MMO. Apparently it's like a village builder where you get to pick out your character's clothes. Is that like a fashion designer thing? How confusing. Well, I have no sympathy for the people who paid $10,000. Like, you pretty much deserved it. I don't know why you would blindly throw $10K into something on Kickstarter, especially when there's literally nothing to present. That was cool. Another good MMO, another Kickstarter classic. Yeah, it received $8 million total, and there was 4 people in particular on Kickstarter that backed for $10,000 because they were told they'd get to own their own village in the MMO. I don't even understand why you'd ever believe that, nor want that. I like that they're all MMOs. Yeah, you know, the reason they're MMOs is because that's the most marketable genre. Most people play an MMO or have played an MMO at some point, so it's just the most general genre to get as many people as possible. There's an actual reason that they're all MMOs. Dreamworld, the scam MMO alpha is here. This game looks great. Reminds me a little bit about IMVU. Running in a full 140 FPS, the way that the creators envisioned, baby. Hold on, give me 1 second. This was a Kickstarter. The last game you'll ever play. What a horrible... If you put money into a Kickstarter that says the last game you'll ever play, you're a fucking idiot. You pretty much deserve to be scammed. Are you fucking serious? I can't find its Kickstarter. Can someone just tell me how much it raised? $64,000. Let's see what people saw here that made them want to put 64K into it. I've been saying for years, Kickstarters are the dumbest things that you could put money into. They very rarely ever even come out, and when they do, they're usually not good. Wow, look at it go! I'll never need to play another game again! All my friends are here! This reminds me of one of those old Windows 95 games. There's even frame rate issues in their fucking trailer.
We want to create the world with the most freedom possible. If you see a tree and you want to cut it down, go cut it down. If you see dirt that needs digging, go dig that dirt. If you see a mountain that needs leveling, take that.
So, like every other game that comes out like in the last 5 years.
Waist high. And my fiance left me soon after.
Jesus Christ, what does this have to do with Dreamworld? What the fuck is going on?
My parents. And then Gary quit his job, and we added features every week, and we worked every waking hour. And then Dreamworld went from small white box test level to medium-sized island to a massive world where players could run around.
So this is a bunch of like asset store pieces put into a world like every other Steam scam?
Incredible wild ride. Excited to be.
I've played so many Steam new releases, this is exactly the same thing.
This is only the beginning.
Hi, I'm Garrison.
Hi, what's up, Garrison?
I was working at Google, Facebook, and Apple, and
Wow.
I left to come work on Dreamworld. Zach has
Why?
always had this idea of a single.
Why did you quit? You didn't have to.
Game world. Dreamworld will be the largest multiplayer game ever.
Whoa, that's
Thank
a big
you
claim.
so much for being a part of this
Oh,
Kickstarter
I don't know about
campaign,
that.
Part of Dreamworld.
Alright.
And we'll see you in Dreamworld.
I see why people put money into it. This looks good. I'm sure they get to it in the next Kickstarter video, but I bet Steve Jobs came back to life to invest in Dreamworld. Okay, now let's see what happened. Now that I'm caught up on the lore. This really has everything a gamer needs. The only problem is at some point you're gonna have to go get food and take a piss, which means there's gonna be time you spend away from Dreamworld. That's really the only flaw I can see. Look at this, he even has negative 214 billion shit particles. Dog shit loaves. Whatever this element is.
Many YouTubers, in fact, I even...
I'm so sorry to do this. Is that true, Peter? There's a vid by his ex-fiancée where she watches his Kickstarter pitch and exposes how much he left out. This is nutty. Where can I find that? Why I broke off my engagement. Why am I involved with the Dreamworld scandal? What the fuck is happening?
I ended my engagement about 8 months ago. I
Yeah, I
haven't
heard.
talked about it on the internet.
It was real rough. He made a shitty game. It was bad.
I don't need the public internet validation around.
Whoa! What the fuck? That's
I also
what it's all about.
I didn't want to embarrass
Internet
my
points.
ex.
What do you mean?
However, to me, I'm like, what? I'm the ex in this situation. Why
Thanks
am
for Prime
I
Willpower.
being involved at all in any way? Why? So
You
once
breaking
I
his
started
heart led to
into
him
it,
scamming
the
people,
book
it seems.
There are
So,
many people
you know.
out there explaining. He says we were struggling to pursue our aspirations. I was doing fantastic. Thank you very much.
Classic.
You're just a talent.
I had a feeling he was lying.
I was able.
But did you ever stop to ask how he was doing?
Interesting job at this point. Was fully
Come
supporting
on.
myself.
He was hurting.
He was literally multiple months into already developing this before I broke up with him. He was
no.
in the midst
The
of
truth.
when I broke up with him, and me breaking up with him did not affect that.
Did it look like shit back then too?
Honestly, I had already made up my mind to at least call off the engagement before I then found out.
I'm learning so much about
what
this
is now
guy
seen as
for some reason.
the main reason I broke up with
Okay.
him. It's not the main reason, but it majorly affirmed my position to break up. So
I want to break up with him now, and I'm not even dating him.
Go back. Couldn't resize the ring to fit my finger because it would have entirely melted. The exact words from the jeweler were cheapest option on the market. I confronted him about the ring. I asked if he knew it was fake, and I mean, to be honest,
This
I was
seems
concerned
so
that he had been scammed
not
buying
involved
and
with
paying
Dreamworld.
for a
but I'm
Full-
invested
like a
now.
full-priced, and then when he called the jeweler after, I asked
He
about
should have
it,
made the
he
ring
came to find out that the woman who actually
in
sold him
Unity
the ring
out of an
was
asset,
fired
and then
because
3D printed it.
she had actually. He also started saying things like, well, why do you deserve a diamond? Or why do I have to buy you a diamond? And things like that.
He's going full
But
Redditor.
again, it was really like California.
Well, why do you deserve a good MMO?
I flew back to New Hampshire early.
I'm starting to see the correlation
and he
now.
proceeded to not any of that.
I'm learning
And
way too much
never
about
even
this guy.
Consider going anywhere near a harder drug like coke. Like it is.
I didn't accuse him of being on
hilarious, though,
drugs.
that people are, but I can guarantee.
And I'll let that stay as a personal thing. I don't need to know. So he has a history of being dishonest. So this is a newer video than this one, so I think chronologically the next chapter in the Dreamworld saga is this one.
Beyond that, a group of people have made it their mission to dig into every detail about the project and the people behind it, and it's an absolute nefarious shambles. The developers, if we can
I
call
know
them
so
that,
much
can be
about
backed
this
by
guy
Y
now.
Combinator, which is
So
a
much.
successful and
My fiance left me. My best friend Gary left me. My parents left me. We got so excited that I made a Discord channel and it left me.
which of course neglects to mention that he bought her a fake engagement ring to propose to her at a red carpet event and being universally panned by even success
Hold on.
and being...
Gary put nipples on these things? What the fuck? He had to go in here and custom add these nipples. This is just a stock asset. There are no nipples on this normally. Superstar coder Gary came in here and said, put some fucking nipples on this. My man, I really think he is a superstar coder. He probably made Google.
Other players in the game are a floating sphere instead of an actual avatar. They tried to fix the absolutely terrible
I'm just
performance
shocked there's
by
other
adding
people in
a
the
kind of
game.
fog system. Essentially, a 13-year-old fresh out of his first IT class could essentially absolutely ruin this game for everybody involved by just telling the server whatever he wants to happen, and the server would say, yeah, you're right, that did happen. At this point, we couldn't even call it hacking or a hacker, because it's actually so easy that I'm pretty sure Cheat Engine could ruin the whole game out of the box. And that's
Holy
not all.
shit.
The things that... So if you invite people who they don't like, they also ban you from the server for just inviting people. So the worst part about this is if you back the game, the only place to get updates on the game is on Discord. And if you even ask a question or say something that they disagree with, they just ban you outright. They don't speak to you. It doesn't have to be anything serious whatsoever. You get banned, and then you can't even follow along with the game that you paid money for.
What? Hold on, I want to read some of these. This guy actually had children running his game's Discord? Is that even, like, legal? Would that count as child labor? Unpaid labor from kids to monitor your product's Discord and manage it? That's such a weird gray area. What the fuck?
Because people thought that these children, because they're children, were just banning people for no reason. When in actual fact, it was Wolf and Gary. So not only did they recruit these kids...
Well, let's not. We don't know
guise
about
of
Gary.
giving
We
them
don't
a
know if
job
it was
eventually,
him.
which is
64k is pennies compared to some Kickstarter scams. These YouTubers are milking this for their own content. What? So just because in comparison to some of the other bigger Kickstarter scams, this is no longer an issue because it's only 64k? Disagreed entirely. It's not the biggest Kickstarter scam in history, but it's 64k that came out of people's pockets that they believed in a project that didn't exist. Just because it's not a ton of money comparatively to other projects doesn't mean it's no longer important and shouldn't be talked about. And to the second point, it is good content at that.
Like 5 people behind me to all sort of like stop with me and like look around like they didn't know me. And I realized that they were running with me because they really liked the music, and they weren't...
That never happened.
Probably because they also realized that it was a safety hazard.
So obviously, as
Never
soon as
fucking
everybody
happened.
noticed... Funnily enough, this isn't even the worst business that this fucking Melvin's tried to start.
Exit
Let's
Prime
take a look
Disarray.
at the absolute straight fire clothing brand that he started. March 2018, introducing Baron brand, another business to add to the pile. As you can see, some absolutely fantastic designs here. I mean, if I was 13 again and just saw my first episode of Naruto, I'd probably be super...
Well,
into
hey,
this.
Naruto.
Perhaps if they sold it in like a... But this is by a full-grown man, and this is his best attempt at a business venture. He also, of course, designed
doesn't
the
look
website, which is
good,
serviceable
per
but by the
se.
standards of most people. But whenever I see a full-grown man making promises to cover the expenses of a 16-year-old girl moderator and promising work for them while they're making jokes about him being her dad, it's just weird, it's creepy, and even
Who
if
did this?
is all that there is to it, it just makes me feel off about the situation. I have to question if this is being said like out in the open in a mod section where multiple people
Oh
have
God,
access
not
to this, they're
Gary.
not paid employees or anything like that. What's
Gary!
being joked about in private? There is now mainstream game press getting involved, journalists asking them for comment and interviews, to which they of course claim to be incapable of doing so.
Caleb
as
brought
they
it up
just
to
don't
me.
have the
That's where I
time,
heard it from. He brought it up
despite having
today.
the time to sit on Discord.
He
and
doesn't even go on
instant
the internet. He doesn't have a
anyone who
fucking
asks any
computer, and he
questions
heard
they
about
deem
it.
to be too difficult to answer. Of course, they've got the time for that one.
What a fucking disaster of a game, though.
GGs, work out how you can spot the scams, work out why they're trying
Oh,
to.
this is just like a full all-encompassing thing. I can pretty much spot an MMORPG scam. If it's not made by a big studio, it's a fucking scam. Like 100% of the time. No two-person team can make an MMO. Just can't fucking happen. I can't think of a single MMO off the top of my head that wasn't made by like a decently sized team ever. And functioned and wasn't dog shit. What a wild rabbit hole. Yesterday, Grand Theft Auto 6 leaked for real. For years now, YouTubers have made clickbait videos like GTA 6 leaks official, confirmed to take place on Mars. I found a copy of GTA 6 outside my local McDonald's next to the dumpster. GTA 6 was available on AOL chat rooms? Look, here's the footage. And then like a red circle around a random car from a mod. But yesterday, it was no sad, silly, pathetic YouTuber clickbait. A hacker actually infiltrated the mainframe and posted about 90 minutes worth of GTA 6 footage. I don't think anyone ever expected this day to come. I'm sure even God was caught off guard with these leaks and was probably glued to Twitter watching them as well, just like everyone else. What's crazy is the actual hack and leak of GTA 6 isn't even the wildest part of this story. Yesterday, over the course of like 12 hours, this shit played out like an action movie. This guy had the golden ticket to Willy Wonka's factory and he knew it. He tried to like hold them ransom, like holding the source code to GTA 5 and 6 hostage, talking about willing to sell it for like 5 figures, 6 figures, this all kinds of shit all over the place. I can't even begin to describe how wacky this situation was. Now, I obviously can't show you any GTA 6 footage, and I can't show you any tweets or posts because Take-Two is extremely litigious. I have no doubt Take-Two will probably end up hiring the goddamn Suicide Squad to track down this hacker and bring him to justice. They are brutal. There is no gaming company more litigious than Take-Two. They tried to fucking go after It Takes-Two, the game, because of their name being similar to their company. They're merciless. So this guy's gonna get like a biblical fucking smackdown here. Hulkmania is gonna run wild on his ass, I imagine. But let's just go ahead and get into it. This is all real. All the footage that he released is legitimate GTA 6 footage. Rockstar confirmed it today. They put out an official statement talking about it. I'm not even going to show you that because I'm not taking any chances with this company, so I'm just going to give you the cliff notes, the gist of what their statement is. Actually, I'm just going to read this verbatim. I think it's going to be easier. We recently suffered a network intrusion in which an unauthorized third party illegally accessed and downloaded confidential information from our systems, including early development footage for the next Grand Theft Auto. At this time, we do not... It would really help if I was fucking literate here. Jesus. At this time, we do not anticipate any disruption to our live game services, nor any long-term effect on the development of our ongoing projects. We're extremely disappointed to have any details of our next game shared with you in this way. Our work on the next Grand Theft Auto game will continue as planned, and we remain as committed as ever to delivering an experience to you, our players, that truly exceeds your expectations. We will update everyone again, and soon. Of course, we'll properly introduce you to this game when it's ready. We want to thank everyone for their ongoing support through the situation, the Rockstar Games team. A beautiful letter from Santa Claus here, confirming what everyone already knew, that the footage was real. Now, how deep the hack goes is still up to speculation. We don't know if he actually has source code, because if he does, that's a massive deal, especially if he's threatening to release the source code to the public. But that wasn't talked about by Rockstar, so that is still just pure speculation. But now let's get into it. So, the leading theory is the hacker is a 17 or 18-year-old kid who is the same person responsible for hacking Uber recently. and they set their sights on Rockstar. They were somehow able to infiltrate a Slack channel and start downloading all of their files, and one thing led to another, and he got his greasy paws on the Krabby Patty secret formula, an early development build of GTA 6, and cementing this as a historical blunder from Rockstar Game Security. Now, that's a little unfair to say. No one's really sure exactly how he hacked into all of this, but 9 times out of 10, hacking consists of social engineering. So it's not like what you see in the movies where there's like 5 different keyboards and some glasses wearing super soldiers like fucking going to town on him, like steam's coming off the keyboards because he's typing so much and hacking into the cyber frame, you know, just jacking directly into the cyberverse or anything. Usually it consists of just social engineering your way into a position of getting things you're not supposed to, like passwords and shit. Like maybe this was like a Hitman situation where he just put on like a Rockstar Games uniform and said, "Hello, fellow employees, it's me. I forgot the password. What is it?" And then he just went into their Slack channels and downloaded everything. But who knows? Maybe he really did just fucking go plus ultra turbo mode and super hack style and get in there. Brute forced his way in. There's really no telling, but most of these cases usually just involve social engineering, like talking to people and making up lies that eventually get you things like passwords. But this is, I think, by far the biggest leak in gaming history. Grand Theft Auto 5 is the second highest selling game of all time, right behind Minecraft. It's absolutely fucking massive, and GTA 6 has been in development for a while, and people have been eagerly anticipating it for a very long time, and until now, we hadn't really seen anything from it. And this leak just brought so much content, just blasted everyone's ass with a lot of footage from the game. It showed a ton of things. Robberies, I'm not even going to describe it because maybe that would be a problem, but it showed a lot. So it was a big leak. The only other leaks that come close to this, I would say, are like Last of Us 2, Half-Life 2, shit like that. It's big. And I want to talk about my general take on leaks like this. I think it's a lose-lose situation for everyone. The developers aren't happy about it. It's always a big hit to morale because now their product is out there way before they wanted to show anything from it, so it's in an early stage. It doesn't have its makeup on, and they're not super thrilled about it, as is the case here. The Rockstar devs, as I saw from multiple reports, were saying, like, this isn't great. They don't like that. And for fans, it's not good either for these kind of leaks because it's so early. A lot of fans immediately write it off because they're so fucking low IQ and brain rotted from Twitter. They think that somehow this is like the representative of the final product of the game. So it kills their hype and they just start making the worst takes of all time. I saw so many goofballs on Twitter saying, "Wow, this game looks like trash. The animations are so janky. Why are there like floating text boxes? Oh my god, this is awful looking. I'm canceling my pre-order. I'm never buying this. What a letdown, Rockstar. I expected better." I swear to God, some of these goobers have just eaten way too much glue in their life, and it has truly ruined them. Yes, it is an early build. No, this is not how the final game's going to look. Nobody wins with leaks like this. Period. I just don't see anything good ever come from a game leaking this early. The developers aren't happy about it. The fans usually don't get excited about it because it's so early that all it can really do is give them a mediocre first impression of things because they're still cooking. It is still currently baking. You know, it hasn't even begun to rise yet. It's still just starting. So no one ever actually gets anything positive out of leaks. Personally, I thought it looked great. Everything I saw from the leaks, I thought looked pretty extraordinary and seemed like a big improvement over GTA 5. Now, again, it was very early, but it seemed like the AI was more fleshed out this time around, and it just really seemed like there was a lot of, like, really fine attention to detail, even early on in the game. So I thought it looked great. But I'm also someone who really appreciates seeing early development builds. I used to watch a lot of videos on it because video game development has always been super fascinating to me. So I was impressed by it, but I understand a lot of people, according to Twitter, weren't. And, that just sucks for the developers because I have no doubt the game's probably going to turn out amazing. But right now, people got a very early impression of it and are too fucking stupid to realize, like, this is what game development looks like when it's early. They're asking, what does the word debug mean and why is it on the screen? Is that going to be a permanent fixture or can that be patched out? It's fucking pathetic. Again, you just really don't win with leaks. I guess the only mental gymnastics way of explaining this as something positive is at least it's coming. There is work being done on the game, I guess. Grand Theft Auto 5 came out 40 years ago, so I guess it's a breath of fresh air to see that a new one's on the horizon pretty soon. But yeah, again, I just don't see anything good from leaks like this. Now, let's get into more of the crazy side of things. It wasn't just the leaks and the footage that were crazy. The hacker himself had a wild day. So the hacker came out, he's like, I got GTA 5 source code, here's all this GTA 6 footage. He then released 10,000 lines of code from GTA 6 just to confirm that he does have it. To strike the fear of God into Rockstar, like, holy shit, this guy's got the nuclear launch codes, what are we gonna do? We're gonna have to pay him the money. I really think the impression the hacker got is that he could, like, squeeze a lot of juice from the lemon here and get some money for his hacking efforts. But I don't think he realized that Take-Two doesn't negotiate with terrorists. So as of right now, he's just been getting the cold shoulder from the actual company. I can't imagine they actually pay the ransom. He was communicating mainly through Telegram, and he made a post saying that he'd be willing to sell the GTA 5 source code for 5-figure offers. And then there was even screenshots circulating around on Twitter that showed that someone had paid $100,000 in Bitcoin to a wallet supposedly belonging to the hacker, allegedly for the source code. But then that was confirmed to be fake. The transaction was real, but the wallet didn't belong to the hacker, so it seems like some random crypto bro just got fucking scammed in the midst of all of this. So, another fat fucking L there, I suppose. And then it turns out the hacker may have been hacked, because then a picture of the alleged hacker started circulating. All of his information started being spread around the internet. So the hacker got a taste of their own medicine. Rockstar hit them with the no you, and it probably wasn't Rockstar. Somebody got him with the reverse Uno and started spreading their information around, at least allegedly their information. No one's 100% sure, obviously. But then they deleted their Telegram and went radio silent for a while. It's just been a big mess. It has been a day filled with twists and turns and all kinds of crazy shit happening. We've had people reporting from the front lines, like war journalists, coming up with all kinds of crazy rumors that weren't true, such as it turns out he also has Grand Theft Auto 8 in the hard drive. It's just been pure chaos and pandemonium, and I just wanted to talk about it a little bit here. I'm excited for Grand Theft Auto 6, and these leaks, I think, are a little piece of history. We've never seen something to this scale be leaked, and I just wanted to talk about it a little bit. What a wild ride. That's about it. So, yeah. Hey, I've got a little pre-E3 world premiere introducing a new scam that I think some of you watching may have fallen for and don't even realize it. It's a game called The Day Before. It's the #1 most wishlist game on Steam. It had a lot of hype around it. It's a zombie shooter. It's supposed to be like a DayZ-inspired game. But it seems like the reality is the game is inspired by Logan Paul's Crypto Zoo, because it doesn't actually exist. At least, that's the leading theory. So this game was on everyone's radar for a while, but then with a lot of development hiccups, a lot of people just haven't really kept up, aside from the hardcore fanatics and the enthusiasts that are looking forward to the game. But they've started to notice a lot of really peculiar shit going on with the company behind it, a company called Fantastic. Now they do actually have a completed game under their belt, but what's very interesting about the Day Before situation is everything they've shown is pre-rendered, it's not actual gameplay, and every time that they hype up gameplay, like right around the corner, it doesn't come. They always have a bunch of excuses, like, copyright disputes, or, something's gone wrong, my dog ate my files, so we couldn't show the gameplay today. They always have an excuse for why they haven't shown gameplay, and they've been stringing along the community for a long time now. However, yesterday they finally did release 10 minutes of gameplay, and man, what a stinker. To me personally, this has kind of confirmed what I've also believed, that the game didn't actually exist until very recently, where they haphazardly threw this jumbled mess of a presentation together just to prove that there is something tangible. So I'm going to go over everything here. I'm going to show you it from stream where I broke it all down. But there's also some great videos that cover it, such as this channel here that goes really in depth on it. So I'm going to put a link to them in the description if you want more info. I'll quickly try and address and answer the question I know you're asking yourself right now. Why would they fake this game? What is there to gain from it? And I don't have the answer. I have no fucking clue. Really, nobody does. All we can do is speculate. because it's not like they're making money off of it. It's not a crowd-funded project. It's free to wishlist, so it's not like they're taking in money from the community through presenting a product that's not real. So I don't know, but there's so much weird shit with it. It's hard to actually imagine that there is a team of developers that are making the game that they have been showing the pre-rendered shit for. It just doesn't compute. So I'm going to show you everything, and you can make your own mind up on whether or not the game is real, or at least has been real prior to the 10 minutes that they've shown today. And it's just a wild situation. So this game turned out to be real? I wouldn't say that. For those that don't know the situation, the Day Before is a painfully generic-looking zombie shooter that had a lot of hype. It's the #1 wishlisted game on Steam, but all they've ever shown is pre-recorded, pre-rendered content, and every time they're like, here comes the big gameplay reveal, they end up postponing it. So if you go to their developer page, which is fantastic, you're going to see all kinds of missed deadlines and empty promises that never followed up with, such as like release date, never happened, mega event never happened, gameplay, not gameplay, still pre-rendered. And they just kept placating, stalling, pushing it, kicking the ball further down the field. All the while, people started to get skeptical if the game's even real. Fast forward to yesterday. After numerous delays and many scapegoats, such as like a copyright dispute and all kinds of wacky, wild webs, it's like an absolute fucking mess of an anime plotline, they finally drop a 10-minute gameplay trailer, and I'll show you some of it. It is a disaster. I think it is very clear, and I think you will also find it very obvious that what they've thrown together here is something they cooked up over the last couple weeks due to mounting pressure. It is literally a jogging simulator through an empty world with only 4 zombies being shown. And I can't recall them even firing on the zombies. They might, I don't remember. But even still, all they show is 4 zombies on screen across the 10 minutes, and everything else is jogging. And like actual placeholder stock images for items. It's an absolute shit show. And I already see people asking, and this is the same thing I asked when I first got made aware of the situation, why would they fake a game? I have no fucking idea. I have no idea why they would fake a game. I don't know what there is to gain from it unless they're defrauding investors, but it's not crowdfunded. Wishlisting the game on Steam is free, so they're not making money off fans. I don't know. Maybe they just want it to seem cool. They use it to flirt with girls at a bar, like, hey, I'm developing the Day Before. You like zombies? Check this shit out. But here, I'll take you in. Money laundering? I think people really don't understand exactly how money laundering works. This wouldn't be money laundering, this would just be money tying up. It'd be money spending. When you launder money, you need to clean it and get it back. They're not getting it back. Yeah, I hope you really like watching this kind of gameplay, because this is all it is. Legitimately all it fucking is. It's more like I Am Legend than anything else. Just Will Smith going about his day, casually. In the beginning of the movie. Love the free Facebook royalty-free music. Love that. Elevator tunes. That department store jingle. I think the game is real, they're just bad at management. I just don't. This convinced me even more so than anything else that the game isn't real. This seems like such a rushed job just to present something. Because no developer in their right mind, even developers that are like truly delusional, like high on their own farts, way up their own ass, not even they would think this is a good presentation for their upcoming product. Because it shows nothing. There's no fucking zombies. And like all of this, we have seen this exact UI in Steam asset flips that I've played. The bad Steam game, the bad game nights, we have seen this exact fucking UI and everything. It just feels like they threw this together as quickly as they possibly fucking could. Because maybe they're at risk at being investigated or something, I don't know. They hyped this up as the gameplay extravaganza. True, yes, this had fucking months of hype. This was their big bomb. This was their E3. And this is what they're showing. The game is not fucking real. Also, there is absolutely no texture on anything, by the way. Like, her skin just looks like flat-colored noodles. Phone game ad. Yeah. Oh, so they do shoot some. Damn, that was fucking innovative. That was crazy. Okay, that was epic. How do I pre-order? Oh, don't worry. I'm sure they're going to release some kind of pre-order functionality soon. I mean, and you can see where the money goes. This is looking incredible. Finally, a zombie game to redefine the genre. It's like a shitty version of The Division. It's like a shitty version of any game that's ever existed. There's nothing. And compare this to the first gameplay trailer they showed, which is, again, not real gameplay, even though it's kind of presented as such. It's clear that they never actually made that game. Never even had that game. They never had their car. Granny shifting, not double clutching like you should. You're lucky you didn't blow the welds off the intake. Did they actually make the environment because it's well modeled? Our threshold for well modeled must be very different. So when I think of a game that had this level of hype in their early gameplay trailer, having that level of polish, when I see the actual game and I look at these things and it's blurry textures that still have absolutely no detail on them, that screams laziness. Like, I certainly wouldn't say that it's well modeled. It seems like it's haphazardly thrown together. Looks fine to me. But here, to be fair to the 3 people employed at this company that threw this together as like a last-minute homework assignment, to be fair to them, if they released this on Steam new releases, I'd be like, oh, this looks fine. This doesn't look terrible. But what they showed here, and I'll pull it up, what they initially showed for this game was a whole different level. And it's not even comparable. Where's their initial? Oh, here. Someone did a direct comparison already. There, here. Thank you. This is what I was looking for.
Yep. I'll find out what's in the skyscraper. Okay, and I'll look around here.
No, I didn't see that at all, Bite. RTX off for real.
Right. And there aren't any more guns in the
True. But I mean, do I even need to continue it? Like, you can clearly see that this is not something they ever actually fucking made. Right? Like, we can all agree. If you hadn't seen this announcement trailer, I think now it should be much more clear. Like, I don't need to keep rubbing your nose in it. I'll let this continue because it's so comical in comparison. But yeah, this is very much thrown together as quickly as possible. That's cute. I mean, that's just kind of adorable. What are you supposed to do in this game? I don't know. Feel remorse for ever being excited for it? I really don't know. But again, I also just don't think it's ever coming out. I've said that about 4 games now, I think. 3 of them have come out. One of them was a disaster. The other 2 were fine. But this one is legitimately something that just doesn't exist. They threw this together super quick just because of mounting pressure. 100%. Do you see the Grammys are gonna have a video game soundtrack as a category? That's cool. Still won't get me to watch, but that's cool. I'm sure that'll mean a lot to developers, the artists. I just don't really care too much about the Grammys in general. Damn it, it was just popping off, too.
The day before, November 10th, 2023.
That is the absolute, that is 100% the same guy that does the Monster Jam announcements back in the day. Monster Jam! Coming to the Raymond James. Pretty cool, though. The day before devs got a Kickstarter going. Do they really? Thanks, membership bean. Anyone who donates money to them should be studied. Like, actually studied. They blatantly got scammed by the devs before.
The day before devs return, reveal new game asking for a second chance. Day before developer returns from the dead and asks for a second chance. From now on, our development and marketing will be based on the principle of honesty. Brother, just give up. Go home. This isn't anime. You scammed so many people. Blatantly scammed so many people. Just take your money that you made from it and walk away. Well, actually, no, you know what? I bet there is a not super small number of gamers who are probably going to be like, no, I saw the potential. These devs have got it. They're going to make a hit game. I'll give them $50. So they're smart to keep exploiting that, I guess. There were people unironically defending the day before. Some of you might remember that. Saying like, it's just came out. We have to give them some time to let it really cook. And I think it's a great start. This game's going to be one of the biggest games ever once they really get the next couple of updates and patches rolled out. There is no community that's more easily exploitable than gamers. Devs do it all the fucking time. Let's check that Kickstarter. How much is it raised? $215. Cool. Let's see. I don't want to get DMCA'd. They probably just stole that music. And they're making a little party game. These are all the rage right now. This could be the one. They could overthrow Fall Guys and Stumble Guys with this one. Once you helped us create Fantastic through Kickstarter. Is that how it started? Man, I bet every backer really regrets that. They created a fucking villain. They created evil. It's like when they opened the sarcophagus to Emotep and brought it back to life. We sincerely apologize for everything that happened and are committed to making things right. We invite you to take a look at our plan, Fantastic 2.0, where we will share how we'll fix our past mistakes and are preparing to return better. Let's see. Download the plan PDF. I'm not doing that. You are probably going to install a crypto miner. I am not doing that at all. Why can't you just put it in plain text here? Why do I have to download your fucking PDF? I don't trust you even slightly. How about FAQ? We reflected on our past mistakes and initiated significant internal changes to drive radical improvement, discontinued the practice of involving external volunteers, and are now fully committed to a more professional approach. Honesty, transparency, and community engagement have become our top priorities. Having learned from our past mistakes, we've developed Fantastic 2.0, a plan for recovery. I'm not reading your plan. I'm not fucking downloading it. Just put it on your site somewhere. How do you plan to avoid past mistakes, and what specific steps have you taken to improve communication? It's not man, it is not just a communication problem. You lied about what game you were making. The game didn't exist for the longest time, and then you ended up just dropping an asset flip in an entirely different genre after taking so many people's money. What are you talking about? What are you talking about? It has nothing to do with communication. You're fraudsters. We're committed to honest marketing, actively engaging with the community through Discord, releasing development progress reports, and conducting beta tests before official launch. All of these steps are outlined in Fantastic 2.0. I am so tired that they keep linking this and referring to it. There's something very sinister there that they want you to download, and it's not a PDF file. That's going to be something else. Has the team at Fantastic changed? I don't know why I couldn't read that. Our team has become smaller, but it still consists of the same people who created all our previous games. Well, I'm super out then. Some team members are helping out on a goodwill basis. Oh my god, you're not even paying them. Some are juggling other jobs and some are working only in the evenings. You're not even paying your employees. Oh my god. That's a crime. What? They're not even paying them. And they just, hey, you know what? Maybe they are being more transparent and honest. Yeah, so we're not paying these guys. Can you believe it? Please fund our Kickstarter. It's not a crime. They're getting exposure. You're so fucking right. That is so true. I forgot all about the exposure dollars. Why is this even in the FAQs? Who would you like to thank? Who would ever ask that? Hey, devs at Fantastic, burning question. Who do you guys want to express some gratitude towards? What is this garbage? Holy. Thanks, fantastic. Well, I've got a sneaking suspicion this will hit its goal. Gamers do not care. They get blatantly scammed time and time and time again, but they will keep investing in the scams. Cute character design, though, like the Flukes Fluglies. That's some Spy Kids shit right there, the thumb people. Make a pledge without a reward. Yeah, let me do that. What a great deal that is. Help Fantastic return for $3. You will receive our heartfelt thanks, a special mention on the supporters wall on our website, and an exclusive backer role in the Discord server. One backer. Cool. $20, you get the game. Oh, you don't even get the game for this. I didn't even register that. Cool. $20. You get a digital copy of the game for PC, along with an exclusive role in the Discord. Additionally, your name will be featured on the supporter wall. For $35, get 2 digital copies of the game for PC, one for you and one to share. Both of you will receive exclusive roles on the community Discord. Digital Game Plus Back to Win t-shirt. Digital copy of the game for $45. Digital copy of the game for PC along with the exclusive Back to Win limited t-shirt. You'll also receive special role. I have a feeling that shirt's never going to come, but let me see. I'll assume that it's a banger of a shirt. 65 clams, 4 digital copies of the game, one for you and 3 friends, and then you get the shirt in the Discord. 75, you get... Wait, whoa. Wait, for $75 you don't even get the 4 copies here? You get a copy along with the hoodie. That's just worse value. $80, you get 8 digital copies and the hoodie and the shirt. $200, you get 1 copy and your name is featured in the game credits as a special supporter. You should get bullied for that. You should actually get bullied for that. If your name is in the credits of this fucking game as a special supporter, you deserve to be spit on and wedgied. And then you get your shirt and hoodie. Jesus, it keeps going. $500. Copy of the game and recognized as an executive backer with prominent mention in game credits, as well as your shirt and hoodie. It's the same thing. You're $300 for the same thing. You just gave it a different name. Executive versus special. God, another $1,000. Limited edition signature collection. Showcase your dedication to Fantastic's return. Oh, it's like a cult. Digital copy of the game, the hoodie, the shirt, and a dad hat. And then you get the elite backer role and name and credits. Cool. It keeps going. Holy shit, $2,000. Make your mark on Escape Factory. Your name will be featured on a prominent board within one of the in-game locations. And a copy of the game. And then your fucking swag. Your hat, hoodie, and shirt. $3,000. You join the development team. They refuse to pay their employees, but you can pay to be part of their team if you want. $3,000. Join our team. You collaborate with us in designing an in-game location and work closely with our artists to bring their custom monster to life. That's so fucking adorable. Holy. Pay $3,000 to do their work for them for free. Another tier. $5,000. Get your own in-game exclusive pet that will follow you wherever you go, making your adventure more unique. And then you get all your swag and shit. Oh, and a special video message. I keep forgetting about that. I bet that's a banger. $12,000. Enjoy an unforgettable dinner with the founders of Fantastic. Also, you're going to pay for dinner. You're going to pay $12,000 for the privilege of going to dinner with them and then paying for their dinner. I promise. I guarantee they're not covering your meal. Oh, and you're going to pay for your own flight out there, by the way. Dinner with them, $12,000, huh? Cool. What value? What fucking value? You don't even get the swag with it? Do you not? I didn't even read the rest. I assumed you did. Oh my god, you don't even get the dad hat, the hoodie, the shirt, or anything? Do you not even get to make your own custom monster either? $12,000 is actually just a dinner. You're literally just getting a dinner. Oh my god. Where do I sign up? Oh, there's a comment here. Escape Factory, let's go. Oh, it's Michael Superpacker. He's in the stream. Hey, Michael. It's crazy. Like, what? How are you here? It's like he smells when I'm looking at Kickstarter. This is the Air Umbrella Michael Superbacker. That's actually unbelievable. What a fucking legend. This dude's got some kind of like worm on my computer where he searches, like he's able to get notified whenever I touch Kickstarter. He just spent $12K on it. No, I think he probably did it. Yeah, he did like $1. He actually did a single dollar. Went from $2.17 to $2.18 just so he could leave this comment. Well, that was interesting. I'm going to check back on this in like 5 hours, and hopefully that number's either gone down or not changed. This dev team should not be able to stay in business. They are scammers. Legitimate scammers. The word fantastic is defined by Merriam-Webster as meaning excellent. It's used to express that something is really good, even great, like Tony the Tiger says. But this definition no longer holds any meaning in my eyes. When I see the word fantastic, forevermore I will now only think of the scam game company Fantastic, the absolute clowns responsible for the day before. It is a never-ending disaster. The rain won't stop falling, but it won't wash away the tears as players who have expected that this game to be good for over a year find out that they were the victims of a giant fucking scam. So Fantastic HQ posted their official statement today where they said this. They dropped this stinky bombshell. Today we announced the closure of Fantastic Studio. Unfortunately, the day before has failed financially and we lack the funds to continue. All income received is being used to pay off debts to our partners. The game has been out for 4 days and they're already throwing in the towel like, it's over. It's done. We've lost all of our money. It's kaput. And it is an absolutely revolting pile of garbage. But it's only been 4 days. I've never seen a studio give up this quickly. It really just seems like a convenient excuse to close up shop and run away and hide because of all of the shady business they'd been up to over the last year or so. But anyway, we invested all our efforts, resources, and man-hours into development of The Day Before, which was our first huge game. We really wanted to release new patches to reveal the full potential of the game, but unfortunately we don't have the funding to continue the work. It's important to note that we didn't take any money from the public during the development of The Day Before. There were no pre-orders or crowdfunding campaigns. We worked tirelessly for 5 years, pouring our blood, sweat, and tears into the game. At the moment, the future of Day Before and Prop Night is unknown, but the servers will remain operational. We apologize if we didn't meet your expectations. We did everything within our power, but unfortunately, we miscalculated our capabilities. Creating games is an incredibly challenging endeavor. We're grateful to everyone who supported us during these difficult years. It's been a fantastic journey over the past 8 years. And then they go through their resume there. So the reason they keep driving home the idea that, hey, we didn't take any money from anyone during the long time of misleading the public into what we were actually working on. We didn't take any money. Thus, we can't possibly be misconstrued as some kind of illegitimate business or a scam. But there's many other ways you scam people besides taking their money directly. Like, you did inadvertently end up taking people's money through false advertisement. You did technically scam them because you advertised an open world MMO game, you advertised so many things that aren't in the actual game you released, and so many players still thought that's what they were going to get with your package. So you did still take their money eventually, even though it wasn't crowdfunded in the beginning. You still ultimately did scam your audience. But anyway, I want to break down the whole situation around this studio as well as The Day Before, and also there's a little bit more that's going on here besides just the closure of their studio that I'd like to talk about. I'll get into all that in just a moment. First, I want to talk about Opera GX real quick. Big thanks to Opera GX for sponsoring this video. Opera GX is the best browser available, period. I've talked about it many times, but it is the truth. Unlike other browsers, it's not a resource hog, so using Opera is never going to tank your performance or anything like that.
Don't get fucked by your RAM! Keep that shit under control!
Everything is super convenient with Opera because you can just have everything pretty much integrated directly into the browser, like your messaging apps, Discord, Facebook Messenger, Instagram. But there's also just so much you can do with it to customize it to your personal tastes thanks to GX mods. You can create something entirely unique and original, or you can choose from some mods that already exist on Opera, like the Eric Andre mod.
Customize sounds, wallpaper, colors. Do whatever the fuck you want.
Another fun feature is the GX Corner, which can keep you up to date on upcoming video game release dates as well as the best deals around, so that way you can find the optimal spot to shop for the upcoming game. It's just so many fun features that Opera has. I highly recommend using Opera as your browser from this point forward. You can click the link in the description below to get started, and thanks again to Opera for sponsoring.
Get Opera GX!
Now, I'm just going to break down the basics of this if you haven't followed this story. It's something I've talked about for about a year now, and the game just came out, so it's being talked about again. I also just made a video on it. But the day before was Steam's most wish-listed game. It was a series of trailers that were advertising a product that never actually existed, and the developers, their studio, is called Fantastic. Thus, they're responsible for the most misleading marketing I've ever seen. That would be like me trying to market myself on Tinder as being 6'5". Like, you can't really tell in a lot of the photos, but eventually someone's going to find out that I'm not that tall. And that's exactly what happened with this game. Everything they were showcasing, this open world zombie game, never actually existed. So what happened is, what did release 4 days ago is this fucking mess, this wonky piece of shit that is unplayably bad. And it's clear that they never ever had that product they were showcasing for a year that people were so excited for. Now, I have a working game theory on what exactly led to all of this. I truly think Fantastic as a studio made all of these trailers to generate as much hype as possible to get like an audience hooked on their idea, their concept, to try and sell it to investors, to get a lot of investor backing behind it. So they go through this nefarious plot, they do get a ton of people excited for the day before, most wishlisted game on Steam and all that, but maybe no investors ever bid. Maybe they never received any investor backing, so then maybe they felt as though they were pressured at that point. They had their ass held to the fire. They have all of these people demanding a game that they don't have and they don't have the ability to make. And perhaps they were fearful of a potential lawsuit for what they were doing. So then they cobbled together this piece of shit in their colon and poop it out onto Steam 4 days ago, and the rest is history. It's bad. Everyone hates it because it's really, really bad. And now they feel as though they can comfortably wash their hands of this whole chapter of the book and walk away without being in like legal trouble or anything like that. That's what I think happened, because I have no other explanation for why they would make a fake trailer, make fake trailers for a game that they weren't actively making and never were actively making. It doesn't compute. If this was a Kickstarter thing, then I'd get it. Their whole plan was to scam people by getting a ton of money in this game they weren't making. Like, that happens all the time on Kickstarter. But here, they weren't making money throughout this process of, like, misleading people. So what the fuck was the point? I can't quite figure it out. So this is the best theory I have for it. Now, anyway, that's kind of the whole breakdown in a nutshell. Now, I definitely want to mention that the game is no longer available for purchase anymore, apparently. So everyone who's got the game has a rare gem on their hands, because you can't buy it anymore. They closed the studio and they closed access to the game, which makes sense because how could they keep the game open if the studio's not there? Where the fuck would the money go? It'd just go into like an endless void. But it seems as though the goal for this group of goofballs is now to erase the day before from the internet entirely. To wipe its presence, just poof into the night, vanish, so people could move on and forget, and they could all go to their next big scam project, perhaps, because that seems to be the direction that they're trying to go. And also, it's worth mentioning, when the day before released, they themselves posted this bullet point list of very odd things. This is just a really fishy thing that went up, and it immediately sounded some alarm bells for me. On stream, I even said to one of the players, well, I didn't say it to him. There was a player in my day before lobby who was like, man, I can't wait for the updates to really smooth out this game. I said that that's never happening. I knew this game was never going to be updated. Like I mentioned, this feels as though they put it out because they felt they absolutely had to, and they had no other choice but to produce something tangible. And now that they did, they run away and can pretend it never happened. And this bullet point list is the main thing that made me feel that way. So it's like, to our future player who will dive into the game on December 7th, we made this for you. So like almost a little victory lap, you know, it's a celebration together. We'll continue improving the game and adding content. That didn't age well. It didn't even make it a fucking week before they put her down, took it behind the barn. They then have a bunch of mumbo jumbo to the haters. To a person who didn't believe in us, we made this game for you too. We accept any kind of criticism and don't hold a grudge against you. Before we continue moving forward together, kindly allow us to note a few things. Please forgive us for not doing the best marketing and teasers. We learn something new and improve ourselves every single day. Jesus. you made teasers and marketing for something that never existed. And they also copied quite a bit of things from those as well. Please don't accuse us of scamming. That's not true. We didn't take a penny from anyone. Literally begging people to just stop calling them Scam Game, even though they are Scam Game Studio. Like, this is still a scam. Please don't accuse us of asset flip. That's not true also. Our team worked day and night for 5 years to make our dream game a reality, which is also not true because the actual fucking city map is an asset. They used assets. Like, I don't know why they're just blatantly lying about it. And then please don't underestimate our work. It wasn't easy. We are like you. We worked hard. And we're incredibly happy that our game will finally see the light of day for everyone to explore. Saw the light of day for 4 days. It didn't even make it long enough to learn how to crawl before you gave up on it. Well, it was always the plan to give up on it, clearly. I think that was designed from the beginning. They got a huge influx of cash. I think they had like a peak player count of like 30K. That's a lot of money. Like, that is actually a lot of money that they got up front for this fucking game, this pile of shit. So they did make a pretty penny off it and then bounce. They just said, we're out. The whole thing is so scummy. I think everybody knew this game wasn't going to get any real support from this team. I think all of us were surprised they even put something out to begin with. That was the biggest shocker about any of this, that they actually produced something, even though it was barely functional and absolutely horrid to play. The fact they made something was such a surprising twist. But yeah, everything else besides that is not surprising. Them closing immediately after this comes out, after getting some money from the gamers, that super expected. I didn't think it'd be 4 days. I thought they'd close it after like a month or so of hosing people down and maybe like drip feeding a couple of meaningless updates here and there, perhaps, like maybe. I didn't expect it to be this quick, but yeah. That's kind of the whole story here, and I feel like that's probably where the legend of the day before ends. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Over the last week or so, I've been hearing a lot about a company called DK Oldies. They also have an extremely successful YouTube channel with nearly 1 million subs, and the business is based around selling retro gaming. So they sell old consoles, old games, just anything and everything related to old school gaming. Because everyone likes to relive their childhood to some extent, whether it's playing old games you experienced as a kid, or having that old console that you grew up with the classics on. Nostalgia is a very powerful, fun, and beautiful thing. Well, actually, not really beautiful. Hold the beautiful on that burger, because usually when I get nostalgic, I just end up feeling sad, recognizing that I'm getting old now, and everything's changing. I can't move around as quickly as I once could. If I'm going downstairs and I miss a step, I end up hurting myself and pulling something. Time is progressing faster. Everything's going to turn to dust eventually. We're getting off track. Point is, they sell retro gaming equipment. And over the last week or so, they've been getting dunked on like it's fucking All-Star Weekend in the NBA. Everyone's been calling them a scam, whether that's YouTubers talking about their business and reviewing their products, or very upset customers that are dissatisfied with their purchases. A lot of people have come forward accusing them of being fraudulent or scammers. Now, I didn't know a whole lot about this situation until recently. I was under the impression that the big controversy was around their prices, because DK Oldies' prices are significantly higher than pretty much anyone else in the market. They have, on average, the highest price compared to the competition, but I don't think a high price necessarily makes them a scam by default. But after learning more about the situation, they make claims saying that they refurbish their consoles that they're selling. And there's a lot of evidence to suggest they don't. At least they don't refurbish all of them. So a lot of YouTubers have reviewed some of these consoles that DK Oldies sells, and they're covered in dirt, grease, and all kinds of shit, like very yucky stuff where it's clearly not refurbished. One of them even had just actual damage on it to one of the ports. They are still functional, but they
aren't refurbished, because refurbishing refers to like cleaning, repairing, like all of that is part of being refurbished, where most of them just aren't. At least not the ones that have been documented, and not the ones people are talking about having purchased from DK Oldies. So I just wanted to go over this and take a look for myself if it really is a scam. I investigated it a bit on stream, so you can watch me learn about it in real time and form your own opinion on the DK Oldies business. I think the word scam is overused. DK Oldies clearly communicates the goods and services they provide and how much that costs. Yes, it's more expensive, but it has a market for people that want to get restored or authentic products and not deal with the sketchiness of eBay and Craigslist buys. Retro market is flooded with knockoffs, and certain people are just willing to pay more to not deal with that. Yeah, like I said, I don't know shit about the DK Oldies situation. I really don't. This DK Oldies Wii isn't refurbished.
Buy a console.
Is this a... So one of the main critiques I've seen about them is their prices are absurd in comparison to the others. Is this a bad price for this? I don't know. I don't know this secondary retro market or anything. So is this like super expensive? Nintendo Wii video game consoles for sale on eBay. Let's sort by... So there's some here for 40... So it looks like between 40 and 50, 40 and 60. Here's another one for 60. So this seems a little higher than like the lowest on eBay. Because it seems like it's somewhere in this general ballpark, but this is definitely on like the upper end of it. Though I am curious why it says like 120 and then crossed out and you save $60. Is it normally 120? No one is buying the cosmetically flawed one. There's an option for the good condition that's 120. Okay, so if you went to good condition here, it would go to 120. I will say though, if it normally is 120, because if it is normally 120, that is very high in comparison to what I'm seeing on the eBay listings here. Because the ones on eBay are not the cosmetically flawed. These are just like the normal, good condition Wii's. Some of them are even bundled, and they're like 50, 55 bucks. This one's 59, and it's the full Wii bundle. So that would be quite high.
And I didn't say a word.
Oh, I completely agree. eBay, it's always a coin toss if you're actually just getting fucking scammed. 100%. But I was just looking at all of the different prices there, just to get like a general range of what they normally go up for. I have to imagine if you did buy one of those, it'd come with like fucking piss stains on it or something gross.
Also, I'm not sure if you can see, but there is a lot of gunk in the fan. We might just have to open this up. All right, I say we go ahead and boot it up and
That's
see
just
if
part
it
of the
works.
cosmetic
Well, it
flaw.
boots up. Pictures and videos I will show on the screen. First, the biggest problem was the fan. There
Jesus
was
Christ.
so much
Oh, wow, that's
disgusting
pretty
gunk on
yucky.
there. It could've, should've, and says it was clean. It wasn't. I went ahead and cleaned it. Now the weird thing is, I saw that gunk before I even opened the Wii. So did they not see it? I don't know. And then after that, the case had a lot of dust and some dirt in it. I then cleaned that out. And the Wii wasn't actually very dirty inside.
That's
but
good.
you can tell it was not cleaned or even opened. Which is totally fine. But if you're not going to open it, just don't say that you are and that you're cleaning them if you're not going to do that. People on eBay don't always clean out the consoles. People in other shops don't always clean them out. But the difference is they don't say that they're going to do that. Now, once again, when I opened the Wii,
Okay, so it seems like it's
We're
just
all-
not
yeah, but
really
okay, once
refurbished, but it's in a working condition. So then it seems like the big issue is they're saying they did something that they're not. At least not in this case. Maybe this was like some kind of special exception where they just made a big blunder, but yeah, it seems like this is pretty common. I imagine it's going to be much of the same story, right?
I bought a refurbished backwards compatible PS3 from DK Oldies for $400, and in this video, we're going to take an in-depth look at this.
Is that price seems kind of high for a PS3. I've definitely seen those for cheaper. I recently bought a where is it? I don't remember where I put it. I originally bought like a 360 because Jackson and I were doing that achievement competition. It was far from being in the hundreds of dollar range. I think it was like $100 in total. And that shit works perfectly, and it came with all the cords, cables, and everything. Let's see what these normally go for. Again, this is eBay, so you could be getting scammed getting these, but
The range is from like $95 on the low end. Let me sort. Let me do like a sorting to make this easier. Literally the highest one is 280.
Reverse compatible.
That's actually the exact one that I still pulled up here, which is the most expensive one in the refurbished PS3 market on eBay, and it's listed at 280. The second highest one for reference is the exact same thing for 205. So the 280 one's even still an outlier.
Another third-party controller. I mean,
huge.
$400 for a backwards compatible PS3, cosmetically flawed, and you give me a third-party controller.
That's a cool... Wait, what is that? That's a cool controller. That looks like some shit straight out of the 90s. Wow, look at that puppy. Please do not tell me that if you do good condition, it's 600. Alright, I'm starting to see a lot of the outrage around the prices. That is... I understand charging more for the security of it. Like, hey, you're absolutely going to get what we're telling you're going to get, even though it's looking a little skeptical even in that department. But that security's not worth $400 extra on the market norm. You can buy a new PS5 for like $500. Well, I don't know about that. Maybe you can.
Something like that, but like the pictures show a DualShock 3. There's no option to choose between a DualShock 3 and a third-party controller.
Yeah, this does not look good.
Compatible, kind of make you think you're going to get a good controller, and then they send you, you know, that the DualShock 3 that I got. I have a warranty sticker from TK Oldies in place of the old warranty seal. I don't know that they can actually enforce that these days, but oh, and there's our cosmetic flaw. Nice.
Hey, now it's fixed. It's good condition now.
Here on the back, as you can see, well,
the plastic's impossible to clean. Well, I don't think anyone's expecting them to magically erase fucking whatever this is, cat scratch marks all over it. But what do you open up there and showing all the dust when this is supposed to be a refurbished and cleaned model or whatever? Like, that's... You can absolutely clean fucking dust, right? Like, that's pretty easy. I can clean dust. And I'm a goddamn idiot.
See what it looks like. Alright guys, time for the big reveal. I got all the screws all the way off and see what it looks like inside. Oh man.
Wow, factory new.
Oh, no way.
That's fresh.
Dude. I have no words. It actually looks better on camera than in person. Like in person, every single inch of this is covered in dirt, and this is... And dang, that's what this is.
Okay, so I think I've seen enough here. I think I now have a better understanding of exactly what's going on. So not only are their prices outrageous, they are clearly not refurbishing them. It seems like their process is just confirming if it works and nothing else, and then just calling it refurbished. So they upgrade to the latest system software, or they'll do like a full factory reset of it, and then just make sure that the games can work on it, it doesn't crash, and that's it. And then they do a huge absurd markup without ever actually cleaning them. So my 360, I got this 2 years ago, $90. So Smash is starting. All right, I'll swap. Hold on though, I want to see what this goes for on DK Oldies. Oh, the exact one. The exact one at 240. Ooh. Oh, actually, never mind. Marked down to 195. It's the exact one. Oh no! Hold on. That's the bigger one. So that was the 250. I see. The 4 GB one is 150. That's it. That's no good. That's no good. That's big stinky. Uh-oh. Yeah, here. That's the exact one, and I got it for 90 at my local shop. And as for if it's refurbished or not, they actually, so at the shop, they don't even claim it's refurbished. But just looking over it right now, I don't even see any dust, and I've had this for 2 years now, so even if there was dust, I'd be like, yeah, it sounds about right. But like, it's pretty spotless, like, looking through the vents and shit. Looks nice. It's not even cosmetically flawed, there's no scratches on it or anything. $90. So I saved myself $70 instead of going to DK Oldies for it. Well, I still would like to see their side.
Every day, tons of new collections get sold to us here at DK Oldies. Let's take a look at this one, for example, and let's check out everything that has to happen to this Wii before we can list it for sale and it finds a new home.
And then it's shipped to customers like that.
And while it's open, he'll blow out any dust or debris that may be inside.
Yeah, so this is not exactly. I see what they're going to do. They're just going to walk through the process and say it's done like this for all of them, even though there's clear evidence that that's not the case for every single one of them. I see. Like I said, it seems like they prioritize like the fact that it works, which is good. I haven't seen a case where it just doesn't work, but it's also not getting like legitimately refurbished. So this one's getting cleaned, it seems, but all of the other examples we saw, they didn't get cleaned. And I would like to see them explain the pricing. I'm very curious on why it's so high. Yeah, so it's not exactly a response. It's, hey, we do this. Here's an example of us doing it for one console.
Then she'll make sure the Wii has the 2 doors that go on it.
Without addressing all of the very real evidence for ones that weren't refurbished.
Okay, now that it's been tested, repaired, and cleaned, it's ready to be listed for sale on the website while it awaits its new home.
I didn't realize how big this business was. They have almost 1 million subs and it's a corporate account. Like, that's actually extremely impressive, so I see why this became such a big deal. Yeah, unfortunately the title of the video is not misleading. Mr. Lonely himself, Akon, is behind a massive scam. If any of you watching grew up in the 90s or early 2000s, I'm sure that name rings a lot of bells because Akon is an artist who was responsible for some absolutely iconic boner jams back in the day. And a few years ago, he decided to pitch a city, Akon City, which would be powered by the blockchain and have their own form of currency called A-Coin. And I've got to tell you, the design documents here, the blueprints, the renders of what Akon City could look like are so outrageous it almost makes the Willy Wonka experience look like a good idea. I feel like everyone who takes even a glance at the proposed Akon City documents will immediately write it off as being impossible and just a load of baloney. And they'd be 100% right in that assumption. This will never happen. This city looks like something out of Final Fantasy. It's just not really feasible. Yet, Akon, as well as other collaborators, are doing their best to try and make it a reality. Though after years of work, the only thing they have to show for it is a single welcome center that has a graffitied picture of Akon on the side. And it doesn't really welcome you to anything because there's nothing to show for it. It just welcomes you to something that's emptier than my colon after eating Greek yogurt first thing in the morning. It takes you to basically just an empty field, though there is a single building skeleton there that has a staircase and that's it, and then just a bunch of cattle roaming freely. So there is no real progress being made on Akon City, and it really seems like from the beginning this was supposed to be just either a full-blown scam or just a narcissistic ego piece for Akon. Because it makes no sense why Akon would introduce a cryptocurrency to Akon City when a lot of African regions already use cryptocurrency in their day-to-day lives. If he was really trying to make this a real thing that wasn't just trying to take advantage and exploit people, it would have made more sense for him to just use the already established Bitcoin or Ethereum, which is prevalent throughout Africa. But instead he introduced his own cryptocurrency and said, I am the bank. He also is the douchebag behind A-Coin fucking a ton of early investors. So they actually did sell A-Coin, and a lot of people bought into it, and then it immediately collapsed. It went from a 132% gain to a 60% loss, and then started offering refunds. And all these investors, when trying to get their refund, basically just got cold-shouldered and never got their refunds for this. They basically just got rugged like everyone else with the crypto boom a few years ago. But anyway, I recommend checking out Patrick Cece's video for an in-depth look at a lot of what went on behind the scenes at Akon City and Akon himself here. I want to show you what Akon City was supposed to look like and how fucking stupid this entire project seems just from like an outside perspective. It really looks like an impossible to complete task that somehow Akon promised would be done by 2024, and yet all they have right now is like a bare bones welcome center and like a single like skeleton of another building. That's about as bad as the Soulja Boy Game Boy. Okay, show a little respect for the Soulja console. Also, Akon City is so much worse than just releasing a fraudulent game console. It is disgusting to compare the two. Akon's City is like the most egregious, over-the-top scam. Like, it's so much worse. Akon actually has a video showcasing it. Look up, this is Akon City. I don't think I ever saw this. I only ever read about Akon City. So here's the entertainment district. What are these? These aren't even buildings. This looks like when you go into Roller Coaster Tycoon and fuck up the terrain. Who's your architect? This is what it looks like when you, like, actually trip acid for the first time. It's even bad CG. Yeah. It's melted. Yeah, I guess their chief architect is Salvador Dali. Brought him back with the Akon City in-house necromancer. The Tech District? What does this mean? Tech 003421? What tech what? What is the tech? What are they doing here? Lex Luthor live here or something? What does this mean? What does it mean? Butt Plug City. Yeah, I mean, not wrong. This all does look like something you'd find on Bad Dragon. Health and safety. Wait. Hold on. Hold on. That's... Oh, wait, it's this building. I thought he just reused Tech 001 here for the health and safety building, but it's this building. They're just side by side. Yeah. This is the police station here. They inhabit this pack of hot dogs. Here's the fire department, which is conveniently placed in the worst possible position for them to get anywhere, because they're going to have to navigate this minefield, this fucking labyrinth. Good luck having a quick response time from the firefighters. Unspecified office building, I guess. Residential building. General hospital. Outpatient clinic. This is another residential building. Just this coral. Game name. Oh no, this is a city. This is a Akon City in real life. Apparently they actually did build a building though, so I'm gonna have to check that out. I never saw this video go up for it. Education District, this is Education 1, Education 2, Education 3, so I'm guessing this is pre-K, kindergarten, middle school, high school, and then everyone parks here. In this teardrop, and then another residential building. Osmosis Jones type landscape. Bro modeled the city from the mitochondria. Yeah. Yeah, true. So here's the Scenewood district. Oh, here, Akon Tower. He's even got his own, like, Avengers building. So this is where Akon lives, and only Akon. Wait, wasn't this in the Tech District? Isn't this building already occupied by Tech? Am I misremembering the layout? It might be too sophisticated for my tiny little reptile brain, but I'm pretty sure that was one of the Tech buildings. Oh no, it's right here. It's right above Tech 4. Then a bunch of filming studios, more residential buildings, some more office buildings, and this random media tower, I guess. Looks like a cactus theme park. Yeah. Convenient location. All of this looks like Hitachi wands. It looks less like butt plugs, and it legitimately looks like the things you'd see in porn. Those, like, really, ribby wands. Looks like Cryptoland 2.0. Well, apparently it's powered by the blockchain, so it kind of is Cryptoland 2.0. I have to imagine whoever put this presentation together was actually laughing so hard as they charged Akon an exorbitant amount for it. Yeah, I'll throw this piece of shit together for like, I don't know, like $3 million bucks. Done. Shake my hand. Looks like a pretty cool place to live. I don't know what I'm looking at here. It's just random JPEGs that are floating through on this building, but how could you not smile if you lived in a place like Akon City? Alright, let's see the current Akon City. Do we really need an explanation for why Akon City will never happen? I think we all know just by looking at the design blueprints there. Like, come on.
Building has like futuristic curvatures outside. It definitely looks like something out of Wakanda, but only one building so far.
Whoa, what was this? Wait, what? This is there right now. Also, you should probably have someone else come in and do the artwork on the side of your building. Why? That looks like extremely low poly. It's like a PS1 render of Akon. You could definitely find a better artist for that. In March 2022, Stevens asked a judge to freeze Akon's New York assets, claiming that without the measure, Akon would have difficulty repaying an alleged debt. Stevens' lawyer, Jeffrey Movitt, alleged in his affidavit that Akon City and Akon exhibited many of the trademark characteristics of a fraudulent business venture such as Ponzi schemes and pyramid schemes. Akon City was likely a scam. Akon denied the allegations about Akon City. The following month he paid $850K to settle part of the ongoing lawsuit. He said the motion to freeze his accounts has been made out of spite. I mean, likely a scam is very generous. It is 100% a scam in every possible version of the word. It is official. That's the only thing they've built at Akon City. It's just a welcome center with his face on it. Well, why can't I... Does anyone ever pay a visit to the welcome center? I want to see it.
Let's check out this Planet Earth 2 thing. Oh, it's Kira TV again. We watched his video on Dreamworld. How many fucking scam MMOs are there? Man, it's in full fucking swing. It's like giant crypto scams in games now, it seems. This puts Dreamworld to shame? No fucking chance. Unless this game is literally the creator goat-seeing himself, I don't understand how it could be a bigger scam than Dreamworld.
Now, if you
alleged
told me that there
scam.
was now, Earth2.io is what we're talking about right now.
Cool
And this
name.
is like,
I like
I'm
the
not
Earth
sure
sequel
exactly.
thing.
We envisage a virtual digital world on a one-to-one scale with Earth.
I love it already. I'm in.
We're
Where
essentially
can I
the same
invest?
Location as Earth and is geographically linked to the world we live in.
Fuck it. I'm in. Sign me
So
up.
basically, if you don't know what they're saying here, this is what it is. Literally, it's just Google Maps, but you zoom in and they've gridded the whole world off. Like every inch of the world has been turned into a grid. Somebody can just go on and buy a picture of your house. This is basically like if I went into your garden and took pictures of everything on your garden and then logged online and sold those pictures and told people they own that
So it's
even
it's
mine
actually
to sell in the first
NFTs.
place. So it's mental.
It's an
But when you
NFT
start
scam.
reading about like this is such a rabbit hole.
That is quite
guys,
literally
it's gonna take
NFTs.
So many videos. Like, have you heard this before, guys?
What is all of this up here? Is this how, like, what is this $58.31 and it's up 58,000%? So I'm guessing this really is just like a giant NFT scam. That's what this is looking like to me. The selling of grid tiles? Holy fuck. Yeah, that's what I want to do. I want to own 5 plants somewhere in Iowa.
But also creating an amazing opportunity for yourself to make profit.
Oh, let's go!
Get rich quick, guys. Don't miss out now. Get in early.
Easy money,
this
it's
is the
free!
future right here.
I'm gonna
Get
buy
rich
Elon
quick.
Musk's house.
But if you're still... The Earth 2
Here's
terrain
Brian Alex.
engine is able to render the entire Earth with extreme detail and vegetation details not seen before in any
I
game.
believe it.
Where this, all with high performance...
Can
is
I see it in
ability to
action? Is that
downscale to
possible?
lower hardware. And it
The
can
amount
run
of
on lower
power that
scale
would be
hardware.
required
So
for that?
we haven't just taken
Not even
like
the
a
fucking
small
Tesseract
world
from
that
the
would
Avengers
take
would be
an
able to
hour
power
from point A
that.
to point B. But for some reason, people have seen this and gone, fuck yeah, bro, where do I sign up? Where do I give you my money?
Hold on, let me pause for a second. I want to see the website. How many people have bought into this? I've said this 100 times by now. This is the perfect day and age for scammers. It has never been so easy to scam people. It fucking takes a single tweet from like a 5-follower Twitter account and you'll have people buying into it. It is so easy to fucking scam people. Selling literal rocks out of a dumpster and calling them energy rocks and shit. It is an incredible time for scammers. I just want to see how many people have bought into this before continuing. Here's the leaderboards. Oh god, no. The number one guy, I don't know what this translates to USD. The number one guy here has $575,646 in it. Let's see, what is the exchange rate from a normal USD to an EUSD? Where is the exchange rate on here? About 1.2 million people have bought into it at the moment. Here, this seems fine. I'm just trying not to like show these people's information. Where do you see that 1.2 million people use this? Let me see their Twitter. This is a big project. I'm gonna scroll down. I'm gonna see my Council of Cock photo with the 2 Moby Huges and get banned like Mizkif. It is crazy. It is so fucking easy for people to get scammed. Well, no, so easy for scammers to scam people. People like to think they're so fucking smart and then they'll buy into a game that says they have one-to-one rendered the real world with more detail than you could ever imagine, with technology that our species can't even begin to comprehend. Fucking crazy. I just want to see the exchange from e-dollars to normal dollars. What am I looking at? These Beyblades, or is this like a flag? Oh, they're all flags. One dumb asshole over here owns a single piece of this highway. Who bought this? Oh, hold on, you can't even see it. Who bought this thing? Yeah, I want that one lane on that highway in the middle of fucking nowhere. Whoever this is should not be allowed to use money again. I just want to see the going rate. And then we'll go back to the video. Mountain View, California. Price per tile, $58. Available resources, fresh water, sand, limestone, iron ore, wood, coal, oil, and gold. What the fuck is this? Oh, I can actually see who owns it. Why? Fucking why? Chat keeps saying 1-to-1, but I don't believe that. I think they're getting confused because on the website, the scale is 1-to-1. So, like, they're claiming that they have 1-to-1 scaled the entire Earth in a game that doesn't have any loading screens, pop-ins, incredible detail, of vegetation, plants, and life. Like, I think they're getting confused with all the dog shit. This one, I believe, EUSD is about 33 cents. That sounds a little more reasonable. That's euros. Oh god, yeah, that sounds like Twitch chat. It's their own currency. So it's not fucking euros, Christ. Either way, dude's got fucking over 500,000 EUSDs invested into this game for no fucking reason. And it's not even, I don't know why I'm calling it a game. It is literally Google Earth, but they put a grid on it and are selling individual squares.
Who'd have guessed the man behind Earth 2 wouldn't be able to substantiate his 20-year professional history? His oldest online presence is of his LinkedIn profile, which has been online for only a few months. Kind of sketchy, right?
No, that sounds reasonable. The people who are getting scammed will never watch nor believe this video if they do find it.
People to at least check in on.
Everyone's too smart to be scammed until they give their credit card info to a guy on the phone. Says their computer has a virus. And I've never heard of that select, but I can check it out. Is this... Sorry to pause again. So, Trayer made an account and says it's 1-to-1. So if you want to buy an EUSD, it is 1 USD. And then I saw other people in chat saying the same thing. Holy fuck, that's even more pathetic then. Oh my god. That's fucking wild. Imagine being the dumb asshole who put nearly 600 grand into a non-existent dogshit concept. Oh my god, I can't believe it. With old people who get telemarketer scammed, it's like, oh my god, you know, it almost makes sense. Like, they're kind of old, they don't know what the telephone is. But that guy, no doubt, he has like a high-paying job, big salary position. He's like, you know what, I've got the next big thing. Earth 2, I'm gonna make a fortune selling my fucking highway grid. Oh.
Easy money virtual real estate. Use my code down below. Like... This shit is disgusting, frankly.
My god, he has so many Earth 2 videos. What the fuck? Everything is an Earth 2 video. Holy shit. What do his comments say? These things are always so deep. I get so invested in this. Who is this? Matt Lorian. Most people are actually calling it out. They're just dropping like Xbox Live arcade codes in the comments. So I don't really know what that's all about.
Do not put money into this. It's a scam. I've emailed them many times over 3 months and still haven't sent my withdrawal.
Yeah, most people can immediately recognize this as a scam, I would think.
Going to, and which oftentimes will stop working to actually... I think you actually...
Full legal name, address, account name, email, exact bank account number, phone number. Oh my god. How? How can there be a single person that has a bank account, first of all, that would be comfortable giving all of this to anything? I wouldn't give this to, like, my own fucking mom if she asked out of nowhere. How? Seeing this right away should tip you off, like, I should never fucking associate with this. Like, not only could they take all of your shit, or withhold all of your shit, they could take shit from you, too. It could literally be identity theft. You are paving the way for it. I'm surprised they don't also ask for like security questions, like what was your first dog, your mom's maiden name, and stuff like that. Just in case. Do they also need a blood sample? Yeah, if you scroll down, I bet. We also need to do a urinalysis.
The initial purchases are very, very cheap, but obviously they set the prices of the land. And obviously they...
I want to buy Area 51.
Thinking and looking
Can I
like
own
they're
it?
making a bunch of money,
Then
and
visit?
they settle. We do not warrant the accuracy, adequacy, or completeness of the information on this website.
What does that even...
Nor do we undertake to keep this website updated.
Don't trust us.
It literally reads as... The stuff on here, the pricing, like...
It's all
who owns
garbage.
What, however, you know, gamer groups, whatever it might be.
So what do we
families,
do
whoever
about it?
is, you know, their grandmothers, etc., are going to be logging on Facebook and seeing...
How do we
what's little
stop
Johnny
them?
talking about. So if you did enjoy this video,
Check
the way
the
that you
subreddit.
let me know is...
That is fascinating. I actually can't fucking believe how easily people get scammed these days. Wild. Fucking wild. That's literal no effort. In their own terms, they're like, we might just walk away. It's like, yeah, okay, fuck it, I'll put 600 grand in there. What's their subreddit? Let me check it out. Oh god, the subreddit's in denial. Oh boy. I'll just read you an excerpt. I am holding my tiles and I am not selling anytime soon. I believe in this project and I feel good when I see people think of this project as a scam because of their lack of research. It just shows you how this project is futuristic and it's out of their league. That gives all the first movers the advantage to jump in this market early before it gets saturated in the future. That makes me more excited than pissed off. Someone needs to get their dad off Reddit ASAP. This is bad. You should never be celebrating when the majority of people with like a 4th grade education recognize the shit you put money into as a scam. Don't get excited, get scared. Get your shit out and run. That is so fucking sad. I can't even be mad at someone like this because I know for a fact that they're probably very innocent. They've never played RuneScape, they've never been scammed, and they just refuse to believe it. So this video actually, or not this video, this John's video got posted, and the community was not excited. So this video got posted saying, Earth 2 with the biggest exposure yet, this is going to blow up big. Top comment, haters gonna hate. There's a post that mentions me. On this subreddit? Where? Well, now I just feel bad. And by that I mean, don't feel bad at all. The post is basically saying the devs need to release actual game footage immediately. I'm just going to go ahead and go out on a limb and say that'll never come. I can say with a high level of certainty, they probably don't really give a fuck about that. I don't think it's coming. Not to shit on Christmas for you. The top post is then saying, if I or Asmongold cover it at the state it's at right now, it'll forever cripple the project. They have to release something now, even if it's in a primitive state. I guess I mentioned here because I talked about Dreamworld. So I guess that's what they're referring to. But man, just pull out. I'm not your dad, but now I just feel bad reading that. Just get the fuck out. I know you're not like able to because it seems like they're not processing exits like payments you're due, but just try. It's so fucking sad. Like I can't even really be mad at the people, man. I really can't. Like reading these, they seem like nice people. Like the people that have really committed to this and bought into this dream, they seem like friendly, nice people. Even these videos that are calling it a scam in their title, they're like, you know what, just let's respond calmly to this and talk about misinformation. And then they put $600,000 into this. Is it crypto though? I didn't get that impression from Kira's video, and going on their website, it doesn't seem like crypto. You're paying 1-to-1. You are quite literally just taking a US dollar and paying for the shit in the game, and then you get a US dollar with an E in front of it. It doesn't really seem like crypto. Because it's not like an in-game currency, right? They pay you in USD and you just extract it? Or that's how it's supposed to work in theory, it just doesn't work? Yeah, I get, it's treated like NFTs, basically. You're buying nothing. Literal fucking nothing. So is there any new information that we haven't covered? Because otherwise I think that's about it. It's definitely worse than I would have expected, to be honest. I think that one's a far more evil scandal than Dreamworld. Dreamworld was an ambitious project that never had a single fucking chance of being made, but at least they put something there, albeit dog shit. This is an actual just money grab. Oh, actually, before that, I forgot to look at this.
Recently, I did a video about Earth 2. In my eyes, it's either A, a delusional group of pathetically idealistic idiots who think that they can redefine the entire virtual entertainment sector with a small team, limited resources, and the largest undertaking, possibly, in the history of technology, or B, a pyramid scheme and a scam that will never deliver and was never intended to. Take your pick, it's still a bad thing.
I think it's the first one.
Well, that video caused a lot of anger and a...
Planet IX is
I'm sold. Fuck it, that looks cool.
copy of the planet where players can buy, collect, and trade picks, which is how we call the lots of land.
It's the same game.
Packages and then go into the marketplace and then they can sell, exchange, buy directly from
Holy
the
fuck.
players.
Holy shit, it is exactly the same scam.
And we're gonna plant like tons and tons of trees. And those guys do not only plant trees, but they have like really beautiful social work happening.
Who are
The
they?
success of the game, the more players
They also have 50 rocket ships.
the more trees we're gonna plant, and we're gonna keep doing this
We're
beautiful.
gonna plant
social
trees, we're
work.
gonna make laser
But, like,
eyes.
Gameplay, NFTs, cryptocurrencies.
This is the most
etc.
unapologetic scam I've ever seen.
Just work. Soon we'll have tutorials online and showing like how easy this entire NFT world will be.
This is actually
That's
shocking.
a lot. That's a colossal amount, actually, because in just a minute 30 flat, this project manages to combine social and environmental activism, NFTs, crypto,
It did a
digital
lot.
world building,
It
gaming,
did do a lot.
loot boxes, and honestly a whole bunch more. But
I think some
most
people just
importantly, as
need to
per their
get
own
scammed.
advertised framework, they will launch in 3 separate
Like, if you put money into
Sound familiar?
this,
This digital world will
Like, you-
apparently
you
change
really
the actual
deserve
world.
it.
And since I've now been accused many, it's easy to establish what Planet IX is once we establish what Crowd 1 is. And to do that, we need to look at their history and their business model.
Jesus, how deep does it
Crowd 1
go?
self-advertises as some sort of... Crowd 1 is a pyramid scheme, more commonly known today by those with an utter lack of intellectual competence as a multi-level marketing opportunity. Crowd 1
Nobody
represents
calls
the
it that, though. They just
entrepreneurial
call it a pyramid
manifestation of
scheme.
Greed
I
and
never hear that
manipulation.
tossed around
The
anymore.
business model revolves around education. It's pretty much the standard practice for those who rely on colloquial turns of phrase as some sort of life-changing charade. And it is, of course,
So what do you
true here as
buy?
well. Crowd 1 skirts...
I'm just gonna look it up myself. I don't get it. What the fuck do you buy with Crowd 1? You buy quotes? Oh my god. I'm gonna bring up this website. Let me show you, if any of you, you're taking business courses in university, maybe you graduated with a degree and you're too smart to be scammed. Just in case. If you ever see a fucking site that has to say, we are not an investment scheme, you're fucked. If you disregard something like this and still go in, you deserve whatever happens next. You absolutely deserve it. Within the very first paragraph of this website, it immediately gives you the biggest possible red flag. Literally, we aren't a scam. Trust us. But yeah, this looks like an absolute dog shit idea. And I still don't even get what it does. Like, I don't know what you're... Like, what is this shit, though? Like, you're buying nothing. You're buying Migster, who I'm guessing is like a cereal box mascot or something. I don't really get it. Like, I don't know how someone falls for this. Oh, here he is. A mobile gaming tournament platform, Migster. So you're paying for 12 months to a furry fan site? Like, what is it?
Migster is a social gaming platform for you and your friends to play and take part in tournaments through online streaming.
They did not. They did not. This is the old Scooby-Doo Cartoon Network game from their website back in the early 2000s. Holy shit. I am actually... This just sent me on like a nostalgia boner, like fucking That's So Raven episode. I used to play all of those Cartoon Network games. All of them. The Dexter's Lab ones where you're making like a maze for chickens to die in. The Scooby-Doo one, Samurai Jack had a good one. Teen Titans, oh my god. Why is this being advertised in a 2021 product? Stream your favorite games. If you're trapped in a time vortex in 2002... Oh, Migster's calling, you better answer. What's that playful little guy want? Uh-oh. Christ, so when a tournament starts, your whole life is ruined. The Avengers called, we need you, ASAP. Stop what you're doing, you have to play the Scooby-Doo Flash game, right now. So much effort went into this trailer.
My god, for one of the worst ideas I've ever seen. I feel like I'm getting a whole movie's experience worth right now. Wow. Fuck. Alright, sign me up. That trailer was real cool. And let's see how Migster's doing now. So you pay for this payment plan for Migster access. But how is he doing? Do they have reviews of Migster on YouTube? Is there any Migster tubers?
Butter natin, press nyo lang po yung... So,
Do you play any games?
Automatic meron
Here
po
we
ba
go.
yung 1,000 credits. So, para saan po ba yung 1,000 credits na yun? So, para ano po ba yan? At nakikita na ang sobrang
When
dami
does the gaming
yung,
start?
ano po katay ng...
Alright, that didn't really answer any of my questions. Alright. So I didn't learn anything. But I am interested. What else do you pay for? With Mindo, you grow both personally and professionally. Explore courses like rhetorics and how to build your audience and become an entrepreneur. Travel benefits. With Life Trends, you get great discounts at hotels, travel, and cruises. I don't understand. With what? Hey, excuse me, I'd like to stay at this hotel. I have 15 Life Trends coins from Crowd 1. What do you mean, get out? Man, this is crazy. So this is it? This is all of Crowd 1? You just pay for subscriptions to these awful services? What is so me? I'm so confused. Like, I don't even get the differences in the packages, man. Like, this is blowing my fucking mind that anyone puts money into this. So at $300, you get access to all of their garbage. And for $800, you get access to all of their garbage at the exact same lengths with a little extra Life Trend money coins. But then you get something called lifetime membership to Link Me, which doesn't seem to be like a service anywhere on here. Oh, here it is. Never lose a link again. So you get access to a notepad to save your links. And then for $3,000, you get So Me as well. I don't understand. The world is a social one, but it's hard to keep track of all of the different platforms. So what? You get a platform that tells you Twitter, Reddit, Facebook, and then you just click on those. So you get the access to bookmarks. I don't like. What does this mean? This is baffling, man. People are so dumb. Like, god damn.
But Emerge Gaming has, quote, no idea what the motivations of its 150,000 subscriber user base really are. Which is a direct result of their partnership with Crowd1 because its platform is used as an affiliate marketing scam to lure in vulnerable people and is quite literally damaging to their image as a publicly traded company.
True, I definitely thought less of them. 150,000 subscribers to it.
Scam. Emerge Gaming is also accused of not conducting their due diligence when they accepted over $8 million from Crowd1. And the list will go on and on.
Well, that's a good chunk of change. If you're going to fuck your product, you might as well do it for $8 million. I'm going to create a service. Doesn't exist. I'm just going to make a cute mascot, and I'm just going to like stealth launch a service like a website somewhere, and just say, you know, like a subscription model, dumb tiers. And I'm just going to see how many people just give money to something that just doesn't promise anything and just doesn't exist. I'm going to fill the description, like make a real website, filled with just buzzwords on buzzwords, but never actually say that there's going to be anything there, so I don't have to worry about fraud. It's literally just going to be a thing that people can put money into, and I'll just see how many people do it. Like, I cannot believe. Like, this one, Earth 2, okay, FOMO, right? People don't want to miss out, and Earth 2 promises, like, hey, if you buy this fucking tile on a grid, it might be worth something. You know, but this promises nothing. Absolutely nothing. And I'm on their Twitter right now. They say they have 1 million Migster subscribers, and I promise you that's a lie. And then there's one guy commented on this saying this is amazing and believable. He misspelled unbelievable. Crazy. I don't doubt 150,000 subscribers though. I actually don't doubt it.
To go rapid
Just make
fire
me
because
upset.
the explanation would derail into an hour or more at least of links and affiliations.
It's believable because it's not a scam. I can't tell if that's sarcastic or not. Please, I need to hear, for the love of God, tell me you're making a sarcastic comment, Baskin. I'll wait. We need to sit you down and, like, take away your access to spending money. Everyone in chat is on Migster. You're behind. Fuck! I'd have to start streaming on Migster. Fuck! Yeah, what was I thinking?
There are individual statements about the exact moment that Crowd1 devalued their promotional currency and robbed nearly everyone who was affiliated with them of what they had been working for by aggressively
Holy
lobbying their
shit.
friends and family to join this scam, such as Tor Anders Petero, who is known in his home country as the Pyramid King, and how once that information was discovered by BBC Africa, it got cleansed.
Yeah, but this time it's different.
The internet.
This time he went
That man has
legit.
openly stated numerous times
This
that
is
he
real
looks
now.
for and accepts leads on
He's targeting
anyone trying to
gamers.
start
No one
a
betrays
multi-level
us.
marketing scheme. Planet IX hasn't actually launched yet. It hasn't sucked tens of millions of dollars out of the pockets of
Oh, but it
people
will.
sold on a dream that doesn't exist.
It
to enrich a
fucking
few
will.
criminals at the top of the pyramid. Actually, maybe it has. It is, after all, marketing to a user base in the tens of millions under the global network that is Crowd1. But it's still in a phase where some people might be susceptible, and it's beginning to ramp.
Oh no, Selfa. It's a wonderful thing being a member. No, oh, come on now.
An ultimate ending that isn't a total investor wipeout based on the methodology and business
I gotta
practices
hand it to the team though. They've been pyramid
But when
scheming for
reality calls,
years.
it will be harsh.
And they keep
I wouldn't
doing
be
it
surprised
successfully.
At all if they take this particular video down or DMCA something or
One of the
send a
guys is
slap
literally
suit,
called the king
I
of
don't really
pyramid
care
schemes,
because
and he
it
still
needs to be
makes
said.
another one.
I
Just
see
fine.
it everywhere. Humanize it that if this entire thing falls apart, it's going to impact a lot of innocent people, not just the scammers who are stealing most of the money at the top. So it's a really complex problem.
That was good. I actually cannot believe this shit. Like, oh my god. I just don't understand. I don't get the perspective. Like, how does someone go to that website that I just showed you and read anything on there and be like, yep, probably safe? And if you do even a second of research and find out that the entire team behind it is known pyramid scam artists, like, I just don't know. Like, I just can't wrap my head around that thought process. Like we learned a couple weeks ago, most of the people who get scammed are, like, well-off, wealthier people. And I don't know how the fuck that happens. Maybe they don't read it. Then why put any money into it? Because, like, unlike a crypto where you could just, like, fucking go wild and put something into dog shit and get rug pulled or whatever, this is you're putting money into something that claims it's a streaming service or, like, an education platform. So wouldn't you at least want to see that? It's fucking crazy.
I know there's been an overwhelming amount of bad news recently, and I figured when it rains it pours, it's best just to give you even more right now. It's official, Acon City has been scrapped. I'm as shocked as you are, I'm as disappointed as you are, angry, sad, inconsolable even. Acon City was set to be like one of the great wonders of the world. It was going to drag us kicking and screaming into the next age of humanity. It was a multi-billion-dollar project from Acon, Mr. Lonely himself. The city had breathtaking renders for its unique architecture that all looked like fucking barnacles. And it was even going to be powered by its own cryptocurrency, A-Coin. I don't know about you, but I was scratching at my neck, just itching to convert all of my money to A-Coin. But unfortunately, it looks like we're never going to get to experience this utopia. I covered this in a video like a year ago, but in a nutshell, Acon pitched Senegal on this big project, multi-billion dollar, he hyped it up, really just breathed a bunch of fucking baloney into it about... Oh man, it's so absurd that it actually just put some fucking dirt in my throat and made me cough. But he pitched them on this idea, they bought into it, and it went nowhere. And it never really even stood a chance. He wanted to mint a fucking city on the blockchain, basically. And all of his design documents were the most outlandish load of hogwash I've ever seen. We'll go over that in a moment. His renders are actual cinema. It's been many years since Akon was supposed to get all of this in motion. It was a $6 billion real-life Wakanda powered by Acoin, but the property got stuck in limbo, and after all these years, the only thing that's been built is a welcome center. Akon was warned in 2024 that failure to meet deadlines and payment schedules to Sapco would result in the forfeit of the property, and that's exactly what happened. Akon continued to stall, and now the land has returned to the state, so they're going to be prioritizing a tourism project instead. So RIP to Akon City, but let's not forget the memories we made along the way. Take a peek at what this could have looked like. So here's the entertainment district. What are these? These aren't even buildings. This looks like when you go into Roller Coaster Tycoon and fuck up the terrain. It's even bad CG. Yeah. It's melted. Yeah, I guess their chief architect is Salvador Dali. Brought him back with the Akon City in-house necromancer. The Tech District? What does this mean? Tech 003421? What tech what? What is the tech? What are they doing here? Lex Luthor live here or something? Butt Plug City. Yeah. This is the police station here. They inhabit this pack of hot dogs. Here's the fire department, which is conveniently placed in the worst possible position for them to get anywhere, because they're going to have to navigate this minefield, this fucking labyrinth. Good luck having a quick response time from the firefighters. Osmosis Jones type landscape. Bro modeled the city from the mitochondria. Oh, here, Akon Tower. He's even got his own, like, Avengers building. So this is where Akon lives, and only Akon. The whole city's design documents look like Spy Kids 3D when they go into the game. Like, there is no sane architect that ever signed off on these. I have half a mind to think that Akon just went to Fiverr and went to 3D Modeler and said, make me, like, a wacky theme park. And then he just tried to parade it around as, like, his blueprints for Akon City. Now, as mentioned, none of this ever got built. Nothing ever even got close to getting built. The only thing that currently exists where Akon City was supposed to triumphantly stand is a welcome center. And it is a really interesting looking welcome center at that. A YouTuber actually recently went and did a video on this whole thing. It's a great video, and I just want to show you a quick clip from when they go to the welcome center and one incomplete building that started, stopped, and is just stuck in purgatory.
On getting here, I was welcomed by this building with a graffiti written Akon City boldly on the wall. This is nothing futuristic like I saw in the CGI. So we're approaching Akon City, as you can see. That is Akon, and it says Akon City.
The best city. You have to go, guys. You have to do it.
Guys, we're almost close. That's Akon City over there. We drove inside the city, and this was all I saw. This right here is the only building that has been built in Akon City. Although this building looks futuristic, but this project is looking like a disappointment.
That's as far as Akon City ever got. A welcome center with some really interesting graffiti on it, and that one weird, incomplete building. I don't exactly know what that building is supposed to be based on the design documents that Akon has shown us. Maybe that's one of the Tech 002 buildings. It could even potentially be the fire department. I can't tell. You know, it's not as recognizable in that state as it was in the Second Life montage that he made of buildings. But anyway, I just wanted to talk about this and let you all know the bad news that Akon City does seem to be dead. It's actually really fucking sad. Not that Akon City failed, that was always going to fail. This very clearly had all the makings of a scam. Like, that's what it seems like was the goal the whole time here from Akon. That's how it comes across. Because this is actual fucking horseradish. It's sad because he just clearly came in here with no real plan and seems to have just wanted to exploit the people here. And that kind of shit just sucks. So, yeah, anyway, just wanted to give you the update on Akon City. That's about it. So, yep. Have any of you heard of this? Mellow Mint? I'm curious. Overwhelmingly, no. And one guy who's lying saying yes. I saw this yesterday, and it is one of the most fascinating projects I've ever seen. So I want to take you on a little journey through this project here. So it's basically nothing. But it's nothing that they're selling for $107,000 for access to a music playlist. We'll go through all of the mumbo jumbo at the top in a moment, but just take a peek at this. $107,000 for the quintessential playlist, the creme de la creme of music. 71% is dominated by the soul-penetrating melodies of the Balkans. By purchasing this, you're not only securing 2,645 songs carefully curated to move your soul, but you're also casting a vote and joining Mellowment in a global musical revolution by supporting our audacious vision. Immerse yourself in this unforgettable audio journey and join us on the path to reshaping the world for the better. So this isn't even music they make. This is just 2,645 tracks they pulled into Spotify, basically, and they're charging you $107,000 for access to it. Which is fascinating. And apparently their mission is to change the world by giving you access to music they deem to be high quality, which of course means nothing. It's just whatever this guy liked. So if we go back to the top here of what Mellowment is, I need to give you guys a look into pure lunacy. Because it's just a bunch of buzzwords that they had ChatGPT spit out for them. Once upon a time in the kaleidoscopic landscape of the music universe, an innovative entity was born, Mellowment. It wasn't just a brand, but a vision. A new dawn that promised to reduce human suffering worldwide using the power of music. The mastermind behind Mellowment had a grand design, a plan so ambitious and beautiful that it was destined to unite people across the world. The guy speaks like he's in a fucking anime. Like, this is just the most egregious scam ever. Like, this actually seems like one of those Reddit posts from back during the, like, I am euphoric, not in this moment because of some phony god, but I'm enlightened by my own intelligence or whatever. It has that energy, but in 2023. Let's say that an influential icon, a trendsetter with a powerful voice, made an unexpected purchase. They invest into the most exclusive music playlist ever to be curated. An audacious act, sure to pique curiosity among fans. It wouldn't, though. If anyone bought this, you'd just be ridiculed, rightfully, and bullied, rightfully, for doing so. I don't know, that sounds like a good deal. Well, it is the most exclusive music playlist ever to be curated, so maybe I'll hear the 2,645 tracks and I'll get taller, I'll be happier, my beard will be fuller. It's all possible. The way he speaks about this makes it sound like it's a goddamn panacea to all the world's ailments. A story unravels as the world tunes into the influencer's content, mesmerized by the unique symphony of sounds found in the Mellowment playlist. Excitement builds. The rhythm of Mellowment hypnotizes the masses, launching a viral movement of unity, a symphony of shared experience. Like, I can already just hear their pinky out as they're typing this. As the echoes of Mellowment reverberate, our vision broadens. Unexpected but very much needed musical collaborations start to happen on the global plane. We turn the volume up on our philanthropic efforts, launching our charity initiative. Music is our tool, and with it, we will orchestrate change. And it's not even their music. Like, if this was a band doing this, I wouldn't even care as much. I'd be like, you know what? This is a fun way of marketing your music. This is just one fucking goofball goober with stained undies that just took 2,600 songs he liked on Spotify and put them into a playlist. That's it. That's it. It's crazy. Why is this not illegal? Because well, good question, actually. I was going to say because you're getting exactly what you pay for, but he's promising that this music is somehow going to change the world, basically. So, I mean, that is very fraudulent. I don't know. It's criminally delusional. He should be locked up because this man belongs in Arkham Asylum with this shit. Our melody doesn't stop there. The world becomes our dance floor as we host immersive Mellowment branded parties worldwide. These events are symphonies of togetherness and celebration, amplified by the unique rhythm of our music. The world unites under the Mellowment banner celebrating life. The one world government becomes Mellowment. Everything rolls under Mellowment's umbrella thanks to this carefully curated musical playlist. If someone's dumb enough to pay for it and fall for it, that's on them. Oh, true. That is 100% on them. Meanwhile, Melement evolves into a stage for undiscovered talent. We cast the spotlight on the fresh, raw voices of budding artists and producers, giving their creativity a platform. Melement becomes not just a brand, but a cultural phenomenon. It brings a revolution, a shift in the very way we consume, create, and celebrate music. What shift? Other than having a $100,000 entry fee. That's the only change. You have a music playlist. Those have existed for 30 years. This isn't just an ambitious plan, it's a call to action for anyone who loves music, unity, and making a difference. With Melement, every beat is a step closer to a world where music is the true universal language of unity. By investing in this vision, you become a part of the symphony, an architect of this global phenomenon. They're using unity more often than the fucking game engine itself uses it. That word has lost all meaning for me right now. Like, I'm already forgetting that it's a real word. I think there's a 0% chance the guy behind this actually believes this, though. It's just all designated to try and get one big whale on board. The Melement goals for 2023-2024: making the world a better place through music one song at a time. What an incredibly difficult goal. How are you going to accomplish that in the next couple of months for 2023, or even in 2024? And how are you going to measure whether or not the world's a better place and whether or not it's because of your music playlist? Charity fundraiser launch, never happening. This just goes right into his little piggy bank. Celebrating life with Melement branded parties worldwide, again, never happening. No one would go unless you paid them to go, which you're not going to do. Showcasing and helping careers of fresh producers, talent and artists, connecting artists and producers worldwide and inspiring collaborations. Lil Pump 6ix9ine Future Travis Scott making a track on Jewel Marcel Murad type beat. EU beats in the following text. I'm sure they'd love to collaborate for Melement. I bet they'd love to hop on that together. Lil Pump, 6ix9ine, Future, Travis Scott, vibing to Balkan music. They love Balkan music here. That was one of their big selling points for the $100,000 package. And who's to say they're not already vibing to Balkan music? US rappers collabing with EU artists on EU beats. Trap beats are boring. Well, I was just about to buy it too, and now you've insulted my tastes. I'll take my business to the other $100,000 playlists. Scoundrel. If I only knew I had 170 days left to live out my life, this is definitely where I would spend my money. If you're dying, you don't want to die without listening to this playlist, so put your money where your mouth is. The Quintessential Playlist is a handcrafted masterpiece carefully curated over decades and passionately fashioned from thousands of albums and tracks. It is an extravagant marvel in the world of music. This exclusive collection is nothing less than the culmination of a lifetime devoted to exploration and adoration of good music, an enduring testament to the transformative power of rhythm and lyrics. Who dictates whether or not it's good? Just this one weirdo's tastes. Probably not a single #1 hit on that playlist. Oh, absolutely not. You think he would besmirch the handcrafted beauty of this playlist with a Billboard topping song? Disgusting. No. This is for real music, such as the sound of 3 trash cans being banged together. Oh, yes. Just even thinking about that starting to change the world for me. Venturing far beyond the realm of the ordinary, the Quintessential Playlist is a result of countless hours, days, and years spent delving truly deep into the global music vault. Every song is handpicked meeting the toughest criteria, every track polished to perfection, every melody carrying its own unique story. This prodigious compilation is a comprehensive reflection of the world's best musical landscape, the musical brilliance of countless artists, the raw emotion encapsulated in their creations, all harmoniously compiled into 250 hours of exquisite musical experience. Brother, what are you talking about? At the very bottom of this, it says that it's 143 hours. You're lying. This says right here, in plain, ordinary English, 2,645 tracks equate to 143 hours of listening time. Where's the 250 coming from here? Are you lying? Are you telling me a lie? Oh my god. How am I supposed to trust them now with my money? But yeah, I saw this project yesterday and I was just blown away by just how shameless it is. With a quintessential playlist, you don't just listen. You connect to the world and reaching a global audience. It's about bridging the gap between continents, cultures, and individuals, about resonating with the collective heartbeat of humanity. Experience the influence, the reach, the significance, the quintessential playlist. If there's no The Gentlemen on it, then this whole playlist is worthless. And here's the party they're talking about that's never going to be thrown. I actually feel like this is made by the guy who made Firefest, and I already forgot that fucking goofball's name. But it's basically just like the same thing. You're buying a ticket to the once-in-a-lifetime event that mirrors the vibrancy and energy of the music it celebrates. It's just a blatant scam. That image was generated by AI, was it? Oh yeah, it was. The hands are fucked up. This actually is just an AI image. Cute. Well, I mean, he's not saying the party's been thrown yet. It's just, it's coming. And this is them showing you that. Oh! I never even scrolled down this far. There's a $35 taste test. Not ready to commit? No worries at all. The taste test will change your mind. Dip your toes into the boundless ocean of music with our sample offering. A finely curated selection of 17 extraordinary tracks gives you a small yet immersive glimpse into the Mellow Mint universe. Soul-stirring heart of Balkan tunes, electric energy of European rap pop, and an intoxicating whisper of sultry reggaeton. If you pay $35 for a fucking playlist, you deserve to go to jail. Straight up. And if you pay $107,000 for access to a playlist, you deserve to go to hell. Like, I don't know what to tell you. This is tragic. Very cool, though. That's the Mellow Mint difference. We might start seeing a subtle change in the world for the better, and we'll know who to thank for it. But he's delivering on everything he promised. It's most certainly life-changing being $107,000 in debt. Oh, this, I would not have expected this here. The first thing that comes up when you go to the Mellow Mint Twitter is this tweet. The carbon emissions and global warming agenda is a globalistic construct. The climate is a dynamic system and there's so much to it. The Earth naturally cycles between hot and cold periods, which have been documented. It immediately goes into, like, this is all a globalistic agenda. When it's all about, listen to the Balkan music for $107,000, we're changing the world, unity, this and that. Very interesting. Did you know Earth has a sequel, and it's a big stinky scam? A few months ago I learned about a project called Earth 2. Basically, you're paying a lot of money for nothing in return. This thing must have been created by Eugene Krabs himself because this shit is just so greedy and offers nothing for its service, if you can call it that. I'm not going to get too deep into what Earth 2 is. You can watch the video I posted about it where I was learning more about it. Basically, though, you're buying plots of land in an imaginary world. You're buying literal thoughts. Like, you're buying the idea of land. So you could go on Earth 2 and buy your church in the Earth 2 game board. And that's it. And then you can sell it. That's not what I'm here to talk about, like going deeper into why it's a scam. I think anyone with like a functioning brain can recognize that it's not real and it is just there to take money from idiots. It's a project hatched from the asshole of some douchebag who is trying their best to capitalize off the confusion in the crypto space. They've been able to brainwash these people into spending money on something that doesn't even exist, nor could ever exist in the capacity they advertise it as. But these fucking hemorrhoids have convinced very gullible people that they're going to miss out if they don't get in on Earth 2 right now. This fear of missing out has driven people insane, just genuine lunacy when it comes to spending money because everyone wants to be in on the next big crypto boom. I've read a lot of posts from community members at Earth 2 and my god, it feels like watching an ASPCA commercial looking at abused animals. I just feel bad, I get sad, I get a sinking feeling in my stomach seeing people genuinely believe some real awful things. There are people talking about how Elon Musk is going to start tweeting about Earth 2. They're calling Earth 2 the next Dogecoin. The delusion is painful. There's a higher chance Elon Musk tweets out one of my dick pics than anything about Earth 2. But anyway, I'm not here to focus too much on the scam component of that. You can look into it yourself if you're curious. I'm here to talk about something in particular. Since I posted that first video about Earth 2, they've begun using me and my content as advertisements for their product. if you can even call it a product. It is literally fucking Google Earth that they put little tiles on, and you pay for tiles on Google Earth. It hurts. It fucking hurts how stupid and blatantly obvious this scam is, and yet it is still somehow making a lot of money. But again, I'm focusing on them using me to advertise that dog shit. Mainly on TikTok, so I want to show you some of that. Again, don't go harass their TikTok or harass any of the Earth 2 community. I never encourage that shit, but I do encourage you to go check out the Huge Charles channel I just recently made. The support on there has been wild, so thank you so much, and please go check it out if you're interested in seeing some more content and some more interesting shit. I'll put a link to Huge Charles in the description below. So here's just one of their TikToks. You'll see that it's like the goddamn Avengers came together to all of a sudden start promoting Earth 2, apparently. They've got clips from a ton of familiar faces. There's good old Elon Musk right there, Mudahar. I mean, the gang's all here. Logan Paul. And they just take random clips and start putting like Earth 2 promotional things over it, like this right here.
What is this? What the fuck is this thing? This looks incredible. What is this? What the fuck is this thing?
Sometimes it's not even like moments that fit. Like here, for example, they actually just took a clip of me insulting the game and used it to promote it. Almost 1 million views here.
What am I looking at? These Beyblades or just like a flag? Oh, they're all flags. One dumb asshole over here owns a single piece of this highway. Who bought this? Oh, hold on, you can't even see it. Who bought this thing? Yeah, I want that one lane on that highway in the middle of fucking nowhere. Whoever this is should not be allowed to use money again. What am I looking at?
I don't know if these channels are like an official channel from the team at Earth 2. If there even is a team at Earth 2, I'm pretty sure it's just one, maybe two guys. I don't think there's like a real staff there. Or if these are just managed by fans that stole their mom's credit card to buy V-Bucks and tiles in Earth 2, and now in order to prevent buyer's remorse, they're trying to get other people to buy on board by making TikToks like this. I really couldn't tell you if they're official or just stupid people that bought into it. But either way, it's still awful to see. It just sucks knowing this group is using my face to promote their scam to try and get people to go on board. And not just me, obviously you saw a lot of other people there too. It's just fucking horrible because there's definitely going to be someone out there that knows nothing about this project and they'll see like their favorite TikTok creator or they'll see Mudahar, Logan Paul and be like, oh, well, if they're backing this, I might need to look into it and then fall for this. It sucks. It's horrible. This isn't the only company to take my content to advertise their product without me knowing about it, but at least the other ones do it in a respectful way. For example, this company sells dick enlargement pills and they advertise on porn sites. And this looks cool, you know, I'm not mad about this. I don't think the product works. I don't think it's going to give you the Thor's hammer dick cock wiener. But, you know, at least I'm not, like, offended by it. I don't know what it says, you know, maybe it says like, this ugly son of a bitch is fucking your wife right now, find out how by clicking here. And that hurt a little bit, being called, you know, an ugly bastard or whatever. But, you know, this is a lot better than being used to advertise Earth 2. I would much rather me and my Moby Huge be used to advertise fucking placebo cock boosters than Earth 2. So yeah, I just wanted to make this to let you all know, I'm not actually promoting Earth 2, despite what that clever marketing would have you believe, even though it's really transparent that a 90-year-old dude is behind that, like some geriatric octogenarian is making those TikTok posts, because I don't think anyone would actually see that and be like, oh, it looks like this guy's really into it, considering in one of them they used an actual insult that I was putting against the product. So I just wanted to clear the air. I'm not endorsing Earth 2 by any means, nor the Hammer of Thor penis pills, surprisingly. So yeah, that's about it. So yeah. The words scam and YouTuber go together like peanut butter and jelly. Usually when you see these two words in the same sentence together, it indicates that a YouTuber is the one doing the scamming. But today, I've got a goofy little sad story for you that subverts your expectations more than Game of Thrones Season 8. This turns that narrative on its head, because in today's story, a YouTuber was the victim of a scam and lost about $1 million in pursuit of a dream. This is the story of how a friend of mine named Oompaville was schmeckeldorfed out of 1 million clams by a greasy worm named Jake. Oompaville just posted a beautifully made documentary going over the entire situation, so I highly recommend checking that out for the full story. Basically, Oompaville embarked on a journey to fulfill a dream of starting his own candy company called Sour Boys, and along the way got into bed with a bad demon named Jake, who hosed $1 million out of him in a big, disgusting scam. And this is something that I actually have a close personal connection to because I was actually very much updated on his company, Sour Boys, over the last year and a half. Last January of 2022, Oompaville talked to me about his candy company, and I was super excited by it. Oompaville was glowing, blushing in the cheeks every time he'd talk about it. It was like he was going to prom every single day when I'd ask about the candy company. And it made me super happy to see that from him. Just a really cool project and venture taken by someone that was very passionate about the product. And I mentioned this in the stream clips I want to show a little bit later, but I'll mention it here too. I'd actually tried the candy, well, me and my friends had all tried the candy by complete accident. It was sent to our P.O. box like 2 years ago or something like that. And we were eating it during a Moist Esports watch party and just fucking loving it. And we had no idea it was his. It wasn't until much later that we learned that Sour Boys that we were eating was Oompaville's. So it was a product that I had already liked without ever even knowing it was his. So it was top quality. And I eventually was told by Oompa that he was unfortunately used like a fucking fleshlight by a scammer and lost tons and tons of money, and that he'd be making a video on it. And now that video is finally out, so I'd like to talk about it here today because it is tragic. Now, I want to make it clear that this doesn't mean that Sour Boys is dead and buried. According to Oompaville, they are still pursuing a full launch, and it is apparently in a very good place, so that should be on the horizon at some point. But this is a massive $1 million hiccup. That's a hiccup that could put you in an early grave, honestly. Losing that amount of money to a scammer is nothing shy of an absolute asteroid hitting your world. But Oompa and his family have persevered and are still planning on launching Sour Boys in a big way. Sour Boys is started by Oompaville, but he has hired like most of his family to do it with him, as well as other people on payroll. So it is a huge undertaking, and God willing, he's not been scammed by his family next. It should come out at some point. But anyway, let me explain what the scam was and how he lost so much money over the course of starting this business. In a nutshell, Oompa launching a candy company. It's actually candy that I had before by accident, like I didn't know it was his. You might remember during our early Moist Esports watch parties, we were all eating a bunch of like sour candy. That was his candy. We didn't know it. Like it actually slapped. And those were like, I guess, prototypes that he did like a promotional for that we got. And fast forward over the last year and a half or so, I don't remember how long it's been now, but he's been trying to launch that candy company in a bigger way, so he's upped the production, got a warehouse, and he got a big machine in order to really be able to pump out volume and scale. Turns out the person who supposedly built the machine and shipped him the machine was a giant fucking scammer who also happened to be a friend of his. Not like a best friend, but a close enough friend where it would be the ultimate betrayal to even consider a scam. So basically, the machine that he bought under the assumption that it was built by his friend, serviced by his friend's friend, was all a complete lie. What it was he bought the machine from China and upcharged Oompa like fucking 3 or 4x what it was actually valued at. So in total, he's out $1 million. Would have been more too. He was supposed to send an additional like 70 grand to the scammer, but he had like a come to Jesus moment about it being fishy. And yeah, he is still planning on launching the candy company. He says it's in a good spot, but he did lose $1 million over the course of this journey because of that scammer that was his friend. When you watch the video, I think it becomes pretty clear how anyone would have fallen for this. Like, there was so much communication. The person was, for the most part, reputable. It was a friend, trustworthy, so you always give them the benefit of the doubt in the first place. Oompa bent over backwards to pay wages and accommodate in order to get everything, situated, getting everything serviced, having a maintenance team, doing pretty much everything by the book. But it just turns out it was all a complete fucking lie. Even if it wasn't a scam, he'd be at $1 million. Yeah, but he'd have a company to show for it. Right now, he still has to keep building in order to get that ready. He says he is close and it's in a good spot, but that $1 million, assuming it didn't go to a scammer, would have helped launch the company, and they would have already been in production. Well, and also, another thing that I think is worth mentioning, the machine that he did get that came from China that he was told was built by his friend and all them. The machine was quoted on the receipt as $143,000. Meanwhile, Oompa paid like 700 grand. So he also wouldn't have been out $1 million, and he would have also been in production by now. Even if it was your friend, wouldn't you look up how much the machine may be going for? Well, he wasn't buying a pre-built machine. The whole reason that he was going to his friend for this was to produce that machine, to make that machine. It wasn't supposed to be like a pre-built machine. So where would you even go to get information on that or see other competitive quotes when this is supposed to be like basically a bespoke deal here? It wasn't 1 mil for the machine. He lost 1 mil over time by getting the machine and paying the guy and everything. Yep. He said 700,000 to the actual scammer, and then over the course of like wages and other expenses came out to around $1 million into the shitter. Should have consulted me, easy. True, he should have went to you. He should have been in Twitch chat just looking for the experts. You would have sniffed it out. Just go to Ask Reddit for advice. Where all sane people go, yeah. Why not ask a specialist about this before paying? The guy was a fucking specialist. Well, was supposed to be a specialist. And I guess in a way he was with scamming. Like, I don't know who else he was supposed to find. Like, Willy Wonka? Like, it's a hard thing to find people for that. Can he do something to press charges, or is it out of his control? Oh, they could absolutely press charges. 100%. Now, I don't know how hard they're going to go on that, but yeah, you can't just scam someone out of $700,000 for labor you didn't do and a completely false pretense on the whole situation, yeah. They could absolutely sue, and should sue. Can't sue if you can't be served. That's true. You gotta be real elusive. Just hide in the shadows and wear a disguise like glasses and a mustache. That's kind of the general overview of what happened. Again, just to give you the bullet points. Oompaville wanting to start the candy company, eventually realizing that if he wants to scale and keep things interesting, they're going to need to produce the candy themselves. Thus, they're going to need an actual machine. Thus, they're going to need an industrial engineer who knows what they're doing and can make the machine for them. He finds Jake. He hires Jake. He pays Jake up to $700,000 under the assumption that he is making this machine himself, specifically for the purpose of the Sour Boys candy production. With tons and tons of delays and a lot of very odd circumstances and things that happen throughout this multiple year venture, he learns that the machine that he eventually does get from Jake's shop is not a machine that Jake or anyone that works for Jake built. It was a machine that Jake purchased from China for $140,000 and was sold to Oompaville for significantly more than $140,000. And since Jake and no one on his team built it, no one knew how to really service this machine. So when eventually Oompaville did have someone that knew Jake come out to help, that person, his name is Will, did not know how to actually work on the machine. Thus, they were at a complete standstill. It was gridlocked. There wasn't a whole lot to be done. They realized then, when Will got there, that they never built that machine. That machine was purchased from China, and everything Jake had been saying, everything Jake had claimed that he was doing was all a blatant lie at the expense of Oompaville's financial security. $1 million over the course of a few years, and he does still have a machine, but has to retrofit that machine now, completely change it around in order to actually work for the candy that he is producing. That's kind of the whole situation in a nutshell. There's a lot more moving parts in between there. He went in with both feet. He fucking cannonballed into the big business pool here. In the video, he talks about how he had a brief time of homelessness because he put like so much into this. He was like living out of the warehouse. It's a very like actually concerning story, but Oompa tells it with a smile on his face. But hearing that, I'm like, Jesus Christ, that was like reckless and scary. But, you know, things are working out, kind of, though it would have been a lot smoother had he never met Jake and instead found a different engineer. But, you know, that's water under the bridge now. Hopefully Jake will face real punishment for this scam. This is not something that's like, you know, like, oh, that's what a goofball, Jake, you got us. Darn. This is absolutely a needs to be in jail, long prison sentence type of situation for this guy. That's an unforgivable thing to do. So yeah, that's kind of the bare bones of the story. I highly encourage you watch the entire documentary if you want to see like the nitty gritty of everything that went on throughout this entire journey. It's wild and sad. Him, Oompaville, and his family have like a really good attitude about everything somehow, which is, hats off to them. I don't know how they maintain like positivity in the face of $1 million fucking scam like that, but good on them. I'm wishing them nothing but the best. I hope Sour Boys does very well. And yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a little bit because this is a very rare instance of a YouTuber being the victim of a scam. So yeah, that's really about it. So yep. I've been using the word delusional a lot recently to describe some people and companies, and it's not because I think the words become watered down and I'm using it loosely. It's because I legitimately think more and more people are being infected with some brain rot that is making them more and more delusional and slipping deeper into lunacy. And I'd like to talk about one of the most maliciously stupid people on the planet. His name's Billy McFarland, and if that name and this picture look familiar to you, it's because this is the goober behind Fyre Festival, one of the most infamous scams of all time. I probably don't need to explain what that was. I'm sure all of you have seen the massive documentary about it, but I'll just go ahead and pull Billy's pants down and hit you with the truth. Fyre Festival was this over-promised event where it was called like a Coachella in the Bahamas. There was supposed to be a ton of celebrity performers, music, decadent food, just a glamorous, luxurious, expensive event that when it finally rolled around turned out to be worse than a Boy Scout camping adventure. People showed up after paying $1,500 up to $12,000 to be there, only to find the accommodations were FEMA tents and packaged sandwiches, and also no musical performers that they were promised. It was a complete joke. It was a scam. He defrauded many people, and Billy McFarland actually served 4 years in prison. He was originally sentenced to 6 years in 2018, but he served 4 and he's currently out of prison right now. And he is $26 million in debt because he has to repay all the victims, and he's hatched a genius idea on how to make that money back. He's hosting another Fyre Festival. I shit you not. I'm not making this up. I'm actually starting to believe in those tinfoil condom conspiracies about the government putting shungite and fluoride and 5G Wi-Fi signals in our toothpaste that are scrambling our noodles. Because that is the only thing that can explain this man's brain. His brain is this stinky soup of scams and bad ideas. Billy McFarland, being fresh out of prison, has openly stated that he is going to be throwing another festival. This time it's called Pirate. I'm not even making that up. He is calling it Pirate, a name that is synonymous with stealing. I mean, who remembers you wouldn't download a car? Anti-piracy shit. The whole idea behind pirates is stealing. Stealing the booty. And in this case, stealing your money for, once again, a remote island extravaganza. Billy McFarland has learned nothing. He went to jail for this same fucking thing, and he's doing it again. That is poetic. I couldn't imagine a character being written this stupid. No one would believe it. He is actually a real-life version of Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy, but instead of just saying buttered toast, the only thing that runs through this guy's absolutely damaged cranium is party. And he's not even good at partying. He doesn't even successfully have a party, ever. He's so fucking horrible at partying that he goes to jail when he tries. It blows my mind. I've watched 2 interviews of his since being fresh out of prison, and he is observably stupid. Listening to Billy McFarland defend himself and speak publicly is like listening to someone fart through a walkie-talkie for 30 minutes. It's just garbled nonsense that leaves his mouth. I probably can't show any of the interview clips, but here's one of the quotes from one of them. I was talking to somebody yesterday and they're like, you can crawl in a hole and die, or you can go and try to do something and just like not promise any results, McFarland said. You absolute goofball. He seems to believe that the reason he got spanked by the legal process is because he promised things that he wasn't able to deliver on. That's only a small component of it. It is so much more than that. You maliciously defrauded people, took $26 million, and delivered nothing. So by throwing this festival again and not promising anything, if you still just have people show up to a vacant, empty place to stand in sand for days, you're still scamming them, even if you didn't promise that fucking Cardi B's gonna perform or whatever. Yeah, like, I don't know why that's such a hard concept for him to understand. He's selling a festival, but what he delivered is basically a fucking pile of sand for people to stand in for a wildly high price. This would be like if I made a game and I charged $60 for it, like a AAA title, and then you bought the game, but the only thing there was just a completely empty open terrain Unity asset flip. There's nothing in it. You're in a giant empty bubble. Like, yeah, you know, technically this is a game. You bought it, now you're in that game. But you still got fucking scammed by me because there's really nothing there when you went under the assumption that there would be. Just let me rub your nose in this one more time. McFarlane insists it's not a festival. It features a slew of influencers and creators. The purported tropical experience will include virtual reality technology that the company says will allow users to participate and control what happens on the island in real time from home. Absolutely no shot. Who does this guy think he is? Tony Stark? Like, what do you mean? You already made this technology? You have an entire development studio behind you that made a virtual reality experience to control what happens on the island in real time? You slimy salamander, you couldn't deliver more than a handful of deli meat sandwiches to an island. How the fuck is anyone supposed to believe that you're going to deliver a virtual reality experience on an island and this time around it won't be a disaster? When you're promised, well, sorry, I won't use the P word, that's blasphemy around these parts when it comes to Billy McFarlane now. How are you insinuating that this might actually happen without being a complete catastrophe? I also can't believe he's making the bold-faced lie about influencers and creators signing on for this. There is no way. If any influencer or creator actually ties their name to this, it's career suicide. This is a bigger scam than CryptoZoo with Logan Paul. No one would recover from the pushback from their audience. They would be laughed off the internet if they actually tried promoting Pirate Festival here. There's just no way he has any connections to anyone, and there's no way anyone would actually sign on to this. If I'm wrong about that, and there actually is creators that sign on to this, you should know never to trust those people again going forward. That would be a massive red flag. That's a goddamn villain at that point. You probably don't even need to read the rest of this here, but I'll still put it on screen anyway. Former employees and people that were tight with Fire Festival are warning about Billy, saying Billy's still Billy, he's using different words but selling the same thing. Similarities are there around the vague, mysterious promotion. Pirate appears to be an exercise in smoke and mirrors, buzzword and empty promises of lavish trips to the Bahamas. It's just everyone coming out to letting people know what should be obvious. Don't put money into Billy McFarland or anything he dribbles out of his asshole. You're just asking to lose it. If you're considering getting tickets to Pirate Festival or investing, then I would strongly recommend seeking psychiatric evaluation for what's gone so awry in your life to lead you to making such recklessly awful financial decisions. That wad of cash that you're considering giving to Billy McFarland and his production, I would highly encourage you to take it and just put it in your trash can, and then light the trash can on fire. That's a better use of it than giving it to Billy McFarland. Oh yeah, I even forgot to mention, there's a treasure hunt that he's putting on as well with Pirate. So when you go to their website, it's all about this treasure hunt. So it's join the crew, a pirate is someone who turns the impossible into adventure. That's a pretty wild play on piracy, unless we're just talking about One Piece. Usually, pirate refers to, once again, stealing. And I guess treasure hunting. But usually at the expense of someone. Right now, the treasure Billy McFarland is hunting for is a way out of $26 million in debt. And do you want to be his lifeline, his little life raft to get the fuck out of there? I certainly hope not. He doesn't deserve it. This idea is bad, so bad, that it should be considered criminal activity that he's even considering it and looking to actually put it on. Billy McFarland is one of the biggest fraudsters in history, and he is looking to do it again. I guess he wasn't happy with being just one of the biggest fraudsters. He wants to be the biggest fraudster. So he's hoping lightning strikes twice with yet another bogus festival full of dog shit, empty promises, and under-delivering. to put it lightly. It didn't deliver at all. It wasn't under-delivering. It just never even came close to anything that he talked about. But this time around, he's not making huge promises, and he's not on a strict deadline, so he's saying it's going to be totally different, which it won't be. There's absolutely no chance. So yeah, I just thought this was a pretty wacky story I wanted to share. That's about it. So yeah. Welcome to another exciting episode of Charlie Looks at Shitty YouTube Content. Let's go ahead and dive right back into our favorite dirty toilet bowl, Fortnite. Ever since I made the Fortnite video a couple weeks back about shitty Fortnite content, I've been inundated with emails, just fucking ass blasted with emails, asking me, do you know about Allier? What's up with Allier? What the fuck is this guy's deal? This is awful, look at this shit. So I looked into this Allier character. And in a nutshell, Allier is what it looks like when you sell your soul to make money. He's YouTube's premier clickbaiter for children. He'll play whatever game's just really popping off, just whatever game's banging and slapping and making their parents' wallets cry that has the largest audience of children. Right now that's Fortnite, so he'll hop on Fortnite and clickbait the shit out of all of his videos. Misleading title, Photoshop misleading thumbnail that checks every box in the checklist for internet douchebaggery where it's a red arrow pointing at some shit with a wacky facial expression. And then that's about all of the content is, because it's not entertaining. There's no entertainment to be derived from one of his videos if you're above the age of 8 or 9. It's incredibly uninteresting. If he's playing a game, it boils down to him just saying exactly what's happening on the screen with no jokes at all. Oh, I'm building a wall right now. Oh, my wall is getting shot at by that man's counter gun. The bullets are coming at me, and I don't have a chance to shoot those bullets at him. I'm going to build another wall here. I'm now building another wall. This wall's going up real good. If he's watching a trailer and shitting his pants about it, it's always just saying what's happening in the trailer. Whoa, that's a gun in his hand. Guns usually shoot bullets. If I had a gun that shot bullets and I'm playing a video game, I'm going to be aiming those bullets at another player. I wonder if this game will let me shoot bullets at another player. Ah, remember to smash that like button, Allier Army. And that's pretty much his content in a nutshell. And that's fine, because there's thousands of popular limp dicks on YouTube doing that same shit right now. I think it's kind of bad because you're deceiving people into watching your overly long shit video, but it's common practice on YouTube. You can't really be mad about that. And he knows his audience is children. Like, here's a clip of him being self-aware.
Heavy shotgun. Whoa! I am so weak. I am so weak. Keep on shooting the walls, the wrong one. I ain't behind it. 5 kills, so if we can get this, we'll be at 6.
I'm at 5 kills. If I get this, I'll be at 6. You can't dispute that arithmetic right there. He even takes a moment to teach his audience what number comes after 5, so you can clearly see he has a firm grasp on what age group his audience is in, where they're still learning this mathematics. Ultimately, though, all of this is harmless. It's just clickbait shit, and that's very common here. The only victim from these videos are the time wasted from the audience, and a lot of the times in the comment section you'll see kids that are distraught about it. They're upset. Oh, that's the video title's totally wrong. That didn't even happen. Why did you lie to us, Allier? Mom and Dad said if you lie, you go to hell. You should take down this video before the Lord condemns you to hell. It's shit like that, but like I said, ultimately harmless. The issue I draw with this guy is he runs these fake giveaway scams where he'll, you know, make people believe that they're going to win something cool from him if they smash the like button, fucking annihilate the like button, subscribe, ring the bell, and write his name on their toy box out of blood. Then he'll choose someone randomly from the comments section to give away this cool shit to, and then you'll see 200,000 comments like on this video here. It's fucking absurd to me that you would think you'd actually win something from him. Now, I've done a lot of research, and I haven't found a single winner for any of his giveaways he has ever done on any of his channels. I haven't seen a single winner, and I've been sent a lot of proof in emails that they didn't win anything. I'm gonna put proof in these air quotes because it's just unreliable proof. It's, oh, I was at a bar and I heard Allier talking to some girl saying, oh, he scams kids all the time and doesn't give shit away, but he was offering V-Bucks to her. And then other emails like, oh, I saw Allier sitting on a bench next to 2 trees that looked suspicious, and here's an email address that I think belongs to him, maybe on AOL. Useless proof, really, but enough to get me wondering if anyone actually does win the giveaways. And I've seen a lot of people saying that no one wins, that it is just a giant scam. And I can kind of vouch for that because I haven't seen a single winner. He's never announced a winner that I've seen. I haven't seen anyone say they won anything from him, when you would think huge fans of Ali that won something from him would be bragging about it or going nuts on social media, but there's not a fucking thing about it. So I do believe that the giveaways are big fucking scams, but if I'm wrong, please speak up, Ali A enthusiasts who have actually won something from his shit-ass giveaways. I would love to see that he's not actually just blatantly scamming children. And this would be kind of a big issue if he was, because a lot of the giveaways he does are sponsored by the people, by the companies, to give that shit away. So if you're just hoarding it and then selling it on the side, I don't think they'd be too pleased about that. One thing I also don't think anyone will be pleased with is his actual content. So here's his channel. I don't need to say a whole lot about it. Just read some of this shit. All of these thumbnails are photoshopped, and he didn't even take the time out of his day to make different thumbnails each time with a different expression. He just keeps reusing the same expressions. You'll see he just repeats them over and over again ad nauseum, and it's just disgusting to even look at. This is exactly what's wrong with YouTube, in my opinion. It's so easy to game the algorithm so that way these videos are always showing up when you're looking for Fortnite 100%, and kids are always going to have their curiosities piqued by these attention-grabbing titles and thumbnails that aren't real. It's blatantly lying about the content of the video. The videos themselves are him just holding his soft cock in his hand for 25 minutes, saying nothing interesting or fun at all. And it's not just the lack of entertainment, the video titles often don't even happen in the video. For instance, when he does like a superhero challenge, like the Superman challenge, and he has a picture of a Superman Fortnite skin, kids are going to think, holy shit, that's a Superman Fortnite skin, let's click on that video. But it's not, it's just him pretending to be Superman, kind of. And then if he has a video about, oh, look, we're going to surf on the meteor, how to control the meteor to win, or how to never lose a game using this one simple tactic, the video doesn't do that. It doesn't teach you those things, and that doesn't happen in the video. It's a blatant lie. Now, when you do make the mistake of clicking on one of his videos, and if the Lord is really not happy with you today and your ad blocker crashes, you get at least five mid-roll advertisements here, and he places them so strategically to nickel and dime the absolute most he can out of the system. He puts 3 in the beginning because that's when viewer retention is the highest. Throughout the middle, there's none, and then towards the end, he puts 2 more. It's smart if you're a greedy asshole who's sold his soul to make money, but you're a big piece of shit for doing this. I really just don't have a whole lot more to say about this guy. His content makes me want to puke out of my asshole. It's just awful to watch. But what makes it even worse is that it does seem like he's scamming the kids that watch, and he's just getting all of these extra likes and comments and shit by pretending to give away things. So he's cheating, in essence. YouTube really needs a rule where if you're going to do a giveaway, you need to have a follow-up where you show who won. And that needs to be a rule, because this isn't the only guy doing fake giveaways. There's a lot that do this shit. But his is pretty fucking bad, and his content is even worse. That's really about it. Fortnite is absolutely bringing out the worst in internet douchebags, and this is just further proof. But yeah, see ya. CoffeeZilla's new video on Tate's scam. What? I didn't see CoffeeZilla posted a new video. Oh, 4 hours ago. Oh, this is bold. Shaking the hornet's nest of the Tate enthusiasts, of the top G's. He's got a death wish. Yeah, we can check it out.
Today I'm getting a PhD from Hustler University, also known as Hustlerversity by those of us with the grind set. It was created by this guy.
I'm top G. You think you're smart? I bought this coin and it's going up. You could have bought any coin and it went up in the last year. The Matrix was broken. Hustle University is the greatest.
Oh, I've actually heard that a lot. The Matrix is what does that mean? I've seen like a lot of YouTubers say that recently. What does that mean? Like, that's ravings of lunacy that I would have heard back in the day. But now a lot of people are saying it unironically. I don't know what it means. The video goes into the Matrix being broken? Oh, okay. I might be getting ahead of myself then.
That exists on the face of the planet for people who are trying to escape the Matrix. Become Hustlers University. Welcome to the metaverse. Inject it into your brain. You can skip university, you can buy my program, and I guarantee you will know everything you need to know. Have you ever seen a college professor with an S53 and a McLaren and a Lambo and an Aston Martin standing next to a Porsche? No, you've never seen any of this. I know how to make cash.
Now, if you're wondering why I'm enrolling in a college that looks like it was started by the son of Mr. Worldwide, it's actually quite simple. Hustleversity was started by Andrew Tate.
It still blows my mind that this became a real thing. I remember, and I think we did it on stream, when we were going through the alpha male rabbit hole, I remember we watched Hustler University's promotional piece, and all of us were making fun of it. And now people unironically enrolled and bought into it, drank the Kool-Aid. It's crazy that it actually popped off. That is the power of marketing on TikTok. If you just put enough money into TikTokers, people will always buy it. It blows my mind. Their promotional piece for Hustlers University is still like one of the goofiest ads I think we saw for all the alpha male shit. So if you have like a startup business or something, invest in TikTokers. And put that money, like that marketing budget, into TikTok. 100%.
And I guess the real question is, how did this happen and why? Well, Andrew attributes his meteoric success to a change in business strategy.
I put together a particular strategy about 6 months ago because I decided to step up my overall exposure because of a new product I launched. I run an online school that teaches people how to make money online.
Mm-hmm.
I changed my approach towards social media, and I ended up absolutely everywhere.
Now, if you're wondering what business strategy that is, or the program he runs is called Hustleversity, where he teaches you how to make fast money if you'll only pay $50 a month. And one of these fast money methods turns out to be selling Hustleversity to new people by posting clips of him, Andrew Tate. And
it's so smart. The cope on Twitter I see all the time about how it's not an MLM blows my mind. This is literally it works. It's pyramid. It is actually it works. But you can't say that when talking about Andrew Tate for some reason. They really take great offense to it. There's no shame in it. You know how many people, buy into it works? And the essential oils and what are they called, the fat tapes or something, where you're supposed to like wrap tape around your body or something. I forgot what the other big pyramid was. Herbalife, another one. I don't know why they won't just be like, yeah, I bought into an MLM. Like, just own it. Like, I mean, just fucking own it. You're basically promoting him now, I guess. And that's the problem with Andrew Tate. No matter what you say or what you do, people are going to believe it and get into it every single time. But this is just too interesting not to. I haven't actually seen someone dive deep into Hustlers University past just making fun of it. CoffeeZilla dissects things that he talks about really well. So I'm super curious to see everything that he learned. So yeah, on this one, I'm just going to accept that there's going to be a few people in chat that for some reason buy into Hustlers University. It is what it is, man. I really want to see the analysis from CoffeeZilla on this.
Andrew Tate is the one true savior that will save you from poverty. He's basically Morpheus from the Matrix, and that's not even me calling him that. He calls himself that.
I get called Morpheus a lot.
We are living inside of the Matrix, and I am Morpheus.
He says he wants to wake you from your mental prisons, all by selling you a program that sounds like what high school dropouts used to put as their education status on Facebook. Attended the School of Hard Knocks and graduated Hustleversity with a PhD. Wait, you're a doctor? No, that's the pimping hose degree, which is something, by the way, I didn't make up. It's a course that Andrew Tate himself sells. But I don't think you want to take advice from someone who's in the middle of a human investigation. And that's not even to mention accusations of beating women. Or him allegedly
those accusations could happen to anyone.
Was, quote, Andrew does have one undeniable skill that seems to be responsible for most or all of his success so far. He's just really entertaining.
I hate everyone equally.
I've said that since the get-go. He is the most entertaining clown you can find in the alpha male space. And that's why it's probably worked so well. Between TikTok promotion, the MLM stuff, and just him being so enjoyable to laugh at, it's popped them off. Wild. Do you think the guys paying for this think it's a joke? I think there's a good balance of people who pay for it, like ironically, like, haha, I'm part of Hustlers University, and people who actually believe it. And I think the believers probably outweigh the former, which is sad, but it is what it is. It's the same for every other alpha male we ever looked at. You remember the guy who's a self-admitted cuck? Oh, fuck. It's only been a couple months. It's the big guy. He sells the course on, like, so your wife doesn't want to fuck you? That's okay. No, I'm talking about alpha males, bro. Is it Jack Murphy? It might be Jack Murphy. Oh, yeah, Jack Murphy, right? This he's literally a cuck. But he's also an alpha male. So he's teaching you how to be an alpha male while also being a cuck. It's this guy, right? A lot of these guys kind of all look the same, like bald and a beard. Is it this guy?
Don't come at me and call me sexist or racist or any of these things. I hate everyone. I don't care if you're black, white, straight, gay, man, and woman. I hate you anyway. Do know how to administer CPR. However, I will not administer CPR unless you're a hot female. If you're some fat dude and you just had a heart attack and I don't really know you.
Is that lady billing you and you back and rearrange your bones? Why is it being massaging for a full hour straight, bro?
I have a lot of muscle. It's painful to carry around. It's a 2-hour massage.
People are starting to realize that the only real currency is attention.
Clout.
Like, the worst thing that's going to happen to you is not that you go to jail. The worst thing that's going to happen to you is you become irrelevant.
Yep.
And this is what separates Andrew Tate from a lot of the fake gurus I've covered in the past. Jones and Tate operate sort of on this playbook where entertainment is king. They say a bunch of outlandish statements that builds attention, and then once they're the crazy guy, all they have to do is say a few basic things that everyone agrees with, and then their audience suddenly thinks they're a genius. I mean, everyone...
That works for everything, by the way, not just people. This is the same thing with QAnon. Like, QAnon has the wildest shit, like believing JFK Jr. got revived and is still any day now gonna cruise around some random corner in fucking Washington and announce his presidency. The reason they have so many people is, well, I guess the big reason is everyone wants to believe something that makes them feel special. But another thing is they also then put in some things that are true. Like, there's a lot of pedophiles in Hollywood. It's like, oh, well, it turns out there are a lot of pedophiles in Hollywood. I guess QAnon's right about everything else. It just becomes like a gateway. So you sprinkle in like little truths for the lunacy, and then you get people to buy into it. So it's not. It works for more than just like individuals. Everyone knows who Q is, right? Fuck man, I've heard so many different reports on who Q is. I couldn't tell you. Is it one of like the Clintons or something? I don't remember. There's so many theories on who Q is. It could be fucking anyone.
I think that that's what makes society function. I think that's what makes the world function. I think that men and women falling in love and having children and having families are very, very beautiful things.
Well, who doesn't agree with that? And he'll talk to like men's issues. He'll talk about how lonely men are.
Yeah, sad
Most men are absolutely and utterly invisible.
But I was just about to fucking say that. I paused too late. Yeah, the whole most men not being invisible, you're not invisible, men feel invisible, this and that. That's everywhere. That's a really big platform for alpha males right now. I see that shit all the time. I think, what channel was it? Is it Sneeko? Sneeko's been big on like, all men feel invisible now. Like that shit is all over the place. So like all of them kind of regurgitate the same points because it's really effective.
This is the truth about masculinity, right? It's very easy for women to sit here and complain about the top 2% of men because I dealt with this guy, he's arrogant, blah, 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 blah. Most men don't even f***ing exist. They send 10,000 DMs and never even get read, let alone replied to.
And so this makes it so that the many people who are trying to say, Andrew's just crazy, they don't see the full con that he's running because the crazy is only half of the game. Because eventually people hear the other half, the basic stuff that's obvious, and go, well, he's
that's
not
just tough
totally
love.
Crazy.
Yeah.
And people just eventually kind of go down the Tate rabbit hole where they think, maybe I can leave the Matrix and get girls, jets, and Bugattis. Maybe I just need to become financially free. How do I do it? Who's looking out?
Hustler University.
That's where Hustleversity enters the picture. So we can see why Hustleversity is on the one hand so popular, despite being so bad. Because otherwise, this whole video is anticlimactic and confusing. Because when I first joined Hustleversity, I thought it's got to be different, right? To have this many people paying every month.
Yeah, it's marketing. He did a good job of it.
Things that you just can't learn for free, right? Wrong. Once again, I'm disappointed. He assigns a so-called professor to each skill, and all of this takes place inside of Discord servers. And
Wait,
so
what?
in these chat rooms where your instructors have a fraction of the charisma.
You're paying $50 a month for a fucking Discord. No. I had no idea. I thought it was going to be like actual courses, like a masterclass or something. Even Ninja put more effort into his fucking tutorials. You're paying $50 a month for a Discord. Holy shit, that's worse than being a Discord mod. That's literally being you are paying to be an actual like shit stain on a piece of toilet paper. Oh my god. That's a lot worse than I thought. $50 a month for a Discord channel. That is pay piggy stuff. That is like actual pay piggy stuff. At the very least, you should at least hold Tate to a higher standard. Like, hey man, instead of just a Discord server, why can't we have like, a more professional curriculum like everywhere else?
Tate.
Well, there's a difference between being desperate and being Well, oh no, there's absolutely not. He's manipulating desperate guys. There's different tiers of desperation. There's self-aware desperate people and people who get brainwashed because they're desperate, I would say. Like, you have to be on a different, like, wavelength to fall for a $50 Discord. Well, $50 a month Discord. Like, not every desperate guy is going to be, scratching at the neck to be part of the Hustler University Discord.
I mean, think about it. You've been told you're going to escape the Matrix. You're going to take the red pill.
And then you go to
What you
Discord.
end up doing in this course is sort of learning how to run an Amazon side hustle for Jeff Bezos. Like, no offense, you're not breaking the Matrix. You work for the richest guy in the world. Like, imagine Morpheus gives Neo the red pill and says, hey, have you ever day traded before? It doesn't stop there either. Like they have this cash quadrant of time and cash where you're either time poor or cash poor, time rich, cash poor, cash rich, time poor. You get the idea. And what they define cash rich as is very telling. They define it as having $5,000, which by that definition, guys,
what?
I'm proud to say I'm cash rich. Now, guys.
Wait, like in total? That is so different from the pitch. I imagine most dudes who buy into this have to have $5,000 total. It's $50 a month. That is such an expensive item. This makes no sense.
The lifestyle we've been sold on here is exotic Bugattis, not extra Starbucks biscottis. I mean, am I crazy here? Like, I feel like most people who joined this Discord
That's what I
want
just said.
Olive Lamborghinis, and they're sort of getting Olive Garden fettuccine.
Hustlers University is the greatest thing that exists.
That's a good point. I didn't think of that. It's low because he wants people to feel like alphas. That's a really good point. I suppose that's probably like the play. Maybe you get someone who's a little skeptical, like, I'll do $50 one month and I'll probably cancel, but they join and they're like, oh, I have $5,000. Okay, so I'm cash rich and I'm surrounded by a supportive community. Okay, well, now I feel like I'm part of the crew, part of the ship. So then they stay. Maybe that could be the play, I guess. So then they're not even there for the information. They're there more for the community and the feeling, which is even sadder, to be honest. Yeah, because you can get that same feeling for free. Like, there's always going to be a community of people just like you. Like, you're not special. Whatever your interests are, you're going to find a million people with those interests, and you guys can be friends. Like, and it's free. You just have to find them. You don't have to pay $50 a month for friends. At that point, join a frat.
Unless you consider being cash rich, having $5,000 total in your bank account, then this course doesn't seem to be getting people rich. It just teaches lost guys extremely basic skills that are free to learn, but charges them $50 a month for it so they can feel like they're escaping the Matrix by working for Jeff Bezos. You barely see Tate at all. He claims to be teaching the secrets to modern wealth creation, but the reality is, from what I saw, he was too busy marketing to actually be present in the Discord.
Yeah, I mean,
Instead,
obviously.
You just had all these random people teaching you, like, e-commerce or freelancing or copywriting and investing. And that's why I decided to finally cancel my plans to become cash rich. And that's when I found out about the last trick Tate uses to get you to stay.
Anyone who messes this up, annoys a professor, doesn't renew their subscription, their card cancels, anything stupid, then you're going to regret it for a very long time because there's simply nowhere else to go.
That's right. They tell you there's nowhere else to go besides Hustlers University. This is the only place
What a shame.
where you're going to learn not to be broke.
I had to unsubscribe to get my mother a birthday present, but I resubscribed the next month. I don't believe that. I don't believe you. And I also think if you were a member of Hustlers University for a month and you didn't make enough money to buy your mother a birthday present, you f***ed up. So you're probably going to end up kicked out.
Like, their two responses are, that's not true.
Okay.
And even if it is, it's your fault anyway.
Who is this guy? I've seen him in a few clips now. All he usually does is put Tate's meat in his mouth. Who is he? Is he like one of the gurus? He teaches you on like cock sucking technique or something for like behind the dumpster transactions? Who is he? It's his brother? Oh, that makes a lot of sense. That makes so much more sense now. Okay, that makes so much sense. This guy only parrots what Tate says, well, like Andrew says, or reinforces it, or says outlandishly stupid shit.
And you have to understand that for the people actually in the course, they're like deathly afraid of missing a payment because they've been told that if they do, guess where they're going? That's right, straight back in the Matrix. In jail, they call it.
We don't kick you out. We put you in the jail, and you sit there in your cell, and you have no access to the money-making information, and we just flood you with all the endless wins. Every time someone wins, we show
I mean, Andrew Tate hasn't reinvented anything.
$400 a month?
Doing it more but the result is the same as ever, where the real person getting rich, truly rich, is Andrew Tate.
You're broke! You're f***ing poor!
Nice. That was pretty insightful. I can't believe it's $50 a month for a Discord server. I don't know why anyone's surprised. I don't know why CoffeeZilla is surprised Andrew Tate was never there. He openly hates the people that buy his program. He literally insults you. It's like a humiliation kink. He openly insults you. It's not tough love. He just actually doesn't like you. You are his pay pig. It's a far cry from tough love. He'll sprinkle in like a couple truths here, like men feel invisible. It's not good to feel invisible. You need to feel better. You can feel better by taking care of yourself first and foremost. It's like, it's kind of true. And it's like $50 a month. And I'll show you how to do some drop shipping, I guess. Oh yeah, I know, the 110,000 students, it's big. No, it's fucking big. Andrew Tate makes $66 million a year from this shit if everyone pays $50 a month. Yeah, no, it's a super successful hustle. He did what all the other alpha males did, but did it smarter by being like a punching bag. Like, obviously he's in on the joke. He knows he says the most outlandish shit, like CoffeeZilla mentions, and then sprinkles in enough truth where people hear about him for being insane. Then they'll hear some truth and be like, maybe I'm going to check that out. And then they buy into $50 a month. Huge profit. And since you're only paying $50 for a Discord server, it's pure profit. He has no overhead. Maybe he has to pay a couple of the gurus that he got from Fiverr, but that's so negligible. It is straight profit. And there's the MLM component where you get rewarded for recruiting people to Hustlers University. This is an absolute money printing farm on the back of some real desperate sad dudes. And they are brainwashing themselves on Twitter with the most cope I've ever seen. It's fucking genius. It's super smart. He did it exactly how you would, or how you should, if you're trying to make a ton of money with no morals. I'll give you some free advice. Don't get your, life experience online. Don't get your social skills through tutorials on YouTube. Don't make your identity something online, like your whole personality. The internet's a great resource for information, but you should never base your personality on what people tell you to do. That's the mistake I made in college. When I went in college in my freshman year, I got all of my social advice from Reddit. And you know what happened in my freshman year of college? My dress wasn't the biggest problem, but it was pretty bad. I dressed like a fucking anime character, and I acted like a mysterious anime character. I didn't talk to anyone because I was convinced that being mysterious and not being super open was a cool thing. But instead I scared everyone away from me. I was completely lonely and fucking miserable. There are just things you can't be taught by people online or communities online. I don't even remember what came over me, but going into my sophomore year, I recognized how miserable I was, and I was like, something's got to change. I mean, something's got to give here. So, going into my sophomore year of college, I signed up to room with random people. I was like, I need to be on campus, I need to be around social people, I need to experience life from outside of the computer and what they tell me. So I got random roommates, and they turned out to be the popular kids around campus for the most part, so they took me under their wing. I was their clay and they were the sculptor. I learned all of my social skills through them like a sponge. I still haven't been able to fix this webcam. I know the video looks like I'm trying to catfish you off Tinder with a filter on my pictures, but I can't do anything about it until I go get another one, which I haven't been able to do today. So for now, we're just gonna have to deal with this here. I want to talk to you about what I consider to be the most embarrassing crime ever committed, and also leading to significant jail time. A man in Georgia was recently sentenced to 3 years in prison for using his COVID relief money to buy an expensive Charizard Pokemon card. This is actually a story I've been following for quite some time. I'm not exactly Dick Gumshoe, but I was able to sniff out the truth in this case pretty early on and knew for a fact this would be a disaster he'd regret for the rest of his life, just like all of those dumb characters in the Darman universe. This guy made a really stupid decision that he is now paying a big price for. 3 years imprisonment. In October of last year, he actually pled guilty to a count of wire fraud after reportedly filing false information to the U.S. Small Business Association. He claimed that he had an entertainment service that employed multiple people and brought in like $235 grand before the pandemic. He applied for a COVID relief package for some money to keep the business going, and he got $85,000 from it, and then spent over $57,000 on the Pokemon card. Now, there's a bit of a discrepancy on what card he exactly purchased. Some people are saying it was a PSA 9 Charizard. Other sources were claiming that it was a Beckett 9.5 Charizard. It depends on who you ask and what dumpster behind Walmart you're talking to your dealer at. But the one thing that's for certain is he bought a graded Charizard card because at that price it had to be a graded card. If he just bought a raw Charizard, no rubber, it'd be like $3 or $4 grand or something, depending on how beat up that shit is for a first ed Charizard. So he spent the majority of his COVID money on that card, and he didn't have that entertainment business he was claiming to have, unless of course he's still keeping that a secret and the entertainment was like giving over the pants hand jobs at massage parlors or something. I don't really know, but when he got busted, he had to give up the Charizard. So in the end, after all of that work and committing a crime, he still didn't even get to hold the holy grail of collecting for very long. He led them to a treasure he himself couldn't possess. Now, of course I don't agree with what the guy did, but I can kind of understand where he was coming from. As most of you know, I used to suffer from the cardboard rot as well. The addiction to collecting shiny cardboard. My fucking caveman brain just loved it. Still do. But I understand how to control myself. As you all know, I'm a recovering addict. In fact, the Charizard card that he coveted so much to go to jail 3 years for, I have right here in this nice little frame. Framed it myself. It's a first ed Charizard. This shit's probably like a PSA 2. I'm sure the owner of this used to wipe their ass with it because it's in bad shape. But I don't care because I do it for the love of the sport and also a mental illness. So yeah, I followed this story closely. It's something that's near and dear to my boners here because I also love to collect cards, still do. And when I read this story initially, I was like, fuck, that could have been me. Like that mugshot, it could have just been me staring back at you if things had just gone a little differently along the path I took in life. So, I mean, the story's sad because he's losing 3 years of his life to a really stupid decision. I don't know, like, his whole history, but this is obviously a really stupid scam to have tried. He's trying to scam the government. I mean, he succeeded for a time, and now he's going to jail for it for 3 fucking years. And I don't think smuggling Pokemon cards in your butthole is going to do him any good in there. I know cigarettes are often used as currency in prison, at least what movies and TV shows would have me believe, as well as like a couple of things I read. But maybe this guy could be a real pioneer, an innovator, and bring the joy of collecting Pokemon cards to jail, and he could be like the Kingpin in that case. But anyway, I do find the story sad, because it's obviously sad that this man's losing 3 years because he bought a Charizard. But I mean, this is the dumbest scam you could have done. If he had just stuck to crypto scams and NFT scams like the rest of them, he would still be out there today funding his addiction to rare Charizards, and he'd still be shitposting on Twitter about his new Bored Ape that he's trying to peddle, and it would have been fine. But instead, he chose old Uncle Sam to go after, and that was just a recipe for disaster. So yeah, I just wanted to talk about this because I think it's probably the most humiliating crime that has led to significant time in jail. And yeah, not a very happy ending here, but it's a story I followed, and it just concluded, so wanted to go over it. That's about it. See ya. This is one of the wilder stories I've seen this year. It almost sounds made up, like a fake headline in GTA Online or something. It sounds AI generated by ChatGPT. It's hard to believe this is real. A YouTube couple has now just been sentenced and will receive prison time, at least for the husband, for a series of videos where they showcased blatant insurance fraud. Multiple videos of blatant insurance fraud. And the word multiple is doing so much heavy lifting here, it's a sin. Like, that is an understatement. Over 160 videos allegedly showcasing insurance fraud attempts or collisions caused by the YouTube couple in order to get money from their insurance. Also, road rage, as well as provoking road rage. Just like this absolute massive pile of horrible shit they were doing in their vehicle in order to get money from insurance. Everyone hates scammers, but the roller coaster doesn't stop there. It doesn't matter if you've already puked your guts out, here comes the encore. They're also facing, well, and have been sentenced for child abuse because they were intentionally causing these accidents with their kid in the car for some of them. And they would have got away with it too if it wasn't for those meddling internet points. This is the most on-brand shit for the modern landscape of brain rot, clout goblin mentality. The father couldn't keep his hand out of the cookie jar of internet clout, so he started posting these dash cams of the collisions and insurance fraud attempts on his YouTube channel, and then shamelessly went to TikTok to accuse some of the other drivers that he got into the collisions with that he himself caused of being insurance scammers.
What you see here, this is Jeremy Perales. He's about to set me up for an insurance scam. He's about to set up an accident. He recognized me from Facebook.
Unhinged lunatic behavior right here, and then proudly posted on his own TikTok page. So what happened is, he had suddenly started to brake, and the driver behind him had to cross the double yellow line to get around him to avoid a rear-end collision, and then Christopher turns into him in order to force the accident. And the driver was initially found to be, I believe, like 90% at fault because he crossed the double yellow line. Christopher was actually quite gifted, an idiot savant when it came to insurance fraud.
He's doing it and he knows how to not be at fault for him.
It was last April. Jeremy Perales says his insurance premium shot up after this accident in Yucaipa. But was it really an accident?
To think, to be able to do this to a person, set them up for an accident?
I was stopped and then he hit me.
Jeremy says his insurance deemed it 90% his fault because he crossed into the other lane. But it isn't the first so-called accident Phelps had been in.
Just the way Christopher Phelps speaks is off-putting. He sounds straight out of Dr. Evil's lair. He just sounds menacing and, like, genuinely unhinged. And then he's talking about how, like, it's unspeakable how this man could try and set up an accident all because he recognized me from Facebook. Holy shit, that is deranged. You think he recognized you from Facebook and then tried to set up this accident? That doesn't even make sense. Obviously, Christopher doesn't believe that. His whole MO was insurance fraud in order to collect on the insurance paycheck. But Jesus, it's just so weird to listen to him speak. He just gathered mountains upon mountains of evidence against himself and posted it online. And somehow investigators stumbled upon this cornucopia of evidence that the husband, Christopher Phelps, was gathering of their insurance fraud and child endangerment. Like, Christopher ended up being his own worst enemy. He was like, the Zodiac killer, leaving all these clues, all these breadcrumbs for investigators to somehow find. And I have no idea how they found his channels, because he was getting like 50 or 60 views per video. I don't know how the fuck they ended up there. You would have been more likely to end up in Narnia than on his channel. But Jesus Christ, they must have had L from Death Note on the case, because they found all of it, and they really cannonballed into the rabbit hole. Investigators found at least 23 collisions, allegedly documented by Phelps, which were linked to at least 17 insurance claims. Christopher is receiving 3 years in the slammer, and his wife is getting only a little bit of time in jail and then 3 years of supervised probation. Now, I'd like to show you a couple more videos here from the archive of Christopher Phelps and his insurance fraud journey. I have to mute the first part of the video here because this goober was playing DMCA copyright music. I'll just explain what he's saying. He's saying that the driver that he's pointing to is mad because Christopher passed him. Christopher's got some steam coming out of his ears for this video because he was actually found at fault by the officers on the scene for abruptly stopping, which causes this rear-end collision. But Christopher's arguing that the guy flipped him off, which the guy does admit to, and that because he was mad, when he stopped for a utility vehicle, the guy intentionally rear-ended him.
And just to show you that utility truck, here's the guy that hit me right there. That is the utility truck that was turning left onto my street. I was trying to stop for him and give him way to go down this way, and unfortunately, this guy was mad because I passed him.
What a bunch of mumbo-jumbo, a load of hooey here. He's claiming that, oh, this is his fault, he was so mad, real mad goofball, and he rear-ended innocent old me who was just stopping for this utility vehicle over here. When the video immediately betrays that, what are you talking about? You stopped abruptly, you brake-checked this man way back where those two trucks were parked, and then your evidence that you were actually stopping for a utility vehicle turning left is like significantly further along than where you actually stopped. Unless you were giving this man like 700 feet worth of turning radius room, that doesn't make any sense at all. That's not what happened. That's a blatant fucking lie. And here's 2 rapid-fire insurance fraud attempts from old Christopher and his wife. I don't know if their kid's in the car for these, but probably is, considering they did that quite a few times.
And we're gonna do this. Find out if they're gonna conspire with the sheriff, or if they're gonna cooperate. We'll see.
This is the last TikTok video that Christopher posted, him as a warrior about to go to battle for his case, fighting for justice, and signs off with, we're gonna find out if they're gonna conspire with the sheriff or cooperate. That is so fucking weird. Such a weirdo, and such a bad fucking person. Him and his wife. To not only be insurance fraud scammers, but to put your life, the life of the drivers on the road, and the life of your child all on the line for a couple doubloons from insurance is ridiculous. That is so fucked up and disgusting. A scam that endangers your life, the other drivers' lives, and the life of your kid that you're putting in these situations. I think 3 years was way too light of a sentence for this guy, and his wife got off way, way, way too fucking easy here. I don't understand how they got such light sentencing for this shit. They even did get assault with a deadly weapon charges because they were using their car as a fucking weapon. They were just hitting other drivers on the road to try and squeeze some coins out of insurance claims. They were more than willing to not only endanger themselves, but everyone else, including their kid. Every day was bring your child to work day, basically, so they'd fucking strap their kid into the back seat and just blast into another vehicle to try and file another insurance claim. And if they unsuccessfully caused an accident, they'd then try and make a road rage incident out of it. It's crazy how little they got punished for it, relatively speaking. I think the sentencing is way too lenient on how often they were doing it. This is very clearly premeditated, and it comes at a high price to everyone around them. This could have been a lot worse. There could have been deaths. And even in its current state, many of the other drivers, they had insurance premiums be hiked up as a result of this because some of them were found at fault for the shit that Christopher Phelps and his wife were doing. The whole thing is just so fucking horrible, and I'm really pretty upset that they get off so easily from it. But yeah, I wanted to talk about this because I found it so fascinating. I learned about it from Otozi, who recently made a video covering it as well. It's so degenerate. It's so fucking ridiculous. So yeah, just wanted to talk about it. That's it. See ya. Everyone knows about Fyre Festival, one of the most catastrophic events that never happened. A giant scam, and creator Billy McFarland went to jail for it, and he still owes victims of it millions of dollars. Fyre Festival was hyped up to be one of the biggest music festivals ever created. It made outrageous claims about like the headliners that were performing, bringing in the biggest music artists of all time. Basically any artist with a pulse that ever cracked the Billboard Top 100 was slated to perform at Fyre Festival. Hey, we've also got a necromancer on staff, and he just revived Elvis Presley, who just committed to performing at Fyre Fest. Get your tickets today, you don't want to miss it. All of the biggest musical stars are going. It's also the most luxurious event ever held. We also turned off gravity so you can float around. Like, it's got everything you could ever want. Get your tickets to Fyre Festival. But then when it was time for the event to happen, it didn't. All of the excited guests were greeted with nothing but a tent and some cheese sandwiches that I think Billy McFarland himself whipped up in his kitchen. Just 2 pieces of Wonder Bread and like a slab of government cheese. Like, that's all it was. It was a huge scam. Everyone lost their ass on it, and it sent Billy McFarland to jail for being a fraudster. But he's been released from jail. And you know what he's doing? Fyre Festival again. He even tried to do a Crypto Island NFT scavenger hunt, but now he's just going back to calling it Fyre Festival too. Fyre Festival organizer and fraudster Billy McFarland announced a ticket drop on Monday for a sequel festival. After teasing the follow-up festival early this year, 100 pre-sale tickets went up for grabs on August 21st for $4.99 apiece. Tickets will continue to increase incrementally, with the last round selling for $7,999 each. For $1,500 or less, you could get 4 VIP tickets to Coachella with accommodations and a ready-to-go Lake El Dorado tent. If anyone buys tickets to this, you deserve to lose your money. You absolutely deserve to get scammed. Legitimately. You 100% deserve it. Those 100 tickets have sold out, according to an email from organizers and McFarlane's social media, despite the event having no lineup of artists, exact date, or location. So he literally sold them nothing. He actually sold them nothing. All 100 people that bought this should be investigated. Like, that's criminal levels of stupidity and recklessness. It's been the absolute wildest journey to get here, McFarlane said while wearing a white bathrobe, wireless headphones. It all really started during the 7-month stint in solitary confinement. It looks like he learned so much, too. He continued that during his incarceration at Federal Correctional Institution Elkton in Lisbon, Ohio, he wrote a 50-page plan to parlay interest and demand into fire into new projects. There was a mention of a new Fire documentary and a Fire Broadway music festival. Now there's Fire Festival 2 slated for the end of 2024, with pop-ups and events across the world.
What's up, guys? This is a big day, because as of right now, Fire Festival 2 tickets are officially on sale.
Yeah!
It's been the absolute wildest journey to get here, and it really all started during the 7th-month stint in solitary confinement. I wrote out...
Hey, Billy, I'm not your PR guy. I'm not on the board here. Why would you mention solitary confinement? Hey, guys, Fire Festival 2 is coming out. By the way, I am a convicted criminal. I spent 7 months in solitary confinement. But that's when I went on my spiritual journey and I really found myself. So I'm doing it again.
From around the world together to make the impossible happen, but how would find the best partners in the world to allow me to be me while executing Fire's vision to the highest level.
You just shouldn't be you. Like, that's the big problem, is you. You are the problem. This doesn't inspire confidence, Billy.
To sign a deal to produce Fire Festival, the Broadway musical.
I still think that's such a great idea. He's actually selling nothing now. He's selling imagination. Like, he's selling the idea of things, which is so fucking cool. And people are buying it.
Is coming back to the Caribbean. We are targeting Fire Festival 2 for the end of next year, and in the meantime, we'll be doing pop-ups and events across the world. Guys, this is your chance to get in.
Let's go.
Everything I've been working towards. Let's fucking go.
My man. Who wouldn't want to go? Billy, let me take a peek here. For only $7,999, I can go to a completely make-believe event.
As I'm sure you've heard by now, the tickets sold out really, really fast. And this is definitely going to frustrate a lot of you, but we now have 6,900 people on the wait list for Fire Festival 2. I have gotten emails.
Do you think this guy's ever told the truth about anything in his life? I don't think he's even capable of being honest. Like, he was made in a lab to only tell lies.
However, today we are dropping Fire Festival merch. Here's one of our old hats. And I am picking 5 people who buy merch this week and comping you each 2 tickets to Fire Festival 2. Thank you guys for all the love. Thank you guys for all the hate. Together, you're creating the absolute perfect storm, and I can't wait to give the rest of you a front row seat as I fly right through it. 72 hours.
Is there anyone less honest than Billy McFarland, I wonder? So he made a single hat. I think there's a 0% chance there's merch to buy, and if there is, if you buy it, it should be like some kind of litmus test that immediately identifies you as a potential, like, criminally stupid threat to society. Billy dropping killer deals of $600 a ticket for Fart Festival. Show some goddamn respect. It's $7,999 per ticket. Don't you dare make him sound like a cheapskate. Fire Festival 2 pre-sale the Caribbean December 6, 2024 at 12 p.m. Where's the merch? Ah, here we go. $40 hat, $60 shirt, and... Okay, here. This is looking amazing, actually. I'm sorry to have not placed my faith in Billy McFarland and his team. And by team, I mean Billy McFarland and his 6 other alter egos. So he's got great options here. The $40 festival hat, this badass shirt, beautiful hoodie. Hold on just a minute, sports fans. We've got a deal on our hands. $10 says he bought all of his own tickets and will scalp them. No. He didn't buy his own tickets. Are you out of your mind? You think Billy McFarland has ever spent $1 in his life? No. He is literally just lying. They don't have tickets. They don't have anything. There is nothing. He is making shit up. That's all it is. It's imagination. It's SpongeBob and Patrick in their box. That's Billy McFarland's brain. That's his whole life. It's all make-believe. There is nothing real about this. Or him. Did you hear God might be real? Yeah, and his name's Billy McFarland. This guy is making hundreds of thousands of dollars selling nothing. Actually nothing. He has legitimately made so much money selling nothing. Isn't that one guy that made the festival where the only food was some random-ass sandwiches? Yeah, among many other things, yes. Fire Festival is still to date probably the most disastrous event ever attempted. Hypothetically, if it was legit, would you buy a ticket? Man, no. Shit, no, I still wouldn't. Absolutely not. I still think DashCon and Tana Mojo's events tie for worst event. I don't know, man. At least with TanaCon, I can't even think of a single positive. At least with DashCon, some people had fun. The ones that were like ejaculating into the pool. That's DashCon, right? Or the ball pit. The ones that were coming in the ball pit. Fire Festival, no one had fun. It was just a scam top to bottom. I decided to look up who's actually buying these tickets and why, and it's pretty much what I expected. It's a lot of people doing it for the meme, and also a lot of people that for some reason are so delusional they think there's a chance that it might happen, and that's worth spending this crazy amount of money on it. But here, this is a couple that proudly is talking about how they spent nearly $550 each to be among the first buyers of Fire Festival 2. And they said, if anything, it'll just be a really cool vacation. Our main concern is that we don't know if big headliners will be willing to, take the risk to be in something so controversial. We're going to stay optimistic, but we're going to expect that there may be some cheese sandwiches. Why? You know what else would be a really cool vacation? Taking a really cool vacation that doesn't cost thousands of dollars that you give to a scammer who's just taking advantage of your stupidity. Like, I know you've seen the footage of the last Fire Festival. What about that screamed really cool vacation? You went to just the middle of nothing and had a tent and a cheese sandwich. What's cool about that? I guess just the bragging right to say that you went to the Fire Festival sequel and still got nothing. So maybe you get like 5 extra likes on your Instagram post whining about it. It's your fault and it's a stupid thought process. No one is going to be headlining Fire Festival 2. I'll tell you right now. There's nothing to be optimistic about. It is not happening. Billy McFarland is a scammer. He is legitimately, evolutionarily designed to just lie, make shit up, and exploit stupid people for money. That's it. There's no chance that this happens this time around. And it's not like while he's been in prison, he's somehow learned how to throw the Fire Festival 2 properly. It's not like he got better connections while in the slammer. So it's going to be even less possible than it was the first time around. Silly Billy still owes $26 million to victims of his first scam and has no actual plan of paying that back. This is a desperate attempt to get a very quick infusion of cash in another imaginary festival to repay the first batch of suckers that bought into it. And let's not forget, this is already the second time since being released from jail that he's cooked up a fucking festival. He tried to do Pirate last time. I made a whole video on that. He tried to do an NFT scavenger hunt island vacation called Pirate, which he has now apparently wiped his ass with. So he's already canceled one of his imaginary events after trying to get money from it, and now he's doing it again with Fire Festival 2, but this time around, for some reason, people like this couple are spending money on it. It's pathetic. It's so fucking pathetic. He's also still considered a fugitive in the Bahamas. Like, no one is going to work with this guy. Absolutely nobody. So how could there even be a single thing to be optimistic about with Fire Festival 2? What you have done is just help a desperate scammer try and repay victims of his scam from the past. At that point, just donate to his GoFundMe, I guess. Why buy his Fire Festival 2 make-believe tickets? Like, it's so ridiculous. It's so ridiculous. So yeah, I just had to talk about this. That's about it. See ya. Halt. You've just reached a smile checkpoint, and it's time to pay the fee, so put a big smile on that face. I'm here to help. I've got some amazing news that's going to tug on your heartstrings and make you go, "Aw." A YouTube scammer was just sentenced to over 5 years in jail for a massive fraudulent operation they've been running for the last half a decade. And boy, howdy, I tell ya, it's always a great feeling watching a scammer get their comeuppance. A nice knuckle sandwich from the law. And honestly, he's getting off easy here. His name is Jose Terran. And he is like the Cobra Commander of scammers. This guy is going to go down in history as one of the largest fraudsters in not only YouTube history, but music history as well. Over the course of the last 5 years, Jose has claimed 50,000 songs, meaning that he then took the rights from these songs and all of the money that those songs would generate online went into his bank account. And over the course of the 5 years he's been doing this, he's made roughly $23 million in royalty proceeds from the music he's fraudulently claimed. Bro straight up found a money tree and couldn't help but take a bite from the forbidden fruit, just like in the Garden of Eden. And now he is paying the price. He may have raked in 23 million bones, but now it's coming at the cost of over 5 years worth of his life spent in the slammer. And I really do think he's getting off easy here because this is an absolutely abhorrent case of fraud. But the wildest part is this is actually a very prevalent and out of control epidemic on YouTube itself. This scam is not something Jose came up with. This is very common right now and used by a lot of other shady scumbags. In fact, I'm not here to start pointing fingers here and, calling out sailors on the ship. I'm not trying to lead a mutiny. But there's even some beloved YouTubers that do pretty much exactly what Jose did on a smaller scale. We'll talk about all of that in a minute. I just want to quickly thank today's video sponsor, Opera GX. Opera GX just has so many tools that really allow you to customize it to your liking, as well as even allowing you to limit how much CPU and RAM the browser uses with GX Control. GX Control allows you to enhance your performance on PC when gaming by changing the amount of CPU and RAM you're willing to allocate to the browser, which makes it a lot less of a load on your system, unlike something like Chrome, for example, which is a resource hog. Another great feature is, of course, GX mods, and there's even a mod pack for me on there as well, if that sounds interesting, where you can change browser sounds. Yeah, baby! So yeah, all kinds of customizable wallpapers, and a lot of other interesting things that you can toy around with and adjust thanks to things like GX mods. And when you download using my link, you can see my latest 12 uploads in the Opera GX corner. So if you're interested in starting with Opera GX, you can download it for free in the description. Thanks again to Opera for sponsoring. Before diving into the bigger picture of this whole situation, let's focus on the particulars of Jose's case here. Now, he's considered a person of high risk to reoffend. They even cited that he obtained more than $6 million in personal profits and continued pocketing another $190K of stolen royalties, which he hid. And the hefty sentence was really necessary to deter him from launching future scams because he's planning to remain in the music business. I want to stop it right there. How the fuck is this even considered a hefty sentence? He stole $23 million. 23 million clams that he had no right to, he stole. Now let me walk you through how the scam works. Someone like Jose and other awful people like Jose will set up these fraudulent businesses and they'll go on a copyright claiming bender. Like, we're talking full-blown, 10 lines of coke, stay up 24 hours programming bots in order to flag content on YouTube that they will copyright claim to take the money from. On YouTube, when you copyright claim a piece of content, you then get the ad revenue from it, even though it wasn't you who posted the video. This happens to everyone's channel at some point. At some point, someone created a piece of music or something that plays in the background of a game you're playing or something, and it'll get flagged in the system, and when that's there, you lose all of the ad revenue from the content, and it goes to the person who made that piece, or is claiming they made that piece. That's how it works. In theory, it's supposed to be there to protect copyright holders from people that are just re-uploading their shit. Instead of just taking it down, you have the option to instead just take the money from it and it can stay up. But there's a lot of people that exploit this process, like Jose, where you don't have the rights to 50,000 songs here, but you're still claiming it because YouTube's system is fucking archaic. And there's not a whole lot of safeguards in place. A great example to highlight how unacceptably dog shit the current system is on YouTube, a community member of Destiny 2, just a person, just a, red-blooded, God-fearing human being, a normal person, noticed that this is a complete oversight from the system. And in the Destiny 2 community, he got really fed up with the way Bungie was doing something. They got very upset. I don't want to go into all the details here, so I'm not going to get too deep into the weeds. But basically, They were disgruntled, and in order to get back at not only the community but Bungie themselves, they started copyright claiming a ton of content in the Destiny community. And they were claiming it as if it was Bungie doing it. So Bungie got a lot of flack, a lot of shit for it, and then eventually they got so bold and brazen that they copyright claimed Bungie themselves. Bungie's own content that they were posting on YouTube, their Destiny 2 content, this guy started taking the rights of. So it's very exploitable and has been exploited many times. And it's illegal, highly illegal. That guy's facing some serious life-changing repercussions from all of that. And now Jose is as well. But the point is, it is exploited often. It happened a lot and blew up in a big way a couple months back on TikTok, where people started to notice that there's these Spotify accounts set up that just play like random common sound effects like Roblox oof, or like that gong sound effect when something happens, like when you, I don't know, drink milk too fast on TikTok and it's like gong, I'm gonna shit my pants. Like those sound effects. Someone had made Spotify accounts and were actually claiming those sound effects so that way they could take the ad revenue from YouTube videos that use them. It's someone that obviously didn't work on any of the sound effects or anything, but they noticed that they could claim the individual sound effects and then take the ad revenue. So the point is, this is a very common scam and it's a fucking problem. And Jose did this for half a decade, claimed over 50,000 songs that were not his, stealing money directly from those artists in order to profit himself, and he's only getting a little over 5 years in jail. I think that is a far cry from a hefty sentence. And the only reason that it's even that high is because they think he's at a high risk for reoffending, which he is, made over $20 million. You think this guy's not going to come right back into, hop onto the saddle again for another 20 million doubloons? Of course he will. So 5 years is comical. This should have been like an absolute statement. They should have made an example out of Jose here with a super serious sentence, because they got to put the kibosh on this shit. It's already out of control, and it's only going to get worse as people realize just how profitable it is to make these fraudulent copyright claims. So I totally disagree that this is hefty. This is light sentencing for this guy. And it's not just him. In fact, there is another one of his associates that is facing sentencing soon, but I imagine it's going to be roughly the same charges and the same time in jail. So it looks like there's going to be a restitution hearing soon, and right now the amount is set at $1.4 million to the victims of this scam, but they're trying to connect with more victims, but it's a little difficult because a lot of them are outside the US. A little insight into how this scam works was highlighted here in the Ars Technica article. It said that Batista, which was Jose's, teammate here, they duo queued to start this scam. They began in 2017, and they started the label known as Media Move. And the goal was to seize unearned royalties by claiming ownership of songs on YouTube that they noticed weren't actively monetized, meaning they didn't have any ads running on it, which is something you can see even as just a viewer. If you go on like a video or a song and there's no pre-roll ad, there's no banner ad or display ad somewhere, you can comfortably say that no one's making money from it. So what they would do is they would target content like that and claim it, which they didn't have the rights to. It's not theirs to do that. But that was their whole business model, hunting this content down and putting it under their umbrella. Eventually, they even partnered with a management group called AdRev in order to give it like more credibility. So it wasn't just immediately red flagged as a huge fucking scam. Like 50,000 songs, that's a lot to be claiming ownership of. But no, it looks like they're partnering with AdRev. This must be legit. So it was kind of deeper than a lot of the other scammers that go this route on YouTube, which is probably why they were so successful and made so much money. This is a great section here, just laying out the timeline. This wasn't exactly like a jump scare to the community. A lot of people had been tipped off about this and fighting against Media Move for quite a while, because obviously the people who made the content that was getting claimed knows that it's a bunch of baloney. Like it's straight up fish paste. They made it, and it's getting claimed by a company they've never fucking heard of before. So they did fight against Media Move for years, but it kept getting pushed aside, it seemed. But in 2019, the IRS launched an investigation after they became a little suspicious with the amount of bank accounts Media Move had that were sometimes registered under fake names. And I really like this section here, so I'm just going to read it. Everyone knows how the scam works, and it's unclear if much has been done to stop future YouTube scammers from using the same playbook and targeting more artists. Artists attempted to bring a class action lawsuit against YouTube to gain access to systems to monitor their royalties and stop royalty theft, but that case was dismissed earlier this month before going to trial. I'll answer that question. Nothing has been done to prevent this from happening again in the future, and it is still continuing to happen right now. I briefly mentioned at the beginning of the video that some YouTubers actually use this same fucking method. Unfortunately, it's become a bit of a nuclear weapon that sometimes these creators will use to either silence criticism or just out of pure greed. An amazing example that we just covered a month ago is Alex Edson of Business Casual when he tried to take down a channel he felt was competition to his. He issued fraudulent copyright strikes. So he went above a copyright claim. He wasn't just taking the ad revenue. He was straight up taking the entire channel down because he believed that that channel used an image that was somewhat similar to an image he used in his video. This just highlights just how broken the system is. So if he wanted to, he could continue to do that and copyright claim other channels and keep making that same argument about like, oh no, that's my image and you stole it from me. And he'd get away with it because the system doesn't have anything in place to stop that. Now, Alex Edson at Business Casual was unsuccessful in his nefarious evil plot. Thank God. But he's still an absolute unforgivable piece of shit for what he's done, and there's a lot of other content creators that engage in similar behavior, maybe not always motivated out of like, you know, getting rid of competition. I need to make sure there's no one left in the world except my channel, so I'm gonna take them all down. But a lot of them are just motivated by greed, where they'll start copyright claiming people's content who like maybe make a meme out of something they did, or even criticize something they did. That's happened a lot over the history of YouTube, so it is unfortunately a system that needs a drastic overhaul, and it's not getting that tender love and care that it needs to be in a good state. So squeaky wheel needs the grease. The squeaky wheel really needs the grease. Otherwise, Jose and Batista here that got 23 million from fraudulently claiming just completely innocent artist music will continue to pop up over the course of the next few years and will only continue to snowball. So yeah, I wanted to talk about this. I think it's great that they did get caught and are being punished. I just wish the punishment was more severe because I just don't think the punishment fits the crime here. They likely won't even serve their full time in jail, and they got away with so much money for quite a long period of time. So I think the sentencing needed to be harsher, and hopefully as more people are caught doing this, the sentencing will continue to increase. So that way it can finally deter people from trying it more in the future. But anyway, that's about it. See ya. I've made a ton of videos making fun of those alpha male boot camps that charge desperate, gullible men tens of thousands of dollars to attend a course where they just get sprayed with a hose for 3 days and spit on and yelled at and get absolutely nothing of value out of it. And today I was made aware that there's a similar course for women. It's not exactly the same, but it's somewhat adjacent. It's not an alpha female course per se. You pay $2,000 to $4,000 to swing a stick in a forest while screaming. And it's supposed to be like this emotional release for things that are enraging you.
Would you pay $4,000 to swing big sticks and scream in the woods with the aim of releasing your anger?
Obviously, there's only one right answer to that question. Any sensible person on the planet would say, absolutely yes. It's more than worth it to go pay $2,000 to $4,000 to swing a fucking stick. Sign me up. I'm ready. That's something I can't do for free. Where am I gonna find a stick?
It is imperative that we allow ourselves safe spaces to release this fiery, hot emotion from within us.
So it's called the Rage Ritual Retreat.
If you want a healthy way of releasing all of your anger just to scream, shout, let it all out, solo queue and Rainbow Six Siege. I guarantee after your second game you won't have a voice left because you'd be too busy yelling at your fucking teammates who are lobotomites. Now, dropping the sarcasm, this is just a blatant scam. Charging people up to $4,000 to swing a stick while yelling? I couldn't imagine a worse use of your money. You would get more value out of using $4,000 as toilet paper. I would actually say that is a better use of those dollar bills as opposed to spending them on this con artist. Like, there's not even an overhead cost here. It's like genius from the scammer's perspective. All you do is just go into a forest and give them sticks and tell them to yell. One of their big selling points, at least from what I can tell, is that this is a safe space to do it in, a controlled environment where there's going to be no judgment and no one's going to hear you. Bah humbug, what a load of fucking horseradish. It's not like the lead lady here who you're about to meet surveyed the entire area within 3 miles to ensure that it's a closed set that no one's going to infiltrate. There's definitely going to be some hikers that might hear you, or some wildlife that's going to be startled and maybe you get charged by a bear who's confused or something. Like, it's not like this is some kind of environment she controls. All she did is get a class together and charge them thousands of dollars to swing sticks together. Something that you can do for free right now. And in fact, I will. I'm going to release my rage at seeing this blatant scam and people's willingness to just spend tons of money on absolute fucking nothing. but I don't have a stick, so instead I'm using this bold and brash picture.
And the founder's name is Mia, and she describes herself as a spiritual fairy godmother and is known online as Mia Magic.
You're gonna need big sticks.
Right now I feel angry. Right now I feel frustrated. Everything, whatever you're feeling, let it out. Express yourself.
Basically paying thousands of dollars for a guided anti-meditation class. So you visualize something you don't like. So for me, I've got a big mental image of James Corden. Grr, I'm gritting my teeth. I gotta let all this anger out. Where's my stick? And then spiritual fairy godmother gives you permission to start yelling while hitting the ground with a stick till your arms give out. It's an actual caveman course. The lady behind it is a self-proclaimed mystic whose supernatural ability is getting middle-aged women to empty their piggy banks for her. And her rage ritual she describes as, when people do this and give themselves permission to release their anger, their capacity for joy actually expands. Which is a bunch of fucking mumbo-jumbo. Like, this gobbledygook is something you see in every angle of these scams. Like, alpha male boot camps do the same thing. Right now, you're a broken man and only we can fix you because we're gonna give you the capacity for success. So give us $18,000 so we can stick this hose up your ass. They're able to feel more happiness and pleasure, and they go home to their families with more gratitude and ease and peace. That's like the same goofy logic in the Purge movies. Alright, we're gonna make murder legal for one day, so that way you can get it all out of your system, and you won't want to murder anyone else for the entire 364 other days. This is like that same thought process. Alright, we're gonna go to the rage retreat for a little while, and you can scream a lot while swinging a stick, so when you go home, you're gonna be so much more peaceful, and you won't have any rage left, and you won't get angry again. As I've said in some of the alpha male courses where they have you scream into the instructor's bosom, literally just motorboating a dude's chest while screaming, I have said that it is definitely relieving to yell. Just have this big emotional dump. Ah! It feels great sometimes just to let it all out. I get it. And you know what the beauty of that is? It's free. You shouldn't be paying thousands of fucking dollars to do that. You can do it now. And I guess I should mention that she does have another more financially viable option where it's a one-day ticket at $222 per person. Now, just to put that in perspective, for 222 clams, you can just go to a fucking smash room right now, get yourself a sledgehammer or a baseball bat or your medieval weapon of choice, and just start breaking shit while yelling and screaming. That is like a full-body release. It's very emotional if you want it to be, I guess. It's significantly cheaper, you're not getting scammed, and you get to have fun with it. Why not just do a smash room? Like, this has no advantages at all except you go into a forest for it, which doesn't do anything. And it's not even like she's trying to sell it as that, like, oh, it improves your connection to nature through like this, chakra realignment with the Earth's magnetic crust. Like, she's not even trying any of those weird angles that we see a lot. She is literally just saying, hey, come swing a stick and yell. Well, then let me cosplay as your financial advisor real quick. Save yourself the doubloons and go to a smash room right now if you think this is something that's going to help you feel better and like let off some steam. Go to a smash room, save yourselves a lot of money, and bust up a car, destroy a toaster, fucking, I don't know, blast an old kitchen sink, whatever they have there, and start yelling and screaming, get real primal and guttural with it. Like, there is no reason anyone should be paying thousands of dollars or even the couple hundred dollars to do this rage retreat. It's just a scam.
Now, participants are encouraged to scream, to think of people and experiences that have wronged them, and swing big sticks for up to 20 minutes or until they can no longer move their arms as a way to release their emotions.
This is a place where we get to go full out without any feeling of restriction.
Hey, it's me, Charles, again, your spiritual Gary Godfather, your spiritual fairy godfather here. Just go to a smash room instead. You don't have to pay me for this advice here. Wish granted. You want to blow off some steam and scream and swing a stick? Go to a smash room. It's not nearly as much money as this. Okay, fairy godfather out. Poof.
Who has made me angry? Who has hurt me? Who has broken me? Who has cut me down?
Now, the rage rituals go down in the forest so that they don't have to worry about bothering people nearby. And if you're thinking of joining a rage ritual, the packages range from $2,000 to $4,000. And you know people online are sharing their thoughts on this creative therapeutic outlet. One user said, where is this? Asking for a friend.
This has nothing to do with the rage ritual anymore, but the video that I was linked here, I just find it very interesting, the comments they pick out. So that one right there, that has no updates at all. that seems like a comment production might have left there just to seed something in here that's positive. Somehow they only found positive comments when I know people would be clowning on this. 100%. I know for a fact they are because I looked at other uploads and most of the comments are laughing at it. Yet somehow they found the only 3 positive comments buried deep within there. I just thought that was kind of interesting to point out.
And this user said, I want in, while this user said, I wish women would just take their rage out on the people that are enraging them. These rituals are like a bandage for a bleeding wound. Now, Mia Magic said the next retreat will be in August and the location will be in France. So BG Squad, how do you feel about this rage ritual? And are you thinking of going to one too? Share your thoughts in the comments.
I hope you don't mind if I share my thoughts in this video. I will not be attending. And I encourage everybody else to do the same. Please stop paying thousands of dollars for things you can do yourself for free. You are getting absolutely nothing of value out of this, except I guess if you wanted to go to France. I mean, I guess if you want to take a vacation to France, but it seems like all you do there is go to France and swing a stick in the forests. Basically what you're doing is you're paying for this lady's vacation spots. That's more what it seems like to me. She's like, oh yeah, this one's gonna be in France because you're able to scream louder there, and like the forests are super isolated and serene. So yeah, this next one's gonna be in France. It's $4,000, by the way. Like, it seems like all you're doing is financing her traveling. Like, that's what the impression I get. There's no reason that it needs to go overseas. You can do this in any fucking forest ever. It's just so obviously a scam, taking advantage of gullible people. It's so fucking ridiculous, but that's just kind of the day and age. People are more than willing to just part with tons and tons of money for absolutely no reason at all. But yeah, I want to talk about this a little bit. That's it. See ya. Tai Lopez is arguably the most iconic scammer in YouTube history. He's the mastermind behind the classic "here in my garage, just bought this Lamborghini" clip. Throughout the years, no name has commanded less respect than Tai Lopez. He is just a clown people shoot spitballs at. He is just like the communal piñata that people used to love to take shots at, like a little punching bag. And it was always good fun because he's a piece of shit. He is literally a scammer. And not many people know this, but he's actually still around. This cockroach has persisted and he still posts videos and still tries to sell courses and seminars. So I wanted to take a look at one of his more recent ones, a tour of his $100 million mansion. Except it's not his mansion, he's leasing it. And he's not trying to hide that fact either. He wears it proudly on his sleeve and spends 17 minutes coping trying to convince his audience that leasing a $100 million property is actually a galaxy brain, giga chad financial decision, and tries to convince them that leasing is better than buying in a lot of cases. It is unbelievable delusion.
So, let me give you the reasons why I just leased this $100 million house in Beverly Hills. Why would I lease this for a year? Is that crazy?
It's beyond crazy. It's plain brain dead. This is plus ultra moron shit here. Leasing a $100 million property, and trying to posture it as a good thing and a smart financial decision, that is baffling. Now, I know Tai Lopez is just a complete fake person. Like, he even moves around like an NPC out of GTA, like some kind of character you'd find on the street that's like falling over or getting bullied by someone. But like this, it's become his whole persona. You know, I'm oiled up in my garage, rubbing my wiener on my Lamborghini, you know, that kind of thing, like flexing these wealthy things. But this is so unbelievable to me, where he's trying to position a lease on a $100 million property as a good thing.
Well, I'm gonna tell you what Felix Dennis, he had the 3 F's rule. If it flies, floats, or lease it, don't buy it.
A mansion does none of those things, except fuck you in the face. Like, I understand that this is all for show. I think there's a very real chance he's not even leasing this property, and I'll get into that in a moment. As he's doing the walkthrough, this place is more barren and empty than my fucking 16th birthday party. Like, I don't think he even leased it. I think he asked the realtor if he can just film a video in there so he could promote his seminars. The only reason he's at this property and making this video is to try and push gullible fools into purchasing his courses and attending his seminars and that kind of fucking nonsense, just to keep exploiting people.
But that's not the real reason. I'm gonna give you the reasons why I would do something crazy, because we live in a world, it's like if you lease a Lamborghini, people think, oh, this person's dumb, or they're trying to pretend, or if they lease a house, you know, this isn't an Airbnb, this is a long-term lease. People are like, oh, and I'm going, no, use your brain. They don't teach us in school financial literacy.
It's not financial literacy, it's substantial idiocy. If you used your brain for even a second, just had one neuron activation moment, you would recognize how stupid this whole thing is.
I buy farmland. I own farms. This is number one. There are things you should buy and things you should lease.
Ty loves to go on and on about the farms that he owns, and I'm confident he's never stepped foot on them for even a second past the initial handshake of purchasing it. If that's even a true story, it's impossible to know with Ty Lopez, but if he did own farms, you bet your sweet Bippy he'd say, ew, yucky, smelly animals, and run away. To tie it all back to Ty's 10 commandments here of leasing, I'm going to go ahead and poke some holes into that theory here. There are things you should buy, and there are things you should lease in some cases. You know what one thing you should never lease is? A $100 million mansion, no matter how well off you are. I don't even understand this from a conceptual standpoint, because this just looks pathetic. It looks weak. And I feel even the most brainwashed of suckers would see that too. Like, let's say I'm someone susceptible to Ty Lopez's manipulation. And I'm like, Ty Lopez, he's got all the secrets to wealth. If I follow him, I'll be a multimillionaire too. And then I watch this video, I would look at Ty Lopez like a little fucking vermin for it. Because this is him paying a richer man to film content in that house. This isn't his house. He's very open about leasing this. He is paying someone more wealthy and more successful than him to ask him if he can kind of stay there while filming YouTube videos. Like, that's not a financial guru. That's a bitch.
What I also like about this house, and reason number two, is a lease for tax purposes and deductions. If you've got a big wing of business like I do, you get better tax deductions on a lease versus a purchase. I use this little thing to separate. Actually, let's go this way first.
I love that he has the business wing sectioned off here. Why? What's happening over there? Is that where the owner is and he's fucking your girlfriend, Ty? Like, I don't understand. Who in their own home would be like quarantining the business wing? That'd be like me setting up an obstacle course to get into my office here. That's where I do the high level stuff. So naturally, I've got it blockaded.
Yeah, it's a sitting room, but I'm gonna put in grand piano. I like to play the piano.
You runny-nosed little worm, why are you lying to me? I know you're not putting a grand piano in there.
Number three is flexibility. Next reason is charity.
Yes, charity. Nothing says helping the community quite like living in a $100 million mansion that you're leasing. He's doing it for the people at the end of the day. He's not selfish. He's leasing this property because he's uplifting those around him, helping everyone that he can through this. And he stays flexible, of course. He's not married to this home. If he wants to, he can go get a $200 million lease on my fucking butthole. Like, he's got so many options.
Never just live for yourself. I call it the 50-50 rule. You should spend 50% of your life living for yourself and your family and people who depend on you, but 50% live for the good of others. So this house is amazing. I already did a big event, a charity pool party. You know, this backyard will hold 800 people, and I sold tables, and all the profit from the little tables in the back went to charity. So you can do good with a big house.
Might actually be one of the weakest arguments I've ever heard for why some narcissistic loser would lease a $100 million property. Well, actually, there's so much good you can do with a big house like this. I threw a pool party and I sold tables. I don't know what that means, full disclosure. I don't know what that... You sold tables? Is that like code for baby oil? Is this like a freak off or something? Like, I don't know what he's saying with that. But whatever. I sold tables and I gave money to charity. Okay, you could also just give the money to charity without leasing a $100 million home. Like, that home didn't help you do any of that. it doesn't make any sense what you're trying to say here. I also love how he tries to get really philosophical, like he's a man's man, you gotta live for yourself sometimes, but then live for others, like your family. Speaking of family, Ty, where's your wife and kids? You're pushing 50 and you still don't have a family, man. You're still on this stupid fucking grind set mentality, trying to scam people through dog shit YouTube videos and seminars like this.
Next reason to lease versus buy is maintenance responsibility. You know how expensive this house is to maintain? So I love the fact that it's like you're not responsible really for the maintenance if you negotiate your lease right.
Another great reason to lease versus buy is I'm too fucking lazy to do any of it myself, so I'll put that responsibility on the person that I'm leasing from. Yeah. Cool flex, Ty. I can't be bothered to do anything except sit here and make YouTube shorts promoting nonsense to fools. So I'll let someone else take care of like the actual stuff.
Pool, I like swimming is underrated, man. Jogging's hard on the joints. Swimming, there's a certain magic. You look at those people like the Maoris, like The Rock, people from the South Pacific are in some of the best shape historically, the people who swam a lot. So I love swimming. I don't know why we still have all the ropes up, but I like to do my workouts outside when I can.
What the fuck are you yapping about, man? What? Just say you like to swim. I don't know why he's going into this whole spiel about it. I don't think he swims, for what it's worth. I just don't believe anything that ever comes out of Tai Lopez's mouth, to be honest with you. I bet he hasn't even dipped his toes into that pool, because it might be a little too chilly or something. But, I don't even understand why he's even going on about this. And then he says, I like to do my workouts outside, and there's 5 dumbbells there that go up to maybe 20 pounds. Getting a real big pump out there, huh, Ty? He is making this shit up on the spot. Like I said, I don't think he actually even leases this place. I think a realtor just granted him permission to come through while it was being cleaned for a serious buyer. Because he's just walking through, pointing at shit and going on these completely nonsensical tangents. Yeah, I like to do my workouts outside, which is why all those heavy dumbbells are over there. A lot of ropes around here from last night's hootenanny. Yeah, we had a big shindig last night. I don't know why the ropes are still up.
Another reason, it's a great opportunity to test a place. So if you negotiate a lease correctly, you can a lot of times put that you have first option to buy. So it's a great way. This is the guest house here in the pool. I got friends that stay here. My mom, when she comes to visit, she likes to stay close but be a little bit separate, so she stays here in the pool house.
Yeah, you get to guinea pig the house for a little bit, do a bit of beta testing. Yeah, there's a pool house. I kind of confine my mom to these quarters when she's around here. She loves to come over, and I have so many friends. You guys know how many friends I have. I have lots and lots of friends, and sometimes they'll stay here too when my mom's not, taking up the joint. You know what I mean? So yeah. Also, he's just going around making up stories for shit. He is just spitballing lore for things that he sees, like a game of I Spy.
This is where we had the tables for the charity thing. It was pretty cool. We had the DJ over there. So this room, I'm turning, Anton's here, CEO here. He's getting some work done, but this is becoming the game room.
Is Anton even alive over there? It looks like he's out cold. You should be going over there to check for a pulse, brother. Man looks like he overdosed on chill pills. I also just don't even think Tai Lopez knows who that is. His name's probably not even Anton. He probably just pulled that out of his ass. Maybe he is the CEO of something. I don't have a clue. But to me, it just really feels like there's some random people in this house and Tai Lopez is scrambling to try and explain why they're there. Like, oh, hey, it's Geronimo. Geronimo, hey, up top. Yeah. Good game last night. Yeah, Geronimo was at the charity function last night. He donated $5 million to the charity we were partying for, and then I think he ended up having a threesome or something. But anyway, it's great to see you. Great to see you. Yeah. Oh, yep. Nope. Another charity event next week. That's right. Can't wait. Anyway, this is gonna be the game room. Gonna be a lot of games in this room.
Super Bowl, you can open this to outside. You got your own bar here, which is kind of cool. But now I want to go back to one of the points of leasing versus buying.
I wish Anton had just shot up after hearing that. What the fuck? Benefits of leasing versus buying? Are you out of your mind? Are you off your gourd? I also can't help but just appreciate that Tai Lopez talks about the bar over there and then slowly walks over there, fee-fi-fo-fums, just to spank it for no reason, just to slap it.
a reason that I like to do a $100 million huge house is it's easier to clearly delineate what's personal and what's business. I section it off.
What the hell is even that? One of the biggest benefits to a big house in Tai Lopez's eyes is his ability to effectively section off what's business and what's personal. Do you not have object permanence? Are you 5 years old? Man thinks if he's not in his office, it just disappears. So he has to set up these blockers to remind him, like, office on that side, that's where business is. You can't just be an adult and know that your office is where your business shit is. Everything else is your personal shit. Like, what? How dumb are you?
Change your life right here. I'm loading all my books in. I have other homes, so I'm trying to decide, do I want to buy all new books because this place got such a good library, or do I want to ship books? I have more books in boxes on one of my farms. Okay, here, as I said, one of the advantages of leasing versus buying is the business element of it. Here, this house has a ballroom. I have a lot of my C-suite, not all my employees, but I have like the leaders come.
I fail to see how that's an advantage of leasing versus buying, because you could still get that same effect through buying. If you own the house, you could still have them in that same ballroom, like your little fucking personal sweatshop here. Like, it's not like leasing helped you do that better or gave you the ability to do that, whereas buying wouldn't.
Rick Field here, one of the chief branding officers, the world's largest monitor. But yeah, this is a cool place. It's got very finely crafted kind of all of this work that they did is pretty incredible.
One thing I find very interesting is Tai Lopez walks around this house like a fucking ghost. Everyone around him treats him as if he's invisible. So he's like directly talking about Rick Field, who's in earshot. Like, he is right next to him. Ty's breathing down the shoulder. Rick doesn't even give him the time of day, doesn't look at him. Anton, another example, never even acknowledges Tai Lopez's presence, doesn't even look up at him. Neither does anyone in that room. I don't think they know Tai. I really don't.
Very important. Heidi keeps a lot of my books. Here, tú puedes poner esto on mí. The books I read, I stick in my office, so I put them all here. Esto no. I read this one. I like to go to sleep by reading 3 or 4 books. If you ain't sleeping well, don't be scrolling on your phone. Read.
Turns out Ty actually had some surprise books upstairs that he hadn't fully loaded into his shelves down there. So the books on the shelves, those are the ones that he reads. The ones upstairs, that's a totally different set of books. So he starts fishing through there. This book, and this book, and this book, and then just hands it to Heidi. And then he says he reads 3 to 4 books before going to bed. Impossible? You don't do that? I know you don't. What do you mean you read 3 to 4 books? Like maybe picture books or something where you flip through Green Eggs and Ham, perhaps, but you're not reading full books every night before bed. No shot. That's not happening.
I haven't fully even, I don't spend all my time here. California is not my main home, it's somewhere else, and I also live in Europe part-time. So another reason to lease, why leased versus purchase, is I like to have multiple homes. And I feel like when you own something, you see it as your nest egg and you literally don't travel as much. I know that's psychological, but it's true.
I just cannot believe that he's saying these things on camera to his audience, because it is so clear to anybody watching this how full of shit this man is. So you're telling me you lease tons of homes apparently and live a lot of different places. You're leasing a $100 million home despite not really spending that much time here. Why? Why lease a $100 million home then? You are actually just flushing money down the shitter. The reason you'd buy multiple homes if you've reached like an absurd level of wealth is you're building equity. Like you're building things. Like you are able to make money off those investments long term. Here, you are actually just burning money. So you're bad with money is what you're admitting to here, Ty. I cannot believe that he's not able to process that.
I've got a big party coming up. By the way, I'm doing these mansion seminars in the ballroom, and I do these charity parties. So I'll put a link in the description if you want to see the calendar of the upcoming stuff.
Gorsh. Absolutely, Ty. Sign me up. Parties, mansion seminars and a leased $100 million property. I can't wait to be taught by the master.
This place, they used to use it for like big charity events. Brad Pitt had an event here. It's pretty cool. But, you know, a lot of times if you do it right, another thing I like is you can lease homes that will never come up for sale. It's kind of cool because sometimes people don't want to sell the whole home. So for me, life is about adventure. I'm not number one, my core drive is not material things. So like I said, I like to buy farmland. Farmland's been the best risk-adjusted return. You know, I'd rather own farms that have a productive use than just homes or mansions.
Ty's serving up a full course of the Yappy meal here on the world's slowest elevator. Why does it take so long to go 2 floors? This elevator sucks. Is there just like a couple people with like a rope slowly letting it down as Ty gets in it? How is it that slow? Jesus. And anyway, whatever he's talking about in there is fucking stupid in the first place, saying how his number one motivator is not material things. Meanwhile, his whole persona is material things and presenting material things, flexing material things, and convincing his audience that they should and can get those material things through following him. You're just so full of barnacles, Ty, it's crazy.
I don't know where we are. That goes back up. And this is you could fit up to 20 cars in the garage. But my friend's staying here and just one little Lambo. I'm trying to decide if I want to get a Phantom Rolls Royce with a driver.
That's so badass, Ty. He can't decide if he wants the Phantom or the Rolls Royce with a driver. He just has so many complex decisions. I say, why not both? You got plenty of dough lying around, right? Look at you, Ty. Just get both. You've earned it, man. You've earned it. I also love it. He's like, yeah, I don't really know where we are. Of course you don't. Of course you don't know where you are, Ty. Because I don't think you actually leased this place. You just come in here because you know the realtor and he'd let you come in here and just take a fucking tour through it while presenting as if it's yours so you could sell some fools on your fucking courses to make money off of them.
But I use this a lot. It's got a really good sound system. Beautiful chairs. I had the first night I moved in, like 5 friends, and we all, what do we watch? The Bourne Experiment. And it was like everybody fell asleep in the chairs. Everybody's snoring. Guys' night, everybody's sitting there snoring.
No, they didn't. You made that up. Of all the things that have never happened, that's definitely one of them. Well, like, you couldn't even think of an accurate Bourne title. There is no Bourne Experiment, goober. Like, he's just making shit up. And the amount of times he references his friends truly convinces me that he has no one in his life that's close to him. Nobody at all. Yeah, so I had, like, my friends, you know, they were here. We watched a movie. And then everyone fell asleep. They were, like, snoring and shit. And then, you know, my friends, they came up to me and said, thank you so much, Ty, for letting us stay here. You're such a good guy. And thank you, Ty, for making us millions of dollars. And then everyone clapped.
The next reason to buy is adventure. I'm an adventure guy. People always ask me, Ty, why are you still doing business? You know, I could have retired and had enough recurring revenue probably in like 2007 or 8. You know, why didn't I? I like adventure.
Of course. No, absolutely, Ty. He's just a real adventurous soul. And he doesn't like to be tied down by like a family or anything. He likes to do it alone. He prefers to be alone. It's his choice.
Don't be afraid to lease. As I told you at the beginning, what Felix Dennis said about the 3 Fs. So don't listen. People are financially illiterate. They're like, oh, if you didn't buy it, that's something wrong. Do the cost benefit analysis. Sometimes it makes sense to buy. Sometimes it makes sense to lease. If you know you want to be there for a long time, like farms for me.
Not a single convincing argument in favor of leasing over buying presented throughout this entire video. Because bare necessities. The core is that it's stupid to lease a $100 million mansion under any circumstances. It's a terrible idea. And he's trying so hard to spin it as like an alpha gigabrain financial guru maneuver. It's not, Ty. It's not. He then goes on to promote his seminars once more to try and get people through the door with their wallets out and piggy banks emptied. So just classic Ty Lopez shit, really. I wanted to make fun of it. That's about it. See ya. Yeah, I'm talking about scams again. I don't know what to tell you. Every single minute there's another scam born, and every 5 minutes there's another victim of a scam being taken advantage of. It is unreal.
the current landscape of the internet with how rampant scams are. It's crazy. There are more active scammers on this planet than there are ants. It's just vile. Nowhere and no one is safe. I'm going to make up a statistic real quick, and I want it to be an alarming one just to illustrate the intensity of the situation. 1 out of every 2 people in this world is either a scammer or a victim. So, sleep in fear. Now today I'm going to be going over a scammer that I'm pretty confident most of you haven't heard of. I only recently learned about them thanks to a YouTuber named Maddie Balls who made a great video exposing the whole situation and going over it thoroughly. So the link to the full video, of course, is going to be in the description of this one. I'm just going to show some of the clips and go over like the general broad strokes of what the scam is. It's a pretty interesting one, albeit nothing unique about it. But what I find interesting is their commitment to the facade. So the scammer is named Carter Jameson, and he's built his career, well, career is a term I'm using super loosely because it's an illusion of a career. Carter Jameson is an Instagram influencer, which again is a term that has no meaning at all. That is the biggest nothing fucking sandwich of a term. But he has 1 million followers on Instagram, almost all of which are botted, by the way. And he sells courses, which are like media packages in order to get you clout. The man is a literal clout vendor. He's an exposure goblin, and you pay him thousands of dollars for these packages to hopefully blow up your brand or increase your online presence. That's his whole hustle. He's a guru scammer. There's nothing unique there whatsoever. But what's impressive about Carter Jameson is his tenacity and persistence to prey on gullible kids and desperate adults. He seems to have been a born slimy weasel of a person because he's been scamming for quite some time now, and he's only 19 years old. This is a young man. He's like fresh out of high school and already a notorious scammer. In fact, he was one of the puppet masters behind Lana Rhoades' NFT scam from like 8 or 9 months ago, which I know a lot of you are probably familiar with because that was a huge scam. He was one of the people behind it that made off with $1.5 million in that rug pull. This was his first major scam, and I guess he must have really enjoyed the taste of shit in his mouth because he just continues to scam from here. It's only escalated. So not only does he do the press package shit where he like sells these $1,000 packages of like articles or whatever, he also does these very shady giveaways where I'm not entirely convinced people actually get the items they're supposed to receive from the giveaways. But even still, giveaways in and of themselves and the way that Carter Jameson does them are always sketchy because he's hiring rappers and pretending to be friends with them in order to promote the giveaway. So that way people start following the account and, you know, signing up, whatever, all that, under the idea that they're going to get this item, and also under the idea that the rapper that is there is a big supporter, so it must be legitimate, even though that's not exactly telling the whole story. Carter Jameson also has 2 other NFT scams that he has run since the Lana Rhoades one, so he's just been on this upward trajectory of thousands upon thousands of scams that he just keeps fucking spearheading. And like I said, he's only 19. I have to imagine he started doing this as a child, like an actual toddler. Like he probably opened a lemonade stand when he was 8 years old, but didn't actually sell lemonade. He sold water with like a hint of lemon in it because he wanted to save money on the lemons. So he just sold people the idea of lemonade. Like, I guarantee this guy's been scamming for a long time. Like, probably took notes out of Ed, Edd n Eddy when they were scamming for Jawbreakers. He probably was scamming around his middle school for, you know, $15, $20 off like a homework racket or something. Like, this kid seems to just thrive off taking advantage of people and lying. His whole personality is fake. So I'm going to go ahead and play clips from the video so that we can get a deeper understanding of exactly how all of it works. But this one is a pretty sad one. Like, he's 19 years old and he's already a piece of shit. Carter Jameson. I'm unfamiliar with that name.
Carter Jameson is someone who's been seen with Chief Keef, Kodak Black, Lil Durk, Bobby Shmurda, Summer Rae, Lil Yachty, Steve Will Do It, Cole Bennett, and many other celebrities. But how...
I'm going to just take a guess. Knowing nothing about this, he paid to take all of those pictures with those celebrities. He's a trust fund kid with a lot of access to money. So he puts on a front that he's actually a popular guy, like friends with all these rappers, and he uses it to try and promote. I'm just going to do crypto. I think crypto's easiest. Lock it in.
The digital marketing company Gateway Agency. But I think he's a liar. So to understand how this guy has made
Called
millions
out,
from
Jesus.
lying, misleading, and scamming, we have to dig a little bit deeper. Recently
Oh, actually, damn, fuck.
I'm starting to change my mind. Maybe it's not crypto. Maybe he sells like courses. Maybe he's one of those gurus, like get rich quick guru kind of shit. Because he's a 19-year-old entrepreneur, owner of Gateway Agency or some shit. Whatever other imaginary made-up garbage he comes up with. I'll stick it out on crypto. I won't backpedal.
Getting a ton. Is he really even a scammer? Well,
I'm gonna go ahead and take a stab at it. He does not have all of these followers legitimately, 100% botted to a certain level. A lot of people on Instagram do that. How does this kid know all these people? He doesn't. He pays to be near them. And who is he? Just a kid with a lucky spawn, born to a wealthy family.
so Carter Jamieson is another one of those social media gurus you see online, but instead of selling you a course, he's selling you popularity. You might notice he has decent engagement and relationships with one guru who promises to scale your digital footprint to the
My second guess was the right one. Son of a bitch. Yeah, maybe crypto's too outdated now. Everyone just immediately conflates anything meta, Web3, whatever with a scam. Rightfully so, by the way. Like, yeah, if he's a modern scammer, he would have had to adapt into the guru space, which is now the moneymaker.
actually proves his guiltiness. Botted engagement. Before his engagement increased 100 times because of Juice WRLD fans hate bombing him, he could be seen botting his account, as you can see from all these fake comments. And if that isn't proof enough,
no, this is really fire.
Out botted engagement
Shit's
on
flames.
one of his Twitter accounts. And here on his YouTube channel, you can see over 1,000 botted comments on one of his YouTube shorts that only has 600 likes. So it's safe to assume that he's botting likes and possibly followers.
They're
too.
just very
Then there's
passionate.
his
They
press.
forgot to
When
like.
I first saw on his website that he had a ton of articles and content, and another even says this story is paid for by an advertiser. Remember?
I actually had no idea that that shit was there. Obviously, a lot of journalism is paid content. Like, I mean, is what it is. I didn't know that they actually disclosed it in those cases. I thought they still kind of kept that under wraps. But I guess they also got hit by some new guidelines or something, or maybe I've just been oblivious to those notices.
Someone with a lot of followers, we tend to think they're legitimate.
The deception
I
exists
don't.
because the large follower numbers trick our brains into giving out credibility naturally from the social proof. More followers means more credibility, right?
But I don't think Carter's...
Maybe I'm being baselessly optimistic, but I feel like that perception's starting to waver a bit. It used to be bigger number, trustworthy person. That used to be the rule, but I think with crypto and everything, it's kind of shaken everyone's faith in that concept. So I'm hoping that's changing, because it feels like it kind of is, slowly but surely. But maybe I'm just wrong in wanting to believe. I like how the YouTuber is basically milking this guy's downfall for views and content. Why does everyone have to have like some kind of weird contrarian perspective on everything? This guy even said at the beginning, like, he was a very generous guy about this whole thing. He's just telling the story, and that's exactly what he's doing. He's just telling the story about this guy's hustle, which is a scam. It's so weird. What goes on in your mind to want to immediately take some kind of weird combative stance on someone just literally exposing a scammer? I don't get it. I actually don't understand it. It's just too easy to agree, so someone has to disagree even if they don't believe. I suppose, but I'm not here to be an armchair psychologist. I really just don't get it.
He uses a method called loop giveaways where he partners with popular people to give away items. Carter and probably others will spam DM people with details about the giveaway campaign. They show the estimated growth and how much it'll cost to buy into it, and the reason that account will be following all of the investors. So in return for their money, they will be receiving thousands of real followers. So when he gets that investor money, he buys the items for the giveaways, flies out to meet the influencer or the rapper, takes some pictures with them to make his Instagram look better, takes pictures for the giveaway, pays the influencer, and keeps a ridiculous amount of money for doing little to nothing. It really is an infinite money glitch. And the giveaways themselves aren't necessarily scams. They're not against Instagram.
It's like a social media STD.
And I think he actually does give away the items. He might not, I'm not sure. I have seen people say they haven't gotten their stuff. That might not be true. But we have, and his business offers a variety of other overpriced services. For example, you can buy different press packages that offer articles and other sorts of
For the low cost of $8,000, you can get the musician package, which is a 15 article package. Oh, whoa, and I missed the... Oh, that's the low end. What the fuck? The $20,000 value is so much better. It even has the word cheaper. It's the market domination press package, which is 20 mid-tier press package. How are you supposed to gain clout without spending 20 grand on this package? Holy shit, wait, all the answers are right here. This is the key to success. He's giving away the keys to the kingdom. Holy fuck. And for the low cost of 20 grand?
Press, like this Google Knowledge Panel package, which costs $6,500 when you can do it for free yourself. Then in the description, he has the nerve to say, you must have 20 other notable articles.
Yeah.
He sells ad management, verification, websites, billboard advertisements, and more. And I'm going to take a random shot.
Why? Who is dumb enough to pay for a fucking billboard advertisement? Who in their right fucking mind is like, oh my god, the billboard package. I need it. I'm gonna blow up with a good billboard. I don't think a single human being of the last 10 years has looked at a billboard and actually signed up or even visited what it was advertising.
Especially because apparently they only accept payments through Cash App, which is very sketchy. And I guess he also used to sell paid shoutouts on his Instagram and then just delete them right away after you paid for it, which probably didn't really make a difference because most of his Instagram followers are either inactive or fake. And if none of this, the reason that I believe he is scamming when it comes to the giveaways and the influencer marketing is because he's been caught scamming before. Before Carter brought his scams to the rap community, he was exposed for being one of the masterminds behind Lana Rhoades' CryptoSys NFT rug pull, where her, Carter, and some others made off with $1.5 million in Ethereum.
It's crazy. Somehow, anytime there's a scam, it's like this interconnected web. Like, all of the scammers that currently exist have always existed, and they've been part of all the other scams we've followed. What a throwback. What another reoccurring character. Another season that they're making an appearance in, another cameo.
There were 6,069 awful looking NFTs that were being marketed as an investment, and investors were promised that this was a long...
Unlike other pump and dump projects, we don't just plan on stopping after minting, so we actually have to be able to fund all that stuff.
They were hyping it up so much to the point where multiple people even got tattoos of the NFT and they were reposting it. Personally, I can't imagine knowingly scamming people, watching them get tattoos of the NFT and reposting it. So they...
I'll tell you one thing, I can absolutely imagine that. If you're one of those absolute bumbling idiots that buys into CryptoSys and you feel so strongly about it, you get a tattoo on your fucking thigh of the CryptoSys logo, you deserve to be laughed at. The scammer at that point, I'm on the scammer side. Laughing at you is like the least they can do. You've earned that shit. That's a fat fucking L. My god. Everything else I disagree with the scammer on, but laughing at people that do that, I actually completely agree.
$1.6 million was drained out of this mint for the NFTs one day after they sold the collection.
The reason that they did this is because apparently Lana's feelings got hurt by the negativity in the community, but obviously this was just an excuse to take the money. Tons of people in the community talked about this rug pull, so it's a pretty well-known scam, and somehow Carter still has a career. And this wasn't the first time that Lana... Right now, Carter has other NFT projects like Billionaire Butterfly Club, which I'm assuming is
I was kind of right. He is doing crypto scams.
Rug pull type of deal. But in
this is the fraternity apes party, guys. Everybody in this is in the highest level frat of the real life.
Fraternity Apes Party, or FAP for short, is an NFT project where the incentive isn't an investment, but it's that you could go to a cool party with tons of influencers and celebrities. And only holders
that's
of the
worth
NFT can get in. I doubt any of the people there owned one of these awful looking NFTs. They somehow even got the Nelk Boys to show up, but they probably paid them too.
Yeah,
and then they actually
somehow they got Steve Will Do It there. The guy notorious for literally accepting anything that has a dollar bill attached to it. It's a mystery to me how the fuck Nelk ended up there. This kid, I'll crack the code. I think I was right initially. This kid came from money, and he used that money to buy himself an advantage, to put himself in the position so he could scam people easily by presenting himself as a popular influencer. So he did the crypto scams with Lana Rhoades. He's doing the guru scams right now with the gateway giveaways, and he's done, 2 other crypto-based scams with NFTs and shit. He's just one of those douchebags. Perpetually living in his father's shadow.
Fake lifestyle. The rappers and the other people partnering with him, or more likely their management, should probably look a little bit more into who they're partnering with.
Why would they do that?
At the money they're going to receive, because then they end up associating with a bunch of scammers, which doesn't really make them look good.
Yeah, but their audience doesn't care. This was a great video. Good shit, Matty Balls. Yeah, I didn't know anything about this guy. This is an interesting story. Hold on, I want to look something up right now. This video is not very old, right? It's like 2 months old. Has he addressed this? His whole Instagram is fucking rough. Yeah, it's just shit like this. It's just him holding money. I don't even think people buy his course, I'll just say it. I think people are not dumb enough to fall for someone like this. You'd be surprised. I guess, but his prices are outrageous. $8,000 all the way up to $20,000. Like, nobody can afford those packages. Like, the only people in his audience that might not be aware it's a scam are actual teenagers that are just blinded by, like, TikTok clout and an overwhelming, insatiable desire for attention. They can't afford $8,000 packages, and certainly not the $20,000 package. So, like, who the fuck is his audience? Or, rather, his clients. No one can afford that shit. You underestimate the stupidity of the average adult. I really don't. I feel like of most people in the world, I am usually pretty on the mark with how dumb people can be. This is just out of the price range of stupid people. And certainly out of the price range of stupid kids. You were surprised by the age of CryptoZoo victims. I was very surprised by that. You are correct. That one did catch me off guard. I wouldn't have expected adults to be in the Logan Paul audience, let alone falling for a Logan Paul NFT project. But that was a low barrier of entry for them. This is an extremely high barrier. Especially for very little return. Meet the 18-year-old who's the CEO of a successful social media agency. And then right underneath that, this is paid for by the advertiser. Ah, so it's trustworthy then, huh? Surely this will be an unbiased look at his story. Let's see. More than the stunning content, he wanted to explore the algorithm that leads the influencers to a staggering number of followers. After 6 years of grinding with Instagram, Jameson was finally successful in decoding the algorithm to earn over 1 million followers. He decoded it, he was in the mainframe, and then he found the secret, which is his daddy's credit card to buy bots. Little botted followers. Fucking genius. Holy shit, this guy's good. He's a savant. He's like the Mozart of Instagram. Because he never did anything? Well, no, I just wanted to know about, like, his parents. Like, usually in these kind of cases, they always try to be that person that pulls themselves up by their own bootstraps. Like, I came from nothing. My dad was a normal blue-collar worker, just a true red-blooded American patriot working 2 jobs to put food on the table for me and my 6 brothers. And my mom also had to work night shifts down at the local cemetery. Like, I don't know. Usually just like some kind of sob story. So that people like relate to it somehow and like put him on a pedestal of, wow, he did it himself. But he didn't even bother with that step. Do all scammers usually come from a rich family? I wouldn't say all of them. That'd be a disservice to say all of them. But I would argue a good 85 to 90% of all scammers do come from a very privileged background. At least in the digital age. There is no worse or more degenerate place on the entire internet than TikTok Live. TikTok live streams are actual hell on earth. You'd sooner find me in the adult baby diaper lovers community forums before you'd find me in a goddamn TikTok live stream chat. I would sooner go to the front lines of a war zone than venture on over to TikTok live streams. It's just so bad and pathetic. The majority of the TikTok live streams I've ever seen are just blatant scams or people non-stop begging for donations with a made-up sob story. And that's what we're going to focus on today. I'm sure you've already seen some of the more popular scammers on TikTok live streams, such as the one Mudahar recently made a video about. This is a trend where you have these adults near children who appeared to be ill, and it's a pre-recorded video, it's not actually live. Sorry to spoil the Christmas magic there. And what they're doing is they're just begging for money, like, you know, rocking back and forth, saying like, guys, this child's gonna stay sick unless you give us money right now. Your money can bring this child back to life. We have the antidote, we just don't have the money. The panacea will save them, and we just need your money to save this child's life because they're so sick. If you don't send the money, they're gonna stay sick forever. Please don't let this happen. And it's obviously aimed at exploiting people's willingness to help those in need. This one's actually a pretty deep scam because it's not just individuals doing it by themselves. It's actually like an entire business that is having people do this for them. Like it's like almost an entire empire they're building off of this scam. At least that's what it appears to be. And there's one other thing I'd like to mention, and this one's not very important. It's just a little pet peeve of mine that really grinds my asshole. In TikTok, the way you tip isn't directly with money. They had to be quirky about it and unique. So instead of tipping real money, you're tipping goofy, dumb shit like roses or sunglasses, top hats. Oh, thanks for the 5 roses. Whoa, 14 Glurpies? Holy shit, you're too generous. Oh my god, a milkshake? No, you guys are being too nice today. I understand it's Christmas, but you can't be spending this kind of money giving me a dragon? I hate it. I hate it so much. Don't be such a fucking weirdo. Just make it like 1-to-1, like, oh, here's $5 or whatever. I hate that they have to like convert it into stupid little Microsoft clip art shit as like, here's what you got tipped. It's a rose. It's dumb. I hate that. Not important, but just something I wanted to point out. So this is a very common scam, but it's not the only one. There are just so many scams similar to this. And there's a video that's been posted by a YouTuber named Wasabi who goes over one of the biggest culprits of scamming like this, and probably the most popular one, who frequently does these kind of live streams and still hasn't been banned, and actually has a following of over 500,000 people.
But for live streaming instead.
If you end up on the TikTok live stream section, you've already fucked up. Like, I'm just gonna assume you're there for something nefarious. Like, why the fuck would you ever watch a TikTok live stream? Go anywhere else for live content, not TikTok. Like, holy shit, it's fucking terrible. That is the worst streams ever, bar none.
Becomes a lot more appealing to people wanting to give live streaming a shot, or potentially by scammers who see it as a great opportunity to take advantage of other people.
So judging by the thumbnail, this is the scammer he's about to call out, and I can already tell you he's doing the exact same scam that I briefly mentioned. I'm going to take a shot here, just based off of the other scams I know on TikTok live streams. He plays pre-recorded videos begging for money, doing something, telling a sob story, one of the two. And he just loops that shit endlessly to try and farm money out of it.
And we are not getting a galaxy. You see, I just needed to be positive because we aren't getting a galaxy. I was so confident. You are making me rage today. You are making me rage today because we aren't getting a galaxy. Which means I'm not going to knock it over, which means I'm not going to rage, and which means I'm not emo. Because galaxy means I'm emo and I have to knock it down.
Someone translate, is a galaxy some kind of like in-app currency that's a big one? What does that translate to real currency? How many doubloons? Why am I, how am I getting so many different answers to that question? I'm just gonna look it up myself. How in the fuck, it is a standard rate on the gift, I have to imagine. How the fuck did I get a range of $5 to $1,000 from so many different people? Jesus, why do I ask? Why do I bother asking? Cost $13.50. God damn it. Holy shit, it is $13.50. Okay, so then this is just everyone's doing this scam then. Displaying pre-recorded videos as a stream.
Is this fake? No, your mom fake. It's not fake.
The cherry on top, some people don't even have real streams. They're just pre-recorded. They're fake. So the process for going live is pretty straightforward. On TikTok's website, it says you must be 8 that don't know any better, so they're easy to fool and potentially get money from.
That's also very common. On TikTok Live, I know they take Twitch streams sometimes and just broadcast it there as well on their page to farm off of the TikTok stream, or off the Twitch streamer. So they'll take like a VOD. They'll take like, let's say, XQC playing GTA RP. They'll take his entire stream, download it onto their phone or tablet or whatever, and then they'll just play it as a live stream on TikTok and just let people come in and just farm. That's pretty common on TikTok. I've seen that before. Do I watch TikTok? The only time I go on TikTok is when there's like an interesting drama story. Otherwise, I don't fucking touch it. I am not really too big of a fan. I'm sure there's good content on there somewhere, but I'm not going to be the one digging through to find it. It's more than $13. There's no way it's like 100. Are you talking about the Galaxy? What do you mean? I looked it up. TikTok Galaxy cost. Why did you donate to tell me that when you can just look it up yourself? Roughly the equivalent to $13 to $15 or $13.50 overall. This is outdated? This is December 11th of 2022. It was a week ago. What the fuck do you mean it's outdated? Yeah, I mean, I guess maybe inflation's a whole new kind of beast over on TikTok. I'm just going to say this is probably correct for now.
The easiest way to tell if a stream is fake is to look at the user's profile. For a majority of them, their profiles are either blank with a fake profile picture, and the bio either has no text, or some of them say, "Don't give me Galaxy," which is their way of saying, "Give me money."
Are you serious right now? I haven't blinked for the last 17 days. You can literally join my live right now.
Jesus
Check for
Christ.
yourself. I don't blink.
This is unwatchable,
When
holy
I join
fuck.
your live, that is cap, bro. I haven't blinked in the last 7 days. You can literally join my.
Is it a scam or do people have bad taste? No, it's a scam. He just plays pre-recorded videos. So when you donate to him, and he's like, "Give me a Galaxy or I'm gonna fucking cry and pee-pee. Give me a Galaxy or it's gonna be real wet trousers in here. No Galaxy?" And then the chat, for some reason, does donate a Galaxy. But since it's a pre-recorded video, he doesn't react to it or anything. He just loops that video endlessly forever. He has all the Galaxies he needs. Yeah. He's got too many Galaxies now. He's got his bag. He said enough is enough. I'll leave a couple solar systems for the rest of you plebs. So Wasabi went over the minimum payout threshold, which is really generous. It's $10. As long as you make $10, you can get paid out for that. So getting one Galaxy pretty much immediately covers that. And I imagine he's actually been successful in farming that, considering he has 520,000 followers. And a lot of them just really don't seem to get it. I understand they're kids that still don't have object permanence, where if you put like an orange behind your back, they think it vanishes from existence. So these kids still believe that they're watching real content from the guy, even though it's pre-recorded videos. So I have no doubt that he's been able to get a lot of money out of doing this over and over and over again. He's also been doing this for a long time now. There's videos on YouTube right now that have called him out multiple times over the course of the last like 6 months at least, from like a Cheeto as well as a couple other commentary channels. So he's just been at this grind, the Sigma male grind, all year. Just absolutely scamming children, taking candy from babies.
Followers and likes on his actual profile, but if you were to actually catch one of his lives, then you would see that as a pre-recorded video. Another way to tell that's pre-recorded is look at another YouTuber who has already covered this exact same guy before. A video that they showed for him over 6 months ago is a video that I just showed that I recorded myself when he was live a few days ago. So yeah, the entire thing is fake. And then of course, just like all these profiles that want to try and get money out of you or scam you, they have a link, you click on it, and then they provide 3 different drop downs saying earn this, make this, when all of it is not real. But
the Eater of Worlds was unsatisfied with just Galaxies. His gluttony knows no bounds. So even apart from just the live stream scams, he now also includes more scams in his bio. He's double, even triple dipping into the art of scamming. So you click on his bio link and it brings you to the age-old scam, a classic, an iconic one even, where it's gift card giveaways, win an iPhone, win 50,000 skateboards, win a date with Jenna Ortega, like just all of these stupid things where like, oh, click here, get $750 and an iPhone and shit like that. All of it fake. All of it a scam. So this guy's entire identity online is based around just absolutely slapping kids and their parents' wallets around. But of course, he's not the only one doing it. It is extremely common on the platform right now. So again, I don't know why you'd ever go to a TikTok live stream unless you're really just trying to lose money for the sake of losing it. But at that point, just flush it down the toilet. Why bother giving it to a piece of shit like this guy? So yeah, I just wanted to talk about some of the scams going around on there, and that's about it. So yeah, I'm in a bucket hat. I'm enjoying it. I'm having fun. Now, a buddy of mine just sent me something that I can promise you no one's having fun with except for the people that were paid to promote it. It is called $1 Million Fan. It is a show which is pitching a $20 million prize pool for what seems to be a load of horseradish. And in case you were wondering, yes, that is an AI mansion on their front page of this contest. At least from everything I can tell, it's an AI-generated mansion. Which immediately should let you know that you're dealing with some high-quality content here. No reason not to trust that. I can't believe anybody would be pitched this and actually think it's legitimate. Like, it takes 3 seconds of looking on their website to smell the poop. It is unbelievably foul. Like, there is no world where this happens. To put in perspective that prize number, $20 million, That is significantly more than Mr. Beast's Amazon show and would make it by far the highest grand prize pool in any kind of like reality game show history, pretty much. All for a, what I believe to be terrible concept for a show as well, about streamers' fans submitting clips and then I guess going to a mansion or something. I'm still a little confused because the information they offer is just fucking nonsensical. Like, I feel like I have to be on Fint to even begin to process the words that I'm reading and what is supposed to be a contest. So I want to go through this. I want to really get into the weeds here because this is mind-bogglingly stupid. This is a special kind of scam that I just can't even picture someone falling for. Yet, some streamers have publicly promoted it. I'm assuming they were paid to do so by their talent agency, who was approached by whoever's behind the $1 Million Fan Show to do this. So I imagine some people buy into it, which I can't wrap my noodle around that. This is like the Fire Festival of streamer shows, but even more outrageously fucking dumb. They have a streamers section here, and I'm guessing they were all paid to endorse this, and I know in Extra Emily's case, she just had a statement on her stream after her community was letting her know that they believe she had just promoted a scam to them with hawking $1 Million Fan Club. So we'll go over her statement here towards the end of the video. Checking in on the About Us section offers more questions than answers. It's so fucking useless here. You get about as much lore here as you do for the old Urgot League of Legends write-up, where it basically just said Urgot has a dark and mysterious past. So $1 Million Fan is a high-stakes reality television competition built around one simple idea: the fans deserve a seat at the table. Created at the intersection of modern creator culture and large-scale unscripted entertainment, $1 Million Fan brings everyday fans face-to-face with the creators they support, competing together in real-world challenges for life-changing prizes. This is not a meet and greet, and it's not passive fandom. It's participation, pressure, and performance. This feels like it's an AI-generated About Us section. Each season pairs selected fans with major online creators in a fully produced, on-location competition environment. Contestants are tested physically, mentally, and strategically across a series of escalating challenges designed to reward adaptability, teamwork, and resilience. The result is a show that feels authentic, unpredictable, and genuinely earned. $1 Million Fan is produced with the same standards as top-tier television professional crews, rigorous safety protocols, transparent rules, and a clear separation between entertainment and fair competition. No purchase is required to apply or enter. Fan participation pathways are designed to be accessible, compliant, and audience-first. At its core, $1 Million Fan exists to redefine the relationship between creators and their communities. Fans are no longer just viewers, they are competitors. Creators are no longer just personalities, they are teammates. Every moment is rooted in real stakes, real people, and real outcomes. This is reality television built for the internet generation, bigger, bolder, and centered on the people who made creator culture possible in the first place. So who the fuck are you, by the way? This is the About Us section, but you've only told us, like, I guess the elevator pitch on the show. Who is putting this on? Where is the $20 million coming from? Who is the professional television crew here working on this? Like, this is not providing any actual information about the team behind $1 Million Fan. That should immediately raise some red flags that they're not front-facing with who is even putting this on in the first place or where this prize purse is coming from. Their About Us section is fundamentally just like a high schooler that's cramming for a summer reading book report where they're trying to meet the word count. This should immediately be raising red flags and have you asking some questions like, why are they not being more forward with who is behind this? Is it the fucking Rockefellers? Like, whose identity are they protecting? The Elusive Man or something from Mass Effect? Like, where is this coming from? Who is putting this on and who is putting this together? This About Us section is nothing but meaningless fluff gobbledygook that doesn't actually answer anything or provide any real valuable information about this production and who's responsible for it. And then when you go further to their partners section, they have like a couple of brands listed here. Their 3 listed affiliates are Malwarebytes, Hide Me, and then that mystery affiliate in the middle there is StubHub. Have to click on it to find that information out. I was a little nervous that I was about to have my fucking identity stolen or something, clicking on a random image from a sketchy website that links me to something outside of it. And their Proud Partners section actually had me laugh out loud, audibly giggling, not just blowing air out of my nose. I literally laughed a hearty ho 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 like Santa Claus when I saw Livestream Fail is listed as a proud partner of $1 Million Fan. And so I went to the live stream fail, and they actually even had a big post announcing this to try and get people to sign up for it. So I guess they're like an official partner of $1 Million Fan. And I was reading the comments from like one of the mods there that was talking about it, and it seems like he's completely fucking clueless on what's even going on in regards to this whole thing. So I don't exactly understand their role in this, or like who's pulling the strings there. The puppet master at LSF that's partnering with $1 Million Fan, but the mods don't even seem to be on the same page there and don't have any real answers. Then going to IRL buffs is like going to a barren wasteland. This whole website is completely empty. It's like Squidward going to that room to be all alone. This feels like it's a prototype that was thrown together in like a handful of minutes just for the sole sake of existing on the $1 Million Show site. I'm pretty sure that's an AI-generated image there as well for their products like Anti-Tilt and Aimbot. Like, this whole thing is extremely sketchy to me. There's like no actual information on this website at all. It is just trash. And then their third listed partner, the VGS Robot Wars or whatever, that doesn't go anywhere. You can click the image, but nothing happens. So when it says coming soon, it literally means coming soon. One of their partners, they're still imagineering right now. They have the concept of a partner, but it doesn't actually exist. This whole thing, I truly don't know how anyone could be pitched this and just say like, oh yeah, I'll put my name on that. Now I ended up making an account, Gilman Tookus. I used 10-minute mail, I set up my account, and it seems like there's a lot of monetization here. So you can buy some emote packs, up to $5.50 worth of creator emote packs, which give you 10 entries into the competition. But they do explicitly make clear numerous times, no purchase is necessary to enter, but kind of nudging you a little bit to maybe make a couple purchases. But you can't legally require a payment. You can't legally require someone to buy something in order to enter into some shit like this. So that's there to cover their own ass in the eyes of the law, but they do very much try and incentivize you to spend money here for the $1 Million Fan show. Going to their official rules, I thought for a brief moment I was going to learn more about the sponsor here, but it's talked so vaguely that it sounds like a Destiny 2 raid boss. The sponsor, $1 Million Fan Reality Show Inc., referred to herein as $1 Million Fan or the sponsor, is a Canadian for-profit corporation operating as a technology and media company that organizes and promotes sweepstakes events. The sponsor operates sweepstakes and skill-based contest experiences and separately provides application review and casting evaluation services. Any producer fees are charged solely for administrative and evaluation services and are not entry fees or consideration for chance. Interestingly, they say the sponsor is a Canadian organization, but the domain, when looking it up on Whois, is registered in Iceland. I don't know, it feels a little odd. It felt peculiar. Maybe that's standard business protocol? Not really sure, but just thought it was something worth mentioning. Now I bet you're scratching at your neck wanting more details on how to enter, and don't worry, they have this section here that's nice and convoluted. So, how to enter. A. TV show spots. The TV show selection will offer 2 different methods of entry with a total of 14 show participation spots available. 1. Sweepstakes entry, random draw, 7 spots. Participants may enter sweepstakes for a chance to win 1 of 7 show participation spots. Sweepstakes entries are available through 2 methods. Paid entry, donation method. Visit the Experience webpage and follow the donation entry process. Each confirmed donation will provide entries into the sweepstakes with the number of entries determined by the amount donated as indicated on the Experience page at the time of donation. Participants may donate multiple times, and there's no limit to the number of entries per person. Yippee! Yeehaw, I can keep giving my money for a better chance at being on this imaginary television show. Then there's method 2, free entry, no donation requirement. Participants may also enter sweepstakes without donating. To do so, visit the Experience webpage and follow the free entry alternative method of entry. Each valid submission will count as 1 free entry into sweepstakes. Free entries are unlimited. Participants will submit free entry by mail, which I'm sure people can't wait to go by mail for their free entry. Then there's also 2, the contest entry. This is judge section, so this is outside of the sweepstakes. In addition to the sweepstakes, 7 show participation spots will be awarded through a skit-based contest. Contest entrants must submit an application and/or participate in the contest process as described in the Experience rules. Winners will be selected by a judging panel based on specific criteria, originality, creativity, skill, or other merit-based factors as outlined in the experience rules. Contest entries will be judged by a qualified panel chosen by sponsor using the following weighted criteria: creativity 40%, originality 30%, skill or ability demonstrated 20%, overall impression 10%. The 7 highest scoring entrants will be selected as contest winners. In the event of a tie, sponsor reserves the right to conduct a secondary evaluation. Judges' decisions are final and binding. Now, let's assume that you do enter into this. You waive your right to basically everything, which this is standard. I saw some people calling this out as being like really alarming, but I don't think people ever really read terms and conditions. These kind of protection clauses are always baked into contracts these days. Not that I agree with the practice, but this isn't anything super new. This is probably boilerplate shit if I had to guess. So if you read through the entry conditions and release, if you bother to go through and read that, you'll find a lot of legalese that's there to kind of just protect themselves in the event that someone tries to pursue legal action against them. And this is baked into so many terms and conditions these days where companies just throw the kitchen sink in there knowing full well a lot of it's not enforceable, like it's not going to actually stick, but they throw it in there just because why not? They know people aren't going to fucking read it in the first place. And in a lot of cases, it gets overturned. Like, you can't just knowingly scam someone and say, look at the terms and conditions in section 117, you agreed that we could scam you, and if we did, you wouldn't be mad. There'd be no tears and there'd be no legal actions. You agreed, you signed right here by signing up. That doesn't work. So in this case, they're putting these protections in here that read about like how you can't pursue them for any like punitive damages and stuff like that as a way of just trying to protect themselves if in the event that this does end up being a scam, which I do believe that this event will never actually unfold in the way in which it is presented on this website. This whole thing, I think, is just complete fucking hogwash. But this section in particular here wasn't like super surprising to me like it was for a lot of other people. I kind of expected that that would be somewhere in their website as part of the terms of signing up, especially when you consider that the paid entries are non-refundable based on the available information I can find. It seems like those are non-refundable. So this being in there is trying to stop someone, like discourage them from coming after them in the event that this doesn't actually happen. Which, again, if you do get scammed by this, I don't think these terms protect them. I'm not a fucking lawyer, but I don't think it actually would really even do much in that case. Anyway, though, let's move on to the next component of this, which was Extra Emily's response when people were calling it out.
I know it's sus. I know it looks sus, okay? Mythic pitched it to me, and I was like, okay, sounds good, but I just don't want LSF to be part of it. Like, are you kidding me? Like, why is there an LSF person? Like they're like using, and they're saying like, oh, Emily is backing it up, and I'm like, I just posted it because I had to. Like, I had to be like, okay, I need to tell people about it. Pardon?
What do you mean you only posted about it because you had to? You didn't have to. You could have said no to this when they approached you. She makes it sound like it was an obligation she couldn't avoid. You didn't have to accept the deal. And she even talks about how she didn't really look into it or anything, just said sounds good off rip. Why? Why wouldn't you even bother to take a single peep at it? Especially when they're approaching you about a $20 million contest that uses your fans and you as the face of it. That is inconceivable to me. And then she's really surprised that the LSF team or I guess it's just one person maybe on the LSF mod squad that posted that statement, she's surprised that they're saying she's backing it up. She's like, why would they even think I'm backing it up? Because you are. You are. You promoted it. That is you backing it up. You are on their website. What do you I don't understand why that's not registering.
But then the LSF guy's like, oh yeah, Extra Emily totally backs it. I'm like, I'm just doing what I'm supposed to do, okay? So I don't know what's happening, but for now, just put this put on the side, okay? So I will get more information on it and then let you guys know. So yeah, but I promise I'm not trying to scam you guys. I apologize, I didn't do more research beforehand, but I'm gonna have them do more research.
And then she'll keep them updated on all of that. Again, they are saying you're backing it up because you did promote it. You were on their website as one of the streamers that you can go in and be part of the fan sweepstakes for. The images that I put there of like the emote packages on my Gilman Tookus account, I did that through Extra Emily's portal on Million Dollar Fan. So they are saying she's backing it up because she agreed to this promotion. Now, do I believe Extra Emily was intentionally trying to scam her fans for a paycheck here? No. But as she said, she didn't do any research on it, and it doesn't. She's using the word research like this would have been some kind of Herculean undertaking in order to get down into the bare bones of it, the truth of the matter, when it actually would have just taken maybe 4 seconds of just typing in milliondollarfan.show and looking at the website. You are literally greeted with an AI generated mansion. Like, it doesn't take much effort to have been pitched this and been like, all right, let me just check it out real quick before I say yes, and be like, oh, yep, this is fucking nonsense. This is barnacles. Again, I don't think she's a bad person who did this maliciously or anything, but this was so easily avoidable. And she's like surprised LSF is involved. LSF is on their website, proudly presented. Again, if she even just went to their website once, she would have seen that. She would have known. It's very clear she didn't even bother to type in the name of what she was about to endorse, which is why I believe this was probably some kind of paid promotion. I'm assuming Mythic approached her with this Million Dollar Fan Show pitch, as well as like what they're paying for the integration, and she just said yes to it without like a second thought, really. That's my guess. Now, I also want to yap about how surprised I am that her agency, like her management team, Mythic, would even bring this to her in the first place. Like, why did they would even serve this up on the plate to the streamers to begin with? I feel like the agency shouldn't have even entertained this Million Dollar Fan Show pipe dream. There is no real information available on anyone even associated with this show that's apparently going to be on television based on their entry rules. It's going to be like a big budget reality TV show program somehow, somewhere with a professional crew, this and that. This is a multi-million-dollar production. Like, based on everything they're talking about in their About Us section, this sounds like this would be like an $80 million like produced show with a $20 million prize pool, which is unheard of. Absolutely unheard of. And yet there's no real information available on it. I don't see why Mythic would even take this offer and present it to the streamers with so little available on it. This feels like a very fraudulent show that is now being put out to streamers here as a potential endorsement. So I'm surprised that Mythic even served it to them to begin with. But again, I think it was so easily avoidable for the streamers that are listed here to just like type in that show, like look at it for even a second and be like, yeah, this is fucking garbage. This isn't real. I'm just surprised that it's at this point now where there are potential victims here. There are potential fans of Extra Emily or the Botez sisters or S-Fan or someone that maybe saw this with their name on it and been like, oh, this sounds incredible. $20 million? I'll do a free entry. I'll do a submission here. Well, actually, maybe I'll do a paid entry, get the emote package to support the creators too, and give me some more entries for a better chance of competing in it. And like, it's sad. It's just fucking sad. Because again, I don't think this is real at all. I feel like there's very few people out there that would go to that website and walk away with a positive impression that this is something on the horizon. It doesn't seem feasible at all. Would love to be proven wrong though, I suppose. I guess we'll see. Anyway, I had to yap about this. That's really about it. See ya. A year ago now, a YouTuber named Megalag dropped a video that was the culmination of an extended investigation that spanned the course of a very long period of time about a company who has worked very closely in the YouTube ecosystem for years, Honey, who was once the YouTube darling sponsor absolutely everywhere, more common than the cold, and never really had like a bad reputation, but Megalag, through a very extensive investigation, found some shocking, shady things that not a lot of people knew about. And I don't want to just regurgitate everything from that video. I'm sure you probably have already seen it because it was such a huge deal. Even outside of just the YouTube space, it was a really big thing. Because this is a multi-billion-dollar company that was engaging in some really underhanded tactics that really tiptoe on the line for what is and is not legal, many would argue, which is why they've been faced with so many civil lawsuits since. Now, I know one of them was recently dismissed, but from what I can tell, it's not fully dismissed. It's pending an amendment, from what I can tell. But even still, even if that one gets crumpled up and thrown in the wastebasket from fucking way downtown, that's one of many. There's a lot still out there cooked up and being pushed against PayPal Honey. It's like the scene in SpongeBob when the anchovies charge the Krusty Krab. There is so many civil lawsuits here because a ton of people feel like they have been wronged, misled, and even in certain cases scammed by PayPal Honey. Megalag came from the top turnbuckle and delivered a biblical smackdown with a lot of really convincing evidence, and just released his part 2, the follow-up, which goes even deeper and exposes even more, and also starts talking about it from the small businesses that are being affected and a lot of things that are just being outright lied about by PayPal Honey, allegedly here. It's fascinating, and PayPal Honey has cease and desisted Megalag, claiming a bit of horseradish, I would say, trying to silence him, because these are really damning things. The evidence is very, very strong. I highly recommend you check out the entire video from Megalag here. Of course, I'll link it in the description. I'm only going to cover a small portion of this because I really think you need to watch the entire thing. I think you need to see how the sausage is made here, but I will cover a couple of core components. But just as a little refresher, if you don't remember some of the things PayPal Honey is accused of, one of the big things outside of, like, obviously consumers not exactly getting what they thought they were out of Honey is the affiliate poaching. So creators that worked with Honey that would have their own special deals to promote to their audience, the audience would then use those codes on the website. But Honey had some protocol that would occasionally perhaps poach that sale and take the commission that was supposed to go to the creator, and they would take the lion's share. There were a lot of cases that Megalag was able to point to, and even in his follow-up video shows even stronger evidence for, of how this actually functions, where it seems to be a core component of Honey itself, where it will overwrite your cookie, it will inject itself, and it is looking to make that commission in a lot of cases. It's very scummy shit. And I know after the first video he dropped, a lot of people's response was, who gives a fuck? The creators can suck my dick, and my heart doesn't break for these businesses. They can go eat dirt. Okay, that's your prerogative. I'm not your fucking dad. I'm not going to come in there with the belt and make you change your mind or whatever. That's fine. But in this second part of the video, you can hear from a business how that actually fucks you as a consumer.
A few hours ago, PayPal's lawyer sent me a cease and desist letter and requested Patreon take down my video under a copyright infringement claim. I consider this a direct attack against my fundamental rights as an independent journalist. PayPal has specifically taken issue with the fact that an anonymous source discovered Honey had left their source code exposed within their iOS app, which, if you know where to look, is publicly accessible. This anonymous source found the code and sent it to me. I reviewed the code for security research purposes, which is a protected act, and I only published relevant sections of the code that provide important context to the story, which I consider within the realm of public interest.
I haven't seen the unredacted video here where the source code was, like, more talked about, where he had these video components that showed, I suppose, sections of that when it was relevant. But it seems like it was more so a convenient excuse for PayPal to get the video taken down from his Patreon, and in order to get around that for the YouTube video, he just took the entire section out. Again, I haven't seen with my own peepers here what it looked like in all its glory with the full makeup on, where, you know, the source code section was intact, but just based off of, like, the small bit, apparently it wasn't even that long, it feels like it's a pretty flimsy thing for PayPal to try and, like, strike it down for. I imagine it's more so to, like, hide even further proof for some of the things that you're about to learn about in the rest of the video. I never like when companies do something like this. Of course, there is, like, copyright protections, and in certain cases it makes sense to do so. I can't really see a strong justification for their action here on the cease and desist. It doesn't really pass the smell test for me here, especially considering it seems like he was very reserved with what was displayed from the source code based on how he speaks about it. But again, I can't say for 100% certain. I just find it hard to believe that PayPal Honey was acting in good faith with the cease and desist. That seems like they're trying to hush him up a bit.
Why? Well, you see, besides lying to consumers and stealing from influencers, honey was also causing serious harm to small businesses. So much so that I believe brands have likely suffered millions of dollars in damages. But that's not all. In this video, you're also going to learn how honey was collecting and sharing your data, and how they, in my opinion, illegally targeted minors through influencers such as Mr. Beast. Strong accusations, I know, but I have the receipts.
And the receipts are pretty convincing. So those are like the main components of this new video. This is an hour-long video almost. It goes deep here. This shit is deeper than my pussy. It is a very thorough look at all of it. And I know after the first video, people had a lot of questions, and I feel like here he sheds even more light on it through an even deeper analysis of honey itself and the way in which it functions. It's not just him working alone. He had people help him with like getting a lot of the data so it can be viewed more easily and more accessible. So that way he doesn't have to make any like leaping conclusions or anything. He doesn't have to just like start trying to fill in the blanks off of, just fucking hunch, like intuition. He's able to look at these things much closer in order to draw much stronger, analysis from it. It really is quite the deep dive, and like I said, I don't want to like show just a ton of his video. I would really like you to go watch it yourself, because I think it is eye-opening stuff. I want to focus on just a couple of things here that I know a lot of people debated after the first video about like, well, why should anyone that's not a creator or a fucking business owner care? Who gives a shit? Call the wambulance. I think that one of the business owners that Megalag had in this video giving his piece explains why this is a big deal, why it is bad for not only the small businesses that are not consenting to working with honey, that are kind of just being forced to without even their knowledge sometimes, why it is bad for them with receipts and email exchange with PayPal honey directly, why it has been a nightmare for them, and why it is also bad for you. You also get the business end of this penis. Even if you're not a honey user, if you're watching this be like, well, I don't care, I don't use honey anyway, well, it still affects you. And it's a very simple reason how and why.
In fact, Made in Cookware CEO Chip perfectly summed up the devastating impact honey's actions can have on a small business.
When you're in the early stages of building a business, you're in the stage of, will this company even work? Is there product market fit? How do I scale this thing? Can the economics work, right? And so all the things we talked about, these discount codes and the kind of removal of attribution and killing margin, like those really affect the early stages of a company, from everything from where do I put the next dollar in to make sure I can survive, down to you're taking 10, 15, 20% of my sales without me wanting it. And we have digital marketing costs, we have shipping costs, we have all these stacks of costs that not only are getting more inflated over time, like FedEx has been raising their rates over time, warehousing costs have gone up, COGS have gone up, as you know, through inflation for the last 4 or 5 years, right? Like all the cost structures have been going up, and to have someone just stealing and compressing the actual revenue you want, like puts small businesses in a real squeeze. It's just really disappointing, and it doesn't even work, because at the end of the day, like you need to make the numbers work. And if honey is going to steal 10% of your revenue all the time, you're going to have to raise prices at the end of the day to make up for that, right? And so it's not only not effective, but it makes it worse for the consumer. It compresses for the small business owner any margin, and it's just like a really awful business model. Like, we've been so mad at them.
That is a great explanation from him. I think that's very valuable insight that paints the whole picture clearly. Even if you're in a fucking Xanax-induced fugue state right now listening to this, I feel like you'd hear that and understand what makes this so bad for everybody. Businesses, consumers, and obviously like the affiliate partners, like the creators. One other thing that was mentioned, but I didn't put it here in this space, is how brands, like, when they find out about honey poaching the affiliate commissions, it makes it hard for them to know where to attribute commissions. So what'll happen is this confusion where they don't know where a commission goes. So like, let's say they're working with a podcaster or a YouTuber or something, and things get really muddy. It makes it hard for them to know where they're supposed to put that money in the first place. So what ends up happening is they end up pulling out of that market entirely. So now they're not working with your favorite content creator anymore. So they're getting shafted. And they also potentially overspend on the compensation because of how confusing it gets. There was another example given how like a business had spent over $100,000 on like potentially like misattributed commissions from the affiliate marketing as a result of this kind of shit. Like it gets to be a lot. So then they pull out of that market as well. But what's obviously the thing a lot of people are going to care the most about is how it makes the deals worse for you, because as he said, if PayPal Honey is going to be taking 10% of all of their revenue through this, which they can't really do a whole lot about, their hands being tied, well, they're going to have to make up for that loss somehow. And that is raising prices. That's how you make the numbers work again. If you're going to be losing 10%, you're going to have to raise the prices in order to compensate, so that way you're not going like negative, or you're not starting to like tread water, which is what a lot of businesses inevitably have to do. And something like PayPal Honey putting the squeeze on them makes it worse. So that is a huge problem, and that is how it affects you, even if you are not a Honey user yourself. It is a bad deal for everybody involved here, except Honey. But what's a good deal for everybody is the Starforge Christmas sale. It's live now. Click the link in the description if you're looking to upgrade your PC. Best PCs in the universe.
Chip was kind enough to share his email exchanges with Honey from 2020. And you need to see it because holy shit. Hi, I am the CEO of Meeting Cookware. Please remove us from your app. You've scraped a private friends and family code from our checkout and put it on the platform for others to use. We've lost a bunch of revenue. 4 days later, Honey responds with, "Hi Chip, thanks for reaching out. Honey supports over 40,000 stores online, and we always prioritize protecting the Honey experience for users by supporting available stores and displaying available codes. We can absolutely remove the code in question. In order to protect the Honey experience for our users, we typically do not remove codes unless we have a working relationship." I mean, right off the bat, they're basically saying, we won't compromise the experience for our users unless you pay us. Classy. We'd love to discuss how we can work more closely and partner with your brand. Chip replies the same day, "We don't offer affiliate deals to coupon sites. We'd like to be removed from your site and extension completely."
The email showcased just how difficult it is to just be removed from Honey. He is putting in plain English, hey, we're losing revenue because of you guys. Please just take us off of this shit. I'm begging. It's like a fucking telemarketer that's refusing to take you off the call sheet. It's brutal. He reaches out to them because Honey had scraped a private code, which is something that earlier in the video, Megalag shows very strong evidence as like a thing that happens, not super unusual with Honey, which is a code that they didn't want to be public. It shouldn't have been public. A lot of businesses have these kind of private codes for like employees or friends and families, or in some cases, as was mentioned earlier in this video, like veterans or something. And Honey will sometimes get these codes and make them public so people can use them, which really fucks the businesses because those weren't supposed to be public. They were supposed to be for a specific person or a specific purpose. So the CEO we just heard from, this is his exchange with them, reaching out like, hey, this happened to us. We're losing revenue. Get rid of this and please take us off of Honey entirely. We don't want to work with you. And whatever zombie he's talking to over there at Honey is just not letting that shit fly. They're playing hardball, trying their best to keep them shackled to Honey, even though they didn't want Honey to be there in the first place. They were uninvited to this hootenanny, yet now they don't have a choice.
His leak code was added through Honey's user-generated coupon functionality. No surprises there. She completely ignores his request to be removed from the platform, only offering to remove the leaked employee discount. Chip replies the same day, "Our friends and family code was listed on your site. That was an internal code meant for a small group of people that was never published anywhere. Our whole site can't be removed from your app." Honey only responds a week later, confirming they removed the employee discount, but again, completely ignores Chip's request to be removed from Honey. Chip responds immediately, pushing for an answer, but they ignore his email completely. A month later, and Honey leaks another private discount code. "Hi, please remove from your app. That is a private code behind a private employee perk login. This should never be public. I don't understand how you feel taking a private employee perk and making that public to the world is helping our business." Honey responds confirming they removed the code, but instead of taking responsibility, they try shifting the blame onto Chip, suggesting his employees might be responsible for sharing the code with Honey. But given what we know about their system, I'm willing to bet Honey were responsible for the leak, not Chip's employees.
Honey then suggests that Chip creates single-use codes for each and every employee.
Wonderful. Thanks for the unsolicited advice there on how he should run his business with his employees here, knowing full well that Honey does, in cases, take that kind of shit, even if it wasn't the fault of the employee. Allegedly. Like, it's fucking sickening. It's so disgusting. Like, the pompous attitude that comes through on these emails from Honey. This is a business that did not want to be with Honey in the first place. And there was another business that was interviewed in this video about like how he'd never even heard of Honey, but apparently people were getting tons of discounts on his site because of Honey, and he had never even fucking heard of the service before. So Honey, and you're about to hear from Megalag in the video here, Honey seems to just be subjecting these businesses, these small businesses, to their wrath, where they're just giving out, in certain cases, private coupon codes to users, which obviously damages the small business and causes them to lose revenue and causes a huge headache there. And then the only way to get off of it is by partnering with Honey, and basically, once you are partnered with Honey, then you tell them to exclude that kind of stuff, which is something that piggybacks off of a bit of what Megalag talked about in the first video, where, you know, partnered brands, they have like these certain exclusions and stuff. It's a really like awful business model that is bad for literally everyone but Honey. And it's kind of mind-boggling how the only way to get out of it in a small business's position like this is to partner with Honey and say, stop fucking us. No more of these coupons. So they get you. They get you because they fuck you raw a bit, and they slap you around, and then when you go to them for like assistance, they're like, can't really do anything about that unless you were partnered with Honey. You ever thought about that? If you work with us, maybe fork over a couple doubloons, a little bit of those clams, well, maybe then we can work a little something out about these pesky little coupons our millions of users keep finding.
2 months later, and another private code gets leaked. And once again, Chip asks to be completely removed from the platform. And this time, Honey finally addresses the question. We proudly host a consistent shopping experience for all Honey shoppers who rely on our shopping tools. Therefore, we cannot disable Honey for individual stores, and never have. Never have, huh? Well, that's interesting, because it just so happens that Andrew from TrueGit Texture Supply also shared his email exchange with Honey. And would you believe it? He was dealing with the exact same Honey employee as Chip. And while Honey attempted the same sales pitch with Andrew, they did eventually remove his store from the platform. So yes, it is possible, and yes, they have done it before. Once again, we've caught Honey in yet another calculated and deliberate lie. And make no mistake, it was deliberate because this employee, Kelly, confirmed the removal of Andrew's store just 1 month before assuring Chip that Honey had never removed a store before.
Yeah, it's pretty hard to argue that there. It's the same person, and also they removed that previous business a month prior to this exchange with my cookware. So, it's pretty obvious that she's telling some tall tales here. This is a big old fib. They can remove them from Honey, but it seems like they'd rather not, because they'd rather you partner with them so that way they can get a little more out of it, and then you can finally stop bleeding money through these private coupons that surprisingly just keep getting leaked through Honey. It's so fucked up. Like, it really is like a crazy rabbit hole here.
When merchants discover their codes have leaked and then they want to clamp down on that, they go to these coupon extensions and plea and request to have their codes removed. And 9 times out of 10, the response is join our affiliate program and you'll have more granular control over that. And so I think merchants tend to feel a little bit as though they're being blackmailed or extorted, because you join the affiliate program and then you have to pay that coupon extension company every time somebody uses a code. And you're doing that in order to have them not share your codes.
That beautifully explains just how scummy this model is, where it does appear that these small businesses feel forced to join these programs here with companies like PayPal Honey, because if they don't, well, they might keep having these problems, but by joining that company, they're not exactly all that much better off, because now they're going to have to make those affiliate payments there. So like it is just a lose-lose for the businesses. Now I don't want to spend too much time talking about that section here. Again, I think you should watch the whole video. I do want to touch on where he gets into like the Mr. Beast component, which is in the thumbnail, and something that was mentioned at the start of the video about like how he believes that Honey has been strategically targeting minors in certain instances based on who they've partnered with, like Mr. Beast, as well as a couple other examples he gives, and why that might not exactly be completely legal, allegedly, because there is laws about collecting data on minors. And through his investigation, with very, very strong evidence, including some of PayPal Honey's own information that they themselves have talked about, they do collect your data. They do seemingly share your data. Now in the video, there's even a brief clip where someone is talking about the benefits of Honey's data collection. So even though they explicitly advertise they don't do any of that weirdo shit like collecting and sharing your data or anything like that, the truth of it is that they do collect your data. And to their merchants, they even do brag about how much data they have, and they do share that data. Megalag had a lot of very compelling evidence to prove that fact. I feel like it's pretty obvious, given everything that is accessible, that they do indeed collect that. I'll go ahead and show you that brief clip there, and then we'll get into like how the marketing to minors may be a big issue for Honey.
For their partnered merchant. Discussing the benefits of Honey's data for their partnered merchants.
You know, one of the metrics that we assess very frequently for merchants that work with Honey is, cross-store shopping. So, how many other stores is a user visiting as well as the store in question? Are they going to 6 stores? Are they going to 7 stores? Are they going to 10 stores before they make a decision on where to purchase?
And here's another former senior partnerships manager.
So like one of the things we have insight into at Honey, because we're a browser extension and we can see our shoppers and how they shop, is that shoppers love to cross-site comparison shop. We're really kind of following the shopper where they go, and we're with them every step of the way. We have all sorts of tools to make those consumers stickier to those direct-to-consumer brands.
And here's a former PayPal executive discussing how beneficial the data is for their goals.
We've got a full suite of solutions across our consumer platforms that help drive new customers, that help drive loyalty, that help drive conversion, and ultimately sales lift. And we have a lot of analytics and a lot of data, a lot of shopper data, obviously, and that's something that we can unlock on behalf of our partners.
You've got to hand it to Honey. They've truly mastered the art of selling bullshit narratives. To users, they promise privacy, insisting, hey, we never sell or share your data. But to their merchants, they literally bragged about how much of your data they had and how it could be leveraged to provide them with valuable insights into your shopping habits.
I think we can say with a pretty high level of confidence that PayPal Honey does seemingly collect your data and is more than willing to share it. So that whole claim they like to make, and even it was part of some of their marketing about, we don't collect your data and we certainly don't share that data or sell it or anything like that. Looking like that might have been a big load of hooey. Now, as it relates to being potentially a huge issue when it comes to like who they were targeting with some of their advertising, is what I briefly mentioned earlier, where there are laws in place about collecting data on minors. There is a whole host of laws in regards to that subject, and you're about to hear Megalag explain it, but the core issue is, based on some of their ads they were running with some of their partners, as well as who they were partnering with for some of these ads, it does seem like they were directly trying to target Honey to minors, which means they would be collecting data on minors through having this browser extension on their devices.
It's potentially illegal in numerous jurisdictions. Many countries have very strict regulations when it comes to the collection of personal data from minors, and for good reason. Therefore, if you intend on having minors use your product, many jurisdictions require that you obtain parental consent first. But this adds all kinds of technical and legal complexities, which is why many platforms simply limit the use of their service to adults only in their privacy policy, which was Honey's approach, making him Honey's #1 sponsor. In fact, according to my data, Mr. Beast sponsorships represent over 1/3 of Honey's total sponsor views on YouTube. But it wasn't just Mr. Beast. Honey sponsored many channels whose content was, in my opinion, clearly targeted at minors. They sponsored Minecraft channels, Roblox channels, cartoon channels. I mean, just watch this video and tell me it's not targeted at children.
This video is sponsored by Honey.
I trimmed it down a bit. He goes on to say, like, if they weren't looking to get minors to install Honey, why would they sponsor someone like Mr. Beast or these other channels that he gives a quick snippet of, like Roblox, Minecraft, and then that skit? And he's right. The main demographic of Mr. Beast, it is children. I'm pretty sure that's like an objectively true statement based on data. And Roblox is predominantly a platform used by children. And that cat skit definitely seems like some Nick Jr. stuff there for children. Like, it does appear like they did have marketing pushes that were trying to get Honey in front of the eyes of minors and trying to get them to install it on their browser.
If Honey wanted to target minors so badly, they should have just sponsored one. Oh, wait a minute, that's exactly what they did. This, ladies and gentlemen, is Desiree Machado, who at the time was just 14 years old.
Guys, I'm only 14.
Hilariously, one of her videos that Honey sponsored is appropriately titled Back to School. Honey even ran her sponsored segment as a paid advert on YouTube.
If you weren't convinced before, I imagine that was enough to convince you. That's pretty damning. They literally sponsored a child to promote Honey, and even used her sponsored segment as a paid advertisement across YouTube. I think there is a very strong argument with strong evidence to suggest Honey was looking to get Honey on the devices of children, and knowing what we know now based on this evidence, it was collecting their data, which is a big legal issue potentially.
I have a challenge for all of you. Go to every computer in your house, your mom's, your dad's, your sister, your brother's computer, and install Honey.
They are literally encouraging kids to install a browser extension that tracks and collects data onto every computer in their household, including those belonging to their siblings. That is fucking insane. And the emojis? I mean, come on!
That is a bad look for Mr. Beast indeed. Oof. It does seem pretty clear that Honey was more than willing to advertise to minors, and this is a browser extension that, based on all available evidence, does indeed track data and share data, which, again, appears to be a lot of laws in place that have very strict rules about that when it comes to the data collection of minors. So I guess we'll see what happens from there. Again, this is still not even all of what Megalag covered. I've only chosen a few things to talk about here that kind of piggybacked off of the things I was talking about from the first video. I just cannot, I've said like again 1,000 times now, but I cannot recommend watching this full video enough because it is a really surprisingly deep dive into a very, very suspicious and shady business that appears to have a lot going on under the hood here that is not very good. And the business model itself is bad for everybody, not just creators, not just businesses, and not just Honey users, but any online shoppers in general. They have a negative effect on. It's a bad deal across the board based on everything that has been presented here. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it for now. That's really about it. See ya. I'm not sure how many of you know about this, but there's a huge scam going on YouTube right now where people are getting tricked into deleting their own accounts. And they're not like small accounts or anything. I'm talking accounts with millions of subscribers. And it seems like they're targeting the smartest people on the platform. Like if you heard tomorrow Charlie was tricked into deleting his account and showing pictures of his cock on the internet, you'd be like, yep, that sounds about par for the course. That sounds like something Charlie would be tricked into doing. But when you hear Jim Browning was tricked into deleting his channel, you're wondering what the fuck went on? Who could outsmart Jim Browning? For those that don't know, he's an extremely large YouTuber who's famous for taking down scammers and taking down entire scam operations around the world. He's super good with computers. He is literally that cyber boogeyman that your parents were afraid of in the year 2000, where they thought if you opened Microsoft Office and typed :XD, that you all of a sudden your emails were going to be hacked, your credit card information stolen, your bank account drained. He is that guy. He can do like anything with a computer that you could possibly imagine. If you accidentally say hello to Jim wrong on the internet, he's got all your fucking information ready. This guy hacked into the CCTV cameras at a scam headquarters just to gather evidence on them one time to take them down. It's incredible. It's like on Xbox Live when you'd hear some asshole say like, yeah, my dad works for Bungie and we've got all your information now, so get ready to get banned. Except Jim Browning is actually able to do that. He is that. Like, this guy is a real-life L from Death Note. Super smart guy, super great guy, and he recently was the main victim to a YouTube scam that convinced him to delete his own channel. Today he posted a video going through exactly how the scam works. It's a great video. I highly encourage you to check it out. And I want to talk about it just a little bit and give a bit of a summary, as well as a little advice for any YouTubers out there on how to avoid it. He does as well, but there's a couple things that he doesn't touch on that I'd like to. He's also not the only victim of the scam. Another very smart and large YouTuber named the Spiffing Brit was also convinced to delete his YouTube account in what appears to be the exact same scam. And allegedly, these aren't the only two, but these are the biggest two that I can find that have confirmed to have fallen for the scam. So how does it work? Jim Browning has it all covered from start to finish. He recorded the entire interaction with the scammer, but I'll just do a little caveman breakdown. Bad man pretend to be Google. They were able to send a real email from a real Google account at google.com. They sent an email saying you have a duplicate AdSense on your YouTube account. As a result, we'll be suspending your channel. If you want to talk about it and try and rectify this, you can join our YouTube support chat. And then there's a link, and the link actually takes you to a real YouTube support chat. So this entire time you see at google.com, and it really is at Google. It is a real YouTube support chat. So there's nothing too suspicious about that, and that is a real error that happens on the platform, I imagine, with duplicate AdSense accounts. So all of those check the boxes of, might be legit. So upon joining the YouTube support, they walk you through how to fix the problem, though there is something Jim Browning points out. When you're in the YouTube support page, there is a discrepancy with the email that you're talking to. It's at creatorpartners.com, which isn't right. That is the wrong email, but by this point you're already convinced that this is really YouTube support. So, as he mentioned, he wasn't paying enough attention to it and didn't think anything of it. And I imagine it's the same for the Spiffing Brit. So after talking with them, they walk you through the steps on how to fix it, which is moving your channel, the one with 3.3 million subscribers in Jim Browning's case, to a blank channel that they have you create, saying, we're going to take this channel and move it here, and this is going to fix the AdSense problem. Well, in doing that, you have to, in the move, delete the original channel. So you end up deleting that channel, and now you're left with just a blank channel. Now, this isn't the goal of the scammer. Once you get to that step, what they want you to do next is fill out a forum so that way they can access your original account. And this is where Jim Browning's, all of his sirens were going off, and we entered DEFCON alert where he realized it really was a scam. In that forum, they ask you for some really odd information that no company would ever ask for, which is stuff like your password. So that is the biggest tip. No one and nothing that is official will ever ask for your password to anything. So upon seeing that, he closed the case. He knew it was a scam, but then tried to get more information out of him. The scammer started bragging after he was caught, saying that he's worth $2.5 million off of this scam, and that he has 12 accounts, some with 6 million, some with 3 million. None of that Jim was able to confirm, but it is worth at least mentioning. And then today, the Spiffing Brit posted this picture about how his channel was deleted and he was tricked into deleting it himself by a scam. So you're led to believe that it's this same scam. Now, I don't know how far the Spiffing Brit has gone, if he actually did fill out that form and give away his password, which I would be very surprised if he did. I don't think he did that. I'm sure he noticed it was a scam at that same point, but by then, your goose is already cooked. You've deleted your channel, and now you're left with nothing except at the mercy of YouTube, who does have the capability to reinstate channels. Jim Browning is fully back online. Everything's back and running. He's got all his videos back. Everything's as it was before this scam even happened. But it is still a huge hassle, especially if they did go through with giving the password, because now the account's compromised, the scammer has it, and they can take whatever revenue the account makes. So that is a big problem. Though Jim said even if he did give the password, he thinks two-factor probably would have protected his account, and I agree, that probably would have stopped it in its tracks. But let's assume the creator doesn't have two-factor on, well, then they'd be fucked right then and there. So that's just a breakdown very briefly of how it all played out. It's a lot more intricate than I'm giving it credit for with my explanation. Jim goes into detail and shows just how convincing it is, but that's pretty much how it all went down. So, how can you avoid something like this? Well, the first thing you need to understand is YouTube doesn't communicate. So if you get an email from YouTube saying anything, it's probably just a fucking scam. I've been on this platform for 15 years. Do you know how many emails I've received from YouTube? Almost fucking none. I can count them on one hand, probably. I just don't get YouTube emails for anything, and I imagine that's the case for most people on YouTube. When I get like a copyright claim or anything, I don't get like an email or anything about it. I just see it on my account. You know, I'd never get emails from YouTube. So getting anything from YouTube about like, hey, there's a problem and we want to fix it, are you fucking serious? YouTube yet never wants to fix anything, let alone reach out to you to try and get it fixed. It just doesn't fucking happen. So that should immediately be the biggest red flag, is getting contact from Google or YouTube. The only time I have contact with YouTube or Google is through my partner manager, or anyone I know at the company, you know? DMs or emails of people that I personally know at the company, never from YouTube or Google itself. So that just doesn't seem to happen to anyone. And when it does, it's usually shady, like in this case. So that's my biggest piece of advice. And then the other big thing is, don't just trust the domain blindly. As Jim points out towards the end of the video, it seems like anyone can send an email from a real @Google domain without actually being representative of Google. So just because a domain looks legit or even is a legit domain, don't let that just be a pass for everything they say. Don't just write it off because the domain was real. Because, again, in Jim's case, it really was from Google, but it was a scammer that was able to use the Google domain. And it seems like anyone can do that. So that's just the other thing to be aware of. That's really about it. It's a pretty wild scam, and definitely the most intricate that I think I've ever seen on my history on this platform. I've never seen one actually be able to target extremely smart people successfully. Usually you'd see it happen to channels that are like prank channels or something, not actual fucking 500 IQ scam exposers and extremely smart YouTubers that expose exploits in the world like Spiffing Brit. Like, the fact that it got those two means it could get fucking anybody. So, you know, be cautious out there. And yeah, that's about it. So yeah. Title's not clickbait. The biggest YouTube scam has just been revealed by a channel called Megalag. I highly recommend checking out the full video. This is extraordinary work. It was a multi-year investigation that he conducted, and his findings could make even Enron's accountants start sweating. It is gross how bad this company he investigated is. And it's a company you've all heard of. It's a company I have used for a long time. Honey. You know that free browser extension that's supposed to be going and getting you coupons at checkout to save you money on purchases? The one that has that playful piece of shit mascot that's just a diet Microsoft Clippy whom now I can't stand to look at after learning about how atrocious this scam is? Yeah, that Honey. The one that's owned by PayPal that they purchased for fucking 4 billion clams. Turns out it's all a load of fish paste. Honey, more like phony, because it's all fraudulent. Now, of course, I can't say that from a legal perspective, but from a common sense perspective, after everything I've learned from the Megalag investigation, I think it's definitely fallen into the textbook definition of a scam. Though I imagine the lawyers aren't going to be too gung-ho about suing people that are labeling them a scam or calling them mean words, because they're probably too busy stretching out, cracking their knuckles, getting ready for the impending catastrophic class action lawsuit that's heading their way. And I mean that sincerely. I do think that this investigation from Megalag will lead to a huge class action lawsuit against Honey for all of the many millions of dollars that it has most likely cost a ton of people.
Honey hasn't just been scamming you, the consumer, they've also been stealing money from influencers, including the very ones they paid to promote their product. And I'm not just talking about a few bucks here. I believe this scam has likely cost content creators millions of dollars.
Honey's stretching everyone's holes here, both the consumer who downloads Honey as well as the creator that promoted the Honey. That does include me. I have worked with Honey in the past because I was an avid Honey user. It seemed like a pretty simple, effective product. It'd just find coupons at checkout to save a little money. I didn't think there was anything nefarious going on under the hood, but it turns out couldn't have been more wrong. Obviously, knowing what I know now about this company, I wish I never worked with them. I'm sorry for ever having promoted Honey. I clearly didn't know any of this was going on. Nobody did until Megalag's investigation. This was something that there wasn't even whispers of. He mentions in the video he had only found like one page where people even speculated on it with nothing concrete. So it wasn't until this multi-year investigation that any of this information came to light. It's a very sneaky, hidden mechanism that it uses to scam consumers and content creators. And what Megalag has put into the light here is extremely important. So he starts by demonstrating how it steals money from content creators, and it is probably the most creative way of fucking people I have seen since I first found browsers in high school.
Linus tells you about this free browser extension that saves you money online, you install it in 2 clicks, and boom, you have Honey. So you scroll down and find Linus's affiliate link to that product. Now, for those of you who don't know, when you click an affiliate link and buy something, the influencer who promoted the product earns a commission for referring you to that store. So you add the product to your cart, get to the checkout page, and hello, Honey says they found you 10 coupon codes. Sweet. You click apply discounts and Honey gets to work. But unfortunately, none of the coupon codes worked. Doesn't matter though, because as Honey has promised us for years, that means we know we've got the best deal. So you complete your purchase, you're happy, your new CPU's on the way, Linus is happy, he's getting his commission, everyone's happy, right?
Wrong. You'd be very wrong if you said everyone was happy there. This isn't a fucking fairy tale. This is big business, and everything's horrible. So, if you've never used Honey, that's how it works. When you're checking out, you'll have your little goofball pop up. He'll be like, oh geez, Rick, we gotta apply some coupons here to save you some blimflarkles. Click here to save some money, because we're gonna look for coupons. And so he's gonna go look for coupons at checkout to try and save you some money. Sometimes it'll find coupons, sometimes the mascot will wander in, soft cock in hand with nothing to offer you, saying, whoops-a-daisy, sorry, didn't find anything, is what it is. And that's the way she goes. Now, Megalag is talking about affiliate links. As he mentioned, with you use an affiliate link like in a description, and you purchase a product through that link, the creator that you click the link from will get some kind of commission off of that sale. Now, Honey does something very interesting with that whole process there.
After clicking Linus's affiliate link, you'll notice in the URL, there's a tracking tag labeled Short Circuit. That's a reference to one of Linus's YouTube channels. And this tracking tag is how Newegg knows who to pay a commission to. We can also see that this tracking tag has been saved on my browser in the form of a cookie that will expire in 30 days. That way, if we only decide to complete the purchase a few days later, Linus will still be credited the sale. So what happened when we got to the checkout page? Well, once Honey popped up, watch what happened to Linus's affiliate cookie after we clicked apply discounts. You see that? Honey came in, removed Linus's affiliate cookie, and replaced it with their own, claiming credit for the sale and pocketing the commission money for themselves. Yeah.
Never before has that sound effect, that like dramatic bass boom sound effect, been more appropriate. That is a huge deal. That is millions of dollars, no exaggeration, actually millions of dollars that PayPal Honey is making through stealing those commissions. By replacing the affiliate link with their own at the very end of checkout, without the consumer ever even knowing this happens, they're able to take the entire commission while the influencer or whoever that brought them there gets nothing. They get the whole pie, and the creator doesn't even get the fucking crust. It's so devious.
Now, if we quickly go back again, we can see what's causing this to happen. After clicking apply discounts, what you'll notice is that in the top left corner of your browser, Honey discreetly opens a small new tab, which acts like a simulated referral click, as if they were the ones to refer you to the website, even though you're already on the website and at the checkout page. Once that page is finished loading and has stuffed PayPal's affiliate cookie, the tab automatically closes, leaving you blissfully unaware that anything ever happened. It's very sneaky.
This isn't some kind of freak accident, it's not some kind of glitch or a ghost in the machine. Mr. Krabs isn't in the soul of Honey doing this without Honey themselves knowing about it. This is by design. They do this on purpose.
I'll reach out to Honey and ask them directly, and sure enough, they came back to me with the following. If Honey is activated and is the last program used while shopping on a site, it is likely Honey will receive credit for the purchase.
They are shockingly open about that. They almost seem jolly and proud. Well, hello there, salutations, tipping the fedora. Thanks for contacting us. Yeah, we're shitting on you. Big whoop, and you're welcome for it. Thanks so much. And he goes on to give like a real world example, so that way it's a little easier to understand how unacceptable this is. He even goes on to say that he can't see how it's anything less than fraud, and I agree. This seems like fraud. Megalag gives a real world example to demonstrate just how outrageous this whole thing is. He states, imagine that you're going to a department store buying a TV, there's a salesman and he sells you on the perfect TV. You now have that salesman's card that you take to the front with your TV, so that way the salesman can get the commission. But right when you're paying for the TV, a sleazy greaseball comes out of nowhere saying, wait just a minute, champ, hold on, let me see if I have any coupons. I got nothing. Alright, good luck. But before he leaves, he switches out that salesman's card with his own card. So now the salesman that actually sold you the TV gets nothing, whereas that guy who came in at the very end gets everything. That is how this concept works in the real world. That would be completely unacceptable. PayPal Honey did none of the work to get the consumer there, to get the purchase or anything, yet it takes the entire piece of the pie and leaves not even the crust behind. And in the real world, this, again, would be the equivalent of someone coming in at the last second like a jump scare, like, woo, here's a coupon. I'm kidding, we don't have any coupons, but I'm still going to take the whole commission. So then using some sleight of hand that would fool even Penn and Teller, he swaps out that salesman's card with his own, and the consumer doesn't know it, and the salesman that got swapped doesn't know it either. That's what PayPal Honey does. But here's the thing, even if it did find a coupon for the consumer at checkout, it still shouldn't be overriding the affiliates. It still shouldn't be stuffing that out. They did none of the work to get the consumer to the site or anything at all. They did nothing for the sale. They just came in at the very end and found a coupon. That's still bad that it would overwrite that. But it actually even gets worse. It'll do this even when it has no coupons to even search for.
Honey pops up right at the end of your purchasing journey, virtually guaranteeing they'll win that last click. They of course know this and do anything they can to get that last click, even when there's no coupon codes to offer. Which brings us to scenario 2. Honey Gold, which is now called PayPal Rewards. Here's how it works. When you get to the checkout and Honey Gold is available, Honey pops up and is essentially saying, hey you, consumer, click this button here so PayPal can claim the commission for the sale, and we'll share a portion of that commission money with you in the form of points. It's basically a lame cashback scheme. And it's genius because if there are no coupons to offer, but the store is participating in Honey Gold, it gives Honey another reason to get that last click.
He explained what last click was, and it's basically the last thing that you click is what's going to get the credit for the commission. And Honey is constantly fighting to be that last click by any means necessary. Come hell or high water, they will leave mangled corpses in the fucking streets if it means they can consistently get that last click on checkout. So this is one of its other mechanisms to get that last click, where you can activate rewards at the very end.
I decided to put Honey Gold to the test. So I looked for any website where Honey Gold was offered and found it on NordVPN. And no, this is not a sneaky sponsorship. So I signed up for NordVPN's affiliate program, which offers 40% commission on successful referrals. After getting approved into the program, I received a custom affiliate link for my YouTube channel. Using this link, I made 2 separate purchases. For the first, I activated Honey Gold, and sure enough, you can see my affiliate cookie was replaced with Honey's. And for the second, I didn't activate Honey Gold. As expected, I was awarded a $35 commission for the sale where Honey Gold wasn't activated, and received nothing when Honey Gold was activated. So how much of my stolen $35 commission did PayPal share as cash back with my Honey account, aka the consumer? Brace yourselves. 89 points, which is equivalent to 89 cents.
I knew it was going to be bad, but somehow that is even worse than I expected it to be. It gets the entire kit and caboodle of the commission, all 35 doubloons. It gets the spaghetti and the meatballs, and it gives you not even a morsel, not even a tiddlywink of it. 89 cents of the $35? Holy shit. Again, this is for doing nothing, by the way. It is doing nothing. It is doing this just to desperately try and get that last click so it can take the whole commission. And again, this isn't put front facing. People didn't even know this was going on until this investigation. It is so sneaky with this shit. It exists solely to steal, poach those affiliates, to take that commission on the back end. That's nuts. That's why I'm saying this will likely be a huge class action lawsuit. There is no telling how many millions of dollars they've been able to make quietly like this. Megalag demonstrated 1. They got $35 from that. Like, that's a lot. Like, that is a big commission, really. Just think about that on a large scale. Megalag pulls up the numbers. Honey had been promoting on YouTube in particular to the tune of like 7.9 billion views worth of videos. They had like 5,000 or something like sponsored segments across so many different channels. 7.9 billion views. They have, what, 20 million users? Think about how much money they were pulling in from this scam. It's huge. Like, this is something that Bernie Madoff would roll over in his grave at with this fraud.
You click on their affiliate link and get to the checkout. But in this scenario, Honey knows it has nothing to offer. No coupon codes, no Honey Gold, yet it still pops up to announce absolutely nothing. Annoying as fuck. Naturally, you click the got it button to get rid of the annoying dancing coin, and whoa, what's that? PayPal takes the sale.
I couldn't help but just laugh at that one. That is cartoonishly evil. That is so scummy. So even if it has no coupons, it has no Honey Gold capabilities, it will still pop up on something totally unrelated through the affiliate link and just say like, hey, listen. We've got nothing to say. Sorry, pranked you. We got nothing. Go ahead and close us. Just go ahead and say got it. Get rid of us. Sorry. Just wanted to let you know we're here. And when you do that, it takes the sale. It still takes the whole commission because you interacted with it. It was your last click. It's unbelievable.
Why? Because fuck you, Mary. That's your commission. But wait, there's more. My personal favorite is when Honey has nothing to offer, so pops up offering you to check out with PayPal, even though the option is already available at the checkout page. And of course, if you click the checkout button, PayPal poaches the sale. Classy.
There is just no world where that isn't illegal, right? Like, there can't be a world where that can fly. That has to be something that this company would be run into the ground for. Like, I'm no lawyer. I didn't pass the bar. Shit, barely passed the SATs. But I would still say, using my tiny little noodle up here, my smooth brain, that's a big no-no. I think they're probably going to face some big repercussions for that now that this is starting to blow up and come to light. Now, in the next section of the video, Megalag goes on to talk about how he was checking into the Linus forums to see if anyone was talking about Honey, and he did find someone that was sounding the alarm quite a few years ago, but it just didn't get a lot of traction. And then in 2022, someone noticed that Linus wasn't working with Honey anymore, so they asked about it, and Linus Media Group representative came out and said, yeah, they didn't like the way that it interacted with the affiliate links, so they stopped working with them. And Megalag says that he was pretty disappointed that they weren't more vocal about that, because if they could have sounded the alarm about this whole scheme, there could have been some more damages that were prevented over the next couple of years, but they just kept it kind of hush for some reason. And that is very disappointing from Linus and the team for not talking about this if they knew it was going on. And then Megalag goes on to talk about, well, they did actually take a different coupon sponsor that does the same thing called Karma.
Essentially, if someone clicked on an affiliate link and then they use Honey and search for a deal, Honey will override that tracking link even if they don't find you a deal. That didn't jive with us, so we ended the partnership. They should have made more noise about this. But what's truly baffling to me is that after LMG ended their partnership with Honey, they then went ahead and partnered with a company called Karma Now, a coupon browser extension that literally engages in similar behavior.
As Megalag said, it's very telling just how deceptive this Honey scam is when even a tech-focused company like LMG doesn't catch on to it for years. And it is baffling that even when they did catch on to it or were tipped off about it, they chose a different coupon sponsor that does like basically the same thing, it seems. That's so weird. That is so weird. Now, the next part of the video showcases how Honey scams you, the consumer. Now it's not only about the influencers getting all their affiliates commissions stolen. Now, Megalag shows you what Honey does to fuck you in the face.
When I reached the checkout page, Honey would claim it couldn't find me any coupon codes. Yet when I searched manually, I found working codes with these. And even when Honey did find me a code, I was often able to find another code of better value. Kind of strange, given their claim that,
well, thanks to Honey, manually searching for coupon codes is now a thing of the past.
Another oddity was that Honey would often only find me Honey branded coupon codes, such as Honey 5 or Honey 10. Why would a store only have Honey branded coupon codes?
Kind of weird, right? But the biggest red flag was that when I tried submitting the better coupon codes I'd found, Honey wasn't adding them to their database.
Now, this was not a case of Honey just not doing its job well, where it was missing a couple of coupons here and there that were slipping through the cracks, but it was still trying its best, and it was still doing an admirable, noble attempt at finding you those best deal coupons. It wasn't doing its job at all. When Megalag would submit coupons to it, it wouldn't even take it into the database, and it was far more effective to just manually enter coupons because Honey wasn't finding them, and it was finding a lot of Honey coupons pretty often. All very peculiar, I would say.
It turns out that one of the key benefits for stores partnering with Honey is that they are given full control over which coupon codes go live on the platform, if any at all.
What would you say to any brand that is considered working with Honey but hasn't yet?
I would say missing out on converting customers. Like I said before, Gen Z is super discount savvy. You can't ignore the fact that they will hunt for like discount codes and they might find a better deal. With Honey, you can also control the discount code percentage, which means like they will potentially find a higher discount code on the internet. It literally lets you control like the customer journey, convert and control like the discount code percentage as well.
This is a podcast that Megalag found that seems to be focused on trying to drive more brands to work with Honey. So this is a brand that has worked with Honey talking about the benefits. One of them that she's very excited about is that with Honey, it helps discourage consumers from seeking out coupon codes, and with Honey, you can control which coupon codes are even getting shared in the first place. So let's say there's a 20% off coupon that does exist for this brand, but the brand doesn't really want it shared with everyone using Honey. Well, then it just doesn't. Honey won't share it if the brand doesn't want it to. It's one of the benefits of working with Honey. You won't have that 20% go out to the consumers. Maybe instead you'll give them a 5% through Honey, or none. Maybe you won't even let them share any of the coupons through Honey. So even if the coupons do exist, the brand may not want Honey to share it with consumers, so it won't. Which of course is counterintuitive to even owning Honey in the first place. The whole point is that it's supposed to find the best deals, the best coupons to use. But if the brands can say we don't want the best deals to be shared with them, then Honey will say, okay, that's fine. All right, that's okay. You got it, Chief. And it won't.
You have control over the content hosted on the Honey platform. So yes, even if Honey knows of a coupon code that offers say 20% off, but a partnering store tells them, hey, only share a 5% off coupon, then that's the only discount Honey will apply to your cart at the checkout page. I mean, holy shit. Honey wasn't finding you the best deals possible. They were intentionally withholding them from you for their own financial gain. If you partner with us and pay us an affiliate commission, we'll let you control which discount codes are shared on our platform. And we'll tell our consumers we scoured the internet and found them the best deal possible.
This is a scam Ed, Edd n Eddy wouldn't even pull for Jawbreakers. Every component of Honey is a fucking lie. Every single piece of Honey is exploitative. Every single one. So in this video, he talked about how it's scamming consumers as well as the influencers that have promoted it. And he teases that in part 2, there's an entirely new victim that is also getting fucked by Honey. Megalag leads into the upcoming part by stating that in his experimenting and his investigation, he noticed there were times where Honey worked extremely well to an almost unbelievable degree with discounts and deals that just made no sense with everything else he was finding, and sometimes it wasn't overwriting the affiliates. So it wasn't making sense how that discrepancy was happening with everything else he had learned. And then it clicked and he figured out what was going on. So that's what part 2 is going to focus on. And he has some interviews that he has at like a sizzler reel at the end. It's actually incomprehensible just how deep this rabbit hole goes. It really just seems like everything about PayPal Honey is fraudulent, just a full-blown scam. Like that's what it seems. Like, I don't know how any of it could possibly be explained away or justified. I mean, shit, even when they were directly asked about it, they were like, yeah, hey, that is what it is. If Honey's the last thing you click, yeah, we're taking the affiliate. Like, what? Honey is usually going to be the last thing that someone clicks if you have Honey, because you might as well check if there's discounts. That's like the whole selling point of Honey. But not only is it not actually finding you the best coupons, if it's even finding you coupons, it is then stealing the commission from the affiliate that got you there in the first place. So it's fucking everybody for doing nothing. And even when it is actually doing full-blown nothing, where it's on a site that doesn't have Honey Gold, it has no coupons, it will still pop up just to say nothing. It just goes, and then you click got it to get rid of it, and then it'll still steal the commission. It is just crazy how scummy this is. I cannot imagine that what Honey is doing and how it operates is legal. It can't be. It shouldn't be if it somehow is through loopholes. That is completely unacceptable. And Megalag's investigation is extraordinary. A huge thanks to Megalag for bringing all of this information to light. It's an incredible video. Again, I highly recommend you check out the full thing. There's going to be a link to it in the description of this one. I didn't even cover all of it. He has done an immaculate job with this investigation. This is up there with CoffeeZilla's best work. This is incredible. So huge thanks to Megalag for doing this. So yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Today I wanted to finally clear the air about exactly what accounts I have across what platforms, because I keep getting emails about me doing like YouTube giveaways or some shit that are scams, or asking for money on Instagram, or asking for nudes on Twitter and shit like that. So I want to make sure everyone knows those accounts aren't me, and you probably shouldn't be giving away your titty pictures and micro dick pictures to random accounts that pretend to be my account on those platforms, or giving your credit card information or your mom's credit card information away to accounts that pretend that they're mine. So let's go ahead and show you all of my accounts so we can, finally put that to bed. And before we get into that, I'd like to thank today's sponsor, Long Hair. I'm still not fucking cutting it. It's not a phase, though I do recognize that it's getting to that length where it looks like I jot down Pierce the Veil lyrics into a dark diary every night before bed. But I'm still letting it grow. It's gonna grow for a while. I'm gonna let it ride. See how it looks. So let's start with YouTube. The only YouTube account I have is this one right here, the one that you are on jerking off to right now. This is my only YouTube account. One thing I get in emails is that I'm doing fake giveaways, and they'll send me a screenshot, and it's a very blatant scam. It's like, hey, Stinkmeister, I've chosen your special smell to enter my $100 Amazon gift card giveaway. Click here for more information. Obviously a scam. I shouldn't even have to tell you that's a scam, but some people, I guess if they're new to the internet, I suppose, wouldn't know it's a scam. And the dead giveaway is that the account name isn't even my account name. It looks kind of similar, but it has some very clear spelling differences. And another dead giveaway is anyone using the YouTube messaging system in 2019. Are you fucking kidding me? Are you a caveman? You still have a fucking troglodyte using the YouTube messaging system? Stop. You asking to get scammed by using that primitive messaging system. It's horrible. So I would never use the fucking YouTube Messenger. That should just be an immediate red flag if you get a message from me on YouTube. It's not from me. I'll tell you that right now. On Twitter, this is my only Twitter account, Moist Critical. There's actually quite a few fake accounts on Twitter, I noticed. There's one that's like Penguinz0, there's Critical, and then different variations of those two. Those aren't mine. And it should be pretty clear that they're not mine because of the shit that they post on it. They post like excerpts or quotes from videos I've made. Why would I do that? Why would I post my own quotes or excerpts from my video on my shit? I'm not some type of loser narcissist posting my own memes from my own content. That's so fucking low. Those are not my accounts, so I'm not asking for nudes and credit cards on those Twitter accounts if you're getting those type of creepy DMs from them. Not me. On Twitch, my only Twitch account is twitch.tv/moistcritical, and every single one of you should go follow and hang out around there. I'd love to see your beautiful faces when I stream there, and I stream daily. Hope to see you there. Snapchat. Haven't gone on Snapchat in 2.5 years, so if you're talking or flirting with someone on Snapchat, it is not me. I don't use Snapchat. That update from 2 years ago fucking killed it. It's dead to me. It's a rancid pile of shit that I haven't touched and I don't want to touch. Let's move on to Instagram. Big Moist Critical. This right here is my only Instagram account. There's a really popular impersonating Instagram account that even a rap artist that I like follows called Zillakami, and it's this Instagram right here. This is not me. Again, this is just excerpts from my videos. Why the fuck would I post my own excerpts on an Instagram account? I'm not that shameless. I don't sink that low. I post some fucking bangers on Instagram, such as pictures with my dogs, and that's about it, really. Let's move on to Pornhub. My only Pornhub account is The Biggest Moist. I have 2 videos on it, which was the Second Life one that I made, and then the How Bud Light is made. Those are the only 2 things I have on there. I did, however, stay logged in during a porn binge one time, so there's a lot of different lesbian porn that I have on my saved in there. So, I mean, those are the only things you're going to find there. That's my only Pornhub account. I'm not going around commenting on videos saying, hey, who's this actress and what's the diameter of her butthole? Couldn't tell. What's the hypotenuse from her titty to her butthole? Couldn't tell. I'm not commenting that shit. I don't really use that Pornhub account anymore. I only use it to post a couple of things, and that's about it. Now, moving on to merch. The only merch I have, and I don't like calling it that because I think merch fucking sucks because it's just like inside jokes, yeehaw, it's something I want to wear around that like maybe 3 people would get out in public and it doesn't look good. The only merch I have is wetware, which I'll link to again, and that is the only merch I have. All of the other shit you see with, you know, words on it or quotes from videos are not mine. That's not my shit. You're just buying someone else's shit, and that's fine if you like it. I don't mind that people do that. It's really not that big a deal to me if people like that kind of shit. I mean, by all means. But the only one that I actually have is the wetware. And last but not least, the last one I can think of is TikTok. And I'm genuinely insulted that some of you thought I used TikTok. I don't have a fucking TikTok account. I'm not a child predator going on TikTok. I don't use that platform. I don't know who does that's older than 15 except for goddamn criminals. So no, I don't have a TikTok account. It's not me that's flexing my chocolate starfish in a TikTok video set to some fucking pop song. I don't use it. I don't go on TikTok. So I hope all of you have now learned what accounts I have and do not have. Do with that information what you will. You know, you can go follow me on all that shit if you'd like or not. I'm not your dad. I'm not going to hold you hostage to go follow me on twitch.tv/moistcritical, though you should. So don't get scammed. Don't fall for like gift card giveaways or asking for weird shit in DMs. Now you know what accounts I have, so please don't fall for that kind of shit anymore, because it's goddamn dangerous on the internet. And not just with people impersonating me. I'm a fucking Z-list internet loser. And there's a lot of other big ones out there. I know Mr. Beast had quite a few that were scamming his people. So just be careful. Do a little research first, see where the shit's coming from, and don't fall victim to some type of shit like that. Be careful. And thanks, everyone. My hair's going to keep growing long. I'm not going to cut it yet, and I hope you know that. So yeah. I've never been someone that believes in demons or possession or anything paranormal for that matter until today. I took a look at Drake's upcoming album, Certified Lover Boy, as well as his merch that he just dropped, and I'm convinced Drake is possessed by the spirit of a 9-year-old girl. It's called Certified Lover Boy, which is already a pretty fucking cool title, and I can assure you, you're not ready for how embarrassing the stuff he's released is, so get your butt plug in, because this is a Certified Lover Boy moment. Did you see Damien Hirst did this shitty Drake album art? No way. No fuck. That is the most pretentious thing I've ever heard. Damien Hirst did Drake's album art? Certified Lover Boy album art designed by Damien Hirst. Is this the album? Oh my god, tell me this is the album. This looks like a Damien... This actually looks like a Damien Hirst piece. Take the most low effort thing imaginable, copy and paste it in different colors. All he does is polka dots or pill capsules. This is actually the album art, isn't it? Oh my god, I'm so excited. Holy fuck, that's actually the album. Drake fans have to be in shambles. You know how much Damien Hirst charges for a piece? He is the wealthiest living artist currently. And by a wide margin. He is worth almost $1 billion for shit like this. He took emojis and just kept changing the color. And Drake paid him millions. God, Damien Hirst. I used to hate Damien Hirst. I still do. But I respect the scam. Damien Hirst only scams rich, stupid assholes like Drake. And that I can't help but applaud. Like, the only people that ever go to Damien Hirst are extremely wealthy, and he uses them like a fucking fleshlight. So I do respect that, actually. Did you guys see Drake's merch? Because I saw that on Twitter right before going live. It's some of the worst merch I've ever seen in my life. I would rather wear, like, Fred merch from 2009 than the new Drake merch. Where can I find it? This is apparently Drake's official merch. This is so dangerous going on Twitter on stream. You never know when the Council of Cock might show their face. But, like, the front of it's fine. Like, the front looks okay, but then you get to the back. Oh my god. This is actually that shit you see on Facebook that truckers will wear, like, I didn't fight in a war and drive this truck so you could look at my daughter. It's so goofy. It's so fucking goofy. Oh. Oh. Ooh. Why is that Matt's Twitter? He just never logged out, so sometimes I'll tweet from his account to scare him. You can't handle me. If you can't handle me at my worst, you don't deserve me at my best. Certified lover boy. This is that kind of shit that'll get you bullied if you wear it in public. I am excited to hear the album. If it's not just Drake crying over every track, I'm going to be disappointed. After reading this shit right here and him hiring Damien Hirst for the album art, it better just be sobbing, weeping for 5-6 songs at least. Who would wear this? I have no idea. I have absolutely no idea. It is a rough... Like, the front's fine. Like, I actually like this logo here, that Nike swoosh with the flowers and shit coming off. That looks good. But you'd have to walk around like Flats the Flounder from SpongeBob. Don't let anyone see the back of it because, my God, they're going to start shooting spitballs at you. It's so disgustingly awful. I have no doubt he consulted like a 9-year-old girl to make it for him. And the good thing is this hasn't dropped yet, so there's still time for him to change it, or make it worse, even. I still think he should go with like something maybe garbage truck related, like, I like garbage trucks, certified lover boy. Something to really bring it home. What a fucking disaster. Damien Hirst album art and then Facebook Marketplace Redbubble shit here. Now, if you don't know who Damien Hirst is, I envy your ignorance. I would implore you to look up a little bit about him. He doesn't even make his own pieces anymore for the most part. He just has people make polka dots and he sells those polka dots for millions of dollars. It is the most blatant money laundering I've ever seen in my life. And Drake just fucking hook, line, and sinkered into his scam. Like, he went into Varrock and RuneScape and he was like, you know what? I know you're not actually trimming armor, but take it anyway. Fuck it. Like, it's crazy how anyone pays Damien Hirst to do anything. He gives you the worst shit ever. Like, for example, the first time I learned about Damien Hirst was actually on stream, where he designed a hotel room, which was like $100,000 a night to stay there because he helped design it, like all the art in it. And all it is he put medical waste in a bar. So he just took medical waste from a dumpster, put it in a bar, and then he put stickers on the windows that were just pills, and then he had a cabinet of pills. That's his art. He does a lot with pills. Like, he'll also just sell pill cabinets. Like, he'll just take cheap pills, like fucking placebo pills from birth control, put them in a cabinet, and it'll sell for millions of dollars because Damien Hirst's stupid fucking name is on it. And Drake hired that guy to make that album art, which is literally just emojis copy and pasted. It is a beautiful disaster just to start it all off. Now, Certified Lover Boy could come out and have absolute bangers on the album. I mean, that's certainly possible. But after seeing this shit, I'm expecting Certified Lover Boy's music to just be Drake on an acoustic guitar whining. Like, this just seems so sad. Like, the entire thing here is just goofy and embarrassing. And then, of course, the merch. The merch is on another level of silliness. I also love the position of Certified Lover Boy. It is an actual tramp stamp built into the shirt. Then with, like, Tumblr blog posts above it. It actually looks like shirts that would have been sold on Tumblr as a joke. And it's Drake's official Nike collab. Drake needs to just fire all of his friends for letting him go through with this. He needs to just get a whole new group of friends, and whoever helped greenlight this at Nike needs to lose their job. This is so embarrassing to look at. My God. It is a disaster on all levels. But I bet it'll sell extremely well because people will buy anything as long as a celebrity's attached to it. And I am excited to see these people wearing this out in public, just to have a little giggle every now and then. I think the shirts really will make the world a better place because if you're having a bad day or something and you go to the grocery store, you're like, fuck, I'm upset. I'm going to get this goddamn onion and bite into it just to feel a little pain and be mad. And then you see a Certified Lover Boy shirt walk by, you're like, it's not all bad. It could be worse. I could be wearing that. You know what I mean? So I'm not exactly mad about their existence or anything. I just find it super entertaining. And I just wanted to talk about this because this is probably the most embarrassing thing I've seen for an upcoming album. Like, it couldn't be going worse for Drake right now from the reception I'm seeing and these designs. And he just publicly admitted to being scammed by putting Damien Hirst's name on it. So yeah, that's about it. See ya. There are so many scams out there, and some of them are downright ridiculous that you have to ask yourself, how could anyone ever fall for these? Such as the classic Nigerian prince. I have millions of dollars, but the US government won't let me transfer it to my bank account. Can I send it to your bank account to send back to me? That kind of thing, and we'll split the profits or whatever. And then it ends up with people losing all of their money, or those random cold call tech support messages Hello, I work for Microsoft and your calculator has a virus. We're going to need 4 Bitcoin in order to solve this. This is an official Microsoft representative. And somehow those scams actually succeed. Usually the victims are geriatric, they're on the older side of things, so they're not tech savvy and end up getting caught hook, line, and sinker in these. But there are oftentimes scams that do hit a younger generation, like crypto scams or RuneScape, God rest all of the souls that fell victim for the free armor trimming or money duping scams. I myself, even well into my adulthood, have fallen for RuneScape scams. But today I want to share with you, by far, the stupidest scam I have ever seen. And this one was trying to target insurance companies, which is like trying to scam on Ultra Nightmare mode. 2 intellectual scholars hatched the genius scheme of intentionally giving one of them frostbite in both of his legs so that they need to be amputated and claim over $1 million in insurance money. They hatched this plan where it was an accident, something had gone wrong and he lost both of his legs, and thus insurance would need to give them a huge, fat, chunky payday, tons of doubloons. But as you'll see, things didn't quite go according to plan. And even if they did, it's the stupidest plan in the world to intentionally get rid of both of your legs to try and scam the insurance company and then split that money. That's the second time someone mentioned that guy. I'll look it up. So it was a college student who amputated his legs on purpose by getting frostbite for an insurance scam. Student alleges friend convinced him to amputate legs to claim $1.7 million in insurance money. The 23-year-old kept his feet in a bucket of dry ice for 10 hours and later claimed the frostbite was a result of riding a scooter at night. 23-year-old university student in Taiwan has had his legs amputated in an alleged insurance scam gone wrong. Seems like it went right. That was like the whole plan. This went all according to the scheme. In fact, it couldn't have gone more right for him. Taiwan's Criminal Investigation Bureau recently announced the student, identified as Chang, has been charged with insurance fraud as a result of the scheme. According to local media reports, Chang allegedly kept his feet in a bucket filled with dry ice for 10 hours, leading to severe frostbite and necrosis below the knee. He applied for compensation from 8 insurance policies after the amputation, allegedly hoping to pocket $1.7 million, and claimed the frostbite was the result of riding a scooter at night. I really feel like $1.7 million and losing both of your legs is not worth it. You should at least be going for 8 figures. Like, $1.7 million is a ton of fucking money, but that's not like set for life type money like generational wealth or anything. Especially to give away both of your legs. Man lost both his legs and got a felony charge. Yeah. Yikes. Doctors since something was off, though, noting an absence of shoe or sock marks and the symmetry of his injuries. The weather conditions on the night of the alleged incident were also not consistent with frostbite. Beyond that, Chang had taken out multiple insurance policies just days earlier. Chang allegedly worked with a co-conspirator, also 23, and identified as Lau. Chang claimed Lau was the mastermind behind the scheme, concocting a story that gang members were after him for an outstanding debt, when in reality, Lau had incurred financial losses from trading cryptocurrency. Oh my god. Is there a bigger clown on the planet? Could there be a bigger clown on the planet? This is worse than getting cucked. This is like 10x in terms of humiliation. You let your crypto bro friend convince you to get your legs amputated so you could make up for his financial losses? What a waste. What a fucking buffoon. The duo were originally high school classmates. The indictment reportedly states on January 26, 2023, Chang and Lau rode scooters to purchase dry ice in New Taipei City's Shangchong district. They later returned to Lau's residence in Taipei City, Zhongshan district, where he used cable ties to restrain Chang to a chair while he immersed his feet in dry ice from 2 a.m. until shortly after noon. Wait, this no longer sounds consensual. He tied him to the chair and left him there? Lau took photos and recorded some of the incident on his phone per the indictment. What? Why would you do that if this is supposed to be a fucking insurance scam? You're recording evidence to the contrary. How dumb is this guy? How stupid can you possibly be? There's photos of it on Reddit. Hold on, I've got to take a peek. It's not like... So the pictures aren't like gruesome or anything. It's just a picture of his friend tied down with zip ties with his legs in a bucket of dry ice. What in tarnation? Why was he tied up if it was consensual? It's probably like one of those things where even though you go into it knowing full well like you're committing to it, you're going to try and let it rip, when you actually get in the Crucible in the Thunderdome, you start panicking and freaking out, like, and run away or whatever, fight or flight response. So maybe this was to prevent that, and he agreed to it. I don't know. Honestly, probably the dumbest plan I've ever heard of in my life. Chang went to the hospital on January 28th, and his legs were amputated below the knees following more than a week of treatment. While he initially obtained nearly $10,000 through insurance claim, that money has since been seized by prosecutors, and both Zhang and Lau have been charged with fraud and embezzlement. Somewhat unbelievably, a similar insurance scam unfolded in Missouri in November. What? How can there be multiple people this stupid on the planet? What? I swear, like, you don't need to look further than a couple of headlines to realize that we are actually just getting dumber as a species, for sure. In that case, a Missouri man staged farm equipment accident to appear as though he had lost his feet to a brush hog, a type of rotary mower, in hopes of making an insurance claim. But when responding medics and law enforcement officers arrived at the scene, the man's feet were nowhere to be found and his injuries appeared to be too clean to be the result of a brush hog. The man in his 60s was a known paraplegic in his lower extremities, and authorities were immediately curious about the tourniquets on his legs and who applied them. So this is a little different. This Chang had 2 fully functional legs that he parted with for $10,000. This guy was apparently a paraplegic and sacrificed his feet to try and get some insurance money. That's different. Chang is still significantly fucking dumber. According to police, the man had been aided in the attempted scam by a Florida man who had cut off the man's legs with a hatchet. That's like some Winnie the Pooh blood and honey type shit. Investigators later determined that the incident has been an attempt to make a faulty insurance claim, but because the man never formally filed the false claim, he was not charged or identified. According to police, days after they responded to the scene, a relative found the man's feet in a bucket on the property, which had been obscured by tires. So he kept it as like a little souvenir, like a trophy. According to the Bureau, Lau and Zhang were both charged with fraud, aiding and abetting serious injury. After the detention on January 17th, the authorities said that Zhang received one insurance payout of $7,200. However, it will be seized, and the insurance providers canceled the other claims filed following the incident due to the short period between receiving the policies and filing them. Rest in peace to both of his legs, and also all of his financial future. He's getting a fucking felony slapped on top of this. All that for nothing. Less than nothing. All that for significantly less than nothing. And there's yet another case in Slovenia where a woman cut off her hand with a circular saw for $1.2 million insurance scam. She's now serving a 2-year jail sentence. Are insurance scams even easy in the first place? I feel like they probably were a while ago, but it became so common with people faking insurance claims after getting hit by a car that they probably cracked down on it in a big way. I feel like it's probably pretty fucking tough these days. You were the victim of one? That's called ambulance chasing. It's not necessarily the same thing. I'm talking about like the classic fucking red-blooded American good old-fashioned insurance scam where you run in front of a car that's barely moving, throw yourself on it, and start hooting and hollering. No, that's true. Maybe with the rise of dash cams and just general cameras everywhere, it might be just harder because of that. Back in 2001, there was a guy who charged people $20 to watch him cut off his own legs with a guillotine. Look up "Cut Off My Feet" if you want to read about it. $20 admission to watch a man cut off his legs? What? Oh, Wang made a video on it. "Cut Off My Feet, Tales from the Internet." Yeah, he's got a whole video on it. Man, here's an article from it in 2001. Man cut off his feet live on the internet and charged $20 for it. A disabled American man says he's going to cut off his own feet by guillotine on live pay-per-view. Again, this is another person who's, much like the Missouri man, did this when he didn't have his legs functioning. Very different from Chang, who took his own legs for the sake of insurance money. Mr. Paul Morgan from Mississippi says he needs prosthetic feet because a lower leg injury made it impossible for him to walk. But he says medical insurance will not cover the cost of surgery, so he's asking web users to pay for the privilege of watching him do it by guillotine. Mr. Morgan has launched cutoffmyfeet.com to publicize his unusual venture. Of the 150,000 people who have visited the site, so far only 10 visitors have paid $20 to witness the event. Oh no! Oh no! It was a flop! Damn! Sold more tickets than Madam Web, but still, damn! According to the site, Mr. Morgan was injured in 1986 after he fell from the back of a truck and was run over by a boat trailer being towed by a vehicle. God damn. I mean, he made a whole spectacle out of this. He said a local anesthetic will be used during the procedure and an ambulance will be on standby. When asked if he was looking forward to pushing the button on the guillotine, he said, yes, the sooner this is done, the sooner it's over and new feet come. This man turned this into like a fucking creator clash level event. We got the anesthetic and the ambulance on standby. We've also got this truss put up with some lights above it, so it'll be like a WWE match. It seems like he was going to do it one way or the other, because insurance wouldn't cover it. So I imagine he did it. Boo! Quick jump scare. I just want to quickly shout out Starforge Systems, the best PCs in the universe. It's a company I've been a part of since the start, and recently I guess a lot of people are waking up and opening their third eye to the beauty of PC gaming, because I've been getting asked a lot about where to start when it comes to PC gaming. So I just want to quickly talk about Starforge because we have the best PCs available. If you're someone who's just starting to dabble with PC gaming, we have a line called the Horizon series, which is just perfect for the everyday gamer. Or if you're someone looking for top-of-the-line equipment, top-notch, looking to upgrade to the best available, we have an entire line called the Voyager series. At Starforge, we have several different PCs at different price points, so you can always find the PC that's right for you and your needs. It's premium quality, impeccable attention to detail, white glove service at an accessible price point, and each computer comes with a full 2-year parts and labor warranty. Also, the logo is a hammer, not a penis. So yeah, if you're looking to upgrade your current PC or looking to get started with PC gaming, I highly recommend Starforge. I'll put a link in the description below. It's time we have an important discussion. It's something that I feel I need to publicly address. Stop trying to scam me. 5 days ago, I posted this video saying that I will give $25,000 to anyone who could find some videos I deleted from 2007 to 2010. As I mentioned, I believe it to be an impossible task, but on my Twitch streams, people convinced me that it might be possible, so I figured I'd make it a fun lost media challenge. Since posting that video, I have been inundated by low-effort scammers trying their best to deceive me. Like some real dog shit things like, Charlie, I'll double your Bitcoin and find your videos. Just send the $25K first. You know, just like really dog shit garbage attempts to take the money from the challenge without doing any of the work. I started playing RuneScape in 2005. I have been scammed more times than a rich old lady who always answers a telemarketer's phone call. I have been used like a fucking fleshlight by scammers since I was a kid. I was baptized in the flames of scams. I understand scams, how to recognize them, and I'm not that gullible. I don't usually fall for scams anymore. However, the scammers are getting more creative and clever. I was almost fooled by one the other night, and I'll go over that in just a little bit. But first, let me just go ahead and talk a little bit about this Lost Media Challenge. I've received so many emails and messages from people saying that I owe them money because they found my first Gears of War sniper montage, a video that is currently still on my channel. People are literally just going to my channel and sorting by oldest and then saying I owe them money for finding those videos. You think I would pay $25,000 for someone to click 2 buttons on my channel? You think I haven't done that? Again, the challenge was finding the 500 or so videos I deleted from 2007 to 2010. And I'd mentioned I'd pay money per video that was found. And because of this, people have just been sending me random links to old videos that are still on YouTube. All people are doing is typing in the name Critical or Mabo Insano on YouTube and sorting by upload date and going backwards, and they're sending me links to things like my Torquebow Ricochet montage, my Gears of War 2 mini-tage, Bull Talk montage, videos that still exist on YouTube on other people's channels because I sent them there. I never deleted those videos, I sent them there because those were montage hubs back in the day, so obviously I know about them. Those were never lost videos. And what makes this pretty upsetting is in the initial video where I talked about this bounty, I even talked about that. I pulled up the Torquebow Ricochet montage saying, I know this is where people would immediately go to, you know, thinking that it's a lost video, but it isn't. And it makes it very clear that most people didn't watch the whole video or even watch half of it, because I even pulled up Gearsopedia content saying this is not lost videos, so please don't send it. And I have gotten hundreds upon hundreds of people sending me those videos and demanding that I pay them for that. It's fucking sickening. It is swamping up my ass real hard. those aren't any deleted videos. You're not, hacking into the mainframe and finding these by just searching critical and going backwards on YouTube. It's like when I posted that video, I lobotomized all these investigators. Like, they just turned their brain off and scrambled to find anything to try and get money out of it. Obviously, I would have looked up critical or Mabo Insano and sorted by upload date, or looked at old entries on other forums by Googling it. You can't find them like that, which is why I put such a high amount on being able to recover any of these videos. So please, stop just sending me links to YouTube videos that have been up for like 13, 14 years. I clearly know about them because they still show up when you search for them. Another thing people keep sending me is the archive.org dump, which has a lot of videos from my channel on it. And they're saying, look, Charlie, I found all your old videos, so where's my money? But what they didn't even bother to do is looking at those titles to see if those videos are deleted. The answer is no, they're not. In that entire archive.org dump from my channel, all of those videos are still on my channel, except for a couple that got blocked from old copyright stuff. But they're not old videos. Those are like 2014 stuff that got blocked on that dump. So it's not what I was looking for, and no one even bothered to check, and they're still demanding money from me for it. So I just wanted to clear up all of that confusion quickly, alright? Like I said, it's not some easy lost media challenge. It would be something that would take tons and tons of work, and I don't even know if it'd even be possible. Because like I said, YouTube can't recover them because this was before YouTube was bought by Google, so they don't have any archives of the deleted videos on their service anymore. So I don't think, like I said, I don't think it's even really possible. There's only been 2 people so far that have genuinely recovered some old content. One guy was able to find 10 seconds from an old glitch video that I posted, and then another guy was able to find an entire video that was deleted from another person's channel that had a commentary video of mine that I sent to them. From Pixel Enemy's channel, I made a guide for Star Wars Force Unleashed back in 2010, and that channel deleted it at some point along the way, and someone was able to actually recover it. So a bit later than what I was looking for, because it was never a video I posted or anything like that, but even still, that was extremely impressive, and it is actually the only deleted video that has been recovered by someone so far. So yeah, I just wanted to do a PSA on that entire thing before showing you what I believe to be the most clever attempt at scamming me so far. This happened on stream a few nights ago. I stream every single day at twitch.tv/moistcritical. Please stop in, put a few extra inches on your penis. We have a lot of fun over there. I'm probably streaming right now, and I would love to see you there. So come on in and say hello to me right now. Twitch.tv/moistcritical. I'll put a link in the description. I see. This is a pretty good thumbnail. Halo 3 Dark Venom's Lone Wolf game. Let's see. No! Someone did it! No way! There's hope! Someone actually recovered one of the deleted videos. Let's fucking go. Is there audio? Hold on, I have it muted. No fucking way! Wait, how? Yeah, send me either an email or a DM or something. And tell me what kind of work went into this. I'm pretty optimistic now. That's fucking big. So this was one that I deleted, like genuine. This was not uploaded anywhere else. At least not that I'd ever found. It wasn't on archive way back. No random channel, nothing. This was a fully deleted in the void video. So Mabo Insano Hunter. Make sure to DM me or email me. Which one? Who put that in the chat? Let me see. And I need to make sure you're like the actual one that did this and didn't just take someone else's work. But yeah, I'll pay for this one. It's 25 grand for the entire bounty, like if you find every single one of them, but I'll go video by video. But I want to know what kind of work went into this. How are you sure this is your video? Because I absolutely remember this. This is the right map. This is the right song. It's the right length. I never went above like 4 minutes. Also back then, you couldn't go above 9 minutes. 9 minutes was the limit, so I kept everything super short. Let me see. Let me see if they show the Dark Venom name. Because maybe you're right. Maybe they did just somehow... It'd take a lot of knowledge to be able to recreate it like this, though. Oh, you might be right. I don't see Dark Venom there. Oh, fuck, you might be right. But how? How would they... Wait, this is very deep now. Everything about this was right, but there is no Dark Venom here. As far as I remember, he didn't have another gamer tag. Because you mentioned the song in your YouTube Bounty Hunter video. That is true, I did mention the song, but I never mentioned the map. I don't think. I don't think I ever mentioned the map. I can't really rely on like my memories of how the match looked, because that's not very reliable. Yeah, you're right, Ashy360 did post it first. Huh, that is very odd. There is no Dark Venom here. Thank you, Twitch chat, for looking out. So Ashy was first, for sure. Comment your name down here, or like your email or something, so I can get in touch. They could have found the map on one of the stills from your video. True. That's true. I also, but this again, I can't really rely too much on like my memory of the game itself. I don't think he even won the game. From what I recall, I don't remember him winning. I just remember him dropping a decent amount of kills, because like I said, we weren't good. We were never good. So him just doing well was like crazy to us. If you Google Lil John Paul 11, the guy's original channel pops up. Okay, let me see. The murder of John Paul I. That turned up nothing. You were right. That changed everything. I don't know what to believe, man. This has gotten very complicated. That means it's not recreated. That again, that's why I'm saying it's very interesting. But if this was the Dark Venom game and he was like this is all genuine, his name wasn't John Paul. His name was Nelson. Not to throw the guy under, but I have good memory. I remember Dark Venom's name. His real name was Nelson. It wasn't John Paul. So I don't know why I'd have a Lil John Paul name. And I don't think he ever had another one, because I only ever played with him as Dark Venom. And I'm pretty sure when I posted this, this was the title. He got the title right. He's missing an A. It was Dark with 2 A's, but this is it. This is what I titled it. I'm pretty sure he was Dark Venom in that video. I don't recall him being on the Lil John Paul account. What this also could be is someone just found an old gameplay free-for-all on this map and then set it to the song that I used back in the day, since I did mention the song. So they could have found this footage, but it's also not on this channel. So who would have posted this? One of these fucking milk-drinking children that didn't even drop 5 kills? Yeah, it is fake. There's a video by Perplexian Films. So this video is a video from Perplexian Films? Or is this just your channel now? You're right! Those goddamn ruffians! They tried to fake it. Nice. Chat. How did you find this? Actual fucking galaxy brain. That's low. That's pretty goddamn low. Thank you, chat. Huge. You can fool me. Well, I wasn't totally convinced either. I was the one that noticed the name, just saying. But you can't fool Twitch chat. How the fuck did you find this? So they took his video, pixelated it a little. Well, actually, they didn't even really need to drop the quality because it is a 2010 video. And they just put the song to it. Fucked up, man. That's fucked up. Yeah, like I said, I don't think it's ever gonna happen. I don't think anyone will ever be able to recover those old videos. That's even more so scummy for the money aspect, but also just it's so immoral. You know how badly I want these videos back? To play with me like that? Ugh. You found it because Lil Jon is subbed to him. We have like real detectives in here. Thanks to give sub Spider in the Prime Horny. I wonder if I did contact them, what they would have said for how they recovered the video. Just fucking techno mumbo jumbo, just a bunch of jargon that doesn't make any sense. I tapped into the flux capacitors, vibrated at the correct kilojoules, recovered it from the ether. Damn, man, I got so fucking excited. It's not often that I'll follow a news story for more than a month, but there's one story that I've been following for 5 years now, and it's finally concluded. It's been like my own little personal soap opera to enjoy, and for some reason one that not a ton of people have talked about, despite it being one of the biggest scams in GoFundMe history. Now please, hop into my magic school bus and allow me to take you on a journey through time. It is 2017 years after the death of Christ, and a woman named Caitlin McClure starts a GoFundMe titled Paying It Forward with a picture of her standing next to a homeless veteran named Johnny Bobbitt. She then tells the story about how her car broke down and she was out of gas, but Johnny Bobbitt came to the rescue like a saint, giving her his last $20 despite being homeless in order for her to pay for gas and get home. This heartwarming story tickled the soul of over 14,000 people who donated to this cause to try and help get Johnny Bobbitt a better life. The GoFundMe was started with a $10,000 goal, which was obviously fucking annihilated, raising over $400,000 for Johnny Bobbitt, and it was just a real feel-good story that I'm sure a lot of you have heard of. This was 2017, and GoFundMe was very popular at the time. It still is, but this is when GoFundMe was really popping off. Some of you watching may have even donated to this cause, and I'm sorry to be the one to slap you with the unpleasant palm of the truth, but you were scammed. The 5-year investigation here has finally concluded. It was 100% a scam, and the verdicts have been passed. I'm going to get into the verdicts and everything towards the end, but I want to give you this entire timeline here because this is more wild than you'll probably expect. Now, I've been pretty outspoken about the dangers of GoFundMes. I think it's a great tool that gets abused by a lot of pieces of shit just trying to take advantage of good-intentioned people, just trying to squeeze money out of them. So you just gotta be careful. You can't just blindly donate to something on GoFundMe without doing your due diligence first to make sure it's legitimate. I can't even count the number of times there's been like a tragedy or something noteworthy in the news and a fraudulent GoFundMe campaign gets started. A lot of people donate to it and it turns out it was run by someone unrelated to the events and they just pocket the money and run. It happens so often. There's just so many scams there, you have to be careful. And you'll see a ton of these like feel-good GoFundMes or like really needing help things that have these like really sad stories. My son slipped on a banana peel at the park. He broke both of his legs, both of his arms, and his skull was cracked in half like a fucking walnut. I'm looking for $3,000 for emergency surgery ASAP to fix my son. You like scratch your head like, $3,000? That doesn't sound enough to cover the cost of all this. It sounds like you're gonna need a brand new Android son. Like fucking cybernetic enhancements here. $3,000 isn't gonna work. That's something fishy is afoot here. Then the next thing you know, you just bought that scammer a brand new Lexus. The point is, you just gotta be careful. That's what I'm trying to say. I'll stop ranting about GoFundMe now and get back to the story. So in 2017, Caitlin McClure was dating a man named Mark D'Amico. And then one fateful night they were texting each other and they started talking about a homeless man they both knew. That homeless man was Johnny Bobbitt. And we're talking about him, talking about like maybe wanting to help him, and they'd given him $10 in the past. And then an hour after this conversation between the two of them, they launched the Pay It Forward campaign after taking a picture with Johnny Bobbitt. And then they fabricated the whole gas story about how he gave Catherine his last $20 so she could get fuel and get home, which was a complete lie, confirmed in text messages, by the way, where McClure was bragging about it and talking to a friend about how she made up that part because she needed to make it sad. It's actually like a scam Ed and Eddie would have run for Jawbreakers here, except these are 400,000 Jawbreakers. They raked in a fat stack of cash, and then they started spending that money. They bought a BMW, a New Year's Eve trip to Las Vegas, helicopter ride over the Grand Canyon, Louis Vuitton handbags, a whole bunch of shit from these GoFundMe donations. They were just spending the fuck out of the money on all kinds of luxury items. And from reading some of the text messages, I do think this started with them just having a normal conversation about like maybe wanting to help that homeless guy. But when they saw how much money was coming in, they eventually just got completely corrupted by it and just decided to turn this into a cash cow for all three of them to milk together. But I could be wrong. Maybe I'm putting too much faith into assholes here, and this never had good intentions even from the get-go. But anyway, in 2018, Johnny Bobbitt shocked the world when he sued Kate McClure and Mark D'Amico, claiming that they were withholding most of the GoFundMe funds. According to him, he only received like about $75,000 worth of it, and he called it like his share of the funds. And from this lawsuit, it got investigators really interested in exactly what the fuck was going on here. So after doing a little poking and prodding and combing through 60,000 text messages, they concluded that this whole thing was made up and all three of them were in on it together with the goal of money. Big time cash. Fat, filthy clams. They all came together and agreed to keep up this story. So Bobbitt was in on it as well. This wasn't them just taking advantage of a homeless veteran. This was them cutting him into their scheme here. And it's been 5 years, and they've been going through the trial and all of that. Kate McClure was sentenced to a year in prison for her role in all of this, maintaining that Mark was the real mastermind here, the puppet master pulling the strings of this giant scam. Now, I'm no super sleuth, nor was I a detective on this case, but if you ask me, that's a load of baloney. I don't think Mark was forcing you to buy Louis Vuitton bags or flex your BMW or anything like this. I think you were very, very enthusiastic about this whole thing, especially when reading the text messages. I think getting a year for your role in this is really light sentencing. Johnny Bobbitt received a recovery program, and if he fails to stay clean, he could face up to 5 years in jail. And today, the big guy Mark D'Amico himself received a 5-year prison sentence for his role in this giant scam. Unfortunately, Mark didn't have a smile on his face today. He just didn't look very happy. But you know who was happy? Me. I was so pleased to see this. I absolutely love when a shit stain gets actual punishment for what they've done. Scamming people who are trying to help other people is one of the lowest things you can do. So I'm actually, I'm of the belief that he got off really easily here. All three of them did, if you ask me. I think this was deplorable, and I think there's absolutely no fucking excuse for it. So I think 5 years, 1 year, and a potential 5 years is really lenient, all things considered. But that's just me. I'm sure a lot of you are also curious as to whether or not the donors got their money back, and the answer is yes. In 2018, GoFundMe stepped up and refunded all 14,000 donors, gave back all 400 grand from this campaign. So good on them for making that right. Overall, I am happy with the series finale here. I followed this show for 5 years, and I now feel the way I did when Breaking Bad concluded. A great ending overall, but you know, it's going to be a little sad not to be able to follow this anymore, but I'm happy with the way it all wrapped up. So, yeah, I just wanted to talk about this a bit because it's not a story I see talked about that often, surprisingly. Even though it's a pretty big deal, a $400,000 scam, that's not like pennies. You know, that's a lot. So I just thought it was worth at least mentioning since it finished today. That's about it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical. I just wanted to bring the future to your attention. Quantum Man. The world's first downloadable medicine, and a lot more. Now, this is 100% real. There's no smoke and mirrors, no unicorn sperm, nothing like that. That's a real doctor holding a real computer, really vouching for the effectiveness of quantumly downloading your shit. Now, they have the standard medicines like your meth blockers, and if you've already fallen off the wagon, they have the meth cure here easily downloaded, so you can go ahead and put those days behind you. But they also have some very interesting things here, too, such as the quantum massage. In case you got a real bad kink in your neck, you can just go ahead and download your own little masseuse. They got some quantum food if you ever get hungry, quantum laxatives in case your bowels are fighting against you, and there's just a whole lot here. Their mascot is flawless. It's fucking Dr. Manhattan poking his fucking finger in your eye, so you know you're getting quality when you're coming to Quantum Man. But let's check out their intro video.
Work. ZAG, a private humanitarian medical research group, develops biodata programs using its quantum computer. The programs are accessible via a portal, a means of quantum teleportation. This portal can then be unlocked by a user through the use of a portal access key, or PAK, a number string developed to open the portal for a desired product. PAKs can be accessed via personal computer, mobile device, or tablet. Once opened, the biodata programs can be transferred to your brain's neural network, also a quantum computer. These programs rapidly and repeatedly deliver physiologic directives to the user's body to impart their health benefits.
Pretty straightforward, right? Easy to understand? Makes sense? Now, don't let that scary voice dissuade you. I know it sounds like a fucking demon possessing your grandmother in a horror film, but it's real information. Now let's go ahead and peruse the website here. You've got the money downloader. In case you're ever short on cash, you can give them $50. You get 4 PAKs, which we just learned stands for poking anus kangaroos. And then what this does, it will unlock their quantum computer and quantumly teleport the ability for you to make more money, thus recouping your investment of $50. So it's a really good deal. I don't know why you wouldn't want to download money, especially when it's guaranteed to work. Just look who sponsors them. The Southern California Pet Expo, the Las Vegas Pet Expo, the Black Mountain Horse Expo. I mean, animals love this website. And you know what they say, a bird in the hand is worth 2 in the quantum bush. Let's check out what else I have here. Quantum Sex is by far their best catalog here. I haven't checked out Tiger Trail yet. What do we got here? I believe that is an old Shaolin temple drawing there for their logo. Oh, 2 tigers fucking. I don't know what else I was expecting. It's great. Obviously a reference to Tony the Tiger and Frosted Flakes. As you can see, Quantum Man is up on his references. He's trying to stay hip. So why wouldn't you trust him? And it's only $25. You are actually losing money not purchasing this male G-spot stimulant. The doctor over there in the picture, the reason he's so happy is because he is experiencing the quantum sexual tiger trail. And that is a good-looking doctor, too. I would not quantumly tickle his prostate. What else do we have here? Quantum food. Obviously, if you're ever hungry, just buy quantum food. That one goes without explanation. What else we got here? Clinical trials. Yeah, just don't just take my word for it. Let's listen to some clinical trials here. These are the most convincing. Here we go.
Hi, Doc. Hi. How you doing tonight? Oh, good. Oh, good. I really like the bliss. Oh, tell me about it. Well, I feel it in the morning, of course, more when my energy's high. But yesterday, I just had a bliss trip. A bliss? That rhymes. A bliss trip. It was just like...
A perfectly normal conversation, right? He didn't sound like a serial killer, and the woman didn't sound like she was under duress. I mean, not at all. I mean, maybe upon first hearing, you might think that that woman was chained up in his basement being forced to promote Quantum Man's bliss product, but no. That was a real clinical trial from someone who just really loved the product and wanted to participate and convince other people to purchase some quantum medicine as well. Now, I bet you're all very curious as to what actually happens when you purchase a PAK, so I'm going to go ahead and show you a video I found showing exactly how it works. This man used it for cat medicine, so we're going to go ahead and see the results. And then his cat's gangrene was cured. Thanks, Quantum Man. So yeah, this is the future. No reason to really ever leave the house for anything. You can just go ahead, sit at your computer, download food, download money. Really, it's all right at your fingertips. Now I'm going to go ahead and quantumly fuck myself, because this is a real thing that people actually do buy from sometimes, which is kind of sad to hear. But, yeah, as the old saying goes, when you mess with the quantum bull, you get the real wiener. And, as the Smashing Pumpkins song goes, despite all my rage, I'm still just a quantum man in a cage. But yeah, that's it. See ya. What's up, everybody? It's Critical, and you're getting fucked. Some of you may know it, some of you may not. You might be watching this video and think you're a virgin, but I promise you, you're not. You have been, and are still currently, getting fucked by college textbook prices. Some of you may not be in college yet, or decided not to go to college. Doesn't matter, you are still getting the cock and cooter or keister treatment by college textbook prices. Now, I'd really like to go in depth on this college textbook pricing scam. Now, I'm a recent graduate. I graduated less than a month ago, actually. And the whole time, I wanted to talk about this, but I just couldn't find the right words, and now that I've graduated and matured a bit, I've found them. College textbooks can gobble my fucking scrotum. They can take all of my nuts right in their mouth. It's absolutely fucking absurd. Now, I've done a ton of research on this throughout the 4 years I was there, and I think I've kind of compiled a lot of information here that I'd like to share with all of you and talk about. Let's turn our attention to Figure 1. This is from Mark Perry of the American Enterprise Institute. He looked at the price of various things from 1978 to 2013, one of them being the price of college textbooks, and he found an increase in college textbook price of 812%. That is absurd. That is absolutely ridiculous. So how can they get away with charging so much for college textbooks and constantly raising the prices of them? They do it in a multitude of different ways, one of them being that they'll bundle the textbook with a lot of shit you don't need, like a CD that no one uses, a strategy guide no one uses, a study guide that you can only wipe your ass with. Sometimes they'll give you a condom so that way you can put it on the textbook when it's fucking you in the asshole. And you can't just get the textbook without getting all these extra accessories, it just doesn't work like that. Now, speaking economically, what you would expect to happen with all these price raises is people would stop buying the textbook because it's too expensive. It doesn't make sense to keep spending all this money on the textbooks. But the problem is, in a sense, it's an inelastic good, meaning you have to have that textbook for the class. For instance, my university, the University of Tampa, required every class to have a mandatory textbook, and it had to be the latest edition. You couldn't use older editions for whatever reason. I'll get into that in a minute. But my point is here that you are a hostage to the curriculum, the syllabus. You have to have what they tell you need, and you have to pay for it. It doesn't matter the price. You need it, so you're going to have to buy it. So they don't have to worry about losing customers because you need the textbook. Now, that's not an absolute. You can get by without getting the textbook. For instance, I went through the sophomore year to my senior year of college without ever buying or renting a textbook. I did in my freshman year because I just didn't understand that it was a huge scam, so fell victim to that and lost like $1,000. Oh yeah, speaking of which, the estimated cost for a college student per semester on textbooks is anywhere from $655 to $700 on top of the tuitions. That's a lot of extra money for absolutely no reason. Now, I know I'm kind of jumbling all my points here because there's just a lot I want to say, and I'm just kind of verbally shitting it all out at once. But the next thing I really want to talk about is the editions. They make you get the newest editions and won't let you use older ones, effectively destroying the used book market because it would have been cheaper to get an older edition. But my university, for instance, wouldn't let you do that. You needed the most up-to-date version, which cost more. And if you got it from the bookstore, you were just putting a fist in your anus because they jacked that shit up so much more than anything else. And the reason for that is because a portion of textbook profits that are sold in a university store go right to the university, so they get a larger cut if they sell it from their store, which is why it's a lot more expensive. But let me go back to the editions thing. Last semester, for my kinesiology class, I needed the 19th edition of this book right here. But I like I said, I kind of got by without textbooks, but I wanted to see something. So I went online and I found the 18th edition completely for free, and I decided to scrub through it and compare the two editions. And I found that there's so minimal differences between the two editions. The only difference I could even spot were a few chapters were a little out of order. They were ordered a little bit differently, but that's it. There was no new information, there was no big revisions, nothing at all. So you would pay $100 more just to get the same fucking shit slapped in your face for no reason. It's just absolutely ridiculous. And according to a lot of other people who study this, the frequent edition updating is absolutely unnecessary because year by year there's not any huge breakthroughs every single year. So what's the point in going back and trying to reorder it to sell it for more? It's just to make more money off it and to keep profits flowing. And that's not some big conspiracy bullshit, that's actually what it's for. They keep revising this because you're gonna keep buying the newest edition for more money for no reason. And they know that, so they can do that. They can get away with that. Now, another thing you'd expect from an economical standpoint is that competition would make it impossible for them to keep succeeding and thriving in this industry, especially since it rakes in $14 billion annually. So you would think some other people would try and get in on that profit, but the problem is, there's only 5 corporations that control the majority of college textbooks. Reed Elsevier, Taylor and Francis, Wiley Blackwell, Springer, and Sage. Those are the only 5 real players in this industry. So these nippleless troglodytes can do whatever the fuck they want and not have to worry about profits. They could start selling you sandpaper fleshlights and put it as part of the university's curriculum, and you would still be buying that for $300 a pop. Now let's look at how they get so rich off of these textbooks. So, of every dollar spent on textbooks, 77 cents goes right to the publishers, the rest goes to the university that sold it. Now, of the 77 cents, 18 cents is pure profit for the publishers, whereas the author of the textbook gets 12 cents. Now, and then the rest of that is just on the marketing and the cost to actually put it all together, such as paper and shit. So that's a lot of profit. That's on every dollar. Those textbooks are hundreds of dollars. That is a lot of pure profit right there. Now, I know a lot of you who are in college right now probably use things like Chegg or get it on Amazon because it's cheaper. Well, yeah, it is cheaper, but it's still a lot more expensive than it should be, no matter where you get it from. And plus, not everyone's doing that. Some people do go to the university bookstore because it's more convenient and it's just easier that way. And some universities require you to buy a specific edition for that university. That's right. Some textbooks actually have custom editions for the university, so that destroys its resellability. So you're stuck with that shit for life. And it also just makes it so you can't get it anywhere else except from the university. Now let's think about this logically. How can there logically be a custom edition made for the University of Tampa, let's say? I don't think UT has any specific editions, but for the sake of this example, let's say they do. Let's say kinesiology has a specific UT edition. How is that okay? Let's say the editions really are necessary, and maybe my experience was just an anomaly and that the editions really are totally different from one another. How can there be a custom edition where you can only get that information if you go to that university? Do they just withhold it from all the other editions of that same textbooks for the other universities? That's okay? That's all right? That's ethical? That's just fucked up. That is absolutely fucked up. That just proves that the editions are a huge scam. That it's unnecessary. You can make a custom edition? No, absolutely not. There would be an outrage in the scientific community. Oh, I didn't go to UT, so I didn't know that the cock can sometimes go inside of the tits. No, it just doesn't work that way. You can't just hold information out on a fucking professional textbook. So it's just demonstrating. It's them saying, ha, we're laughing in your face. We made this custom edition just to make more money off of it. That's what it is. It's stupid. It's absolutely stupid. There's nothing anyone can do about it. I know I can't do anything about it. I just can't march over to, let's say, Wiley Blackwell's headquarters and just start jerking off. It's not going to solve anything. Talking about it's not going to solve anything. I just wanted to get it out there because I've had it on my mind for 4 years and I have wanted to talk about it, and now I just decided to talk about it. So if you or someone you know has been affected by college textbook price fucking, then I'm sorry for you, and I really wish there was some way to fix that. I think the best solution is to not buy textbooks from the university. Definitely do not buy from the university. Try and get whatever edition is the cheapest because they are extremely similar. Even if the professor says that you need the newest one, just tell them to go eat some anus because you don't, and you'll be fine with an older edition. And in my case, I did get docked a lot of points for not having the textbooks, but I just decided to take that hit because I would rather have my grades a little lower than they could be just because I didn't fall for this scam. I was more okay with that than spending all this extra money on something I didn't need. But obviously not everyone's going to want to do something like that. So just get whatever's cheapest. If you have to get the newest edition, just don't go to the university. So yeah, that's about it. And to all the douche balloons at the publishing companies, I hope you all live in luxurious houses, massive houses, with everything you ever wanted, with all that money you extorted from college students. And I hope that every night you toss and turn, wondering to yourself why you still feel so hollow and unfulfilled, and you sit there teary-eyed reflecting on the marriage that you've created that's falling apart. Your kids don't respect you, they don't love you, they're embarrassed to say what their parents do for a living when they're asked by their peers or their teachers. And this empire of anus that you've created has led you down this path where you have all of this money but no happiness. So yeah, that's about it. Fuck you at the publisher companies. And yeah. So yeah. I just saw a very interesting video from Scott Schaefer breaking down an emerging scam that's apparently popping off and very successful that seems to dust off an old method that was popularized on Reddit a long time ago. In the early days of Reddit, where updoots were the most sought after currency since Bitcoin, the citizens of Reddit, the narwhal baconers at midnight, came up with a strategy to farm these coveted updoots that everyone was chasing like the fountain of youth. In a nutshell, the strategy was take an image or a video from some unrelated person, usually like an older person or someone in a hospital, and then drum up a sob story like, this is, old Peepaw Cletus. I loved him for so long. Yesterday he passed away, but his final wish was that this photo of him giving me a thumbs up reaches 50k karma and breaks the r/gaming super record. Can we make his last wish happen, guys? And then naturally people are like, oh, I'll support that, and then they all did. Well, now that exact same strategy is being used to sell drop-shipped items from Temu on TikTok, and it is blowing up.
I became aware of this scam not from TikTok, but a YouTube channel called Force Orbs. His channel is originally a TikTok account with the same name that moved all their videos to YouTube Shorts to try and scam more people. The page is all about promoting their custom Star Wars art, all made by one old man.
People said that you would destroy this and not join them! Bring balance to the Force, not leave it in darkness!
Execute Order 66.
I'm not gonna lie, it's actually kind of nostalgic to see this scam again. I thought for sure this was a menace long since forgotten. I really cannot even picture the person that would see this video and think for 1 second that this is real. Like, I don't know who sees this and is like, oh man, this is heartbreaking. He's right. That video of that girl shooting a baseball at a car's window got so many views, but his Star Wars art is getting ridiculed? What kind of... What's happened to us? This is not right. I'm gonna buy 10 Force Orbs to support him and let him know how happy I am with this purchase. Of course, the reality is the old guy in the video here has no fucking clue what Force Orbs are. He is not involved with this at all. It's just some random douchebags that are drop shipping it, using this as their marketing tool here. He's become their mascot, the Toucan Sam to their cereal that they're peddling.
All of their videos are pretty much the same. It's a sad old man who makes custom Star Wars glass orb art, and he's upset because any clip on social media with a cute girl gets millions of views, but his videos trying to sell his art, no one watches. In many of the clips, he talks about that he's running out of money, and people in the comments taunt him, saying things like, "Grow up, old man. No one loves Star Wars anymore. Besides, nobody is buying your stupid Star Wars art."
Another classic. You rage bait and tug on the heartstrings here. Oh, look at what these people are saying about my Star Wars orbs. They say it's stinky and they don't want it. They say it's not art. They put art in quotations. They say nobody loves Star Wars anymore. Can we prove them wrong? Can you guys all buy my fucking art, please? Also, it's just such a dog shit comparison in the first place, by the way. It's unjust that this video has millions of views, but mine doesn't. Doesn't that just make you mad? Isn't that just the most upsetting thing ever? A real tearjerker. Now get your wallet out, please buy some of these Force Orbs I found on Temu.
But what this item actually is, really is just a customizable LED glass orb that you can find on sites like Temu for $16. Any photo you want can be uploaded into these, but the scammers are trying to sell these with preloaded Star Wars images and calling them Force Orbs. The real crime is on their website, where they are selling these for a whopping $60 a pop.
$60 is pennies to make this old man's dreams come true. Can we get his videos to 66 million views here so it matches that girl shooting a ball at a fucking car windshield? He deserves it, clearly. Come on, guys, what are we doing? If we each give him $1, we can afford one fucking Force Orb maybe at this absurd price. This is always probably my favorite part about these kind of scams. Like, it's not even so much like the goofiness of the videos they post and how fucking trash they are, but it's their preposterous level of greed where they'll mark up a Temu product like 2,000% and think anyone would be willing to buy that. Unfortunately, it seems like there are some gullible suckers that do because they want to, support this story that they've bought into hook, line, and sinker. But, like, it should be just so obvious that this is fishy. I cannot picture the person that sees this and is like, oh, I'm getting my credit card out. $60 for a Force Orb, it's a little steep, but it's made with love and care. I could tell, because the TikTok video said so.
In the clips, it shows alleged production of the globes, but if you slow down the production videos, it seems to me that this might be AI footage, because the people in the video have weird body issues. Like this guy who has this weird crease in the middle of his forehead, and the arms in the next image look AI generated as well.
No, what? AI generated videos? As if. No such thing, not on TikTok. They wouldn't be using AI to show the production. That's all legitimate. The worker there with the wacky forehead, well, that's old Quirky Brows Joe. I mean, everyone knows that guy's got like that weird shit in there like an accordion. It's part of his identity. He's a zany character around the office that works with our favorite old guy at Force Orbs. Come on, don't be ridiculous. AI footage. My left shoe.
One thing that isn't AI, though, is the sad old man who shows up in every video who claims to be making all these orbs. With a reverse image search, I was able to find where this footage originally comes from, and it's from a TikTok account called TedDog13. Ted Dog has nothing to do with the Force Orb scam, and he seems to be a nice old man who created his TikTok account to help him make new friends online.
This is Ted Dog 13. I want to thank you all for allowing me to make these videos.
He seems like a sweetheart. And like I said, this isn't anything new. This has been a scam that's existed for a while, but it kind of petered out and wasn't really popular for a while. But now, thanks to TikTok being such a strong marketing vessel and people so willing to just buy into a sad story and like rally behind what they think is a good cause for these products on TikTok, people are now spinning that goodwill to exploit it. So now they're just drop shipping trash with fake stories around it, taking other people's videos, and then even using AI videos to try and, spruce it up a little bit to get people to buy into it. It is doing well. Force Orbs, I think, is the most comical example, but Scott Schaefer goes through a few more. It is a rampant issue across TikTok and YouTube Shorts.
Another TikTok and YouTube scam channel known as Fuzzy Paw Slides is doing the same thing to push their scam products, but this time they've added another twist to the tale.
This is my last-ditch effort. Please stay to the end of this video, as it would help me tremendously. So my grandpa decided to take a leap of faith and start his own cat shelter. Currently, he's struggling to make ends meet and keep it open, so he decided to start making handmade cat slipper. He is the most kindest and talented person I know, but he has not received an order in 6 months. Please comment to boost this post and help support him.
Aww. Make handmade hand slip, make handmade. You ever had a dream that you ever wanted the handmade cat slipper? Wow. That's so sweet. He opened his own cat sanctuary, but hasn't had an order for 6 months for his handmade cat slipper. Come on, guys, can you boost this post so we can all buy his handmade cat slipper? Wow, that's such a good story. What a story, Mark.
Sure enough, you can find slippers just like this on Alibaba, going anywhere from $1 to $3 for a pair, but the website for the scam is selling them marked down from $50 for the low price of only $30.
Fuck! I'm losing money not buying the handmade cat slipper. Only $30 for a handmade cat slipper to keep this old man's sanctuary running? Oh my god, the blood of those cats is gonna be on my hands if I don't support him! No!
Talk about a great deal. What truly is disgusting is they have a donate button, so you can help out their fake cat shelter that doesn't actually exist.
No sarcasm on this one. That is just straight up outrageous. That is beyond shameless. So then it's not even drop shipping dog shit products. It is actually just a full-blown fraudulent red alert lie. Super duper scam. You get nothing in return. It is literally a give us money for nothing button on their website with this imaginary cat shelter. That one was crazy. That one actually did catch me off guard. I haven't seen that before. That one is actually so far over the line that they might actually find themselves eventually in, like, criminal charges. A lot of the other scams are able to hide behind, like, oh, well, we did deliver something. So sometimes they do get away with that. Here, they don't even have that excuse. That could legitimately be a huge fucking issue for them, should anyone ever bother to pursue it.
Now, the old man that they show in the videos is actually a tailor and has his own TikTok account called George the Master Tailor, where he does tailoring work and never makes any cat slippers. George and his daughter have put out a few videos calling out the many TikTok accounts that have stolen his videos to promote their scam products.
Good morning. A lot of people using my face, and they're selling stuff that's fake. It's not me. I don't make slippers and I don't make all the junk that they're selling.
Like I said, it is actually a big problem. So big to the point that even some of the people that are being taken, like their content being taken to use to promote this, are becoming aware of it because some of their fans have been scammed by it and are alerting them that, like, hey, this is going on. Also, there's other fans that are confused, like, hey, I bought these, handmade cat slipper from you. It's trash. Why are you selling trash? And it's like, no, that's not me. I didn't do that kind of thing. So someone like George the Master Tailor here is coming out to set the record straight, like, no, there's a bunch of accounts using my face to promote their products. It's not me. So just warning people. It is a big issue that is only being more prevalent because it's working.
I'm not that person. I'm not selling anything.
Here's a list of the fake profiles that we're aware of at this point.
Please, if you see them, report them. And if you find any more, please send them to us and also report them.
And I think a lot of these channels may be run by the same group of scammers, because on the Fuzzy Paw Slides channel, not only did I find stolen footage from George, but even Ted Dog 13 popped up on the channel as well. Another channel even stole Ted Dog 13's voice and used it over the video of a different man to sell their drop-shipped cow slippers.
This video has some audio that may or may not be DMCA, I'm not sure, but it's the same thing. It's just like some sad-ish music playing and then this sob story. Stay 9 seconds to help save my cow shelter from shutting down by buying my cow slippers. It actually really could all just be the same group of scammers doing this, and then I believe probably some copycats. Because, I mean, this shit is one-to-one. They couldn't even be bothered to change the narrative beyond going from cat to cow. It's the same homework. There's no change, really. So it does lend credibility to the idea that it is one group of scammers that is just dropshipping all of this shit and using this as their main marketing across numerous different social media handles from TikTok and YouTube Shorts. It's very likely. But I do think that there is definitely others outside of that group doing the same thing, just emulating their procedure, like their process, because it's working. Anyway, I'll stop yapping about it, but I do recommend you check out the rest of Scott Schaefer's video on this subject, because he does go into others as well. It's very interesting. If you are someone that has seen these pop up, and maybe, God forbid, someone that actually bought some of this, my heart breaks for you, but you gotta be aware of this scam here. So putting it on your radar here, watch out. Don't buy into just some random fucking sob story aiming to sell you some slippers or whatever other garbage. That's really about it. So yeah. Come on in, class. Professor Charlie's got an important lesson he's got to teach you on internet safety, it seems. How can you stay safe in this wacky, wild cyberspace? You guys remember the early 2000s where there was the DARE program, which would be people coming to your school to tell you that drugs are bad, but it actually had the opposite effect and made people want to try drugs because the program really glorified it and made it seem cool to do drugs, and it reminded kids how easy it was to find them. Super inefficient program all around. Wouldn't be surprised to find out it was financed by the cartel. I think the DARE program is responsible for more overdoses than the actual opioid epidemic, but all that's besides the point. The reason I bring that up is because I need to do like a little DARE course here for internet safety, but mine's going to be a lot more efficient and just hit you with real fucking tough love. Stop clicking links in the comments section of my videos that look suspicious. Holy shit. Over the last 6 or 8 months, I've received so many emails and Twitter posts about my comments section having very suspicious links in them. Some people even accusing me of running a bot farm that's scamming people in my own comment section, as if I'm leaving fucking links to RuneScape phishing sites in the comments to steal your username and password, or whatever the fuck you're clicking on down there. Stop clicking links in the comment section, not just on my videos, but on any videos and Twitter posts. It's a very common thing right now. There are thousands of bots and scammers that are impersonating YouTubers and organizations, leaving comments like, click here and I'll double your Bitcoin. Click here and 5 big-tittied women will come suck your dick tonight. And then for some reason, people are actually clicking these things and then getting mad at me for it, as if I'm your fucking dad that's supposed to come over there and slap the mouse out of your hand before you make a bad decision, or put like a parental block on your computer. That's not my responsibility. I think it's common sense not to click that shit. There are systems in place to remove these things, which of course are all turned on, but these bots and scammers aren't stupid. There's easily ways to circumvent these measures, so of course some of them still float around. But it should be obvious not to click dumb shit like that. Like, I can't even believe it needs to be said, but I keep getting these emails. By far the worst ones are the people that are convinced that I'm the raid boss behind it all. It's actually raining out right now all of a sudden because the fucking heavens are sad that this even needs to be said. No lie, I've received emails that read like shitty fanfic from Tumblr before. People say things like, I'm so disappointed in you, Charlie. I saw the comment you left on the video, and I clicked that link, but I never got the gift card you promised me. I can't believe you'd lie to me like this. They'll say, like, you know, you asked for my credit card information, and I trusted you, so I gave it to the site in order to win the gift card. And now I just don't think I can support you anymore. It's been months. I still haven't received the gift card. It's crazy to me. Like, how could you possibly do that? You should not have a credit card in a situation like this if you're going to make a decision like that. Like, it's unreal. Let's just break this down like a second grade math problem. Just really strip this down to its bare fucking butt cheeks here and analyze this in even the most simple way. Why the fuck would I be leaving comments in my own comment section on an alt account asking for your credit card information? Those wacky numbers on there. Why would I do that? And why would I be doing a gift card giveaway down there when it wasn't ever mentioned in a video or anything? Just ask yourself the simple question of why? And then you should draw the conclusion that maybe it's not real. There are tons and tons of fake accounts that spam dangerous links in order to get your information and scam you, and they impersonate YouTubers and organizations, and it should be pretty obvious when that's the case. There's a lot of ways to identify when the account is fake. Easiest being like a verified checkmark if that's applicable, but even if it's not, you can usually pick up on it based on what they say. Why would Mr. Beast say something like, "Look at the honkin' milkers on this woman, and she's waiting to fuck you, click here"? You know, like, that doesn't sound like something Jimmy would say. I mean, you know, call me crazy, but I don't think I've ever heard him say anything like that. So why would he all of a sudden, out of nowhere, drop a link like that, you know? Just, it should be without explanation. Like, I shouldn't have to sit here and try and tell you to stop clicking links in the comment sections of videos. I really think it should be a given. But I keep getting these emails, so I wanted to make a whole video educating you on it. Don't be a dumb fucking loser that's desperately clicking on links in the comment section of videos in the hopes that they're gonna get laid or somehow double their Bitcoin. It's not gonna happen. So all in all, stop fucking clicking dumb links in YouTube comments. It's that easy. And Twitter comments by extension. That's it. See ya. Just like fiber in my colon, the YouTube algorithm works in mysterious ways, and today it plopped out a little something special onto my homepage. A beautiful little nugget that highlighted a scam that I would have never even imagined as a possibility. A YouTuber named Falfin, whom hasn't uploaded in 6 years, came out of nowhere from the top turnbuckle and delivered a smackdown onto a nutrition brand that had a protein powder that they were hawking that isn't quite what it seems. Now, if you read the title of this video, it says this company sold cake batter as protein powder. That title is admittedly a little misleading, because cake batter is probably more nutritious than what they were parading around as protein powder and selling. It is a homemade label, and in that little screenshot there I showed you, the keen observers out there, the astute viewers, may have noticed that there's a bit of a big typo on that nutrition label. Instead of dietary fiber, it's dietati fiber. So this is not like a real label, and it actually gives me similar vibes to like the OG pink sauce shenanigans. So it turns out, we're going to go through this video together, that this nutrition brand had this protein powder that was not as advertised, and it certainly didn't have the macros that it was pretending that it did.
If you're into fitness and live in Northern California, there's a decent chance you've heard of Holmes Nutrition. Anyone that has tried Holmes Nutrition protein powder would say the following 2 things about it. 1, that it's the most delicious protein powder they've ever had, and 2, that it tastes just like cake batter. The powder itself even advertises how it's great for baking. 1 scoop has 22 grams of protein and only 3 grams of sugar, but it tastes so much like cake batter that someone got suspicious.
Now, I'm not familiar with this brand, I've never heard of it before, but it seems like it had a lot of glaze with people praising its flavor in particular. It had great macros, judging by the nutrition label. If you ignore the misspellings of dietary as well as essential amino acids, it seems as though they called them essential amino acids. But if you put that stuff aside, that pesky grammar and spelling, it all looked great. Now, real quick, why you should never ignore something like that on a label is these are extremely important pieces of information to get right. And if there are spelling errors in there, that showcases that something's a bit fishy, something's gone awry. Smells stinky. If a label isn't correctly, accurately describing what the contents are in this product that's being consumed, that can be the difference of someone getting sick. People make their decisions on things based on these kind of labels, especially when it comes to people with dietary restrictions. So, if the label can't be trusted, that could be legitimately dangerous for some individuals. This is something you don't fuck with. So, with this in consideration, so many people talking about how closely resembling cake batter the flavor profile was for this brand and how low the sugar was, there was someone on Reddit who, just like my boy George, got a bit curious and decided to send this out to a lab for further testing just to confirm, like, does this actually have the macros that it says it does? Is this actually what the label is telling me it is?
This Redditor sent in 3 different flavors of Holmes Nutrition to a lab. They sent samples of chocolate cake, lemon cake, and cinnamon crumb cake to this lab, Certified Laboratories, and all 3 powders came back with the same results. Instead of 22 grams of protein, this protein powder had 21 grams of carbs instead and only 3.4 grams of protein per scoop.
Boy, howdy, that's quite a bit different than what the label says is contained in that product. It's a far cry from what's advertised with this protein powder. 3 grams of protein is shockingly low. I could fart into your mouth and you get more protein from my ass than you would from this powder. For comparison, let's take a peek at Betty Crocker, just the most popular packaged cake mix. You'll get 1 less gram of protein in the package, but if you prepare it as you're supposed to, you would actually get 1 more gram of protein from preparing a fucking Betty Crocker cake than you would from drinking a Holmes protein shake here using this. It's like the LaCroix of protein powder, where it's the idea of protein. It's so weird. Like, I cannot believe how little protein there appears to be in this product based on the lab results here. 3 grams is actually shockingly low. I know I've already said that, but I am stunned because I would think, like, even if you were trying to make some, like, misleading product here, you would think that there'd be a little more protein in that, just even accidentally. Somehow, it's like they went in there and intentionally removed all of the protein they could possibly find. Like, you could eat a handful of grass and probably get more nutrition out of that. When I went back to the original Reddit post, it seems like this was a very popular brand of protein powder, at least in the local area. For years, Holmes Nutrition has been a well-known local name, someone everyone preached about as being legit because he's friends with so many people, but recent lab results show that the product has been severely mislabeled, sold under the appearance of a higher quality protein powder than it actually contains. I personally have been buying Holmes Nutrition for over 4 years, believing I was getting a high-quality product. People I know have even picked up their protein directly from his house, trusting they were buying from someone who cared about his customers. Instead, they were handed a product that didn't come close to meeting its advertised nutrition claims. And in the comment section, both here, on the YouTube video, and even in other places like on Facebook and stuff, and other like Instagram and things, there were tons of people talking about how long they've been purchasing this product. They've been loyal to this brand for years. And when you are trying to better your health and fitness, one thing you do is keep track of things like macros. So people were buying this and working it into their daily routine as part of their macros and their nutritional goals in order to hit what they wanted to achieve, what they were setting out to achieve. But they were being misled the whole time. They weren't getting near their protein threshold that they were looking to hit. And in some cases, you could even make an argument it was hurting consumers, as you're going to see more in this video here and in the original Reddit post. Because this is incorrectly labeled, there were people buying this product that probably shouldn't have because of like blood sugar spiking and stuff like that. This is why these labels are extremely important, because someone who's like diabetic needs this information. They rely on this information so that way they don't end up putting themselves in a dangerous position by consuming something that they shouldn't. So when this product gets tested in a lab and turns out it's not even close to what's being advertised with it and the label doesn't reflect what's actually in there at all, it becomes a huge problem, and I wouldn't be surprised to see this brand sued. Honestly, huge W to the Redditor here who decided to take it upon themselves to send this out to labs to confirm if this really is what Holmes Nutrition says it is. I think that was a very important thing to do.
I've been absolutely obsessed with getting buff and working out. I was lifting at the gym 5 days a week, and of course, I was hitting my protein macros each and every day. Or so I thought. So you can imagine my absolute despair and nausea when I found out that my favorite protein powder that I had been using for years was not even protein powder at all, just a sweet batter mix with trace amounts of protein. An egg, a single egg, has double the amount of protein than my protein powder had. The protein powder I was spending $75 per bag on.
Oof. Yeah, protein powder's not cheap. So it seems like, based on the available information here, Holmes Nutrition was like the cheapest fucking cake batter type mix you could find, and packaged and then charged a fucking arm and a leg for it. She's right. A single egg is double what you were getting from the fucking Holmes protein powder. I'm giggling, but it's actually diabolical. She has been working out for a long time and believing to be hitting her protein goals thanks to the assistance of something like this protein powder, but turns out this entire time she wasn't, because she wasn't getting the protein she thought she was, because this is complete fucking phony baloney. She'd been schmeckeldorfed by Holmes Nutrition here. If I found out the protein powders I'd been using for the last decade were actually just, pixie dust or something and dirt and sawdust, I would be pissed. I would be extremely upset. And I saw a lot of other comments from people, even outside of the potential dangers of someone consuming this and having a blood sugar spike or something like that because they didn't know or anything like that. Even outside of that, people were taking this and then wondering why they were plateauing or not seeing any improvements when they were hitting the macro goals that they set out to and what should be leading to improvements, thus causing tons of confusion and wondering, well, what's going wrong, without ever suspecting that their protein powder they were relying on was actually the real culprit. It's such a fucking mess.
So first of all, Holmes Nutrition Protein Powder is not sold in big box stores or on Amazon. It's a company created by Sacramento-based bodybuilder Bobby Holmes and his wife. It's only available on its website, holmesnutrition.com. So how did I even find out about this protein powder in the first place? Well, the smoothies that my gym made were fantastic. So one day I peeped at the protein powder they use and I wrote it down and then went home and started buying some.
Her story is one that I saw shared by many others. Apparently, a lot of people found out about Holmes Nutrition through their local gyms that were making protein smoothies there using that powder, and people were just blown away by how great it tasted that they also wanted to find out what the fuck was this protein powder. It tasted just like cake batter, but for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein. Holy shit, $75, I'm losing money not buying it. So people were then buying Holmes Nutrition protein powder. This was the gateway drug here. They believed that they had stumbled across something that was truly unlike the rest. It tasted incredible, and for only 4 grams of carbs, 3 grams of sugar, 22 grams of protein, they were losing money not giving Bobby Holmes 75 clams. Their body was withering away, shrinking and shriveling from atrophy without being fed this holy elixir that tasted just like cake batter, when really the whole time they were deceived.
So for me, I'm one of the lucky ones because this just affects my gains, but for others, this is a major health issue. The Redditor included in their post that they even saw a comment on Bobby's Instagram from someone saying their blood sugar shot up despite the label claiming low sugar and carbs. To make matters worse, in the comments, people were buying this protein for their diabetic family members that have been having issues with their glucose while taking this. And this commenter had real-time data that this protein powder was causing sugar spikes.
Now, these are just Reddit comments, so this could be as real as, my dad works at Bungie and he's gonna have you banned off Minecraft or something. But this is something that is very testable. You can monitor blood sugar spikes. And there are so many people reporting it, I'm willing to believe that that is probably accurate. The lab results are pretty conclusive. There's not a lot of wiggle room for that to be in error. And since we now know, based on that, we can't trust the label, since the label is very inaccurate, we can assume that the ingredients are not properly reflected in what is on that label. So they probably weren't able to achieve this flavor with being low sugar. We know it's not low carb. It advertised 4 grams of carbs. It's actually over 20. The sugar content is also probably higher, which she is about to dive into in just a moment. So I do think that it's probably legitimate claims here that people that were using this product were probably experiencing fluctuations in their blood sugar levels as a result of it, because they were taking it under a false pretense. They were misled, thinking that it was low carb, low sugar.
The original post with the lab results were posted on Reddit on March 3rd, 2025. On March 27, they posted an update saying that Holmes Nutrition has removed all of their protein powders from their online store. So when we go to the Holmes Nutrition website, it has the following messages, starting with the bottom being the oldest. Unfortunately, we have encountered an unexpected issue with the manufacturing facility for the protein. Due to the large increase in demand, the current facility was having issues.
The message is still on the site to this day. It's been like this for many months now, and actually, a lot of customers of Holmes Nutrition found out about the potential fraud because they were Googling, where is Holmes Nutrition protein powder? And in Googling that, a lot of people found this Reddit post. So people unintentionally stumbled into this knowledge that their protein powder was severely mislabeled because they were trying to buy more of it. Now, Holmes Nutrition doesn't appear to be acknowledging it in any way, shape, or form. They're kind of plugging their ears to it, putting their head down and just saying, oh, it's temporarily off the shelves because we got to find a manufacturer. You guys just love it so fucking much that we've got to stop selling it online for now while we look for another manufacturer. That's the only reason it's not here right now. I imagine the reason for that is probably obvious. If they did say, like, whoops-a-daisy, you got us, well, we're going to have to start changing our label around to be accurate. Sorry about the inconvenience. They would be sued into fucking oblivion like that. It would be instantaneous. So their only card to play is just ignore it and hope people don't try and, like, pursue further action against them. I don't believe the story that they have to find another manufacturer now. That just seems like a convenient excuse. I don't put any stock into that being truthful. You can't trust their label and you can't trust their word, it seems.
For myself, it was either in March or April of this year, 2025, that I first noticed the products were unavailable on the website and that Holmes was citing manufacturer issues. So since the Reddit post was already up by the time I independently noticed their website, I don't have definitive data to show if the products were pulled down before the post went up or after or in response to this post exposing them. But given the timeline within the post, it seems that these messages on the site were after or in response to this Reddit post. Okay, wait. As I was editing this video, I saw this Instagram post from Diamond Tier Fitness, which is this gym in northern Sacramento, that said it's selling Holmes protein.
So it seems like while it's not available to order directly through their site, they are selling it through local gyms. And the reason for that, at least in my opinion, is that they probably have recognized that people online are a little more privy to the potential falsified nutrition label here, and thus they believe selling their inventory that they have left, which I imagine is probably sizable, they probably have quite a lot in stock that they want to offload. They found the best way to do that would be locally doing it at these gyms where people aren't just going to stand there and start like Googling it right then and there. They'll just be like, oh, this, I'll trust the label. Since we have all been led to believe that labels are accurate, they are supposed to be 100% representative of what is actually the contents of that product. So people are most likely going to be inclined to trust it if they buy it in person, as opposed to online where they might stumble across that Reddit post. So my theory is they're selling through these local gyms because they have all of this inventory that they know they can't really sell online right now. It's a little too hot, hot tub is too hot. So they're doing it locally, hoping that people will be none the wiser and won't look into it past oh, yummy, this tastes great. And that's what I think, at least.
While I was writing out this video and looking at my bag of protein powder, I noticed that the dietary and dietary fiber on the bag is spelled wrong. So this indicates that Bobby and his wife created this nutrition label themselves, which is allowed by the FDA, but does open the door for extreme inaccuracy and lack of trustworthiness in what's claimed on the label. So the FDA does not approve supplements or protein powders, so you're never going to see the FDA approved stamp on any of them. But that doesn't mean they are exempt from the FDA's labeling regulations. they still have to follow the FDA labeling laws.
That was fascinating to me because I didn't know that you could just make your own labels for the product. I knew protein powders weren't FDA approved. I think most people in the fitness space do recognize that. But I didn't know you could still just make your own fucking labels and just pull numbers out of your ass here. I mean, you can't. As you mentioned, you still have to follow, like, the labeling laws. But I still thought you couldn't even just do that as, like, you know, some goober sitting at your home computer and typing it all out. I still thought it would have to go through something a little more official for something like that.
In addition, it includes non-dairy creamer as an ingredient, but pursuant to the Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.4b, if an ingredient is made from 2 or more ingredients, it must declare the established common or usual name of the ingredient, followed by a parenthetical listing of all ingredients that that ingredient is made of. So, this has more ingredients that make up that non-dairy creamer, like vegetable oil or possibly even dipotassium phosphate, which are common ingredients in non-dairy creamer that are just not listed in the ingredients list. Additionally, it says cane sugar as an ingredient, so we know there are added sugars, but it just lists sugars, 3 grams. The Code of Federal Regulations, Title 21, Section 101.9 specifies that added sugars must be declared separately from total sugars and include the percent daily value. So, not only is the protein and carb content completely misstated, but there are just so many problems with pretty much every aspect of the packaging.
Yeah, to me, that's kind of a slam dunk right there. There's not a whole lot of argument that Holmes Nutrition could possibly make for why they wouldn't fully list out the ingredients there that make up that creamer, nor why they didn't separate sugars and added sugars. Well, the reason they wouldn't do the added sugars is because it would look a lot worse. There's probably a lot of added sugars in there, which is how they're able to achieve that cake batter-like taste that they're so famous for, most likely. So, her looking at the ingredients there and showcasing how it's not exactly compliant with the established protocol, I think is a very strong piece of evidence that this is all fucking bogus. That what Holmes Nutrition has done here is just reprehensible. And it could be just downright dangerous. And like I said, I wouldn't be surprised if it has opened them up to lawsuits. The lab tests are pretty hard to argue against as well, where it confirms that the protein, the carbs, all of that is just drastically wrong. So how the fuck could Holmes Nutrition even come up with an excuse? They really can't, which is why I believe they're not. That's probably why they're just radio silent and just selling locally through gyms now, it seems. Now, in the original Reddit post, they believed that the lab results indicated the presence of amino spiking. Falfin, however, disagreed with that notion, and there's a whole segment Falfin dedicates to proving why she believes it's not necessarily amino spiking here, and I highly recommend you check out her whole video so you can see her piece on that. I will, however, show you her conclusion for why she believes there's such a discrepancy between the lab results, protein, and what's listed on the bag here.
Amino spiking would still show up as protein in lab tests, so the lab test listed would not be showing only 11% protein on the results if it was amino spiked. This lab test specifically uses the Kjeldahl method, which would still read high protein. Given these facts, I disagree with the original poster that Holmes is using amino spiking. To me personally, it really just seems like we just have a complete misrepresentation of the protein versus carbs content, and that the nutrition and ingredients label is just simply wrong. I'm not a lawyer or a judge, so I can't say whether this was intentionally deceptive or just severe incompetence.
Given what she explains with amino spiking, which I wasn't entirely knowledgeable on in the protein powder space, I think she did a good job of explaining why she believes this isn't the result of amino spiking, and I agree with her conclusion that it probably is just grossly mislabeled. And while I understand it's impossible to say if it's intentionally, maliciously done this way, or if it's just them being extremely fucking stupid, like they're all just bumbling morons over there at the Holmes Nutrition HQ, I feel like, given all of the other factors at play here, to me personally, it feels like it probably is this way by design. It feels like they are intentionally trying to make this product appear as though it's something that it's not, knowing full well when people try it, they're going to love the flavor, and since they see these great macros on the back, they're going to be like a lifelong customer, as you've seen from so many other commenters and so many other people speaking up about like how betrayed they feel for years spent buying this product. So I feel like it's probably by design, but of course I can't say that with 100% certainty. But regardless, it's a huge fucking problem.
So I know this was a long video, but I just had to talk about this. I'm not a YouTuber. I'm just a person that is angry and wants other people to be aware of this. If you've made it this far, thank you so much for listening to what I have to say. I hope you have a great day and that you don't find out that you were scammed by your protein powder.
She also had a segment in here where she was mentioning other protein players in the space that were facing legal hot water, being sued because of mislabeled products, you know, that maybe didn't have as much protein as the label said. So, like, there is a precedent set where you can't just completely fucking lie about how much protein is in your product. Now, as for whether or not Holmes Nutrition is going to face any legal ramifications, who really knows? But really, this was a very interesting video. Falfin mentions she's not a YouTuber. She was just a victim of this scam and wanted to alert others to it as well. And it's not something that she's doing just trying to fish for clicks or farm a drama or something like that. She was buying this protein powder for years, wasting hundreds of dollars over the course of this period of time, and she's far from the only one. You can see tons and tons of testimonials from people claiming that they've been buying this for years, spending upwards of like $2,000 over the course of this period of time, all under the belief that this product was helping them achieve their health and fitness goals, when really the truth of it appears to be, based on the lab results, that it was actually hampering those goals. It was actively working against them. That fucking sucks. Like, that's terrible. That's a degenerate scam right there, based on all available information. So I just found this to be so interesting. Falfin absolutely crushed it on this video here. I know she says she's not a YouTuber, but I'm curious if she's going to do any other content in the future, because this was just really well made. And hats off to the Redditor who did the initial investigating in the beginning, sending this to a lab, being alerted to the fact that something is just awry here. It's a bit fishy, and then decided to follow through on an investigation to make sure that, you know, everything was above board here. And then what they found out, they shared with, you know, the world. So that way other people weren't getting, you know, misled by it anymore. So, yeah, anyway, I just had to yap about this one. That's really about it. So, yeah.
In the UK right now, there's a product that's more valuable than gold that people are going absolutely wild and wacky over. It's Prime, which is the drink from KSI and Logan Paul. It's being treated like a holy elixir that's understocked and absolutely making people ravenous to get their hands on it. The Prime panic is sweeping the UK, and there will be no survivors. It's like the blood of Christ has been bottled and people can't help but just go fight for it. And it's not because of the taste that's led to this situation, it's because it's become something of a status symbol. Having it makes you cool if you're very young. And if you're very old, having it means you can charge a huge markup for it and scam those kids that are desperate for the attention that it brings online. So there's been a lot of videos of people fighting each other for it. I'll show you a couple of clips.
Oh my god!
People getting in there, throwing hands, boxing each other out like it's basketball, getting ready for a rebound, all just to get their hands on some Prime. I've had it before because in the States it's not rare, it's not hard to come by. I could walk outside right now and find like an unopened pallet of Prime. It's really just in the UK that this hysteria is sweeping the entire nation. It's going absolutely crazy there. So I've tried it, I think it's good, I have no complaints. But I certainly wouldn't be beating some ass and being that desperate to get my hands on a bottle. But you know who is extremely desperate is a place called Wakey Wines that I just recently learned about. Their entire business right now revolves around reselling Prime at a huge price increase, all the way up to £100 for a single can or bottle of Prime. Usually a bottle will be about £2, but Wakey Wines is treating it like it's the fountain of youth juice here, selling it at 100 bottles, or £100 per bottle in some cases, and they're still successfully making sales. They've actually become extremely popular for this. A lot of people are buying it from them. That's how outrageous this whole thing is. Now I want to show you a great video that breaks it all down. This comes from a channel named Fat Memer, and I learned everything there is to learn about Wakey Wines here. You hear the Wakey Wines people made their own drink. What's special about Wakey Wines? They price gouge everything they sell. How are they successful then? Oh, here, wait, here's a whole thing on it. Let me see.
Mohammed and Abdul, aka the Wolves of Wakefield, have been hitting national headlines over the...
The Wolves of Wakefield. I don't know anything about these guys. They seem like some real goofballs. I promise you, no one is calling them the Wolves of Wakefield besides them. They absolutely gave themselves that name. No shot anyone actually gives that much thought to them aside from like, wow, what a joke.
The last few weeks for reselling Prime at extortionate prices and their viral videos. Ironically, they haven't become known for selling wine, but Prime. Now, of course, because KSI and Logan Paul,
I'm assuming they sell more than that, though.
They know that kids are willing to do anything to get their hands on this drink. For months.
But why? But like, actually, why? I still don't see why people are fighting themselves over Prime in the UK. It is abundant in the States. I can go anywhere that sells drinks and they have, like, Prime filled to the fucking brim, literally leaking out of their toilets. It's everywhere. There's not that same chaos here. Why do kids in the UK want to fight each other for Prime? Even if it's from their favorite YouTubers, I don't really get it. Because you just drink it once and then you're done. Expensive and therefore cool. I guess... That's kind of become like a pretty common thing. Like if something costs a lot, it's like a status symbol to have it. But it's not like you collect Prime. What, are they putting it in like an acrylic box and stacking it on their bookshelf? I doubt it. They probably get it, drink it for the sake of a TikTok, and then they're done. €100 down the shitter. They collect the bottles to flex on TikTok? Well, you can just order empty bottles though. The flex is they drink it. But it just seems like such a huge price for one TikTok of drinking Prime.
With fluctuating prices between £15 and £30 for the standard Prime drink, and prices now reaching an eye-watering £100 a can for the brand new Prime Energy cans. Wakey Wines have taken
I see, okay, so the energy's an increased premium because it's newer. I'm assuming it's even more understocked. So now they're charging the moon for that shit. It's like an NFT at this point, goddamn.
Which has led people to discover his dark past. In 2015, Mohammed received an 8-year jail sentence and served 4 years behind bars. At the time, it was reported that he pleaded guilty and was convicted of selling cocaine and heroin. With this...
Yeah, it just reminded me of something totally unrelated to his charges. You guys ever see this video? It just resurfaced today. About the turtle that was smuggling $53 million worth of coke. Yeah, it was back in like 2017. There was a sea turtle that had $53 million worth of cocaine that was strapped to it. That was like fucking El Chapo's pet. They finally got him though. They finally got him. That bastard. He'd been importing this shit for years. 1,800 pounds worth. How long did the turtle serve for? I don't know. I didn't see anything about his trial. All I can tell you is Crash did not take it well after the flop of Finding Dory. Shit was rough. In all seriousness, I hope the turtle's alright. Yeah, I imagine they probably got the cocaine off of it and then just set it free again. Like, I don't think they actually threw it in cuffs or anything. I don't think it's currently sitting in, you know, county. Thanks, Recent Panda. Did I get the name of the turtle from Finding Nemo wrong? Isn't it Crash? It's Crash and Squirt, right? Why are you saying it's Crush? Oh my god, it is Crush. Oh, I'm such a fucking idiot.
For my money now, I've got a shop. My dad bought me a shop, and I work hard, and I don't sell drugs now. So I just thought I put it out there rather than everybody else saying Azza's doing this, Azza's doing that, and I'm a changed person. I'm reformed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, I see no reason to doubt him. He served his time. I think he doesn't even need to deal drugs anymore. He's selling something far more addictive, and that's clout. So he's able to easily tap into an even bigger market now. Like cocaine, yeah, I'm sure kids are gonna get cocaine somehow, but it's a lot harder than just going down to his shop and getting fucking Prime for €100. So it's I believe he probably doesn't deal drugs anymore.
Amounts and high values. It shouldn't be worth £100 for a can of Prime, or 10, 15, 20 pounds for a bottle of prime hydration. It's absolutely ridiculous and I hate it. To the owner of Wakey Wines, I mean, what you're doing is just unfair. And it's
challenge him to a boxing match, beat his ass.
It's not ethical, it's not nice.
Although to
KSI drops the gauntlet. If you can beat me in boxing, you can actually double the price and I'll endorse it. But you lose, you shut down the shop. Make some high stakes out of it. Scalpers are dicks. Yep, no one likes scalpers, literally. I don't know how they're in business, to be honest. They must just be very lucky that some people are so starved for the clout of that TikTok flex of drinking the prime that they'll pay the £100. But, yeah, no one likes them. Literally no one likes them. I think scalpers are probably like one of the only unanimously hated career paths in the world. Like even a drug dealer, you can make some arguments for like a good drug dealer. He's peddling escapism. Well, he's doing it because he has to feed his family at home. With a scalper, no one's making those arguments. Scalpers just fucking suck across the board. I just checked, it's like 120 American dollars. Yeah, if you convert it to freedom units, it's over $100. It is outrageous. I mean, that's scalping in a nutshell, though.
Fair play, Mo. In fact, if you're a kid and you're paying £100 for a bottle of Prime, then you deserve to get scammed. You've got to write the kid off. He's got no chance.
You know what? I'll make an argument in defense of Wakey Wines. He's teaching kids an important lesson about getting scammed early. And hopefully, it'll be something that stays with them for the rest of their life. Like, wow, what a fucking idiot I was paying £100 for this bottle of Prime. Never doing that again. It's a low-level scam. It's very expensive for a kid. Very expensive in general. So it should be one that would resonate pretty profoundly, I would think. It's not the kid's money, it's the idiot parents. That's possible, I guess. Well, it'll teach the parents an important lesson about not raising a dumb kid. I don't know.
Video emerged of Mo in a nightclub dancing the night away with women of the night. One Twitter user stated, "Sniffing lines, banging nines, and selling Prime." I mean,
cool slogan.
Can you blame him?
Put that on the store.
To society, and anyway, these kids wouldn't know how to spend their money properly. Wakey Wine seems to be going from strength to strength, and now even have their own song.
Get my scent, you Wakey Wine.
Oh! Wait! This is the Paradox Metaverse crypto place? Where the Amio Talio tried to get like Wakey Wines endorsement behind him and not even they were able to make anything out of it? That's crazy! Wow, they actually just do go scam to scam. So they're even in metaverse scams. Holy shit. Crypto scams. Wait, that's fucking wild. That's a full circle. They're just like this giant fleshlight that scams will filter through. Cool.
Thank you so much for watching this video. Make sure to follow me on all of my socials.
This is a great breakdown of it. I didn't know shit about them.
Subscribe and comment below what you want to see next.
Huge. Good work. That's interesting. What a nice little cameo from previous season supervillains with Paradox Metaverse crypto. How's that coin doing, by the way? Let's take a peek. Oh, jeepers. How did it all go so wrong? Oh, I can't believe it. That's the day chart? Oh, yeah, that's fair. That's fair. We should look at how it's doing over the last week. Oh, no. What? How's this possible? Whoa! What was this little pump here? Amio Talio buying on bot accounts. Good work. That was a nice little pump and dump for a day. Literally a day. And then back to rugging it. Did you see kids opening Prime at Christmas? They reacted the same way as a kid getting his first Xbox. That's so cute. Did you hear about the former bank robber who scammed collectors out of $2 million with fake PSA-graded Pokemon cards? I imagine a lot of PSA-graded cards that get sold on like eBay and shit are just completely fraudulent. But no, I didn't hear about it. Let's go here. Let's look it up. Former bank robber accused of faking PSA gradings for Pokemon cards. I just don't appreciate people slandering him just for being a former bank robber. That's just a mistake everyone makes growing up. We can't hold people to the person they were. It's the person that they become. I don't like this headline. Despicable.
I ever
If you can't trust a bank robber, who can you trust?
He's one of America's most infamous bank robbers. Back in 2014, David Rose interviewed 43-year-old Anthony Curcio, who promised he had learned his lesson and would never go back to prison. Tonight, though, we've learned he is now charged in a new
That didn't age well.
multi-million-dollar crime. Now,
That's tough. Who could have seen that coming?
$400,000 from Monroe Bank in 2008, getting away in an inner tube down on a local creek.
Now flash forward and...
Whoa. This man made a getaway in an inner tube. What the fuck? Is he playing Grand Theft Auto? Say that again?
In 2008, getting away in an inner tube down on a local creek.
I gotta see how that played out. Bizarre bank robbery uses inner tube and Craigslist. 2008. Washington police are searching for a brazen bank robbery suspect after a bizarre heist and getaway. The suspect maced the guard of the armored truck before making his escape in an inner tube on the Skykomish River. Even more startlingly, he placed a Craigslist ad recruiting unsuspecting decoys to serve as diversion. Kind of big brain. The inner tube, though, surely there was a more efficient way. It's very cartoonish. People used to pull off the crime, didn't even know they were part of it till it was too late. He was wearing a dust mask, a particle mask. At first, I thought it might be a surgical mask. I still didn't think anything was wrong, just unusual. Then I noticed he had a pump sprayer. This reminds me of how Kim Jong-un killed his brother. You guys remember that story? Kim Jong-un hired, I don't remember who. He hired like just two random people, or it might have been one random person. Now I'm a little foggy on the details, to walk up and touch his brother on the neck with a poison-laced glove that pretty much killed him immediately. No, it was his brother. It wasn't his uncle. I'm almost positive it was his brother. That fact I don't think I got mixed up. But they had this whole plot, which was, I mean, it worked. They had this crazy nerve toxin, I think it was a nerve toxin, a neurotoxin, something. They put it on this glove. They had the person wear it, and they had him go up and like brush against his brother. He immediately knew he got poisoned, tried getting help as quickly as he could, but died too fast. Yeah. Kim Jong-nam, the older half-brother of dictator Kim Jong-un, was assassinated at the airport in Malaysia. No, he fed his uncle to starving dogs. Yeah, see, that's super different. This is far more civilized. He learned from killing his uncle how to do it like a YouTube prankster way. With gloves and a tiny little slap to the back of his brother's neck, I think it was. Oh, he also killed one of his other uncles with an anti-aircraft missile. At least that's one of the rumors. Is that one true? I've never heard that. Kim Jong-nam death suspect thought she was in a TV prank. So this guy just pulled a page out of Kim Jong-un's playbook here, and it worked for him. Actually, Kim Jong-un copied him. He was riding his coattails, because this was 2008, and the assassination of his brother was in 2017. So, this guy is kind of the progenitor of the tactic. I'd really like to see that CCTV footage of him just fucking floating away on an inner tube with a big bag of money, giggling to himself as he does this.
Curcio's past and spoke to people who helped build this case.
Money, things are not the most important in this world. I promise you that.
Anthony
What is?
Curcio, the former high school and college athlete, convicted of pepper spraying an armored truck driver and stealing nearly $500,000. For the last decade, Curcio has been on the up and up, speaking to kids about his mistakes, even authoring children's books. But now a huge difference to get a 10. In fact, according to the indictment, Bondarchuk and Curcio listed one of their cards, this '86 Michael Jordan, for more than $170,000. But the issue, investigators say, is Curcio and Bondarchuk were scamming buyers by creating counterfeit PSA grades.
It was about 10 grand. Yeah.
This guy's actually kind of famous on YouTube. He stars in a lot of videos like ex-bank robber attempts heist in GTA 5 and kids meet a bank robber.
What? Kids meet a bank robber? Why? Why? That's so weird. That's so weird. What's the point? Why is that someone you want kids to meet? That's dumb. That's stupid. Like, you as a parent, like, all right, come on. Back it up. We're gonna go introduce you to a bank robber.
People like DJ and many others.
So hold on. Wait, let me see that one more time. After being put on notice, the cards and grades labeled were fraudulent. Curcio and Bondarchuk repeatedly attempted to and did sell these very same cards to subsequent victims, again with fraudulent labels showing an inflated grade from Company 1. Interesting. Man, they got this one place, Manhattan Marketplace, through approximately $225K in fraudulent sales to 8 buyers. Holy.
People like DJ and many others across the country out of $2 million. Now, the 2 accused fraudsters face decades behind bars.
Then I lost 5 years in prison.
Well, what does he have to say about it?
Curcio said he would never return to.
I spoke to federal officials today who tell me that Curcio is out of custody. So I went to the home that is listed as his address to try to get a statement or a comment, but nobody answered. Reporting.
Come on, that could have been another YouTube video for you, Anthony. Bank robber meets a reporter. That could have been another banger up there with the kids meet a bank robber video. It's a great sequel. What the fuck, man? You're not even thinking. I bet this is happening far more often than people want to admit, though. Him and Bondarchuk are certainly not the only ones doing this. Watcher even made a video covering his bank heist. It's called Unhinged Bank Heist of DB Tuber. That's a banger name. Fuck me, that's a great title. Rob a bank, 5 years in prison, sell fake Pokemon cards, decade in prison. Well, it's a repeat offense. So it's scaled up. Plus the amount fucking 4x'd almost. Well, actually more than 4x'd. Well, how much did they steal from the bank? I already forgot. But this is significantly more than they got from the bank, and it's the second time he's done it, so obviously he's going to get fucked harder in the face for it, rightfully so. Just a scumbag. He's just born to be a scumbag. He stole 400 grand. Oh yeah, fucking 5x'd it then. I found his children book, by the way. It's called My Daddy's in Jail. No, you're lying. You're fucking lying. That one I'm looking up ASAP. Give me 1 second. He called his children's book My Daddy's in Jail. No. Let's see. No, My Daddy's in Jail is a book by Janet M. Binder. So unless he's pulling like a J.K. Rowling, it's not... Wow. He's the illustrator. So they didn't trust him enough to write it. He did the art, though. Let me see this. Actually, maybe someone did like a read-through. Oh, well, that's sad. I don't know what I was expecting there. I thought this was just going to be the book. But the first result is My Daddy's in Jail and I miss him. Sorry to hear that, Sprout. That's no good. That's not good. The night Dad went to jail. Oh, God. But here, Anthony Curcio even made a trailer for it 8 years ago. Oh, my God. What in the fuck is this? Written by an ex-con, endorsed by PhDs, school principals, and judges. Awesome book with inspiring message. Holy shit. Okay, that's going to get this shit DMCA'd real quick.
Coming at you straight out of the birdcage. It's tough in here, G, but me and the homies riding hard, and it's all good. We ballin'.
Anthony. Oh my God. Oh my God. Holy. How did this guy get away with this shit for so long? Robbing banks, writing these weird fucking children's books, scamming Pokemon card collectors. Holy shit, this guy is is legitimately like biologically engineered to be a scumbag. From the womb to the tomb. God damn. Cool art. It was a mistake. I'm a good roach, I promise. Jesus Christ, Anthony. Imagine he puts a quote from Chanderbuck on the back, or whatever his name was. Something Chabernacle or whatever. I forgot his accomplice's name. Super fast book cover making tips plus tour of secret office of author Anthony Curcio.
First off, I just want to say thank you so much for inviting me to be a part of such an awesome event.
Hey, no problem, Anthony. Hey, no, thank you for coming.
When I got it was.
Can you please, hey, Anthony, wait, hey, put down all the trading cards. Anthony, no, those belong to the children. Anthony, put down their school. Stop stealing everything, Anthony.
2 months ago that the staff there reached out to me, and you know, I can't remember exactly what it was, but it said something like, you know, a lot of our students really like your books, and we were wondering if you could make a short video for us and explain some of the processes that go into it, and specifically the covers. So, for those of you that do not know me, my name is Anthony Curcio, and I'm a children's book author and
The Boy Who Became King. LeBron James, the children's book. Did he get the rights to make that book on LeBron James? The Boy Who Never Gave Up. Stephen Curry, the children's book. That's so shameless, trying to just capitalize off their names for children books. Wow. Very cool, Anthony. You stole that too, huh? What an interesting guy. What an interesting guy.
Illustrator. So, does anyone know what I have in common with the greatest children's book illustrators of all time?
Absolutely nothing. Legitimately nothing, Anthony. Nothing at all. I already know what he's going to say, though. He's going to say, I didn't quit. I never gave up.
Anybody? Well, really not that much. But our stuff starts.
Good one, Anthony. Actually, I didn't expect that. He's just like, yeah, literally nothing. I scam and steal from people. That's about it. That's all I got. All right, I'm going home now, kids. Hope you learned something. Bye-bye. Goodbye. No, I took everything out of your backpacks. Whine to your parents about it. What do you want from me?
Started the same way. The goggles on top and holding a book.
He's not a bad children's artist, to be honest with you. Like, legitimately, that's a decent style. I've been saying legitimately a lot when it comes to Anthony, when he's like the least legit person on the fucking planet. But that is actually not a bad style for a children's cartoon. Like, the style fits super well. It's a shame that he super sucks as a human being. That's a real bummer.
Airplane wings right in there as well. The book is, I think, to me, because you love my books. You know, you guys are on the other side of the country, and you're reading my books. I mean, that means the absolute world to me.
Thanks, Anthony. Hey, it's no problem at all, man. I can't wait for his new books to drop from his 30-year stay coming up in prison for his most recent scam and stealing. Those are going to be bangers. How painkillers can lead to heroin addiction? Why is Anthony talking on that too? Does he talk on everything? Does this guy, he's just a jack of all trades? Well, as a former heroin addict, I can tell you how I got there. And it all started with painkillers. I actually wrote 5 children's books on it. When we were kids, our parents taught us important lessons, one of the most important being don't accept candy from strangers, and if you see a big white van, just start screaming, because nothing good ever comes from a big white van. But now I think it's time that I impart some wisdom on all of you for internet safety for adults. When you hear an internet creator mention a free giveaway or I made a cryptocurrency, you should treat that the same way you would a scary white van, because that shit should have you running the other direction in fear. The reason I bring this up is because one of the channels on YouTube that would post clips from my streams and videos went full fucking FaZe Clan with a crypto scam where they pretended that it really was me behind the account, and they started making community posts about a cryptocurrency they created, a shitcoin so powerful it would overthrow the US dollar. If you invested in it, you'd be a multi-millionaire, your parents would get back together, the divorce papers wouldn't get signed, that hamster you loved when you were 12 will get revived. It just all of these wild fucking promises about this pumpy dumpy shit coin, obviously. And I don't know how many people actually believed it or bought into the coin, but I have to imagine at least a handful of people did, since people buy into literally anything these days. Just look at NFTs. People are still spending thousands of dollars for just a screenshot of a tweet, because it has the word blockchain associated with it. So I have no doubt some people put money into that shitcoin based off those community posts. Now that channel has been removed, but this whole experience taught me something. Like a very powerful Darman video, I learned something today. I've never had a problem with anyone re-uploading my content or trimming it up and creating a clips channel for themselves or monetizing my content. It doesn't matter to me. For me, the most important part about creating content is just seeing people enjoy it. If people are enjoying it, I'm happy. I don't care if I'm getting credit for it or anything like that. That's never bothered me. But what I never stop to consider is who runs those accounts. Who's the person actually behind it making those channels? Because it could be literally anyone. It could be some fucking criminals. It could be Harvey Weinstein behind one of the accounts. Dan Schneider, who then starts using it to solicit feet pics off the subscribers. Could be Drake Bell, who made a clips channel and then just starts using it to promote a upcoming tour across elementary schools around the nation. You know, I never stop to think that it could be a bad person who makes the channel and then starts using it for a really fucking sketchy reason. So that's what this taught me. Like I said, that channel's removed, but I don't want to take the chance of something like this happening again. So I've hopped in the driver's seat with Swamp Ass and decided to take control here. So I've created the only official channel for clips and short videos of my content. It's called Huge Charles. I'll put a link to it in the description below. So definitely subscribe if you're interested in that kind of content. It's not only going to be highlights and short clips from existing videos or streams of mine. I'm going to be posting exclusive content to it as well. And I'm just going to be pretty active and post pretty often over there, so if you're interested, definitely check it out. This isn't the only thing I wanted to talk about today, but this definitely was the main thing because Krampus came here and took a shit down the Christmas tree, and I still want to make it clear, I don't have any problems with people re-uploading my content or anything like that, but I don't want anyone to ever be misled into thinking that any channel other than this one and the Huge Charles channel actually belongs to me. I'm not associated with any of the Full Streams channels or the other like stream highlight clips moments channels. None of those belong to me. So if they ever send you a weird message, maybe asking for toe pics, it's not me doing it. And I know that's exactly what a toe pic fiend would say, but trust me, it's not. Now the next thing I want to talk about is going to be very brief. It's about Godslap. All of the posters and all of the Issue Zero comics have shipped out now. So all the teaser comics and posters are on their way to everyone that purchased them. It took a little longer than we would have liked it to, but we also weren't expecting the incredible amount of support behind it, so it just took a little bit longer for all of the shipping to go out. And you will be getting the posters first and then the comic books because that's just the way they had to ship them. So they will get the poster probably a day or two before the comic. I don't want anyone to be confused like, oh my god, the comic got lost, the post guy fucking stole it from my package, all I have is the poster now. No, it just went out like a day or two earlier. Also, I've been hearing about an issue some people are having where they're not getting tracking information emails. Some people have already got their poster and Issue Zero comic without ever having a tracking number, which is weird because all of that got sent out when the shipping went out. So either it got lost in people's emails or there's a glitch in the pipeline and there's some fucking cyber terrorist really putting the kibosh on the tracking emails. But either way, if you made a purchase, if you placed an order, you will get it, even if the tracking information email got lost somewhere along the way. So I just wanted to reassure everyone of that. And then just the last quick thing I wanted to mention, Moist Esports, the biggest name in professional gaming. We're 4-0, baby. 100% win rate. Cola has won all 4 of the tournaments he's entered since being part of Moist Esports. So Moist Esports stocks are through the fucking roof right now. Soon, we will be the next, yeah, I can't think of like the best gaming org ever. Besides Moist Esports, baby, let's go! Yeah, that's really just about it. So yeah. Okay, I'm just gonna watch the fucking breakdown video because the Reddit threads and reading the comments, they're starting to like compile into this multi-dimensional argument with different theories going on. Who made a video about Blue Box? I know Mudahar talked about it on Twitter.
Oh, wait, literally as I'm making this video, I'm seeing this new tweet.
Thanks for
the patch is
Vulcan
now live.
and Coin. Oh, he's gonna... Yeah, this is a good trailer. I just watched this with you guys. This was nuts.
That's it. That's the whole freaking thing. Blue Box Games
That walk cycle is nutty, though.
Allegedly an indie game dev studio that has been embroiled in conspiracy as people suspect that their upcoming project Abandoned might actually be related to Silent Hill or Metal Gear or just something Kojima related. The creative director of the Abandoned project, his last name, translated from Turkish to Japanese, is Hideo, as both words mean hero, and so that one especially got...
This is a big, for those that don't know, this is like a big scam
going,
thing that we're trying
Blue
to learn
Box
about.
At one point tweeted out, while I sympathized with them at first, then they decided to release this tease, a tweet that reads, "Are you ready? We are," and you get the Abandoned logo here that uses a font that is damn near identical to the one used by Metal Gear Solid 2, Metal Gear Solid 3, Portable Ops, Peace Walker, and the Metal Gear Solid Legacy collection. And in the back,
seems like a pretty normal
image
font.
Of a man wearing how the marketing
This
of
is
this
probably
game
just one
clearly
guy
seems to
fucking
be
with gamers.
baiting that fan base.
Though didn't
in
Sony
order
tweet
to
them out? So
spread
maybe
these
not.
theories back in June 20th, it was announced that this trailer app that would allow people to watch a real-time rendering of their trailer instead of a video version of it.
Why?
Originally,
Who
it was
cares?
supposed to
That's
release
super
on
dumb.
June 22nd,
It's a dumb idea for an app.
2021 until August. Then on July 11th, an exact release date was provided with a tweet that reads, "We're excited to announce that the Abandoned Trailers app will be available to preload free of charge for all
Let's
PS5
go!
users on July 29th.
And Jimmy Kimmel is
Production available
live!
on August 10th, and
Let's
those
go!
plans have been derailed, which it asks you to... It shows the Blue Box Game Studios logo. It asks you to pick a language, eventually. And once you pick it, you get a message that says this application does not contain any playable content, yada yada yada. All content is rendered 3D images and therefore not a high
Whoever's
quality
behind
video.
this is a genius.
But after
Testing
that,
the
it fades to a
patience of
message that
gamers.
says, check back. You'll get a glimpse to what you see is what you play, along with some announcements to look out for. See you on August 10th. From there,
Amen.
just hours, or I believe even just minutes before this introduction was set to launch on this trailer app, Blue Box tweeted this, a teaser, and it doesn't show a whole lot, but it gives you, I guess, a glimpse of the graphics
We saw
of
that.
this game. All it shows really is some wooden plank flooring alongside a man who's walking through it.
Goddamn
Now,
right
just
he
looking
is.
At the camera app and the
Thank you for
content
that.
that was supposed to release for it was delayed literally on the hour when they realized that there was an issue with the patch that was supposed to show off whatever
It's very advanced
this app was
tech.
meant to show off.
It
Here are
showed
some
a man
additional
walking,
tweets
like, that's
compiled by
fucking nutty.
IGN. Quick update, we are still working on it. We sincerely apologize for the inconvenience.
Let me check. I want to see their Twitter real quick. We haven't looked at their Twitter. We've only seen Hassan's Twitter. I'm actually pretty curious what's going on over there in that wacky part of the world. It's so dangerous to click on these, but I want to read what people are saying, but I know I'm going to see Council of Cock. I'm smarter than that, but god damn it, the curiosity is getting the best of me. I'm going in, I'm taking the risk. Oh. Well, Twitter blocked it for me. There's probably a Council of Cock right here.
And then on August 12th,
Exit
which
Tier
is
1
just
Omega.
yesterday, they tweeted out this. We ask everyone to calmly wait for the patch.
Yeah,
We
they deleted
understand your
all of this.
frustration. We are 100% real and are working on a passionate game we believe in. This is what happened. We dealt with multiple engine issues that occurred last minute after we spotted a graphical glitch. And it's a very vague explanation that has people scratching their heads and raising their eyebrows. For that, we wanted
You
to
just
do a
don't
quick update.
understand.
We're almost there as most of the testing is completed.
This would brick
We'd like to thank
consoles,
you
it was
again
so
for your patience
powerful.
and apologize. I'm all for giving developers the time that they need. When you're constantly announcing release dates and delaying and announcing and delaying,
Mhm.
especially when it happens at the last minute multiple times, and in this case happens on the day off, on the hour of, I mean, that just shows
That's
a
gaming,
lack
baby.
of something, a lack of organization, a lack of
A lack
I don't
of
know, competence,
respect.
a lack of experience. Let's actually boot the app up and
I might
see what
speedrun
happens.
this game.
First, let me check and make sure
Or this
that
app,
this is
rather.
the latest version of the app. It's worth noting that this patch is 5 gigabytes, just a little over 5 gigabytes, so I mean,
yeah, it's mining crypto.
Substantial here.
Through the PlayStation.
Actually, I found the clip. Be warned, you will be thoroughly disappointed. So here it is. You pick the language. You get the message here before taken to this menu. Yes! We're shown that, yeah, I don't know what Blue Box is thinking anymore with this.
It's clearly a company that just exists to troll. It's not a real company. It is absolutely not a real company.
So here it is. Welcome to the real-time experience.
Their track record proves that. They just make games, get investor money, and then close down. We just looked at the timeline. They are not a real fucking company. It's even better the 4th time around. Let's go! Big walking.
That's it. That's the whole freaking thing. It just feels like they're dragging us along at this point. It feels like they're trolling, to be honest. So that clip...
Yeah, that's what they're doing.
I showed you, the one that they tweeted on August 10th. And I thought it might be just like a little piece.
But it looks better in the PlayStation 5 engine.
10th, but it's
their
literally
app.
The whole thing. So what's the point of the real-time trailer app and getting everyone hyped to see something that's already been tweeted? I'm so confused by this. It doesn't...
Please tell me this is just someone memeing. There was a guy that streamed for 3 days straight only to see that 5-second clip. There's no fucking way you're being serious right now. No one. Nobody would do that. I have a very hard time wrapping my head around the idea that someone is that invested in anything they're not directly involved in. Let alone a game from a fucking non-existent studio that just pumps out wet farts to get investor money. That is so upsetting to hear. I feel so bad for that guy. But I have to wonder, why would they do that? So, before I continue, does he even talk about the timeline of the garbage Blue Box Studio has done since 2015? Because it seems like this is more focusing on their most recent blunder.
That one itty-bitty bit of footage justifies 5 gigabytes, but...
That walk cycle is intense.
And what adds an
I can look that up later,
layer
Haley.
of apprehension to all of this
that's
is
awful,
that
Andrew.
the internet
That's sad to
is
hear.
starting to do their research on Blue Box, and they're discovering
Here we go.
a history of them abandoning projects and this whole cycle of delaying marketing over and over again and then nothing coming from it. Like, playable teaser for it was delayed because of technical issues, which is a very familiar story with what's been happening with Abandon and all of its delays.
The tech's just not there yet. Blue Box is too smart. They're too far ahead of us.
Kickstarter, they said that they will stream gameplay soon. The game ultimately never came out and was deleted from the IndieDB website.
That one's one of the better ones.
In 2017, they announced a horror game called The Whisper coming out on June 2017. The game never came out.
Oh, what in tarnation? I can't believe it.
They announced a multiplayer horror game called Unseen Faces, also never came out.
Oh, what the fuck?
2019,
what are the odds?
2020 released a horrible horror game called The Haunting on Steam in early access. Game received 100% negative reviews.
Whoa, wait,
the
is
buy
this...
option.
I actually didn't finish reading this one.
A big update was...
Hold on, is that... So it said it removed the buy option. Is this still going to exist on torrent sites then? Hold on, I need to look this up. Give me 1 sec. I would love to see what they made. What the fuck? That's actually big. I didn't even read the rest of that. It's called The Haunting, right? Oh, here's the trailer. This looks exactly like the trailer they just released for Abandoned, right before a walk cycle. Holy shit! Wow! Do you think this was made in collaboration with Hideo Kojima? Damn, he's got her stun locked. This is not Fatal Frame, you swine. This is clearly The Haunting. They can't even almost make this look interesting in the trailer. It's just the same location doing the same thing. Holy shit. Oh, you fucked up. It looks like you can't actually lose the game. But you can win. Oh my god. This has everything you could ever want. Why even play another video game when this exists? I'm gonna feel really bad if this isn't actually theirs, because a couple different games came up for The Haunting, but this is the one that stood out to me. It's on Steam as Haunting Bloodwater Curse. Oh! go! Let's go! Damn, they really did remove the buy option. Man, scams on Google aren't even... I don't think I can pull this up on stream. But some of these fucking websites, I can't imagine who falls for this. Like the very first one when I'm looking for one of these maybe torrents, I won't say for sure. It says, download Haunting Bloodwater early. And the date that it was posted is October 4th, 2021. This man sent this shit from the future.
Presently,
yeah,
the short version
assholes,
is that this
right?
is a guy who has a history of making big promises and only half finishing the things he works on. He's a man with visions.
That's so... It undersells it so hard. If everything on the timeline is accurate, which it seems it is, considering it's been corroborated from multiple different sources, then he has not only completed half of his work, he's completed none of it. The only thing he's completed was Curse of the Bloodwater, and it wasn't even a real game. We just watched the trailer. It's a single open area that you take pictures of 2 enemies of. And then they immediately took it off Steam because it didn't work. Like, it's not like he's got these big ambitions and he has this eye for quality. He just can't focus on it. It's like the guy from Jimmy Neutron that can never finish his sandwiches. It's not that case. It's a guy who is clearly exploiting these things. Like, for this, Hideo Kojima rumors. I don't know. It seems actually pretty fucked up to me. The more I read about, or the more I learn about the story. They have not released any product except The Haunting, and it was taken down shortly after because it didn't work, it wasn't complete, and it wasn't even really a game. So I just think that's a little misleading to say that. It paints him in a more positive light than I think he deserves.
A track record of abandoned
failure.
projects
They have a track
that
record of
also
absolute
made
failure
promises,
and misinformation.
It's hard not to get. I hope all of my suspicions
I've looked into
and
it, Jake,
negative
but I haven't
feelings
played it.
surrounding Blue Box and Abandon right now all turn out to be false, and that hopefully this is all just a hitch on the road of this project's journey. But
this guy's so
with
positive.
all the vague and unclear teasing, and have
He's
to be
very
clear
optimistic. I like
about
that.
What they're
He's a good subhuman.
Box. But that's just one man's
Every
take. Let me know in
subhuman.
the comments below what your disposition is towards.
Yeah, I would not give them that courtesy. Yeah, no, I think they fucked up. I think they have a history of misleading people. All of these are allegations, of course, but to me it seems like it's a company that exploits investors and capitalizes off fake generated hype. So, to me, it seems like a scam, allegedly. Luckily, no one's paid any money for any of their shit, so they're just being scammed out of time right now. Imagine this was like a 6-year plan. Hideo Kojima approached Hassan in 2015. He's like, look, I need you to make the shittiest game studio you can think of. We are gonna fuck things up for 6 years for a grand reveal. When people believe in us the least, then we'll release Silent Hills. Boogie2988 is not only the most manipulative YouTuber this platform's ever seen, but he's also among the stupidest as well. And this is actually one of his go-to bread and butter defense strategies anytime he finds himself in hot water. He'll always play the card of, oh, I'm not an evil person, I'm just a bumbling moron. I got zapped by an idiot beam. Timmy Turner made a wish that I'd be an imbecile and, well, that's out of my control now. I'm not a bad person. I'm just stupid, and you can't be mad at me for that. He uses this signature anime finishing move more often than Goku uses a Kamehameha to finish off an opponent. He is stupid, don't get me wrong, but he is also a bad person. Both of these things are true. And he's using this defense right now with his latest cryptocurrency scam. I wasn't even going to bother making a video talking about this because talking about any of Boogie2988's L's is like talking about taking the trash out. Who gives a fuck? It's garbage, so who cares? Everyone knows it's trash, so why even bother talking about it? Well, in this case, it's especially heinous because he actually did an interview with CoffeeZilla on CoffeeZilla's second channel, Voidzilla, where he was covering Boogie's new crypto scam. And he basically admits to it being a pump and dump, but his defense is that he was too stupid to recognize that. Like, he's too dumb to have known that this was going to be a scam that would hurt his almost non-existent audience. He has a very small pocket of people that still support him left, and he is using them like a fleshlight for a couple of fucking doubloons to pop out the other end as he puts his cock in it. It's disgusting. The Boogie298 fan club has less members than the goddamn Balan Wonderworld Enthusiast Society. Like, there's not many of them left, and now Boogie's running a cryptocurrency scam directly at them, yet denying that he's trying to scam his fans, saying that it's obviously just a joke for his fans to point and laugh at. This is mainly meant to target millionaire crypto bros who can kind of just get fucked. It's also worth mentioning that he was paid $10,000 to promote this fatty token meme coin by a very shady group. But I'm sure that's not important. I'm sure that 10,000 doubloons is all just part of the joke. It's all in good humor at the end of the day. I'm sure that had nothing to do with Boogie's involvement here. Now, I do believe that a lot of people that did put money into this were just hoping that they could dump the bag on even bigger idiots that bought into it trusting Boogie, because there are still people that do have faith in Boogie as a creator and as just a genuine person. I don't know how that still lingers after the documentary that's been dropped about him, where he did his absolute best to make himself look like an insufferable asshole, as well as the numerous other controversies he's found himself in, but there is definitely still a community that rallies behind him. And I have no doubt a lot of people that put money into this were hoping that that community would also put money in so they could dump it onto them. And maybe they were able to, maybe they weren't, but right now it looks like everybody, except for those on the inside, have lost money. You posted a video on your own channel called Fatty, because the name of his token, his scam shitcoin, is called Fatty. He posted the video on his channel. That's for your audience, Boogie. You posted it directly to them. Of course, some of them are going to buy into it because they still have some level of trust in you for whatever delusional reason that might be, but that's definitely broken by now, I imagine. He also just can't dedicate himself to just one excuse here, so he's trying to cover all of his bases so he doesn't look like an evil, manipulative piece of shit here. So he's constantly flip-flopping. So first he was kind of just on the nose about it, like posting tweets saying like he's fucked anyway, so might as well get some money out of it on the way out. You know, hashtag fatty, stuff like that. And then he's like, well, no, this was actually just for the crypto bros, and I'm not going to lose sleep over them losing money. I was upfront about you putting money into this, and you're probably going to lose it. That's the joke. So I don't care if you bought in. And his most outrageous one is where he tries to spin this as an actual useful, not scam service, where it's like, oh, this is actually just a really cheap way for the community to buy into my presence. It's going to be a community hub for all of us to kind of just like hang out. So you're kind of paying just to be a part of the community. Like, he's trying every possible excuse to avoid wrongdoing, even though he's fundamentally admitted that it's a pump and dump scheme that he's behind here, which is a crime. It's illegal. You can't do that. Maybe putting it into Magic the Gathering terms will help you understand it to wrap your fucking noodle around it. You're ignoring cards' mana costs, and in response, everyone hates you. You can't do that, Boogie. I watched a clip of a podcast Boogie's on once, and of course he always rants about how everyone's always out to get him. He's not a bad guy. Everyone else is evil for attacking him. He's not the bad guy. He's not the villain of the story. And my name got brought up. And he then went on to say that I want to see him dead. I'd rather see him buried 6 feet under than see him succeed, or something to that effect. Which is, of course, a load of horseradish, but it's a really interesting take, how Boogie perceives things. And I don't know if he truly believes this, or if it's just a classic Boogie drumming up sympathy kind of thing through lying. But I don't want to see you dead, Boogie, at all. I want to see you stop being a piece of shit scammer who manipulates his audience and constantly lies. That's what I want. That's what the majority of people would like to see. A triumphant story about how you finally took some responsibility for your own actions, grew from them, learned from them, and actually stopped being the asshole that you are. I'd like for you to come forward and stop lying about everything. So like in this situation, just taking it on the chin and openly admitting that you pump and dump scammed your audience. Just say like, hey guys, I fell on difficult financial times and yeah, I took advantage of you. You kind of tiptoed around that in the CoffeeZilla video, but you're not saying it with your whole chest anymore and making up excuses for it, even though it's an inexcusable thing that you've done. You should then refund everyone that lost money in this shitcoin scam that you've pumped. And then you should be working towards actually making things right and stop being the lying, manipulative asshole that you are. I don't want to see you dead, Boogie, and you know that. That's a very gross thing to say, to make that claim, and you know how fucking disgusting that is, which is why you say it. But I want to make it very clear right now. What I want is for you to stop being a lying manipulator. I'm going to play a little bit of his announcement video for this, because he really stands by that it's all just supposed to be a joke for his community, supposed to bring them together to laugh at the parody of Andrew Tate, where he's playing Andrew Cake, and it's all part of the joke. But That excuse doesn't work, Boogie, when you actually launch a shitcoin alongside your satirical take on shitcoins for your audience to actually lose money on, you dumb buffoon.
Fatty is a community for like-minded individuals that are broken free from the matrix. True happiness comes from a goldfish, from the same woman a couple of nights a month, and the occasional meme coin. Fatty for life.
Fatty for life, yeah. Look at this graph. Looks like every other rug pull shitcoin that ever entered the market. But Fatty for life, yeah. Boogie's the champ. He's the king. Who cares how many of his audience lost money on this? He does his absolute best to deny that that's a possibility at all. I'll go ahead and go through his pinned tweet because he's been, of course, on Twitter, as he is known to do, having meltdowns, doing his best to justify indefensible actions that he takes. So here's his big manifesto on the Fatty debacle. An iconic Boogie intro here to the tweet. This is just so on brand for him. Classic. In the last few days, I have learned a lot about the internet, myself, and crypto. For those that don't know the Boogie lore, he also lost almost all of his money in crypto well before this, so even knowing just how dangerous it is to buy into this kind of shit, he still promotes it to his audience, even though he himself is the victim of losing tons and tons of money in crypto dog shit. But yeah, it doesn't matter to him. Since it's not him losing money this time, why would he care? My intent by launching a meme coin was to make people laugh and happy. I also wanted to give millionaires who like meme coins a new toy to play with. It doesn't have use, Boogie. The only thing they can play with is watching the graph go down. The only thing they're playing with is your balls as you teabag them with this scam. I also wanted to create a community among those people to interact with as I have through the LolCow Live community. To say I missed the mark is an understatement for sure. But some of the people that are angry for some weird reasons. This never targeted fans, in quotes. In the 90 seconds this was available on websites, a casual fan could not have created a Coinbase account, get verified, figure out how to buy Solana, which is a chore in itself, to then purchase a meme coin. It is literally impossible. That process takes hours, sometimes days. You are so unbelievably wrong, you know that. You are blatantly lying. I also don't understand why it's inconceivable for him to imagine that some of his fans already have Solana and have Coinbase accounts, because a lot of people do. Cryptocurrency isn't some like fringe unheard of thing anymore. It's a very mainstream thing people have been hearing about for fucking years, so a lot of them do have accounts and they could easily buy this in the 90 seconds it was available. This targeted my fans only to have them point and laugh at the absurdity of the character, the video, and the idea that anyone would trust me for crypto advice. If the whole idea behind it, Boogie, was to just provide an entertaining video, why actually launch the shitcoin? Why even give them the opportunity to buy into something that you yourself know is worthless? You're open about how worthless it is and that it's just a waste of money. One of his early tweets is about how you shouldn't invest money in it. That's the way that he's trying to like hand wave his responsibility to his audience here by saying, well, he warned them not to put money into it, so it's kind of their fault. Why even give them the option? If the whole point was just to give them something to laugh at, why give them something to immediately lose money on, Boogie? That's so weird. That doesn't seem like it'd be a good part of the joke, having them lose money too. That seems to get rid of the joke. It's almost as if it wasn't a joke to begin with. And you're using that as a convenient excuse to try and make it seem like it was never the intention to make money off exploiting your fans. I did, however, want to target crypto bros who play with meme coins all day, every day. Looking at the wallets that bought and sold this coin, it's clear that is the only people who played with this coin. Many of them holding tens of millions of Ethereum and Bitcoin, they wouldn't miss the tens of dollars they might have lost, but many more made money than lost, it appears. What a hero. You're such a hero of the people, Boogie. Regardless, I still believe those same crypto guys might find value in this coining community, and I hope they do. For those holding, I plan to keep chatting with you guys and chilling with you for as long as you think it's fun. To the rest of the internet, I am not sorry for getting involved in a dumb shit meme coin. I eject the idea that I was ever scamming fans, and that simply did not happen, period. Look at the wallets for proof of that. I still think a meme coin can be a funny and amusing distraction for people who have far more money than they know what to do with, and I hope we can continue to fuck around with this dumbass coin. That is just chef's kiss standard Boogie meal right there on his Twitter dog shit that he serves on the plate. Just absolute nonsense, lying out of his ass, trying his absolute best to come out of this looking like the good guy. Well, I've learned a lot about myself, the internet, and crypto. Yeah, there were some shortcomings. I missed the mark, but you're actually all wrong because I'm not a bad guy. That was never the intention. Also, those crypto bros that I said can get fucked and I won't lose sleep over, well, actually, I'm hoping they find real value in this because I'm also like a hero to the crypto bros as well as my community because I never targeted my fans. Yeah, I uploaded it to my YouTube channel, but that was only because I wanted them to laugh at the character, not actually put money into it. I mean, that was never part of the plan, but because they put money into it, now there's a great community, which was always the intention the entire time. It's just absolute ramblings of a madman doing his absolute best to try and avoid looking like the bad guy. And in doing so, he always looks even more of a bad guy. In the interview he did with CoffeeZilla, he mentions his cancer diagnosis. Boogie has a form of cancer and he is on hard times financially, a lot of it because of his crypto investments, which now he's running one of his own. And he talks about how the money that he got, like the $10,000 to promote this, immediately went into like his medical his medical needs. And he uses this as a shield, where it's like, oh, you know, this is going on, thus it shouldn't be a problem that I scam people, because I need the money. There's plenty of other ways of making money though, Boogie, besides just scamming your audience. Like there was, for actual years, you had so many other opportunities to make money and actually not be a piece of shit. But you have time and time again made the worst possible decisions, not only for yourself, but for those around you, and you have constantly dug yourself deeper and deeper holes. And now you keep posting tweets, deleting tweets, where you're doing this Jekyll and Hyde thing about how, oh, I might be going to jail anyway, so I'm going to take money on the way out. Buy Fatty Coin. And then into this where it's like, actually, I'm such a good guy. Like, we were just making a community and you guys are getting mad for weird reasons. I'm misunderstood. It's crazy because you can actually trace Boogie's spiral to his Twitter activity. The frequency in which he used Twitter directly correlates with the frequency at which he lost subscribers. As he used Twitter more, his YouTube subscribers went down more and more because he kept letting the mask slip at the really awful person behind the facade that he puts on YouTube. He could not stop himself from saying the most revolting things and being the most unlikable asshole through Twitter. He was addicted to it. And he recognized so many times that if he just deleted Twitter, his life, his online career would have been in a much better spot. But he just can't help himself. And to this day, still can't help himself. Here's his most recent tweet, for example. I learned years ago that if I fart in public, Mudahar will make a video saying I gave people cancer. I'm pretty much free to do whatever I want because even when I try to do something nice, people say I ate a baby or something. In standard Boogie fashion, making himself the victim of everything imaginable. Somehow he's the victim in this pump and dump crypto scam that he's running here because Mudahar made a mean video about him. Oh man, it doesn't matter what I do because people are just going to say that I ate a baby or something. Mudahar is going to insult me no matter what. So what, I did a crypto pump and dump doesn't mean Mudahar needs to be nasty and rude about it. I can't even remember the last time Boogie2988 did something genuinely nice without it being something to benefit him personally. I can't think of it. And it's certainly not this crypto scam. There's no way you're going to sit there and actually try and say that this meme shitcoin that you've started is somehow a nice thing that you don't deserve to be getting insulted for. That's absolute lunacy. You yourself have said multiple times how worthless this is and you shouldn't be putting money into it and that you're basically stupid if you do. Like, and you're going to try and sit here and make a claim like, oh, even when I do something nice, they're just going to say I'm bad anyway. You're not doing anything nice. You are literally scamming your audience. No matter how much you want to plug your ears and close your eyes to deny that fact, you are. You have. You are scamming them with this. He also keeps saying that he hasn't sold any of his Fatty Coin, and it doesn't matter. Even if you really haven't sold any, I don't know why you'd sell now since it's completely flatlining, but even if you haven't sold any, even when it was up, it doesn't change the fact that it's still a pump and dump scam and someone made a lot of money from this. The people that paid you to promote this in the first place. You did make 10,000 doubloons from the promotion of it. So you did make money from it. Even if it isn't from the direct sale of the coins that you hold, you still made 10 grand, which is a lot more than any one of your fans that bought into this trusting you. But anyway, I don't need to rant any further about this. If you want actual information about the scam, I highly recommend checking out Voidzilla's video or Mudahar's coverage of this. They both did a great job going over everything around it. I'm just here to talk about what a manipulative, stupid asshole Boogie2988 is, and how baffling it is that he keeps finding new ways to devolve even further into degeneracy. It's shocking. That's really about it. So yeah. Yeah, the Hawk to a Girl launched a meme coin. That's just like a term they use, calling it a meme coin. It's really not. It's just always a scam coin. It's made for the sake of rugging her viewers within the first hour of its launch. And I feel like everyone in the world should have seen this coming, but somehow still they were able to make tens of thousands of dollars rugging idiots.
My Hawk meme coin is live!
And so, as you can see in the community note, 90% of the token supply has been sniped and being sold on the community. Buying this highly speculative Hawk coin could result in loss. Just giving people a fair warning, which wasn't heeded. So what ended up happening is what everyone knew would happen. It got rugged. Instantly, pretty much, within the first 2 hours. So then Haley Welch's PR team made this post talking about the Hawkonomics, saying the team hasn't sold one token. Baloney. I'll call horseradish on that. We tried to stop snipers as best we could. Also, huge dirty barnacles on that claim too. And then once again a community note. The team and insiders have actually been selling their tokens since launch. Majority have never purchased anything and have only sold the token they were given. Haley is lying and will likely have to talk to a judge about this. Community note, just dropping a fucking pun on it. Cold turkey like that. Might as well. But yep. We live in a world where CoffeeZilla will now make a Hawk Tua video. That's why this tab's open here. I'm just waiting for him to drop the, the Hawk Tua video. I'm very excited for it. The idea behind goobers putting money into things like the Hawk Tua coin is they know it's going to rug, but they really think that they'll be the ones to capitalize off the rug. They'll pull out at the perfect time. Completely oblivious to the fact that insiders are the ones that actually make the money, not the idiots that buy in thinking that somehow they're smarter than the scammer. Like, you're not in on the scam, you are just another one of the pawns on the board. You are just another little dime into the piggy bank. You'll never beat the rug. Imagine getting rugged by Hawk Tua Girl in the year of our Lord 2024. Again, you absolutely fucking deserve it. This is a scam where the only victims are the ones that actually deserve it. This is a lesson that you needed to learn. And Haley Welch took you over her knee and disciplined you. And I know they're still not going to learn their lesson. They will once again just dump into the next fucking shitcoin from Pump.fun. Why can't I find the graph again? Because it's like a beautiful rug graph. Like the most... Oh yeah, here. Someone even put it as a Christmas tree. It's just like the quintessential Solana rug graph. I know, man. People are actually begging to just be scammed over and over and over and over and over again. I guarantee if Jack Doherty went live on Twitter right now saying that he's doing another meme coin, people would buy in and he'd make another 20 grand off him. Easy. You see that the Rizzler got disrespected by Hawk Tua Girl? I know you're making like a meme off of the absurdity of like the names and the shit, like just the full culture around it. But you know what's crazy? Is if Hawk Tua Girl did disrespect the Rizzler, it's the worst thing she could do for her career. She can blatantly scam these idiots on her Twitter. They're not going to care. They'll still tune in to Talk Tua for whatever reason. Ironically, I guess. But if there was the story about how she disrespected the Rizzler, they'd all just leave her. A Rizzler level event would be the worst thing that could happen to her. But she can run these pump and dump scams till the fucking cows come home. It won't affect her. The Hawk Tua fall off is crazy. No, what's crazy is that there isn't a Hawk Tua fall off. She just had Mark Cuban on her podcast.
Yep.
It's disgusting. Actual industry plant that is thriving in the biggest possible way and now just full goatsy scamming her fans. Actually dropping trouser, shitting on him, and it's not gonna matter. CoffeeZilla is live with a Hawk Tua Girl in a Twitter space. Oh, he's already on the case? Let's go. I had his channel up earlier, waiting for when he'd hop in.
There's no rug pulled, and it's not done by us. Yes, snipers sniped it up to an insane market cap.
No, it's
and
not
dumped
just
it.
snipers.
That was not us.
Listen, you know that.
Listen, no. I'm telling you the truth.
And y'all made millions on fees from this little.
Coffee, listen to him. It wasn't them.
I'm sure that's not you getting those fees, right? Who's making the money on the fees? Who's
not a
making
scheme.
millions of dollars on fees from this rug pool?
That's not a scheme. That's the project. So we can keep this thing going for years. Right? That's how do you think
The hawk to a coin for years.
Who makes the money on
I
the
love
fees?
that.
Someone just made over $1 million on fees. Who made it?
First of all, the fees were there with Meteora pools, and that goes to the creator, right?
Which is who? Who does that who does that belong to?
That belongs
God.
to the project, right?
No. God owns it. This is a.
Well, the project is over here. Haley Welch, right? And
how much does Haley Welch own?
This is Haley Welch's project.
So she owns all of it.
CoffeeZilla.
Did she just make $1 million on fees on a rug pool?
Do you know how much it costs for lawyer fees to create a foundation in the Cayman Islands, to hire directors? You think this stuff pays for itself, right?
So y'all wanted to make the money on day one? I don't understand. I'm just asking.
We're here every single day.
Millions of dollars in fees from the rug.
Day 2, day 3.
This guy's really bad at avoiding questions.
Run a project forever.
He's not even slipping out of it super effectively.
And time and people that are on this project. Over here has around 18 people working on this right now as we speak. This is not a small time type of nothing.
It is literally a nothing.
And not just do it for one.
It is actually a nothing. It's a hawk to a coin.
Who made the money? You haven't answered the question. Who made the money? How much did Haley Welch make of that million? 1.8 million?
It's a foundation that is running.
Oh.
How much does she own of it?
It's a foundation. She owns 0 of the foundation.
So y'all made the money?
No, I don't own the foundation either. A foundation in the Cayman Islands.
Who profited? Over $1 million was just made.
I'm telling you, a foundation that pays people out. And by the way, CoffeeZilla, I'm not.
It's just is it a force of nature? Who owns it?
That are
it's so simple.
Because we didn't pull a rug. I don't know what you're trying to say.
No rug pull.
Defamation.
Doc, do the math. Do the math.
It's like taking a shit and telling me there's no poop.
3%.
You're defaming our character. You're not going to
bullshit. You just talk over me. You talk over me.
I'm hearing bullshit. So why?
No,
why
you're not.
You just denied it. Hold on, I'll pull this up again real quick.
You guys released 3% to the Meteora pool, while you have 17% of the token allocation unlocked day 1 from your strategic allocation. Are you guys insane? What do you guys think exactly is going to happen when your insiders get sent their tokens? And by the way, who made the money from your 17% pre-sale while you're giving a tiny piece of the pie to the public? Like, what the hell? This is the worst tokenomics I've ever seen, and it is a scam.
It's not a scam.
It is literally a scam. Actually a scam.
You can say whatever you want about it. You can cry defamation. That's my opinion. It's a scam.
Well,
and I only do this for a living. I've only seen 1 million of these projects.
This one's different, Coffee.
You, CoffeeZilla. Let's track your wallet.
Turn it around.
Over here, why don't you tell CoffeeZilla what we're doing with this project?
Where did the fees go? Where did the money for the pre-sale tokens go? Why
I love the who pays you coffee.
So people could dump on Haley Welch's fans? And how involved was she really? And how much?
What just happened? They muted him.
I just got muted.
That must have been a glitch.
Yeah, so I mean, like we as mentioned, like we raised a 17% strategic allocation that was done at a 16.69.
Oh my God.
Valuation. You know, we tried to kind of keep that kind of premise here was that, you know, we had the restriction, like we heard the request for us to do this in a public manner, and you know, I think that we, you know, having consulted with like...
You were saying fucking nothing right now, and you're saying it with a big lisp.
I guess like the legal...
He's about to just start talking about dedicated wham.
And, you know, kind of mitigate any kind of consideration.
This is nothing. Just answer the simple questions Coffee is posing. Who owns it? Who made the money?
Americans, that 200 people participate, a lot of people within the industry that were very supportive of the vision, because I think that they
why even listen to this bullshit if he muted Coffee? Because he's got to unmute him at some point.
You know, I think that
Coffee and Connor Eats Pants are in here spamming thumbs downs.
This can be like a little bit of a paradigm shift. I mean, like I said, nothing that we've seen thus far
It's a Hawk Tua rug pull shitcoin, man.
In a sustainable manner.
He's yapping about nothing.
Of longevity of an extended time frame, and we're just trying to, like, try something different, right? Like I said, we went back to first principles and kind of tried.
Did they answer any questions yet? No.
Way that we think
no.
Makes sense, we kind of felt ultimately that was probably the best representation of who were her true fans.
These are actual just filler words of nothing. Actual nothing.
Running this initiative that
he's speaking just
into the hands of the
that's
people
all
that have been most supportive of her and like kind of really engaged with her.
Holy.
I just want everyone to, be respectful.
Yeah.
But yeah, listen, this is
you guys
something that means a lot. Go ahead, FaZe Banks.
Appreciate it. I just heard this guy blab about pretty much nothing. I repeat the same shit that he said the first time around. You said something about Web 2 in layman's terms that just basically means 90%, 97% of all the tokens owned were by related wallets, friends of friends of friends of friends. They were
No, that's not true. It's not true.
Yeah, yes, it is true.
You can see it. You can see it.
Brother. Yeah. You're talking about some fucking, what did you say, in the Cayman Islands?
It's how you legally launch these types of things. It's a foundation. But listen, this isn't a bundled scam. This is and prove that they were not sold by us. So the bubble map stuff was totally false. It's not what happened.
Oh, so this is all a lie.
Over here, maybe you can.
They're the trustworthy ones at the Hawkonomics.
To these different wallets, and clear up a lot of this, these allegations that are just false.
Yeah, I mean, like in terms of like.
Oh God, not this guy.
The different wallets and stuff like.
Whoever guided you in this, or whoever directed you to do this, or gave you the advice to do this, you should fire them immediately. And yeah.
Yeah, I just want to jump in here.
Yeah, I'm doing the best I can. Thank you, FaZe.
Was that a Looney Tunes sound clip? What was that?
Ugly launch, cool. There's day 2, there's day 3, there's day 4.
Bulletproof response. Bulletproof. That's how you handle it.
Single day memeing. The key is to actually onboarding her real, true fans. This might not be for
Sounded
everybody.
like Sandy Cheeks.
It's not a big deal to us. We ain't going anywhere. Haley's not going anywhere. And the Hawk Tua meme is definitely not going anywhere. Yes, they were from the deployer wallet, but they're put into wallets for her true fans to claim. They were not sold. None of
you have to
them
unlock
sold.
the true
I just
fan
want to make that
prestige
very,
level.
very, very clear. But listen, it's all love. I understand everybody around here is kind of used to the same thing. There's only one way to prove that this is not just like everything else, which is just not give up, right? And keep going and keep doing everything, that you possibly can.
Inspirational.
Right? To keep it pushing. And the
He's
only
right.
way that it's a rug or the only way that it's a scam is if you give up on it. And that's the one thing that we can say is no one's given up on this.
Mm-hmm.
So over here, or if you want to ask Haley some questions, let's Haley is somebody who's an incredible person, and she's had a lot of fun memeing. She really enjoys X. I think we have to really stick with the facts.
What the fuck?
And we can show all the transactions, right? And we've had them analyzed now. We can show all the transactions. That's the thing, is like the blockchain doesn't lie. And we will publish those transactions.
You just said you were literally just saying that it does sometimes when it makes you look bad.
Yes, it got 90.
Blockchain doesn't lie.
It was 3%
unless
97.
It's doing something bad for us.
That was held back.
No, I mean I just wanted to be like, obviously Haley's been through a journey, and this launch has obviously gone the way it's gone. But I think that maybe it'd be helpful for the community to kind of hear. Haley's story, because ultimately,
they're trying so hard to push it onto Haley right now.
Like the coin and stuff like
Guys,
that.
we need to think about Haley's feelings. We only told her that she was going to make a ton of money from this. She didn't know it was going to be a rug pull. Haley, take it from here. We're going to leave.
Everybody resonates with Hawk Tua as a meme. It's like one of the most viral memes of all time. And I think people have been making a lot of money off derivative works, and people have launched a bunch of fake tokens, which is maybe the launch didn't go the smoothest.
That's one way of putting it. It didn't go the smoothest, huh?
Showing up every day, trying to run the project. I think Haley's here for the long term. You know, ultimately, like her career is, you know, like just kind of starting, and you know, like you know, she's accomplished a lot of amazing things in this short period of time, and you know, like obviously resonating.
Nice membership, Jack.
You know, really strongly with the global audience, and I think I think it'd just be useful for color if you know, Haley was able to kind of share a little bit about that original story, because I think it helps kind of paint the picture here a little bit of how she's constantly tried to, like, you know, build community and like use I guess what she's built to kind of like engage the broader community and be very inclusive. And you know, like she's done a lot of cool stuff around like charity, and like, you know, I think she really cares about dogs and stuff like that, and I think it's really cool to see.
What are
like,
you saying? What are you saying, man? What in the world?
I guess cool with what she's been able to get into.
I went over to Haley's house one time, and she let me in. She let me in the door, invited me into her abode. Me. This woman is an angel.
Yeah, I don't know if Haley, that's something you're comfortable sharing with the community, or if you feel like it's a little bit too sensitive, or how you feel about that. But I definitely think that it's helpful for the community to have that color.
Yeah, guys, I'm just here to have fun. I don't really have a full head wrapped around this whole thing, but I'm figuring it out every day, and I'm here for the long term. My skin's getting thicker every day, and the hate's not going to stop me. I'm here every day trying to work on this and get better at it, but I'm not going anywhere.
Hey, thanks for summing that up. I'm glad I lost all my money. And now it's all good. Hey, you're having fun? All right, that's what it's all about.
Get tough, and this was a learning you can integrate in all these different things she's doing, including her podcast every Tuesday. I mean, she literally, you know, is talking about her meme token on a really big podcast, on a charting podcast, and onboarding and talking about, you know, these memes, all different types of memes, all different memes that everybody holds.
Now I'm just getting an advertisement right now. Can I skip the ad?
Bringing awareness to it. So it's like, it sucks that everyone like wants to, you know, see it fail.
It did fail. It immediately failed.
Of it.
Well, it didn't fail for you guys.
I think, like,
you guys made out.
In week 2, in week 3, found it. So I mean, that's my belief. That's why we're doing it. We're doing something, you know, super innovative in my opinion.
Innovative.
You know, with the meme token.
Dag nabbit, he's right. We've never seen something like this before.
Go ahead, man.
They won't unmute Coffee. They refuse to unmute him.
I completely agree.
I would urge you guys as well to share at least what you know now, because while people are here, you know, they really
for sure. You know, I mean, like I said, like, I mean, it was I haven't, you know, like, I mean, the bubble maps, I don't know why it's showing, like, you know, if it's showing like 12 holders or whatever it is, like, but like, you know, we distributed.
Hey, way to explain it. I don't know why it's lying. I'll have to investigate why it's lying.
I mean, like I said.
Sad part is crypto bros probably think they're telling the truth. I can promise you, I think even the most delusional would look at this and listen to this and be like, oh my god. Oh my god, what have I done? I got fucked.
Investors, you know, like,
if they're not gonna bring Coffee back, I'm just gonna leave. This is nothing. This is just actually nothing. This is this man talking in circles with a list.
Tried our best to curate.
Haley did it. You know, her team, little shady. I don't think they've done a good job of explaining this. But Haley, man, how can you even be mad at her at the end of the day, right? She said she's having fun. And that's all she said. And what else do you need at the end of the day, huh? You know what I mean? So yeah, you lost a lot of money. You got rugged. Fucking Hawk Tua, spit on that thing. Am I fucking right? You go again. You buy the dip. So that way herd investors can make some more too. Holy. Again, if you bought into this expecting to make money on it, you're a fucking idiot in the first place, to be fair. Putting money into a Hawk Tua coin. Christ. Hawk Tua coin was 100% unlocked on launch. That always will rug if you have people buying in with zero unlock. This team pre-sold tokens for millions and then are crying that they didn't sell and blame it. Oh, nice. I don't think there's anyone in the world that actually believes the developers here. Like, I don't even think the most delusional of, like, crypto bro would find anything that they said compelling. So I feel like this is one of the very few cases where people are like, oh, that was just a complete scam from the get-go. Which I feel like people should have been able to know immediately with the Hawk Tua girl making a fucking crypto. is some Jack Doherty shit. It is. It is actual Jack Doherty shit. Except hers is somehow even more egregious. Oh yeah, I'm surprised they were even doing that call in the first place. Usually when it comes to a big rug like this, the people just vanish. Meanwhile, those two goofballs were somehow taking it in a Twitter space, pretending that it wasn't a scam. So, I mean, they talked about innovation. That is an innovative new strategy to rug pulling. Usually they just disappear. I wonder if she even knows what crypto is. I can say with at least 85% confidence, Haley Welch just learned what Solana was a week ago. After this space, when CoffeeZilla eventually got kicked from the Twitter space, he started his own to explain to everyone exactly how this rug pull worked. He explains it far better than I ever could, and it's actually a lot more intricate than I thought it was for a rug pull. There were more moving parts to it, and even more nefarious, scummy dog shit that was happening behind the scenes that CoffeeZilla highlights. So it's more than just like the simple pump.fun rug pulls we've been seeing a lot, like with Jack Doherty. This was a full red alert, DEFCON, premeditated, malicious rug pull that aimed to scam the shit out of people. Now, I do believe most of the victims here were basically just people that gamble on things like this, like meme and shit coins. I don't think a lot of like Hawk Tua enthusiasts, you know, all of a sudden set up a wallet to participate in the Hawk Tua coin. I imagine it's most people that were gambling on it. But even still, her scamming this many people and making this much money, her and the team, I guess I can't say her for sure because maybe she personally didn't make a ton of money, but a lot of people behind the scenes did, and CoffeeZilla explains how much and where things were going and how it all worked.
Let me start with something really basic that most people need to understand about what they're doing, the little switch they're doing. They keep telling you guys, and everybody's falling for it, with this strategic advisor grift, okay? They put 3% into the public DEX. Meanwhile, they pre-sold in these SAFs at like, I think they said a over $10 million valuation. I'll have to have somebody correct me on that. But over a $10 million valuation. So they pre-sold these tokens. Why do you think people bought these tokens? They knew that they could rug because they told people, well, there's no unlock. So if there's no unlock for pre-sold tokens and you think it's going to launch because you got this girl who's going to use her brand and use her popularity to all of a sudden pump up this coin, there's no unlock, you're going to dump into this. So two things happen at the same time. There's a lot of confusion about it, but two things happen. One, you have a sniper who jumped in at the very beginning, minutes after launch, because they tweeted out the contract address like idiots, like amateurs. Actually, the dot guy said they knew it was going to get sniped, which is crazy. I think that would be criminal if it's true. If you know your thing's going to get sniped and you launch it anyways, but whatever. So they get sniped. That guy walks out with millions of dollars. But then they put fees on top of that. They put a 15% fee on the DEX. So guess who's raking in the money?
Not Haley.
I tried to ask.
Can't be Haley.
Haley said our foundation made it in the Cayman Islands. We wanted to obey the law, so we left the United States. We went to the Cayman Islands. Everyone knows that's how you obey the law. You go to the Cayman Islands. So they went to the Cayman Islands, and their 15% fee supposedly goes there.
That's true. We did hear them say that.
So they made millions of dollars right off the jump, even before they didn't even quote. They knew it was going to snipe. This sniper made millions. They made millions, and then they pre-sold for millions. Okay, everyone follow me so far? Then you have strategic advisors who are dumping on retail, and they're making millions. Who's making nothing? Well, it's everyone else.
I'm sure you've at least heard by now that Logan Paul was caught with his pants down, exposed for one of the largest scams ever run by an influencer. This was all brought to light by the finest detective YouTube has ever had, a channel known as CoffeeZilla. I've talked about CoffeeZilla more than Amy Schumer's talked about her vagina. I can't get enough of his content, and I can't recommend his channel highly enough. It is beautiful stuff. He's like a real-world L from Death Note. But instead of solving murder mysteries, he's solving scams. He's become a boogeyman to any fraudster online, where if he knocks on your door, they run to the basement and hide, like Batman striking fear into the hearts of criminals. and recently he set his sights on Logan Paul. This is actually an investigation that's been going on for an extremely long time. CoffeeZilla has spent at least a year going through every single detail of this case and getting all sides, talking to the people that helped develop it, as well as people affected by it, and even core members of the team that were in the know on what was going on from the beginning of this project, from the goddamn birth of it. From the very beginning, CoffeeZilla has talked to one of the people that helped bring this project to life, like at the genesis of CryptoZoo. Now, to break it down into a nutshell, CryptoZoo was supposed to be a play-to-earn crypto game where you buy a shitcoin called Zoo, which you use to purchase an NFT egg, which hatches into stock photos of animals. And then you can like breed those stock photos of animals into more stock photos. That's the entire gameplay loop. You look at fucking PNG stock photos of animals that combine like a whale with a frog. That's it. And where you can earn money is by burning those PNGs that you get, and then you can get Zoo in return, claim your yield. It sounds like the worst game ever fucking made. It's a worse game than Super Fight, which was a $200 Steam game that was a single level and only 30 seconds of gameplay. I'd have more fun watching my own car catch on fire with all of my shit inside of it than playing CryptoZoo, but it was never designed to be a game that's fun to play. From the very beginning, it was clearly designed to be a money-making scam to exploit Logan Paul's massive audience. And the game also never even worked, and to this day, over a year later, still doesn't work. You were never able to actually play, and you were never able to actually earn. Unless, of course, you were one of the founders from the beginning. Because then, there were a couple of founders that made a lot of money, including a cameo from someone you might be familiar with from previous scams, Jake the Crypto King, known for his Pokemon scam back in the day. He's back. I said on stream that this whole thing feels like the series finale to Logan Paul's career, where all of the side characters come in together for one big final oorah, like an episode where they bring in everyone to celebrate the end of the show. It is crazy just how deep this CryptoZoo rabbit hole goes. I don't want to spoil anything, but yes, Agent 47 is back, and he is once again a very shady and big piece of shit in this whole thing. There are no good guys on the CryptoZoo team. I don't want to get too deep into it because CoffeeZilla tells the whole story, but let me just give you the cliff notes here to get you hooked. This not only has scams galore, it even has fake orphans. It has a man who claims to have won the Super Bowl with the Philadelphia Eagles in 2018, despite never having even been associated with football in any capacity. The same guy also claiming to have been like a CIA operative, as well as hacking AOL. There's market manipulation. There's betrayal with the founding fathers of CryptoZoo stabbing each other in the back repeatedly. It just plays out like a soap opera, but was real. Like, even the scammers were scamming each other. So not only were normal people getting fucked in the mouth and losing money on this completely fraudulent product, but even the scammers were scamming each other. Like, it was just pure pandemonium and chaos. There was even a point where the code got stolen and taken to Switzerland, held hostage for $1 million ransom. Like, the web here is so wild and wacky. It is an unreal journey, and I don't want to spoil it all here. I highly recommend you watch the entire 3-part series from CoffeeZilla. I'm only going to be showing you the first part here that I watched and went over to get the bare bones breakdown of the situation, as well as setting the stage, the foundation for the whole investigation going forward. It is just such an incredible ride. CoffeeZilla has truly outdone himself with this investigation, and I'm extremely excited to see how Logan Paul defends it, because the evidence that CoffeeZilla showcases seems pretty bulletproof. It seems like there's not a whole lot of wiggle room for excuses or any kind of justification for anything in regards to CryptoZoo, but of course, on January 3rd, Logan Paul has hyped up that his response is coming on his podcast, which to me just feels like an advertisement more than anything, but I will, of course, withhold full judgment until I hear his side, since he hasn't been very open to sharing his side for the last year. This has been like my most anticipated show of the entire year. CoffeeZilla's 3-part deep dive into Logan Paul's crypto scam, CryptoZoo. So I'm extremely excited, and I'm super happy to see CoffeeZilla go so hard on this. He's gained like almost 400,000 subs since posting these videos, something like that, and he deserves it. I know he spent quite a few months investigating this. I know he's also reached out to Logan Paul numerous times to try and get his side of the story, but has been dodged and ducked every single time until he finally posted this video. I saw Logan Paul's tweet saying, actually I'll just pull it up instead of paraphrasing. He did the standard, I used to love CoffeeZilla, and I always think he gets everything right until now. Now he fucked up. Like, this is very cookie cutter. Somehow, every single time CoffeeZilla talks about some kind of big scam like this is always the response. While I generally appreciate Steven's creative genius and exceptional work ethic, I mean that, this one is simply not true. When appropriate, all bad actors will be exposed, explained, and held fully accountable. I'll speak further on Impulsive January 3rd, which to me reads more like an advertisement for his podcast than anything. But I always just love this first line because this is boilerplate at this point. This is what everyone says when CoffeeZilla makes a video about them. A creative genius, one of the best in the business. Ace detective, like Benoit Blanc. But this time he fucked up, trust me. This time he's wrong.
I lost $25,000. $120,000.
This is absolutely shocking to me. These aren't children. You're telling me these adults watch Logan Paul? Or did they had to have just heard about this from like crypto subreddits, discords, all trying to like hype train the shit out of this? I refuse to believe that this is Logan Paul's audience. No fucking shot.
$500,000 Australian, which is $500,000 in CryptoZoo.
Shut up!
Jesus Christ.
Yeah, 500K.
Oh no. Today we're investigating Logan Paul's
Yikes.
CryptoZoo, a blockchain
God.
game that made millions but never worked. And of course, at the center of it, we have Logan Paul himself, who has abandoned this thing,
WWE
leaving
superstar,
thousands of
baby.
fake orphans in his wake. Wait a second. Thousands of victims in his wake.
For the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project. We have a massive team behind it. And
real quick, you might be asking yourself, well, what experience does Logan Paul have with NFTs? And that's a great question to be asking, and I have the answer. He was actually a pioneer in NFTs, and in fact still has some of the best NFTs of all time, such as... are these still up on OpenSea? Well, here's his NFT Pokemon cards. Beautiful stuff. Obviously, very high quality stuff. And, I mean, only $10,000 for that. So, I mean, reasonably priced as well. Where are his... He used to sell clips. So you could pay thousands of dollars to get an NFT clip of him boxing. Which was a fucking bargain. Honestly, just giving it away at that price. You get like 15-second Twitter clips of his boxing matches. Where are they?
September 1st, CryptoZoo.co.
We don't scam.
That's
I've
fine.
never scammed anyone before. Logan cares extremely deeply about his audience, loves his brand, doesn't have to scam to make money.
True, but you make a lot of money doing it, I imagine, so...
Welcome to part
The cookie
one,
jar
the
was
$1
too
million
appealing.
mystery that began this whole story.
For the last 6 months, I've been working on my own NFT project. I think there needs to be a fresh take, and this project that I have is that fresh take.
Now look, at first,
Yep,
I was
let's
just as
go.
surprised at this pitch as anyone else because I just got finished roasting Logan for a different coin called Dink Doink, which is fans
Dink Doink.
lose money on.
I'm a Dink Doink fan.
And it wasn't even a project at all. It was a game that could earn you money.
I'm excited to launch.
Called Pay to
You
Earn.
keep using and you
Or,
just did it
Jesus,
again. You keep
Play to
using a
Earn.
word there. Game. You're not using like a project. It's a game.
It's a game. It's a really fun game that makes you money.
You started by buying this crypto token called Zoo, which is their in-game currency, and you use Zoo coins to then buy egg NFTs, which you can then hatch to become animals. You then can breed those two animals to become hybrid animals. For example, if you breed a gorilla,
What a fun
and
sounding
you
game.
get a gore kitty. And the more rare the NFT, the
I get to
higher
breed
the daily
animals?
yield
Sign
of
me
Zoo
up.
tokens that animal earns you every day. Theoretically, it works like almost like passive income. You can then burn your animal NFTs to release the zoo they earned back to you, and from there you can invest it into eggs or just cash out.
Now, some of you of the Egyptian persuasion might notice some triangular qualities.
No, that's a
to
coincidence.
This game description.
We handmade art for the past 6 months, bro. Approval, very specific notes, 10 different artists making art for our project.
That doesn't sound like a lot of
This
artists.
all sounds
for that.
very enticing. Handmade art, a
Not
fun
really.
game that can earn
Doesn't
you money.
sound
and
enticing.
one of the biggest influencers in the world backing it.
It was Logan Paul at the end of the day. An internet personality that I actually trusted. That I actually
Why?
kind of
What did?
believed in. Obviously, when
I feel terrible that happened to you, but what? What in the history of Logan Paul has earned anyone's trust ever? Like, I can't think of anything he's ever done that was honest. Like, I legitimately can't. Except for him saying that he made a repeated lapse in his judgment when he filmed a dead body. Like, that's like the only thing I can think of with like honesty associated with Logan Paul. But yeah, I mean, Prime did come out. I've tried it. I mean, it's a real drink. I wasn't instantly poisoned or anything. It was fine. I actually thought it was good. But I'm just going to chalk that up to KSI. I'm just going to say KSI did everything because I legitimately have no trust in Logan.
But as the game got closer to release, the CryptoZoo team started releasing the first ever photos of these animals. And come to find out, this handmade art story wasn't really true. It was actually Adobe stock photos mashed together. This was the sort of first red flag of this project.
Hey!
And I made a video about it at the time, but it was kind
Let's
of
go.
surface level, and something
what the
didn't
fuck?
add up beneath the surface. Something where I just couldn't. And it's not handmade at all. It's not even original. It's what's called a fork, a copy of, some other code that exists out there. One of them is called Floki Shib X, which launched before it. So where'd this $1 million go? I didn't understand.
There never was.
Wait. Play that again. Did you hear that?
There was no way to claim your yield. There never was.
Hold on.
I can't
the core
believe it.
mechanic of crypto
What?
that you can make money with these stupid
No.
animals didn't even work on launch day, and still to this day, a year later, still does not work.
So I acquired a bunch of eggs, and I actually want to play the game. I didn't acquire the eggs with the intent of keeping them. I actually wanted to hatch them and see what I got out of them and play in this ecosystem that's.
I am sorry this happened to you, my friend. What compelled you to want to play this game? There is no game. The game is you buy an egg, and then we give you a stock photo of what this animal might look like with a goofy nose. What is the game? Like, the only reason anyone would have ever put money into this is off the hope that they're somehow able to make a payday out of it. Like, cash in their yield for some kind of profit. There is no, like, actual game mechanics. It is, here's a couple pictures you can look at. That's it. That's fucking it. Just the worst Pokemon. It's not even a Pokemon at all. Like, even, let's take a card game. Even a card game has game mechanics. You play against someone, there is a goal, there is something you do, there is an actual gameplay element to it. Here, the gameplay is you hatch an egg, and we combine this photo of a moose with a photo of my cat. And that's it. And now you have played our game, and now you can either choose to keep that picture and hope it appreciates in value, yield some more zoo, or you burn it to acquire your zoo. Those are your two options, neither of which constitute a game. Jesus Christ.
It's never been up.
Wait, you can't even hatch?
No, I'm telling you, it's just a picture. There's nothing I could do with it.
You're kidding!
That's the whole game. It's just a picture. Even when you can hatch, it's just another picture.
You can ask any of those community guys. It's basically worth nothing whatsoever.
Wow. So on launch day, basically nothing worked, and a year later, that's still true. Now, after this was discovered, the price of Zoo fell 63% in just 24 hours. CryptoZoo already got millions in investments, but Logan only speaks in the Discord twice over the next year to say, quote, sober, currently shaking my head, and yo. That was his contribution to this project. Meanwhile, his community manager, Ben Roth.
Because surely Logan Paul, who's got this $1 billion hydration company and a WWE star, he's got enough money. He doesn't need to rug us lot.
And it's because of these false promises about marketing that these poor investors believed in CryptoZoo so long. They sat and watched every
It actually
Logan
is
Paul
very
episode.
impressive how far you can get when people just believe that you're too wealthy to exploit them.
Like, if someone just believes you have so much money, that for some reason makes you trustworthy. That's wild to me. Because I'd always think it's the fucking opposite.
Too much of this is out, but he's been working on a massive project.
And one of them will be the biggest thing I ever do. It's like my life and soul is put into this project, which is where most of my time these days goes.
I'll tell you about this project when we get closer to launch.
Yeah.
This project of mine is going to be...
Is that the thing with the egg? Like the zoo?
No.
Okay, that's
This is going to be... This is gonna be crazy.
No, that shit sucks. That shit is garbage. I can't believe you guys bought that.
If you're one of
Holy
these
fuck, it was
investors.
awful.
And Logan
You
Paul
brought up the egg?
pitching
That
this
was a
new
joke.
secret project, and you're thinking it's CryptoZoo, and someone's like, "Oh, is it that thing with the eggs?" And he's like, "No, definitely not. That was the last project. This is the real project that I'm working on."
Much going on behind the scenes. Like, dog, I'm not the bad guy here.
Yeah.
There's some actual out there.
Yeah.
And it's not me. Like, I'm here to build.
Oh, okay.
This
Well,
is
now,
a space
well, now
where
that's
a lot of people
okay. Well, now I
do
believe
see
you.
dollar signs. Like any burgeoning industry, if there's money to be made, there's going to be both good and bad people.
There's a
Okay,
lot of
well, at
shady
least we set the
characters in
record
crypto
straight.
Space. I'm learning all of it. We had an issue. Took the code that he made, fled to Switzerland, actually fled to Switzerland, and like held it hostage for $1 million. Like behind the scenes drama that took a stick and stuck it in the spokes of my wheels.
Oh, well, that wasn't expected. There's a shady developer who held up Logan's code hostage in Switzerland. That's why this hasn't worked the whole time. He held it hostage for $1 million. Well, and find out the truth of what happened. Why did he steal Logan's code for $1 million? However,
That's what I really appreciate about CoffeeZilla. He's such a stronger man than I. That is like the most egregiously bullshit story ever. Like, genuinely, I don't believe a single fucking phrase uttered in that same breath. I don't think there's any world where that's actually true, but CoffeeZilla is still going to investigate it anyway.
I finally got a hold of him, and when I did, he
It's
admitted
true?
he took
No
the code
way.
hostage, but he says the reason for it was nothing like what Logan had
No.
said.
What?
They never paid me anything at all, ever. I never was paid. And, we got to a point when I was working on it where I just realized they were just going to try to steal all of my work and not pay me. And so I took all the source code private. 30 engineers. I'm burning $50,000 a week on building this thing.
What? Building what? You take a picture and you have your stock photos that you mash together to make a new picture when it hatches. Where is $50,000 a week going? Where? How? Holy shit, this is outrageous. But I am beyond shocked that this is at least a half-truth. So the guy did flee to Switzerland after holding the code hostage, but it was because Logan didn't pay him, or the team. So he was telling a half-truth on the situation. I can't believe any part of it was true. That is already quite the twist for me.
According to him, they negotiated a $1 million payday for this whole project. And from the second I heard that, I thought, oh, that's interesting, because Logan claims he spent $1 million on this whole thing. And this developer saying he's owed $1 million on this.
We've been paid nothing. I would have loved to have Zoo, but I don't have any.
So that's multiple sources working on the CryptoZoo team project who were not paid. Now, obviously, these are big accusations, which is why I wanted to confront Logan Paul on them. But unfortunately, we're not exactly on speaking terms. So I wonder, how could I speak to Logan without speaking to Logan? Logan Paul's manager, a guy named Jeff Levin.
Oh, Jeff.
He might be
Fuck.
just what we need
Jeff,
to
no,
settle this whole thing. So I gave him a call.
Hello?
Hey, Jeff. Hey, sorry to bother you. This is Steven with CoffeeZilla. I'm calling because I've heard reports that CryptoZoo hasn't paid their development team, and I'm just reaching out for comment before I do this story. I just want to follow up on that.
I have no comment for it.
Okay,
Oh, well, fair enough.
Are you guys
Okay.
denying it, or are you saying it's not true?
Just no comment. I don't think that the information is true.
You guys have a whole side
I
to
know,
your
but
story here.
Your job as someone that is reporting news is to actually verify correct news.
Well, that's
Right,
what
that's
he's
why
trying.
I'm calling you.
I know, and that's legal grounds for that stuff. So I'm just telling you, legally, you have to report correct news with verifiable information.
Right, that's why I'm calling you.
As we've been advised always, is if anybody reports fake news, that's where we won't.
Then set the record straight.
call was-
What? What? Is everyone around Logan just a fucking idiot? Like an actual bumbling buffoon? Huh? That is why he called you. You could have absolutely just, if it's not true, shut it down. Or tell him, yeah, it's not true, I wasn't aware of this, we can go ahead and get some material together to prove that it's all fake. Bang. Right then and there. You don't have to immediately tell CoffeeZilla all the evidence or anything. Just say like, hey, it's not true. If you can give us some time, we can get together all the material and send it your way to prove that they're being dishonest about the information. Simple. Jesus Christ, Logan, hire me as your manager. Jesus. Could have saved you a massive fucking headache if this is all fake. How can you be so dumb?
A mess. Jeff, Logan's manager, seems to be implying that I'm not allowed to repeat allegations his own development team made, even though Logan can go on podcasts and publicly accuse those developers of stealing his code. Not only that, he's the one who refuses to provide any evidence, but seems to sort of be implying that maybe we'll sue you if you tell this to anyone, which he then denies doing when I ask him if that's what he's doing.
Told you I have no comment to it. Telling you once again, from a legal standpoint, you have to report truth. If you do not
Is this an
verify
NPC?
truth,
Why does he keep saying this?
then you're just allegations, and those then will be handled the way that we want to handle it.
Okay. I understand you may have graduated Arizona State with the business degree, but holy shit, that is not being put to good use here, Jeff. You must have fallen ass backwards into this position. He is calling you so that way you can defend against the allegations. You don't have to do it right now on the phone call. Just say they're not true, and we will defend them. And here's our evidence. We can eventually get you our evidence. It is that simple. Like, it is that fucking simple. How dumb is this guy? Like, oh my god. He is calling you because he is trying to verify it as a trustworthy source. He wants the whole story. And how the fuck else is he supposed to verify it without talking to you? The team, the people behind it, the ones who now have the allegations. You are the only ones that can verify the authenticity of the claims. He can't go to the Better Business Bureau, who's somehow going to be having all the fucking answers to this. This guy is so dumb. He is so unbelievably dumb. And then making that like a sly little threat about it. He's Logan Paul's actual punching bag. He has to just keep Jeff around just to take all of the flack. That's got to be the only reason. He's like a little public spittoon for Logan Paul. Oh, what? No, I would have absolutely denied these things. Oh, that's just Jeff. Jeff, man, he's so fucking dumb. Yeah, no, oh my god, I can't believe Jeff. What a silly guy.
I have no comment on the situation.
Mm-hmm. Good defense.
Your job legally is to report facts. If you don't report facts on the information you're given, it is illegal.
It's not. You can report allegations. That's the whole fucking point of an allegation. He's not saying it's the truth. He is saying they're allegations, and he wants to verify, are these allegations accurate, or are they inaccurate? You can absolutely talk about allegations.
Who is he? Who is Eddie Ibanez?
It's a made-up name. That's a made-up name,
hi,
isn't
my
it?
name's Eddie Ibanez, lead developer here at CryptoZoo.
Oh,
This
never mind.
reporter says
Damn,
Eddie's
thought it was gonna be a
entire
crazy
story
plot twist.
is fake.
Wait, what?
It's been nearly 3 weeks since our world was flipped upside down in the wake of the catastrophic Hawk Tuah coin crypto scam from Haley Welch and her team of worms. We put our faith into the most trusted person we knew, Hawk Tuah Girl, to deliver a crypto that could replace the US dollar. And what happened next, no one could have seen coming. It wasn't on the Mayan calendar, and Baba Vanga didn't predict it. We were all caught by surprise when it turned out Hawk Coin was a rug pull scam. It led to one of the most devastating financial blows this nation has faced since the Great Depression. Many are now homeless, out there scavenging for morsels of Solana, getting dowsing rods out, trying to track down just little tiddlywinks of Solana to hopefully try and recoup their Hawk Coin investment. God rest their souls. And when the world needed her most, she vanished like the Avatar. Hawk Tuah Girl went into hibernation, signing off with a "I'm going to bed" line in a Twitter space, never to be heard from again.
Not for the token price itself,
but just in terms of the fact that there's fees that are being generated, there's an actual like
Hey
source
guys,
of income.
I hate to interrupt you, Nick. Hello there. But anywho, I'm gonna go to bed, and I'll see you guys tomorrow.
Okay.
She really does sound like Sandy Cheeks yapping through an Xbox 360 microphone. So she was in this Twitter space where people were going over Hawkcoin after the apocalypse unfolded with the huge rug pull and everyone losing all of their money except for the team on the inside, of course. And this is how she signed off. And it's been 3 weeks since she powered down. So she's been slumbering for a while now. But friends, what if I told you, just like Smog, awakening on that pile of gold, Hawk to a Girl has also awakened. 3 weeks later, she has finally received that kiss from a prince, that prince being a lawyer, most likely, that has made her eyes shoot open and immediately go to Twitter to let everyone know how seriously she's taking this whole situation. She's gonna get to the bottom of what happened here, because it's a mystery to all of us. Do you think Hawk to a Girl's response is good? Man, absolutely not. She finally woke up after 3 weeks or whatever, and she just drops this. I take this situation extremely seriously. I want to address my fans, the investors who have been affected in the broader community. I'm fully cooperating with and I'm committed to assisting the legal team representing the individuals impacted, as well as to help uncover the truth, hold the responsible parties accountable, and resolve this matter. If you experience losses related to this, please contact Berwick Law. What do you mean uncover the truth? I'm sure you were too stupid to know what a rug pull was, but I mean, it's still, at the end of the day, your fault. It's like that scene in SpongeBob where he's like, Maniac on the loose, and he's got the walkie-talkie out, and there's the picture of the Maniac behind him, and it's SpongeBob. That is literally Haley Welch right now. You saw that Twitter response too? Did someone already make that joke? God damn it. SpongeBob's too hot right now, I can't even get the references out first. That's right, Hawk to a Girl is on the case. We're gonna get to the Hawk trutha about this crypto scam. And Haley Welch is just the intellectual beacon of hope that we needed to figure it out. It's painfully obvious Haley Welch is not the one that wrote this statement. You can tell by the use of commas. Hawk to a Girl would never. This is someone on her PR team that's spearheading this effort to try and do damage control. There's been a lawsuit filed as a result of the Hawk meme coin rug pull. So she is now definitely in a crisis mode. I also imagine all the parasites around Haley that actually control her, because she has become so big to the point where she now has a whole PR team and an entire agency behind her. So they are working her like a puppet. It's like fucking Weekend at Bernie's out there with Haley Welch's body. And I'm guessing they're telling her to shut the fuck up and not do what she did when this first happened, going into a Twitter space and making herself look even worse and this whole thing look even more shady. So that's why she's been so quiet and will probably stay quiet until they resolve this behind the scenes, or hope that people just forget about it. It still blows my mind how she got extremely lucky, up there with winning the lottery, where she was able to spin an entire career off a fucking 5-second meme clip of her talking about spitting on a wiener. That doesn't happen all that often. It happened with the Costco guys as well. They also got super lucky just from one meme. But think of all of the people who didn't. Some of the biggest memes for their time, like Damn Daniel. He didn't become an internet superstar sensation with his own podcast. You know, the fucking Damn Daniel every Tuesday. There's nothing like that. She got so lucky, and she's already cashed in all of that shit for one crypto rug pull. Now, I don't think it's going to ruin her career. She's probably still going to be fine. People will ironically still support Talk Tua and the Hawk to a Girl ventures because she's a clown that people like to make fun of, and she makes a lot of money off being that clown. But it's crazy she got so lucky and then so quickly did the scummiest shit you could do by scamming her whole audience. Now, most people saw this coming, but not everybody. There were some actual delusional idiots that put money into this that definitely deserve to have their money lost. I'll go ahead and say it. I've said it multiple times. If you actually put money into Hawk Coin thinking that it was somehow going to be a good financial investment, you definitely deserve to have her come out there and fucking spit on that thing. Imagine getting this lucky and having the easiest path in life laid out before you. You need only walk it, and you don't even have to walk it that hard. And yet, you still fuck it up in the most avoidable way possible. She had an extremely successful and lucrative career spin out of actually nothing, and she still managed to wipe her ass with it. All she had to do was clock in once a week for Talk to a Tuesday, where she sits there like a lobotomite saying nothing or being extremely clueless when a topic comes up, and she'd have tons and tons of people still continue to support it till the cows fucking come home, and she could have rode that horse for years. She could have continued to milk that cow, and the milk would have never ran dry. She didn't have to do anything special. She didn't even have to be all that careful, because people would support her no matter what, whether it's ironically or unironically, because now it's a blend of both. So all she had to do was just stay the course. But she couldn't. She saw too many dollar signs in her eyes. She got a little too greedy and couldn't resist putting her hand in the cookie jar to squeeze a little bit extra juice out of the lemon here. So she pulled a huge scam on her audience, not realizing that that's a bad thing. Though I also don't think she even realized what she was doing in the first place, because all she cares about is what her team tells her to care about. That's the impression I get. And someone on her team connected her to Doc Hollywood and the Goof Troop and whatever, and they all said, we're going to make a meme coin, people are going to love it, and we're going to make a ton of money. And she just said yes, off rip. I am sure she gave it no more thought than that. I am confident she has never even heard the word crypto until her team told her about it. If you asked her right now what Solana is, she'd probably be trying to relate it to some species of bird or something. She has no clue what any of this shit means. All she knew is that she was told that she'd make a lot of money off it and said, sign me up. At least that's my best guess of what went on behind the scenes, but maybe I'm downplaying Haley Welch's nefarious galaxy brain. Maybe she was the one that put all of the puzzle pieces together here and said, let's run a crypto scam. Maybe she's only playing the fool, but is actually a turbo genius. Food for thought. Don't think that's the case. I think it's pretty clear from the Twitter space, she does not know what is even going on. At all. Not even close. But it is her fault. And her team's fault. So, we'll see what happens here. Like I said, I don't think she's gonna go to jail or anything, because they don't actually prosecute for financial crimes like this in the crypto space. And I don't think she's going to have her entire internet career ruined from it, because people, regardless, are just going to keep championing Hawk to a Girl as like this silly meme that they ironically love, which leads to it being more than ironic at that point. So she'll probably end up being just fine. But I think for now she's going back to bed. Posted that yesterday, hasn't posted since, so she's probably asleep again. We'll hear from her in another 3 weeks. That's about it. See ya. I know I already made a video yesterday making fun of Hawk to a Girl and the team of parasites that surround her like locusts, latching on, trying to just siphon as much money out of her meme as they can, like babies trying to suckle milk from a nipple. But I missed one of the most entertainingly embarrassing meltdowns I've seen in quite some time. So, Haley Welch has her Goof Troop that instructed her on this rug pull crypto scam that she pulled off yesterday. And last night, this unholy trio of buffoonery started a Twitter space to explain this giant rug pull and talk about how it's not actually a scam and everyone's wrong. And I missed a very important component, and thank God CoffeeZilla recorded all of it, because it is a masterpiece meltdown. CoffeeZilla just made a video going over the entirety of Hawk to a Girl's crypto scam. It is an incredible video that I cannot recommend highly enough. It is a thorough breakdown of all of it, and it paints a very clear picture of just how malicious and evil this was with everyone that was working on it and exactly how it all went down. So definitely check that video out. And in his video, he went into the Twitter space before I did and got to catch this amazing specimen going ballistic. The alpha goober of the Hawk to a Goof Troop, his name is Doc Hollywood. Well, he had some colorful words for everyone that went into that Twitter space, and that Twitter space is where neurons went to die. Listening to these worms try and explain that it's not a rug pull, it's not a scam, was like listening to Courage the Cowardly Dog try and explain to Eustace and Muriel that the stranger that just showed up at their door is not a good guy. It was comical. It was amazing. But I missed the best part. Thank you, CoffeeZilla, for preserving this.
Anyway, enjoy.
Everyone thinks that, oh, everything's a rug. Everything's a rug. Everyone's here to f*** you. Nah, we're here to onboard real people outside of this spaces, right? The people here, you guys are already y'all are ahead every day thinking everything's a scam. And you know what? You guys are right. Everything is a scam, but not this.
Everything is a scam. Your mom, your dad, your dog, they're all frauds. They're using you. You can't trust them. The only thing you can trust, the only thing on God's green earth that isn't a scam is Hawk Tuah coin. You know, the thing that rug pulled in less than 20 minutes and everyone lost all of their money, except for some people on the inside and some snipers. Yeah, that is the creme de la creme of real, legitimate business. If you can't trust Hawkonomics, what can you trust? And you know what? Let's say you wipe your ass with the Hawkonomics good reputation. You don't spit on that thang. You don't trust that thang. Well, how can you not trust this face? Doc Hollywood himself, with Hawk Tuah girl and sidekick. I'm not familiar with the characters in the Hawk Tuah extended universe, so I don't know who she is that's also getting educated on meme coins by the god, the Adonis, Doc Hollywood. Even his name is badass. It's so cool. Doc Hollywood. That actually just sounds like a scummy character from a cartoon. And he is. He is cartoonishly scummy.
Not this. We did not spend 6-7 months of our lives dedicated to trying to do something cool, right? To do something different.
I'm going to be pausing a lot because each statement made me giggle harder and harder, and I couldn't believe that he was even saying shit like this with a straight face. What new thing did you do? What was different here? You made a rug pull crypto. That's as old as dirt. Cavemen were probably tossing that idea around before they found fire. It's that old. Like, people have seen this exact scam a million times. And the reason it's persisted is because it is still successful. Somehow, Palpatine returns, and they keep falling for it over and over and over again. How many times do I have to teach you this lesson, old man? It's unbelievable that people are still putting their ass in their asshole and just going hog wild, dumping money into a Hawk Tuah meme coin, thinking that somehow it's going to be a good financial decision. But you know what? Let's take a magic school bus ride into this guy's barren wasteland of a brain and just tinker around with the fairy tale that this wasn't supposed to be a rug pull. We'll take a trip to the alternate dimension in the multiverse where this wasn't a scam from the get-go. What new cool thing did you make, brother? Doc Hollywood, you made a meme coin. You and 10 billion other goobers on the planet. Well, it didn't do anything new. It was certainly nothing we haven't seen before. You made a meme coin to capitalize off a stale meme. Like, what are you talking about? That's like me saying I reinvented water by putting it in this glass, as opposed to, like, whatever glass you might be using. It's the same goddamn thing everyone knows. It's like, what?
Not dumping on you. Not bundle snipes. Not 100% of the liquidity or whatever was bundle sniped by the team and propped up charts. You guys are not the target audience. Sorry to say, right? This is not the target audience.
Who's he talking to?
The target audience, which is why I'm even doing this, which is what's cool about it, is it's not in this spaces. And listen, most of you, we don't want you in the community. Let's be real, right? You're not great people. I don't know y'all, right? I see some friendly faces in this audience.
This strategy is bold. This is an advanced maneuver. He's trying that Reddit/nice guys move of, well, actually, I was too good for you anyway, bitch. He's trying that on everyone that just lost money on this crypto scam. We didn't want you guys anyway. We weren't looking for you guys. You're all bad people, by the way. We're better than you and better off without you. So scram, Buster. Get out of town.
He's having a meltdown.
You know, I'm going to say y'all, you guys, right? There's a lot of negativity in the space. I think crypto brings the mentally ill into this thing, right? If you guys are in crypto, you're most likely mentally ill. And I'm going to count myself as mentally ill for even being here right now.
When I first heard that, I burst out laughing like Santa Claus if Mrs. St. Nicholas went over there and tickled his belly. I couldn't believe he said that shit. He's just like, all of you in here are mentally ill. And me, by the way, because I'm here in the loony bin with all of you. And you're all bad people, and you're mentally ill. Like, what the fuck? Nothing says trustworthy business quite like one of the main people behind it having this public temper tantrum and ordering some french fries in a wambulance to come pick him up because he can't stop drowning in his own tears in a Twitter space where he's trying his absolute best to somehow defend this by not defending it. He didn't answer any questions or provide any evidence or proof that somehow explains that this wasn't a scam. And I am still dumbfounded that Doc Poopsock Hollywood is even trying to defend all of this. Because typically crypto rug pullers will vanish. They will just disappear and you will never hear their name again. He is doing everything he can to go out of his way to be in the public eye here. That's the real innovation here. That is the only new thing that Cock Hollywood is doing. Just openly putting his name and face on a full-blown red alert scam. That is incredible. That is unheard of. I don't know why. Maybe that was part of the contract, the deal with Hawk Tuah Girl, that he would be the fall guy. He's got to be the sacrificial lamb for this whole thing. So now he's just playing his part, dancing on the stage. Stand back, Haley. I'll take it from here. Like he's some kind of superhero out of a comic book. I don't understand it, but I'm very entertained by it.
We're trying to actually have fun. We're trying to do something cool. We're trying to give meme tokens away for free to people who have never had any crypto before, any meme token.
What in tarnation? I gotta stand up and take a lap. What? How is that cool? What? He's making it sound like he's some kind of like saint for this act. That's like me saying, I just trimmed my pencil, so I'm going to do something great for all of humanity. I'm going to give some of this pencil shavings away for free to everyone around me. It's meaningless. No one wants it. It's worthless. How is giving away Hawk Tuah coin a benefit to anybody at all? That shit is a curse. That is walking around with a dunce cap on. In fact, it is literally a curse because once you get the Hawk Tuah, you might be susceptible to buying more Hawk Tuah and you would have lost all your money on it. Like, it is the worst possible thing you could give somebody. And it has no actual value. It's worthless. It's beyond worthless.
And you guys should be kissing my ass because I'm trying to do something dope.
An actual 10 out of 10 finale, a magnificent closing line. You all should be kissing my ass because I'm trying to do something dope. And he is. He is the dopest. He's doing kickflips on a skateboard. He's smoking cigarettes. He's looking at boobies. Like, this guy, I mean, he fucks. This is a man we're talking about here. And at the end of the day, no one's really giving him enough thanks. Like, they're not giving him the flowers that he deserves. I love that. I love that perspective from him. Well, yeah, all of you lost your money on my meme coin scam token. Yeah, you all lost money. And not one of you thanked me for it. What's the deal with that? You're all bad people and you're mentally ill. Imagine some stranger walking up to you, punching you in the nose, stealing your wallet, and then wondering where his thanks is at. Why is no one slobbering on my meat for this huge scam that I just pulled off? Hello? Why am I hearing crickets? Doc Hollywood is clearly a big piece of shit, but man, his meltdown had me laughing. I just had to share it with you. Check out CoffeeZilla's video for a full breakdown on the scam in its entirety and everything about it. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya. Crypto scam! Did I scare you? I should have. Hopefully put the fear of God deep in your soul for that. Crypto scams are the main jump scare that people are falling for time and time again. It's more contagious than the cold at this point. It is happening every other week on the largest possible scale. So, I'm sure I don't need to tell you what that is at this point. The word crypto has now just become synonymous with rug pull in the eyes of most people because you keep getting had. You're getting played like a fiddle time and time again with these meme coins that keep popping up. I just don't know how it keeps happening. Now, admittedly, I do get it in this case. What we're talking about today is one of the biggest rug pulls in history. The president of Argentina, Javier Milei, well, he endorsed a meme coin called Libra, and within hours of his endorsement, he deleted his tweet supporting it, and the coin completely crashed. And now over $100 million has mysteriously vanished. A song and dance we've heard time and time again. Crypto has become synonymous with scam in the eyes of many people, because this keeps happening over and over and over again. It's a story more iconic than Dracula. Like, this is a story told more frequently than The Little Engine That Could. And
I just want to go over it a little bit. I'm not going to pretend to be super knowledgeable on Argentina and everything going on over there, but what I am knowledgeable on are these fucking crypto scams because they keep happening in almost the exact same ways every single time. And for some reason, in the crypto space exclusively, people have this mentality that it's gambling. It's not. Buster, let me sit you down. I'm going to have an intervention. I'm going to get the fucking paddle out here and try and beat some sense into you. You're not gambling when it comes to something like this. Gambling implies there's a chance of winning. And when it comes to gambling, you're usually going up against the house. Well, when it comes to these shitcoins, you're not just going up against the house. You're going up against the house and all of its friends. You will never be faster than the insiders or the snipers. You are the piggy bank they are taking from. You are the reason they make so much money. You will never be the one to capitalize off it. I'm just going to hit you with the cold water. There's some fringe cases where just some average Joe Schmo does get lucky with, that happens. I get it. It will most likely never happen to you. But for some reason, no matter how many times Bikini Bottom beats your ass, it's a lesson that never gets through to you. How many times do we have to teach you this lesson, old man? It doesn't compute. It never dawns on the victims of these rug pulls. You know that expression, fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me? Fool me 3 times, won't get fooled again? Well, in crypto, it's a little different. It's fool me once, I got unlucky. Fool me twice, got unlucky again. Fool me 3 times, I got unlucky. Fool me 4 times, can't believe I got unlucky again. Fool me 5 times, I'm out of money, but when I get more, I'm going to put into some more meme coins. They just keep coming back for more, getting scammed time and time again, thinking that this next one is the one. This is the golden goose. It's not. Like, this is not your Moby Dick. You're never going to actually accomplish this. But I'm already way off track just going over this shit again. What happened in Argentina, the president endorsed this meme coin, it crashed, completely collapsed. He is now facing impeachment for this. It is just a full-blown scam. It's unknown exactly how much he knew about this project before publicly endorsing it, but he bears so much responsibility because without him putting it on the map, tons of people wouldn't have lost tons of money. He is directly to blame for scamming the citizens of his country. Full stop. That's an immutable fact. That's the brass tacks of it. Again, it's unclear exactly how much he knew about this project before the endorsement, but it is his fault so many people bought into the scam. Let's just go ahead and take a look at this tweet. To astute observers, you'll notice that this is the same smell, the same aroma of bullshit that you get for all of these god-awful meme coins, but to people that don't know the space and all the evils that come with it from time to time, well, from time to time, that's very generous, that come with it so often, they wouldn't know any better because you have your president who is now just publicly glazing this project. Liberal Argentina grows. This private project will be dedicated to encouraging the growth of Argentine economy by funding small Argentinian businesses and startups. The world wants to invest in Argentina. Then he links it. Then he drops the contract. Libra, long live freedom, damn it! Amen. May that freedom live long. And by long, we're speaking relatively. From the eyes of a mosquito, that's the perspective we're dealing with here. Because it wasn't very long, all things considered. The coin was only alive a little bit longer than ejaculate outside the human body. Your sperm can survive 30 to 45 minutes, even an hour at optimal conditions. And this coin, Libra, barely beat that. It made it 3 hours before it completely crashed with over 100 million just being wiped out of it. Going somewhere interesting. And where did it go? Who's to say for sure? However, CoffeeZilla just conducted an interview with a key player, Hayden Davis. I cannot recommend this interview enough. Hayden did not call Saul before agreeing to this interview. The admissions here are shocking. There was definitely no lawyer in his ear. He did not get a legal professional on the horn before agreeing to this. I highly recommend you listen to this interview because it is baffling. Hayden is more unlikable than an ingrown toenail. I'm not going to play you a ton of clips. I really encourage you to watch CoffeeZilla's interview. He did a great job with it. And I love that. I don't know what CoffeeZilla did to get him to just squeal like this. Maybe he injected him with like some kind of truth serum via Discord. But Hayden just admits to so many fucking things that I don't think he recognizes the severity of. I am going to leave you with just one little clip from it where he talks about insiders.
It's a separate conversation. Retail traders.
Unbelievably shitty. I do think that's unbelievably bad, and for everyone, except for the insiders, which is what I always say about meme coins. Is it disproportionately benefits insiders?
So I think too, like my honest opinion is like I don't actually disagree, but I think like the vast majority of people betting on meme coins, right, especially at the beginning, and I think there's a separate conversation. Retail traders, like, that is the game for everyone, and people that get mad are the people that aren't insiders. That is what happens. That's all the bitching on socials is all the people that don't get into the deals. You'll never hear them bitch if they're in the deal. So it's like, what do you do then? You don't do anything. You don't launch the project. You're like, how do you make money then?
Yeah, goofball, you don't launch the project. It's a fucking meme coin that was designed to just exploit people that aren't your insiders, that aren't in on the deal, which is the vast majority of fucking people, you unbelievable stupid buffoon. Yes, Hayden, you don't launch the project. Because there is no project. This was just a scam. Like, he openly admits to all of the insider accusations. Like, everything that they'd been accused of, Hayden just, like, openly confirms. He even talks about the $100 million. It's a fascinating look at the mind of a scammer. Like, a degenerate scammer. I'm going to drop one more clip here from the interview, just to really sell you on how juicy this is. You need to watch this. This absolute fucking stinky, putrid vermin confirms that he sniped his own coin. And here's what he had to say about it.
The wallet which Dave got refunded by, which is, according to him, your personal funds, was linked to an Avalanche wallet which was funded like a sniper of Libra. So, but if you launch the coin, isn't it unfair for you to snipe the coin?
So I would say no. And I would say that for a couple different reasons. Number one, a lot of the times when, and again, this is like, I mean, again, it's a much larger conversation, which is what I told you in text. But most of the time when I have different money in different places, obviously. But from the standpoint of sniping, most of the time when we're sniping, we're attempting to avoid other snipers getting in.
My God, he deserves the Medal of Honor and the Purple Heart. Holy shit, even give him the Spelling Bee Championship. This guy is a saint. You see, when they're sniping their own coin, they're doing it from a place of nobility. Like, they're doing it from a place of looking out for the little guy. They're trying to help the rest of us by being so generous to snipe their own coin for their own financial gain. Man, this is eye-opening stuff, Hayden. It really is. It's so interesting. So definitely watch CoffeeZilla's video on it. I don't understand how he is not just immediately thrown in the slammer within minutes of him doing this interview and having it go live. It's crazy to me. That's the beauty of the crypto space, baby. That's the fairy tale magic right there. Long live the freedom to fuck you in the butt and face no repercussions for it. This has been happening time and time again, only accelerating in frequency recently with things like Pump.fun and then tons of celebrities coming out with their own meme coins that are all rugging. Like, it's just so fucking crazy. And I am 100% sure it will continue to happen because people still think that they're going to be the chosen one. They're going to be Goku here and they're going to have the Super Saiyan wherewithal to pull out at the perfect time. You won't, because you're not an insider. No matter how much you convince yourself you are not an insider on deals like this. Like, Dave Portnoy got insider information on this. He didn't buy, like, before it went live, at least not from what I've seen, though I did see him go on Twitter saying he bought fake Libra, and now he's trying to sell fake Libra. Like, I don't fucking understand at all what's going on there. But you're not Dave Portnoy. You're just a guy. And you saw the president of Argentina make the tweet. Just because it comes from the president doesn't mean he's not going to fuck your face. Like, it's crypto. It's all fair game because there are no consequences for rugging like this. You don't see anyone get in trouble for it, and people have picked up on it, which is why so many celebrities, Hawk Tuah Girl even, fucking Z-list celebrities are doing it now. So yeah, it's gonna keep happening. It's going to keep happening until people finally learn that they are never going to make money by being someone that just puts into this thinking that they're smarter than the other sheep. They're going to be the ones that are going to be the beneficiary of the rug. You won't be, because you are not the insider. You are not the sniper. You're not in the deal like Hayden says. It's just so silly. And it's sad. It's fucking sad. Especially in a case like this where I think this is one of those cases where a lot of people who lost money aren't your normal stupid crypto bros that are just YOLOing all of their cash, hoping for moonshots. I really think there's a lot of people that believed so strongly in the president that they saw this enthusiasm for this project, all this glaze, and thought, okay, I'm in. Only to get absolutely ruined for it. So I just had to talk about this a bit. That's really it. See ya. Last month, a group of scammers successfully stole $240 million from a single victim. But their success was short-lived. This group of dweebs lasted about as long as Concord did because within a month, they were caught and assets frozen, 2 of them already being indicted, and it's all thanks to Zach XBT. This is someone I've talked about before. This guy is like Jason Bourne. If he's on your tail, your goose is cooked. Zach XBT is a scammer's worst nightmare. Him and CoffeeZilla I have the utmost respect for. They do incredible work with holding these pieces of shit accountable and catching them. And Zach XBT spearheaded this crazy investigation where he got everything. Like, he has probably more information on these guys than their own parents do. He's probably got all their fucking report cards from 2nd grade till they graduated. It is wild. And there's also video footage of them committing the crime. These goobers got the biblical smackdown put on them by Zach here. And since there's video recording of this, we get to hear from them. And holy shit, you get to hear just how sad and pathetic these dweebs are. And Zach also got like some of their messages that they exchanged. And one guy tried to use all of the money he stole to get girls, and yet continued to get rejected by all of them, at least from what we can see. It is unbelievable how pathetic they are. Anyway, here's kind of like the general breakdown of what happened. On August 19th of 2024, they targeted a Genesis creditor by calling his Google support via spoof number to compromise the account, calling his Gemini support claiming the account is hacked, social engineered victim into resetting 2-factor and sending Gemini funds to a compromised wallet, and then got the victim to use AnyDesk to share screen and leaked private keys from the Bitcoin core. He then also has some of the messages they exchanged about all of it. Reading through their messages, you can see that it's pretty much all social engineering. This is what hacking actually looks like for the most part. Very rarely is there a case where it's someone with fucking 5 keyboards surrounding them that they're typing on, injecting some kind of worm and code into the mainframe to hack, like the way it's portrayed in the movies with like a turbo hacker man with sunglasses on typing away furiously. Usually it's someone just pretending like, oh yes, I'm Phil Cheeseburger on behalf of Microsoft support, you're compromised. That's usually how it goes. So like reading through it, what you can do is, please just take a picture of the last 4 of the private key. You can crop the rest out and just please take the picture for now. You don't have to send it anywhere. So like they're just giving lines that they can feed this guy to convince him to do what they need in order to steal his money. They're basically just choosing dialogue tree options in a Bethesda game to try and steal people's shit.
No way. No fucking way.
I see it, bro. It's on the blockchain. It's on the blockchain, bro.
No fucking way, nigga.
Oh my god! Oh my god!
No fucking way.
Yo! We're done! We're done! I'm spazzing out! Do you know how much money that is?
It's a quarter of a bill.
Probably. Spent 3 ways or is it 4 ways? That's
it's pretty funny. Pretty 10 pretty funny.
I'm gonna lose my shit!
I can legitimately hear the Cheeto dust and fedora that the guy's wearing who keeps saying, probably a pretty penny. Probably like 10 pretty pennies. He sounds so fucking congested. Like I'm congested out the wazoo right now. But even I don't sound that bad, I don't think. Good lord, brother, holy. Dude just sounds like a wedgie magnet. It's actually baffling to me that they pulled this off and then had all of this evidence that they themselves gathered against themselves. Like, this is a private recording of them. You steal $240 million and you leave the biggest possible digital footprints. That's mind-boggling. Zach XBT claims that he has over an hour and a half of footage of these fucking goobers. There's also times where they slipped up revealing full names and other important information that Zach was able to gather. And the one I really want to focus on is Malone. Zach got some really good information on Malone because this guy loved to flaunt all of this shit. So he gets all this money and immediately starts spending $250 to $500K a night and giving out Birkin bags to random girls. There were girls on TikTok that were walking away from his parties just carrying Birkin bags, and I guarantee he didn't even get so much as a kiss on the cheek for it. This guy was blowing $500,000 a night to try and get laid, and I guarantee he's still a virgin. He even bought his crush a pink Lamborghini as well as 3 Birkin bags to try and lure her in and make her fall in love with him because of his money, and it doesn't work. He reaches out saying, "I got you a present, we'll call it an early birthday gift, a thank you gift, I appreciate you so much, heart." And all she says is, "I am taken once again," and he says, "I don't care." Malone, I know you care. Dude probably fell to his knees, crying into his hands, all this money, and he still cannot get a girl to be interested in him. Seems like he's using every doubloon that he stole to try and buy a girl's heart, and it is not working for him. She just shuts it down immediately, reminding him that she has a boyfriend. Like, that's so good. She doesn't even say thank you, by the way. This guy must actually be a huge nuisance, like a big piece of shit. She doesn't even bother to try and thank him. He must always try and use money as leverage on people or some shit, because she doesn't even entertain the idea for a second. That is so good. There is a part of me that hopes that she did at least still take the keys from him for the pink Lambo and then have the boyfriend reach out telling Malone thanks for the car. That would be the cherry on top. Now, Malone is one of the 2 that have already been indicted, so we get to take a look at this Casanova right here. This is the guy. We get to put a face to this pathetic douchebag. He was very public with all of his money and all of his spending too. So Zach XBT actually pulled up his Instagram and some of the photos on it where he'd flaunt the money that he stole and what he spent it on. Here's one from his Instagram page, which is unfortunately private now, so I can't peruse to see what other bangers might have been on there. But I love how even in this photo, Malone is like the least visible person there. His 2 friends are front and center and Malone is in the background. Even in his own Instagram post, he is not like the main focus. This guy must have just been like a perpetual fucking loser, even in his own friend group. He gets hundreds of millions of dollars here, and still they don't respect him and don't care about him. They just use him for his money, and he is fine with that. That's the impression I get. Here's some more photos from his partying where he'd blow hundreds of thousands a night and buy girls Birkin bags. Anyway, though, let's talk about some of the others. So Zach XBT identified pretty much everybody here, so another one that also got indicted is Box. Now, Zach was able to find not only the information on these people, but also where all the funds were coming through, which led to a lot of the funds being frozen, as I understand it. I highly recommend you go to Zach XBT's actual Twitter page if you want like a full in-depth breakdown on how he did all of this. It's extremely impressive, and I'm too stupid to fully understand all the ways that he was able to pull this off. But what I do understand is that Zach fucked him. Like, he absolutely went wild on him. And now 2 of them have been indicted, and I think it's only a matter of time before the rest will also face justice too. Overall, though, after reading through it all, I'm pretty surprised at how effective this was from these snot-nosed weirdos. They didn't do anything particularly new with this. It seems like pretty standard by-the-book social engineering with the Google support phone call, that kind of shit. That's something people have done for years. The method by which they actually took the Bitcoin is pretty different. Like, I haven't seen that done before, but to actually get in the door through this social engineering method is something that has been done for so long. I am just kind of surprised that it still worked this well for them with someone that had that much money. You would think that they probably wouldn't fall for something like that, but what's been proven time and time again is that just because you have a lot of money doesn't mean that you're super fucking smart. So they got very lucky that their victim played along, even gave them screen control, and they took that money. And the victim is very lucky that Zach XBT was on the case to catch all the people here and maybe at some point even get the money back. But right now, the thing to celebrate is that Zach XBT has done an incredible job with this investigation, identifying all of the scammers here and getting them to face justice. Hopefully the rest of them will face it as well, so they'll join Malone and Box. And yeah, that's really about it. See ya.
Occasionally there's moments where an entire community bands together to accomplish a single goal, collaboratively working towards something truly wholesome, positive, and special. And this just happened in the most unlikely space, crypto. Yesterday a story blew up about a man who has cancer who was streaming to raise money so he could pay for his treatment to fight against it. And while streaming to raise money for his cancer treatment, someone convinced him to download a game called Block Blaster. And when he did, he lost all of the money in his wallet. It made like my nuts and drained it. It, like that, took away all the money he had raised for cancer treatment, approximately $32,000 or so. It turns out the game was malware that was disguised as a game. It had a ton of fake reviews. It had like hundreds of fake positive reviews, so it looked legitimate. Plus, no one expects a Steam game to have this kind of vulnerability in there where it could have some kind of malicious things go on in the background, but unfortunately that's exactly what happened here. It is 100% confirmed. I made a video going deeper in this topic here if you want to see like the entirety of what happened, and that brings us to the latest chapter in this story here. Overnight, the community tirelessly worked to find those responsible and also prove that it was the game, because this is pretty unheard of for the most part. It was like fucking Batman trying to squeeze out the Riddler here. And they did. They confirmed beyond a shadow of a doubt the game was responsible. They even identified apparently 907 victims. And not only did they prove that the game was causing all of these people to lose all of their crypto, they even unmasked some of the people responsible for it. Which means there could be real consequences for these fucking sick assholes here. Like, we even have snippets of conversations, like this one from David. The context here is these two are apparently involved in the theft with very little remorse, and David says, "I will, sure. I didn't want to do that one, to be honest, but once I was done pin testing and sent it off, it was already done, and I figured he would make it back in a day." This is talking about Rostaland, the individual with stage 4 cancer who was raising money to try and get treatment to survive that they stole all of the money from through this game, Block Blasters. He said, "Bro, it's fucking huge. Life is fucked up, I know." And that's apparently referring to his tumor. Rostaland has a sarcoma. And he has posted some pictures of it because obviously being a pump.fun streamer, there's a lot of distrust. So he has done everything he can to prove the legitimacy. And like I said in the last video, it seems like everything there he is being honest about. Like, he is telling the truth. He's not faking cancer, I don't believe. So this is him talking about it. He even says, "Dog, I will send it back, but he literally will make it back in a few hours. I checked how much he already made back." And then the other guy said he already made it back, to be honest. This is one of a few suspects. Now, Zach XBT actually reached out to me to give me even more information about this case because it is crazy. So real quick before getting into like more of the suspects, I would like to show you the evidence they compiled about all of the malicious files in Block Blasters that was leading to all of these people losing their money just from downloading a fucking Steam game. So if you check the Steam charts, it only ever had like a peak player count of 8, but it had 6.4 thousand downloads. So Steam charts are good to get a metric of like how alive a game is, but it doesn't tell you the whole story of how many people have played the game. And of that 6.4 thousand, it seems 907 victims were identified, people that maybe lost a lot of their crypto because they downloaded this. That's a lot of people. I really would wonder how much money they stole just from having this game on Steam. And mind you, this is not like a chart topper. This wasn't like a top seller game or anything like that. This was a pretty underground game. Like, even the name is as fucking generic and lame as it gets. Block Blasters? Sounds like one of those fake TV games where like the dad walks in and he says, "Hey son, what you playing there?" "Oh dad, it's just like the latest Block Blasters game." Like, oh my god, you're such a fucking fossil, dad. You don't know Block Blasters? Might as well just call it the pea that took a poop. Like, it's literally a nothing burger of a game, yet because of the fake reviews, and because they were like spreading it around, I even saw evidence that they had like compromised Twitter accounts trying to do paid promotions to people to stream Block Blasters to get more people to download it. I'm unsure if anyone ever actually like took that bait or not, but they even tried to like get it exposed to more people like that, so that way more people would download it, they could steal more people's wallets. It is a crazy scheme that still had 6.4 thousand downloads. Imagine this on a bigger scale if this becomes a more widespread problem. They got 907 people, and we know in one case they got $32,000 from just one of those victims. This is a frightening prospect for like the future of Steam games if this is something that people have now identified an exploit for that they can use. It makes it very scary. This is a really insightful thread that kind of goes over all of the main stuff. So there was a batch-based stealer with a fizz install backdoor, steal C binary, various VBS scripts and zip archives, which had the password 121. Now, keep in mind, I am a fucking troglodyte when it comes to this kind of deep-level shit. I am a homunculus, so a lot of this falls on deaf ears for me, but it seems pretty irrefutable. Like, this evidence here seems pretty watertight. They also have the file paths, the files themselves. They literally have everything. It feels dead to rights, like this is a case closed. And if you want to see like a full breakdown of the files and how it works, there's a website called G-Data Software that posted a full write-up on everything. And actually, according to this site, there's been some other notable games that have had similar things happen. So, perhaps the most notable case is that of PirateFi, a free-to-play game that comes with an information-stealing malware. The most recent malware infection in a game was Kimia, an early access title on Steam which was compromised by a threat actor known as EncryptHub through the injection of malicious binaries. These threat actors bypassed initial security screenings from Valve, which allowed the deployment of malicious patches and infected multiple users of the platform. And then they talk about how they observed it with block blasters. So this was reported by G-Data Software, and I didn't know about the previous cases here. So it seems like this isn't an isolated incident. This just happens to be probably the biggest one so far. And this one, they actually did apparently unmask some of the main suspects. They stole from a person with cancer. It actually doesn't get lower to that. They are going straight to hell, 100%. And people were so outraged that they all worked together so they could try and bring justice and try and help him get his money back, which, as I reported in the last video, Rostaland did get reimbursed the money that was stolen from him, which I think is amazing. Someone named Alex Becker reached out and sent him the $32,000 back, which is great. It's really nice to see something positive happen in a community that's become synonymous with like dog shit and terrible things happening. But job's not finished here. We still haven't gotten the good ending here, the happily ever after. The people behind it aren't behind bars. They aren't sucking farts out of assholes or anything yet. But it looks like that might happen. It looks as though the people that have stolen from 907 victims, including someone with cancer, have been unmasked. Apparently, in their Telegram, which Telegram might even be worse than Pump.Fun when it comes to like nefarious activities. I have never heard Telegram in a sentence that wasn't preceded by some of the most foul shit you've ever heard of. It feels like that platform is exclusively used by criminals. But real quick, here's a nice TLDR from VX Underground, who directly was involved in reporting on this, and it's been quite an adventure. So here's like a lore recap in case you got lost here. So Rostaland had his crypto wallet drained because he downloaded block blasters, he has stage 4 cancer, and he was targeted specifically for the cancer treatment money. He lost $32,000. Alex Becker donated $30,000 to him. People came together, they found the drainer infrastructure, pulled all the victim data from it. They will be notifying the victims. The malware has been flagged. And then even more people came together. They found their info from Telegram IDs, and then found their info from their Steam IDs. So now that you're caught up, how they got the info on the main suspects is one of them had joined a Telegram that they were alerted to, and it turns out it was actually hard-coded with some signatures. They then had the names, and they were able to cross-reference that with things like Steam IDs, and they were pretty much able to pull the fucking Scooby-Doo mask off of these villains here. This post kind of lays it out step by step since a lot of people were very curious. So the shitty malware sent all the stolen data to a Telegram the scammers made. We connected to the Telegram channel using the same credentials that were inside of the shitty malware. Inside the channel was the scammers. We got their Telegram IDs. And then from there, they cross-referenced with like public-facing chat rooms, stuff like that, and they were able to just start connecting all of these dots and finding the main suspects. And the main one that's been getting clowned on is this guy, Valentine. Now, Valentine has gone dark. He is fucking going off the grid. He is moving himself into the back rooms right now. He's deleted all of his socials that I can find. Apparently, even his girlfriend has done the same. That I haven't confirmed myself. I haven't gone to like any of her pages or anything. But Valentine likes to think of himself as an influencer. So there are tons of posts with him flexing very expensive things, seemingly off the back of stealing so much money from so many victims through his malware block blasters on Steam. Now again, it's not like he did this alone. He wasn't the solo person responsible here, but he is one of a handful of suspects. He is kind of becoming the poster for it, though, the mascot, because he's such an insufferable douchebag, apparently. What a nice guy. When he's not stealing money from cancer patients, he loves hanging out with his girlfriend and doing cringe TikTok dances together. Look at how cool this guy is. This really was an extremely thorough and just crazy investigation the community banded together to conduct here, all for the sake of bringing down these fucking vile worms responsible for stealing money from over 900 people, including, of course, Rostaland. That was really the spark that ignited this. And VX Underground gave a list of like the most notable people who worked this, so you can see like the credits here. Huge hats off to all of them for their work on this, because if there can actually be like some justice here, not only with, of course, Rostaland getting the money back, that's amazing, but also the people that did this being held responsible and facing real punishment for it, that would be amazing. Now, apparently a lot more information was uncovered about the individuals seemingly behind this, but this is all I'll share publicly here. Apparently the people that conducted this investigation have already turned over all of their findings to authorities. So, there is a very real chance that these people will not get away with this. That's amazing. That's fucking incredible, because in crypto, there's a rug pull every minute. There's a scam every second. There's always someone losing their money in tragic ways in the crypto space, and very rarely does that go punished. And in this case, I thought for sure that was going to be the same song and dance here, where they just delist the game and vanish. But the community did not let that happen. This is the result of a community motivated by a single goal of getting justice for someone that was wronged. They stooped to a level lower than you'll normally see. Stealing from someone with cancer. It ignited a spark in the community where they worked together to catch these evil people. And I think that is great. I can only now hope that the authorities will do their job and actually deliver some consequences to those responsible for this attack. And hopefully all of the other victims will get their money back as well somehow. I don't exactly know what that'll look like, but I'm really hoping the other 906 people that downloaded this game and perhaps lost a lot of money because of it will be made whole again too. Anyway, I had to give you the follow-up here. This has just been nuts. And I do think that this maybe needs to be some kind of wake-up call to Steam, that there is something that needs to be changed, so that way this kind of thing can't happen again in the future. They need to like revamp their like screening protocols or something, and I understand that it's like just a complete open market where people can just dump their bowels on there willy-nilly, but having this kind of possibility on the table is very scary to anyone on the platform that might see a game from a small indie dev that looks interesting, they download it, all of a sudden they have some really harmful shit on their computer. That is something that needs to be explored and fixed. Hopefully this isn't like the first of many to come, and anyway, that's really about it. So yeah. You know that classic trope you'll see occasionally in TV shows where they have the character go to a therapist, the therapist will hold up ink blots and say, "How does this make you feel?" Well, I'm going to do that with you right now. Let's do this exercise together. I'm going to show you a picture, and I don't even need to ask how it makes you feel. I know exactly how this picture makes you feel. Disgusted. That right there, friends, is a picture of Jack No Sack Doherty. He's like this embarrassing cringe SCP that elicits a fight or flight response from everyone that looks at him, but no one ever chooses flight, they always choose fight, because everybody hates this guy and wants to fight him. I've made fun of him plenty of times. Everybody has. Mr. Rogers would bully Jack Doherty. He is just biologically engineered to be unlikable. From the decisions he makes to the things that he does to the way that he behaves, like everything about him is just yucky and makes people want to like lash out at him. Like it's actually impressive just how hard it is to find anything good about Jack Doherty. So I've covered him even recently where he crashed his McLaren and his friend was bleeding. He's like, oh man, like, you start filming me? Oh, my McLaren. It's that guy. And I covered him previously when he would go around harassing people and then hiding behind his bodyguards when they tried to fight him for it. He is just a menace. And he's done plenty of other things too that I haven't bothered insulting him for, but I just can't resist the urge to insult him today as well, because now he has become so desperate after getting banned everywhere for all of the terrible shit that he does, that he's resorted to pump and dump crypto scamming the last remaining splinter of his audience. Any news on Jack Doherty? Yeah, he just did a rug pull today. Or last night. He got in on that pump.fun rug pull. He couldn't resist the forbidden fruit. It was, I think he deleted a lot of it. Oh, let me pull it up. He's streaming on a super obscure site called Party 2. I just heard about Party. The reason I heard about it is because it apparently just launched recently and it's already filled with porn. I don't know if he streamed this. I don't think he streamed this on Party. I think this was on just straight up Twitter. Yeah.
Where's Party? It's already there. It's already on. And press. Alright, going about it by. Let's see. Anyone that gets it right, guys, I'm gonna be sending your soul to you guys. If you guys want some soul, I'm gonna be sending some soul to y'all.
It's crazy how I can click anywhere in this 23 minute stream, holy. And I thought I barely streamed. Oh my. But it's crazy how I can click anywhere in this 23-minute stream and just hit a place where he is scamming. Just a random spot. Yeah, here it is. He eventually buys McLaren. Because of his McLaren crash, he's leaning into it. So he keeps talking about buying the McLaren coin on Pump Fun. All that Solana. Oh boy. And eventually just in stream without saying anything. It doesn't even look like he made much money from the rug either. Like, if you just look at the graph, it doesn't seem like he even made off with it, like, any money. Was it that initial pump and dump? That's what I couldn't tell. I think so. Like, it must have been. I'm pretty sure his friends made it in the background, so he was stalling for time, which is what the Reddit speculates as well. But it just doesn't seem like he even made much from it. He's just that desperate. And also, very few people even bothered playing ball with it, but everyone who did deserve to get scammed. If you're putting money into a Jack Dorky fucking meme coin on pump.fun, you just shouldn't have access to your money. You need a guardian. You need someone that handles it for you and shuts down your bad ideas. If I needed money to pay bills, would it be okay to pump and dump, or is it illegal? That's the craziest. I don't know if you're memeing or not, but the craziest thing is the TikTok fucking broccoli hair 9-year-olds, like, all of them are getting fed pump and dumps, and a lot of them think that that's like a totally normal thing to do and not bad. It's not regulated, but it's not legal. It is still illegal. It's fraudulent. It's scamming. It is still illegal, but no one's gonna get punished for it. But since it's not regulated, you're not gonna see Jack Dorky get taken away in handcuffs. It's fucked because kids thinking it's a way of life. They should be worried about toys. Yeah, like the 13-year-old that rugged 3 times in a day for 50 grand. Oh, God. It's sad. It's actually sad. I'm sure he's going to do more of these, too. I just have a hunch he's going to keep doing this, because it is like an infinite money glitch right now. It seems like everyone who makes a pump.fun coin
is getting tons of suckers to immediately buy in, hoping that they're there early enough for when it graduates and they make like a fat bag off it. But it's just not going to happen. It is just not going to happen. You have better odds in the lottery. But I know there are a lot of people who have already made tons of money from it. Just like there's people that have made tons of money from the lottery. It's just not going to be you. Pump and dumping crypto is a moral good because it scams crypto bros. It's your civic duty and also funny. Wow. Checkmate, actually. I was going to try and like have an argument against you, but you're right. The only people on pump.fun are actually the people who deserve to get scammed. You're cooking. Wait a minute. You just fucking flambéed that. There's mathematically better odds at beating a pump and dump than winning lotto casinos. I think you do have like slightly higher odds, but you have to also calculate that everyone on pump.fun is scamming. Like they are rug pulls. So you are not in on when that's coming. So you still have to get absurdly lucky, which is why it's still like statistically very unlikely that anyone that's outside of the scammer's ring makes money off of the pump.fun rugs. Why can't they just keep the coin going and take a bit out here and there instead of rug pulling? I feel like it's long-term more profitable. Scamming seems so dumb. That was so innocent. That was like a kid asking, why do people do bad things? The reason you rug it is because there is no long-term with a pump.fun shitcoin. It is designed to be rugged. They don't have a use. It's there to pump and then take your money out so people are left holding the bag. You can't take little bits and pieces out because then you risk not being the benefactor. It is actually, from a design perspective, there to fail, and you calculate the fail. It's so degenerate. Is Jack going to get jumped soon? I doubt it, man. Anyone that bought into the pump.fun probably had their parents' permission to do it. If they wanted to jump Jack, they'd have to talk to their dad to have him drive over there. Otherwise, they have to roll up on the green machine. They claim Pump prevents rugs by making sure all created tokens are safe. Each coin on Pump is a fair launch with no pre-sale and no long... Yeah, I saw. That's just to cover their own ass legally. Pump.fun is making so much money, they're going to be in the crosshairs of, like, regulators or investigators or something down the line. So they're just doing all they can to, like, legally cover themselves, but the site is literally made for rug pulls. That's the whole point. It's going to give birth to a whole new generation of highly skilled and experienced scammers. Nope. No, it is not. Like that 13-year-old with the huge rug pull the other day for Quant. He didn't do anything like technically impressive. On the site, on pump.fun, I don't want to pull up the site. The site is so fucking degenerate. But on the site, there's something that just says start coin. You click start coin and you can just make your shit token. He didn't do anything besides just click make coin using whatever fucking protocol is native there. I have no idea. Launched it and then just streamed, and then people started putting money into it, and he said, thanks for the 20 bandos, left, and then came back with, I'm sorry, thanks for the 10 bandos, left, then came back for Lucy, another 10 bandos, idiots, and then left. The experience he gained is that people are fucking idiots. That was the experience he gained from it. He's not highly skilled. Crazy to think Quant Kid probably made 50K from scamming and probably still believes in Santa. Yeah, he's gonna try and buy one of the reindeer from Santa's sleigh. Not satisfied with just one pump and dump on his audience, Jack Dorkey did it again. Like King Neptune, he said, that was so good I want to try it a second time. So he apparently did another stream on Twitter where he rugged another coin. I can't find that broadcast, so I only have this screenshot to go off of, but you can still see the tweets that he was posting about it before going live. So he clearly was doing a meme coin stream, then deleted some of the tweets, and in the comment section you can see people being very upset that he rugged them again. The shitcoin this time around for Jack was hated. The lore being people hate Jack for good reason. So he immediately rugged it as soon as he could,
speedrunning financial crimes with a goofy smile on his face that not even his mother could love. And now, as an act of revenge, the people that got rugged are now driving the price of hated up really high. Same play that we saw from the playbook when that 13-year-old rugged people with Quant, and then after he was out, they drove the market cap through the goddamn roof. They fucking blasted that Insano style in order for the kid to feel bad because he made 30K when he could have made $1 million if he held. Though he would have never made $1 million because if he didn't rug them, it would have never had that market cap because people wouldn't have done that. It's a secondary scam. So what happened is people got rugged, then they start putting in more and more money to give the appearance like, hey, we need to get revenge, so we're going to drive this up. So then they drive it up in order to get some people to buy in, so that way the people that got rugged can get the fuck out without taking as much of a loss on it. So that's what they're trying again here with Jack Dorkey's meme coin. I can't believe people bought into his first shit coin with McLaren, let alone the second time. This is the exact same thing that just happened on the same site with the exact same formula here a couple days ago with Quant. And people are still falling victim to it. And Jack is going to keep doing this. Jack is probably going to do this every single day. And unfortunately, I think it's going to work every single time because for some reason, people keep thinking that they are the galaxy brain. They are the one who knocks. Yeah, it's a rug pull. We know Jack's going to rug it, but I'm going to be there when he does to capitalize off all the idiots, all the sheep that don't see between the lines like I do. Wake the fuck up, moron. Everybody knows that. Everyone's doing that same thing, which is why you keep getting rugged. That's the whole purpose of this. Like, it's going to keep happening. The only person that wins, well, two people, Jack and Pump.Fun. Pump.Fun's making 20 million plus a month off of this degeneracy. And Jack is able to just keep farming imbeciles, absolute buffoons. It actually blows my mind how willing people are to just get scammed, blatantly scammed, laughed at in their face, and keep coming back for more. It's nuts. So I expect Jack to be doing this every day until the fucking authorities show up and take him away in handcuffs, if that day ever comes. He is literally streaming himself committing financial crimes. But because it's in the crypto sector, it's not something they actively pursue all that hard. But maybe they will at some point, and he'll face the piper then. Anyway, though, that's really about it. So yeah. This is just actually unhinged. This is crazy. I don't know what I'm going to call this video yet. I have no idea what to title this. It is just so bizarre. So to give you the cliff notes, today I was researching about a huge crypto rug pull that Stream Chat made me aware of last night. And I know crypto rug pulls are the most common thing on the planet, more common than a sneeze. Did the sun rise somewhere in the world? If the answer to that question is yes, then that means fucking 50,000 people lost tons and tons of money in a crypto scam, probably on Pump.Fun. That's the main hub for it, the main cesspool. And last night, Stream was telling me that there was a disabled man who was doing a crypto coin on Pump.Fun called 120 hours, because he claimed he had 120 hours to live. And when it reached about a $500,000 market cap, he rugged it and went offline and hasn't been seen since. Now, it doesn't seem like he was faking the disability based on all the available evidence that does seem to be true, but there's no way of knowing if he really had 120 hours left to live and this was his final oorah of just stealing a ton of money from a ton of people, or if that was all just fucking phony baloney like half of the other scams on Pump.Fun. Regardless, the fact is tons of people got rugged, left with their dick in their hand there. And while I was researching for this topic, I stumbled across another huge story in the crypto space, also on Pump.Fun, but this one bucks the trend of a rug pull, and it is something far more sinister that I have not seen before that implicates Steam. So, if you've been around the channel for a while, you might recall I made a video years ago about a really odd Steam game that I downloaded while dumpster diving, because it's something I like to do on Steam, just looking through like absolute dog shit that no one's ever heard of. And I found a game that I downloaded, and it didn't have the executable file. Like, it didn't even have the game. It had like ancillary files around it, and it was really suspicious. So I thought there was a chance that I had downloaded something very harmful, but I was assured that that's not possible through Steam. And Steam has also kind of
position themselves as like a safe place to get your games. I've never really heard of a story of someone downloading something that like literally ruined their lives or like stole from them. There's been like some suspicious games on there that have done like some weird things in the background, but never like stealing from users as far as I know, until today. There is a Pump.Fun streamer, his handle is Rostaland, who is battling stage 4 cancer, and he streams on Pump.Fun to raise money for his treatment. Now, I know what a lot of people are thinking, already raising an eyebrow, that this must be the scam. He must be faking cancer to try and scam people. Based on everything I can find, that is not the case. It seems he really does have cancer, and this is his way of generating funds to try and survive. It seems very legitimate. And while streaming, he was doing some gaming. And a chatter, apparently, had convinced him to download a game called Block Blasters. And when he did, he had all of his crypto stolen from him. Approximately like $30,000 was drained from him. And now people have been looking at the game and finding a weird set of files in there that seems to scan the user's device to look for crypto credentials, which is how they must have stolen this money from him. It's very peculiar, and at first I was kind of wary of it. I thought this could just be an elaborate scheme where like he pretended that it was the game he downloaded that drained his money, but really it was all just a ruse so he could make off with the cash. That does not seem to be the case. It seems like the game actually is stealing from people. He is not the first victim. Now, here's when it happened on stream. It happened live.
No, 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 no. No. No.
That happened in the crypto. For you, I understand this can be very difficult because that money normally can help you for a lot of things in your life. But it's not the end, okay? You're such a brave person.
I'm broken. No,
No.
I'm sorry, guys.
That is brutal. Now, there is no one more harsh of a critic on Pump.Fun than me. I shoot spitballs at that platform all night and day because it is 99.9% scams. I would have said 100% scams if not for this story. I really think that this is real. He's provided like receipts. He has proven that he is not faking the cancer diagnosis or anything like that. And when it comes to like the money being stolen here, it seems like it really did get stolen by this game. I don't think he has any involvement with the game. And someone I trust more than anybody else in the crypto space when it comes to scams, Zach XBT, has made a post about this, seemingly confirming that the Steam game is the culprit that stole this money from him as well as others. So Zach XBT kind of coming in here really solidified this to me as like a legitimate, like the real deal. That's fucking terrifying. I truly didn't think Steam games could have this kind of vulnerability. I've made jokes in the past about like a terrible game being a crypto miner, and apparently there are actually some games that do kind of do that to a certain extent, but I've never seen something to this level. This is a huge security like flaw, a huge danger on the platform. As someone who buys games that have like 0 reviews and 0 players, sometimes I am literally the first one to play a game that no one's ever heard of, planting my flag on the moon. This makes me really afraid of like what these games could have in there as like, running in the background that I don't know about. It makes me afraid of my own Steam library and hesitant to like go dumpster diving through Steam new releases again, just out of the fear that it could have some dangerous files attached in there somewhere. Now, I do really want to mention this here before diving back into the Steam component. The community banded together to try and make Rostaland whole again, so someone named Alex Becker sent him $32,500 to cover what was stolen from him, and it's extremely wholesome. Everyone banded together to try and show support and try and help him out after something so devastating happened to him. and here's a post Rostaland made thanking him for it. That's super great. I'm really happy he was able to get the equivalent amount back. The scammers made off with the $32,000, and I imagine Block Blasters will be delisted. Nothing will happen to them, I'm sure. Very rarely do crypto crimes get punished, it seems. But I'm very happy that Rostaland was able to get that money back, that amount of money back. I am still just kind of stunned that this kind of thing can happen with a Steam game. And I know some of the games through Steam are vulnerable. Like, I remember Dark Souls had an exploit where hackers could literally remote access your computer through the multiplayer. Like, I know that kind of stuff exists. Same thing happened with Call of Duty even somewhat recently. Like, I know those vulnerabilities can exist, but this is the first I've heard of just downloading a game leading to just having your credentials stolen because of something that runs in the background on that, in that folder. I feel like this has to be something new that wasn't possible years ago, because if it was, if this has always been something that developers could do on Steam, I'm very surprised that it wouldn't have happened sooner, especially with like the crypto booms a few years ago with like NFTs and all that shit. I'm really surprised that this is the first time I've heard of it happening. Like, I feel like it's got to be some kind of new vulnerability that they're exploiting. But I have no idea. It's just pretty concerning. I wanted to put it on your radar. Crazy shit across the board. I am very happy, though, that he did get that money back. Because, like I said, it does seem like that is real. It does seem like he's not making any of that up. So, yeah, pretty wild stuff. Anyway, that's about it. See ya. Why do I look like a Tony Hawk American Wasteland character? Well, it's because when we were doing our Twilight movie marathon like a year ago, a buddy of mine named Ridley had this shirt and he gave it to me and I thought it was cool. And then today, a friend of mine let me have this Shadow the Hedgehog chain. And I thought the two of these together was one of the most diabolical fits I could put together, so that's why I'm in this ensemble. But it's also like perfectly matching today's video because the vibe is right on the money for crypto bro degeneracy. So the big story today is about the 13-year-old that rugged people with his Quant shitcoin. CoffeeZilla posted a video going in depth on it into the nitty gritty. I'm here just to point and laugh at the whole thing. So if you want like actual smart discussion on it, definitely check out Voidzilla for his coverage.
Meme coins, Gen Z in particular has gotten interested with one called Gen Z Quant rug pulling a token recently, and well, it kind of went viral for all the wrong reasons.
Wow, it was nuked. Why is it nuked?
No way.
Oh.
Holy holy
You full clip.
holy thanks for the 20 bandos.
Imagine being a grown-ass adult and putting your hard-earned cash into a meme coin called Gen Z Quant that is made by an actual toddler, a milk-drinking, pudding-eating, fidget-spinning baby, and then being surprised that you lost money on it. Even if he didn't blatantly rug you and spit in your face laughing at you for being a deplorable idiot, you still should have never treated that as some kind of Galaxy Brain investment. That was always going to just be a donation to Chuck E. Cheese troop. That is the stupidest shit ever. Now, I know crypto's blowing up huge again. Trust me, I'm well aware of that. But this is not how you get ahead of the curve. Like, I know FOMO is huge, you know, fear of missing out, so everyone's just putting as much money as they can, throwing all their clams into every shitcoin imaginable, hoping for these moonshots. But this is just a new level. This is turbo moron shit that not even Patrick Starr would recommend. You would have had a better chance of making money if you took $1,000 and just asked a random person on the street to double it for you. It's so incomprehensibly stupid, and it only gets worse, by the way.
So look, I don't know. There's so much here, from pretending you aren't selling.
Wait, what?
He said, wait,
Wait,
what?
I'm so confused.
To like, what's going on? To the double middle fingers, you know, to the thanks for the 20 bands.
Thanks for the 20 bandos.
Now, in total, he made about $30,000 on this coin. He then launched another coin called I'm Sorry, where he rug pulled that for about $10,000, and then launched another coin about his dog, which he also rug pulled for another $10,000.
The kid said, you know what's better than scamming dummies once? Twice. And you know what's better than 2 times? 3. This man went for the back-to-back-to-back triple heat scammerooski. And every time people kept putting money into it and he kept rugging them. He made 50 grand off people putting money into his shitcoins. So he rugged them the first time with Quant. Then you've got all of the investors hitting their whippets and feeling really sorry for themselves. So the kid comes back with the I'm sorry coin. They're like, okay, maybe this is the redemption arc. I'll put money into this one. Surely it won't happen again. Bang. It happens again. And then fool me once, shame on me. Fool me twice, shame on me. Fool me 3 times, I need to check myself into the Arkham Asylum, a mental institution. I need to be fucking locked up because somehow they went back again. Not just for seconds, for thirds. They bought into another shitcoin from the kid, which he rugged immediately too. He rugged the same people 3 times for a profit of $50,000. Holy shit. This wasn't taking candy from a baby. This was a baby taking candy from you.
You can see that all here. Here's his $30,000 rug pull. Then he does the sorry rug pull for $13,000, I guess. And then finally, his dog Lucy rugs for $11,000. And I gotta say, the third time, maybe you could have said the first time, he caught you. The second time, he got you. He said sorry, you thought it was real. The third time, you deserve that one. Actually, if you bought into this, you probably deserved all 3. It's very, it's embarrassing that this is like a popular thing.
CoffeeZilla pins the tail on the donkey. You deserve all 3. 100%. It is beyond embarrassing. Being an adult with money and investing in a 13-year-old's meme coin on a fucking service called Pump.Fun, which, by the way, CoffeeZilla brings it up in his video, so I recommend you check that out if you want more insight on it. Pump.Fun is the one that makes all the money from these, and your odds of actually making money from it are unbelievably low, to the point where you almost have the same odds of just winning the lottery straight up. Like, people go in there with the assumption that, oh, I'm here early, yes, it's probably a scam, but I will be the one that capitalizes off the scam. The data actually suggests, and CoffeeZilla goes over it, that is so rare because you fail to take into account the insider trading. You're not the one that's in on the scam, you are the victim no matter how much you think you're not. So, you will likely never be the one that benefits from the rug that inevitably comes with these shitcoins. Now, the story is still not over because the kid that created Quant, well, it actually didn't die with the rug pull. You see, some of the people that put money into it were so salty that they decided to run it up, and they brought the market cap to a crazy number. I don't remember exactly what the number is, but they drove the value through the fucking roof.
Tens of millions of dollars of market cap. The kid's supply, they say, would have supposedly been worth, like $2 million or $1.2 million. You can see that here. His original holdings worth $1.28 million. And then they doxed the kid, which, is really bad. But I think it's funny. Like, people are like, ooh, we got you because you rugged us and then we made it worth a lot of money. But you would have never done that if he didn't rug pull you. I don't know. It's just so, it doesn't make any sense. And honestly, it sounds like cope from people who are trying to do a secondary scam where they got scammed and then they need people to buy in so they can get out of the token.
Apparently the logic was they wanted to make the kid feel bad, like, you got 30 grand, but your supply could have actually been worth millions, That was the thought process there, like, make him feel like a fucking idiot for it. Not us, the adults that got scammed by a 13-year-old. But as CoffeeZilla said, it really feels like the reason they did that is because they lost that money, they got upset about it, so then they pumped it themselves in order to get other people to buy into it so they could get out. So that way they could get their money back from the scam. So the whole thing is a fucking mess. It is degeneracy from top to bottom here. And they doxed the 13-year-old as well. It's just craziness that grown adults that are capable of using a computer are not capable of recognizing that giving money to a 13-year-old's shitcoin is a bad idea. And then not only that, they do it again. And then they do it again. That is literally putting your hand on a hot stove 3 times before you realize that it's hot. And in fact, I don't even know if they came to that conclusion because he stopped at 3 shitcoins as far as I could tell. If he launched a 4th shitcoin, he could have probably kept doing this and continuously farming them forever. An infinite money glitch off of the same people that he initially scammed. Like, that's mind-boggling. So yeah, I just had to talk about this because holy shit. That's really about it. So yeah. Almost 2 days ago now, the silliest scam I've ever seen succeeded in draining $7 million from the pockets of Squid Game enthusiasts. This shit was so stupid it makes armor trimming in RuneScape sound like a genius scheme. Basically what it was a group of people set up a cryptocurrency called Squid Game token. And it blew up, and it turns out it was a rug pull, meaning the developers took all of the money out of the Squid Game token, completely crashing its value and cashing out $7 million for themselves. I'll go into it a little bit deeper, but that's the summary in a nutshell. I swear to God, I've said this at least 100 times over the last 6 months, but people love to get scammed. They go out of their way to find the dumbest shit in the world to lose money on, especially when it comes to cryptocurrency. All you have to do to make $1 million with a crypto scam is just say that Elon Musk is going to start talking about it soon, and people lose their fucking mind. It turns them into like feral animals, just desperate to throw their wallet towards the computer screen at your crypto scam. It doesn't even matter what it's called. It could be Leaky Queef Coin or something like yucky, and people will still invest in it just because Elon Musk's name is anywhere near it, even though there's obviously no chance Elon Musk starts talking about fucking poopy diaper moon coin or whatever. But for some reason, all they have to do is see Elon Musk and they go like full fucking Winter Soldier episode and they're like, I need to invest. So they put all of their money into it and then get shocked when it turns out to be a scam. I myself actually put money into shitcoins earlier this year. I was under the impression like, okay, 9 out of 10 of these are going to be rug pulls, but maybe there's going to be that one that does what Doge did or something similar. And you know what happened? Almost 10 out of 10 of the shitcoins I put money into were rug pulls. And I learned my lesson. I don't put money into shitcoins anymore, but for some reason, fucking 6 months later, people are still doing that. So now, let's talk about Squid Game token. Unfortunately, a lot of information about it is gone now, purged from the internet after they made their $7 million exit. They took a bow and left the stage and took everything with them, but luckily, Mudahar was able to preserve some of it. So in his video, he goes over the Squid Game tokens white paper. For those that don't know, all these crypto coins have a white paper, which is basically just an explanation about the coin and the tokenomics around it and just a general write-up about everything regarding it. However, none of these people that invest in this shit ever read the white paper. More people read the terms of service agreement when signing up to iTunes than they do the white paper for these fucking shit coins. And then they're shocked like, oh my god, it was such a good coin from everything I read from their Twitter account. But if you actually read the white paper here, like Mudahar does, within the first 2 sentences, it is a blatantly obvious scam. I don't think there's a single person currently alive that would read the first paragraph of the Squid Game token white paper and be like, yeah, sounds like a reasonable place to put my money. This seems like a safe investment. In fact, I'm going to be a multi-billionaire off of Squid Game token, baby. Straight to fucking Mars. You know, that I don't think anyone would get that impression after reading even the first paragraph here. So obviously what people were doing were just blindly throwing money at this because they saw headlines like this. There's a lot of responsibility that falls on these fucking journalists that were hyping this coin up. Maybe they were working on it at the top level or something too, because they were really pumping this Squid Game token narrative. So these kind of headlines drew a lot of people into this crypto scam. And at the absolute peak of Squid Game token, it was worth 2,800 per token. As of right now, it is worth almost 1/40th of a penny. That is a pretty colossal drop. It all got pulled at one time by the developers who even gave like a little sign off on Telegram. They're like, hey guys, sorry for the inconvenience, but we're fucking out ski. And then they dipped. Then of course everything crashed. Now, if anyone did even like a single second worth of research, like even just looking at the white paper, they wouldn't have put money into it, but no one bothers. But I think the wackiest part about this whole thing is the Squid Game token team was very open about it being a scam. They weren't really hiding anything. Like on their website, they had a million things like, this is coming soon, maybe. A video game coming soon, probably developed by Bethesda Games. You know, maybe the Squid Game token will be appearing in Elder Scrolls 6. Like all kinds of dumb promises, all with coming soon. And they also just made it super clear to everyone that they weren't going to let you sell your coin anyway.
Basically, the Squid Game token team was this clown that asked you to pull their finger, and people were surprised when they pulled their finger and he farted. Like, it's so silly. There was an actual thing in their fucking paper where you weren't allowed to sell your Squid Game token coin anyway. They called it like an innovative anti-dumping measure. So basically, you'd have all of these Squid Game token coins that you'd put thousands into, and then as the price begins to climb, you won't be able to sell it. They wouldn't let you sell it. So no one was able to get out at peak except for developers. Now, from my understanding, you could sell like little bits of Squid Game token throughout the climb, but you couldn't actually sell the bulk of it at peak, which makes it completely worthless when it hits the peak if you can't fucking sell. So basically people were just giving Squid Game token devs money for free. They were just collecting donations. And none of that was hidden. No one had to go into like the fucking source code and jack into the mainframe to find this information. It was right there in their fucking paper. All of that was right there at your fingertips. You just had to look for like 2 seconds. They had a literal no selling Squid Game token policy. Now, obviously, the reason they didn't want anyone selling their Squid Game tokens is because when people sell, price starts to drop, so then you have a fluctuating price. But if no one's allowed to sell, if it's completely forbidden, the price is only going to go up, which increases hype and increases the amount of money the developers can take at the end, which is exactly what happened. This is truly one of those situations where if you lost money on the Squid Game token, you completely deserve it and should take a very hard look in the mirror. There is no reason why anyone should have put even a single dollar into this project. Even just conceptually, it's a stupid fucking idea. It is a Squid Game token that's unaffiliated with the Squid Game. And if you take a look at what Squid Game is actually about, then this whole situation makes a whole lot of sense. From the get-go, this is a dumb idea. And for some reason, people lost a lot of money. I was reading a story about a man in Shanghai who put his entire life savings into this crypto scam. All of it. He threw all of it into Squid Game token. He did no research of his own. He read those fucking headlines from those scumbag journalists who probably don't even know how to use a fucking computer in the first place. And he bought into the hype. He said that Squid Game's very popular, so its coin must be popular. He assumed that they were affiliated, I guess. And then he mentioned the fear of missing out, which is what drives all of these absolutely outrageous, dumb dog shit, stupid fucking crypto scams. The fear of missing out. Like I said a million times now, people go out of their way to get scammed. Do you remember that time where Elon Musk's Twitter account got hacked and he said, send me Bitcoin and I'll double it? And then people ended up sending like $1 million something worth of Bitcoin to that address expecting to get double back? People literally just turn their brains off these days when they see cryptocurrency, or just even in general when it comes to scam. I don't know. I don't know what's going on and why so many people are so susceptible to this kind of shit. It's crazy to me. It takes literal seconds of just looking or thinking about something to realize when it's completely fraudulent, like in the case of the Squid Game token. As I said earlier, I also put money into shitcoins, but I went in knowing most of them were going to be scams. I was just banking on maybe 1 or 2 of them being legitimate that blow up. But not even that happened. So I learned my lesson. For some reason, people still aren't learning theirs when it comes to this space. But anyway, just wanted to share this new giant scam with all of you, and yeah, that's about it. See ya. We've all had extremely awful ideas at some point in our life. It's part of the human condition. We're cursed to occasionally think of the stupidest shit possible. I'll go ahead and share one of my worst ideas ever with all of you, and I know I've brought this up before, but I think it's always worth mentioning again. For what it's worth, I still think this could have been a banger video. I'm not convinced it's actually a stinky idea, but my friends stepped in and slapped some sense into me. I wanted to do a breast milk tier list, where we get a lot of different breast milk from some strangers and compare it to see who has the best, you know, which athlete submitted the tastiest sample. You know, like, imagine that video. That goes so hard. That's like a Mr. Beast 100 million view video right there. Here's 100 strangers all lactating in a circle. Whoever has the best breast milk wins a house, you know. Point is, we didn't do it, and this is what separates us from the true lunatics. We're able to recognize when an idea is terrible and shouldn't be acted upon. At least most of us. Like I said, in terms of breast milk, I still think there was a nugget of genius with that idea. But the ability to not actually go through on a horrible idea is extremely important, and apparently a skill some people lack. I want to show you a video as well as go over a situation that happened in Mississippi this week where a daycare worker was convinced it was a good idea to go into the daycare wearing a scream mask and yelling and shaking kids for no reason at all other than to be cruel. Not that there's ever a reason to put on like a Halloween mask and start like trying to jump scare 4-year-olds. I can't really think of a situation where that would make sense. It'd be justified. Like, oh, I see. So the reason you went up and started yelling and screaming at this 4-year-old, spitting on their face, is because they didn't write their name in cursive properly. Ah, okay, now I get it. Just an all-around fucking stupid decision from this lady here to do this. It's pretty disturbing to watch, so I'm not going to show you too much of it. It's pretty hard to sit through. And these kids are so young that if you put like a ball behind your back, they're going to think it vanished. These are really young kids we're talking about here who are very, very scared and upset about this. So I have no doubt that they probably went home fucking frightened. Like, it could have been traumatizing, I have no doubt. The daycare worker did get fired. I'll give you the good news right away. They were investigated and fired for this incident based on what I read. Now I'm going to show you a little bit of it. Hey, calm down, kids. It's just a prank. What? Why aren't you laughing? It's a YouTube prank video. What don't you get about it? Oh, lighten up. Come on. Oh, why are the parents upset? What, you sent your kids to daycare to, like, learn or be safe or something? No, I'm letting the demon out. I'm scaring the shit out of them. That's what daycare is all about, I guess. Just an all-around, completely brain-dead idea here. And you would think they'd stop after this first room here, like, maybe they're so stupid they didn't grasp that kids are obviously going to be afraid of yelling in a creepy mask. So you'd think that they're like, oh, okay, this was a bad idea, maybe delete the video and we're never going to talk about this again. But they were so confident and having so much fun, they did this to the entire daycare, even after this first room. I always hate when people say this and reference the show, even though I did like the show, but it truly does feel like a scene straight out of The Office where Michael cooks up the dumbest fucking plan imaginable and then does it. I get the same vibe from this whole situation as I do something from that show. Now, I first saw this on Twitter, and Twitter being this repository of the dumbest fucking most unhinged takes of all time, I expected a lot of the comments to say things like, kids are too soft these days anyway, we need to toughen them up. In fact, I don't think the daycare worker went far enough. We need to start feeding them nails in their cereal and motor oil in their milk. Make them big and tough, grow up big and strong for the harsh world we live in here. But to my surprise, I actually didn't see any of those takes. This was so indefensible that not even the most brain-rotted zombies on Twitter came out in support of this in any way. It really is just a genuinely horrible idea, start to finish, top to bottom. It's just a crazy lady who thought this was a good idea to just traumatize the kids there. And she's not alone, by the way. She does have an accomplice. I didn't show her in the video, but the woman filming shows another woman who's encouraging her, saying, oh, those kids over there have been kind of naughty. Maybe you should go scare them, which she does. So I don't know if they're using this as some form of cruel punishment for not following directions properly. I don't really know. But she's not alone. There was at least one other person who was encouraging this behavior. I'd also like to say I read a post from the woman who filmed this video. Apparently, she wasn't in cahoots with the masked lunatic here, this deranged maniac who did this. She was filming this as evidence that they're kind of fucked up. Apparently they had done this before and it wasn't filmed, so this time she wanted to make sure she got it on tape to send to the parents to let them know what was going on. Of course, this could be a lie, there's no telling for sure, but I am inclined to believe that because it doesn't sound like the woman filming is like encouraging her or anything like that, at least not that I heard. So I just wanted to at least put that out there for like complete information regarding this. I'd also like to give a personal tale from the past of Charles, a little lore dump here, some exposition. I do remember being in like 3rd or 4th grade, and for Halloween sometimes a teacher would dress up or decorate the room and maybe even make it like a creepy, like moment scare thing. But it was always so quick where it was like, ah, gotcha. It's just me, the teacher, Miss Algebra here. You know, like Scooby-Doo where they unmask the thing so that way the kids aren't super afraid. Also, I was like 9 or 10. You know, I wasn't like 4 years old like the kids in this video. So I think there is just a huge difference. Like, I don't think there's anything wrong with teachers having fun with Halloween in the classroom, like decorating it, or even doing like a ooh, spooky moment thing. But it has to be something quick and not fucking traumatizing like this. There's just no place for that. At the end of the day, when you play a prank or you do like a lighthearted scare that's supposed to be in good fun, afterwards, everyone should be able to laugh about it. They shouldn't be screaming and crying as a result of your prank or whatever. I won't show you any more clips from the video, but I would like to describe one more thing that happened in here that I found to be particularly disturbing. One of the kids gets so frightened he starts running away as quick as he can, but the lady in the mask starts chasing after him and then picks him up and brings him back to the area where she's yelling and screaming at the kids. So I feel like this is going to make every kid here hate October, as well as feel genuinely unsafe at that daycare from this point forward. And it's also going to make the parents really concerned because this is someone they've trusted with their kids. And for some reason, they decided to just start scaring the shit out of them for no reason whatsoever. So overall, just a horrible idea and a bad situation. I am happy to hear they got fired for this, 100% deserved. I think that is 100% a great move. And yeah, that's about it. See ya. I'm ashamed to admit this, but I've already confessed to this sin numerous times now, and I'll do it again in front of you and God. I use Twitter. Actively. I spend a decent chunk of time on Twitter. It's this beautiful cesspool that acts like a portal into the dimension of pure, unhinged lunacy, and I can't look away. It's like a curse that keeps drawing me back in. And you'd think that after spending so much time on Twitter, I'd seen all the stupidest shit the world had to offer from all of the dumbest people in this godforsaken dimension we live in. But you'd be wrong. Somehow there are still videos that shock me with the pure level of absolute insanity that's put on display. You may have heard this story already, or you may not have, but regardless, I'm gonna drag you kicking and screaming into the light and show you an imbecile that's so stupid they're a legitimate danger to the people around them. You remember Ed from Ed, Edd n Eddy? Yeah, he was a big fucking idiot, real silly, but he was a harmless moron. The goofy goober I'm about to show you nearly got a woman killed for no reason and left her with permanent injuries that will haunt her for the rest of her life. A Colorado officer pulled over and arrested a woman on suspicion of road rage, and she put the suspect in the back of her police vehicle. A police vehicle that was parked on fucking train tracks. Something that an actual child, a baby brain, would know not to do. In Mario Kart, no one would even park on the train tracks. Yet, in the real life, a police officer parked their vehicle on train tracks, put the suspect in handcuffs in the back of the car, and then, guess what happened? A fucking train came and obliterated the car. With the suspect inside. It's a miracle she didn't die. Somehow she survived with very serious injuries, but this officer pulled off like a Looney Tunes level assassination plot here. Like, parking your car on train tracks with a suspect inside, that's like something you do in Red Dead Redemption 2, as a way of like torturing someone, like tying them to the tracks or some shit. This honestly feels like an elaborate attempt at murdering the suspect. It's actually fucking wild. I'm gonna show the video now. There's nothing graphic in the video, but it is still disturbing, knowing that there's someone inside this vehicle that gets hit by the train. So just a fair warning there.
Is that Hart?
No, that's Tom check.
Officers noticed what was about to occur. A freight train colliding into a Platteville police cruiser parked on train tracks along Highway 85 and County Road 36.
Dispatch 346, did a medical emergent. The suspect was in the vehicle that was hit by the train.
You'll never guess the outcome for the officer that did this. Paid administrative leave. So, nearly kill a woman by having them be hit by a train and then take a little paid vacation. It's crazy how this happens every single time like clockwork. It's a fucking joke. I'm not here to even really talk about that. I want to focus on this situation in particular. How the fuck can you make this kind of mistake? It almost feels like it's not a mistake. It really feels like this officer was just trying to kill this woman in a really creative way. If I'm being honest, I don't know what's scarier. This being a case of an absolute villain, a psychopath just trying to kill this suspect, or it being a case of her being so fucking dumb that she actually thought it was okay to park on train tracks. I really don't know which one's the scarier situation. Because if she's this stupid and somehow a police officer, how many others are this dumb and also police officers? Fucking terrifying. In the video, not only can you hear the train for a good 8 to 10 seconds, you can hear it coming from miles away, it's a fucking train, but you can also even see the train in the background because of the goddamn lights. It's a fucking train. It's like one of the hardest things in the world to miss. Now, I know I've been singling out the protagonist here, the officer responsible for handcuffing the suspect and putting her in the police cruiser that she parked on the train tracks, but it's not just her. Every officer at the scene is at fault here. How could not a single one of them use their brain for even a fraction of a second and rationalize that this is probably not good? You don't need to be a turbo nerd with perfect scores on your SAT, pass the bar, and solve the Millennium Math Prize problem in order to figure out that something's gone awry if your vehicle is parked on train tracks. It's a dangerous situation. Not one of them stopped for a second and just looked around like, these tracks. What are these peculiar markings? They look man-made. I don't think these are naturally occurring Colorado dirt tracks. What uses tracks? Alright, trains. Oh my god! How? How are the neurons not firing in this situation? Do they just have no survival instincts whatsoever? Obviously they don't care about the suspect. No one really gave a spirited attempt to save their life or anything. But even still, they clearly didn't recognize the danger here, so I'm assuming they also could have just been hit by that train as well, because all of them failed to recognize the situation. This happened in the middle of the night. There is not a single other car around. There's not a single sign of life around. They could have parked those cars in any position for miles around that area and been safe, and somehow they chose the only position that was dangerous, on train tracks in the middle of fucking nowhere here. This isn't a freak accident. This is gross stupidity on a level that is downright dangerous, and it almost cost a woman her life. According to the report, the lady was kicking and screaming and frantically trying to get their attention to the oncoming train, because, obviously, just panicking, because she had her eyes open and could obviously recognize the imminent threat, whereas apparently all of the officers, I believe it was 3 officers in total, somehow all of them went deaf at the same time, as well as got hit by a flashbang and couldn't see the train somehow and just missed it and let it hit their car with the suspect inside. It's just crazy to me. It is actually wild. But hey, at least they're investigating themselves. Those usually go well and turn up fucking nothing. But in this situation, I truly don't see how they could possibly drum up any kind of explanation that excuses this. This is just so fucking dumb. I can't possibly think of any kind of explanation. You can't even blame the suspect here, well, while the woman was in custody, her road rage took over again, the demon came out, and she started planting a railroad system underneath our car in order to divert a train onto the path of hitting our cruiser in order to blast herself out and free herself and escape. So, this is her fault. There's nothing and no one to blame except all of the officers at the scene here. They're all so fucking stupid, and I don't know how this investigation could prove anything otherwise. But anyway, just wanted to talk about this a little bit, because this one got my blood boiling a bit. That's about it. So yeah. Yesterday, we were blessed with one of the most recklessly stupid things I've ever seen broadcast on Twitch. It had all of the perfect ingredients for a beautiful fairy tale. Alcohol, and crossbows. Before showing the clip, I'll go ahead and give you the important lore tidbits so you can be brought up to speed here. The channel is Official Duck Studios, which is a name I'm sure a lot of you have heard of before. They're a big channel here on YouTube, and they also produce Twitch content. They were doing a drinking stream, and somewhere along the pipeline, things got a little wacky. They took a sharp left turn into Sillyville and hatched a marvelously dangerous idea of, could their crossbow penetrate a closet door? A question that has plagued the mind of scientists for hundreds of years now, and Official Duck Studios decided it was their time to shine. They were finally going to get an answer to this age-old question. Just some modern-day myth-busting. But instead of just shooting the crossbow at the door and seeing the results, they sent their cameraman behind the door, I guess to get like a more cinematic angle of it. Now, for any of you out there that have finished the 3rd grade, you'll know that the answer to this question is yes. A crossbow can easily penetrate a closet door. Closet doors aren't exactly known for their durability. They're not made out of like a fucking titanium core. You know, we're not talking about a vault door. We're talking about a closet door, which if you like bounce a basketball off, it will have it fucking explode. But they sent their cameraman behind it, and he ended up getting shot by the crossbow, which led to the channel getting banned. Now, I want to be clear, I've watched a good bit of Official Duck Studios content, and I am a fan of their work. This was a wild stunt they tried here. I'm not exactly sure what went awry, but the clip is magnificent in a concerning way. So I talked about it on stream, but I couldn't show the clip there for obvious reasons. But I can show it here on YouTube, baby. So we're going full throttle here. The clip isn't like disturbing or anything. You can't see any like blood or guts. His intestines aren't like pouring out of a hole in his abdomen or anything. But you can see the crossbow easily get through the door and hit him in the stomach. Now it is important to note that someone had the foresight of a potential catastrophe and decided to shoot the crossbow bolt without the tip, which actually saved their cameraman Joey's life.
You don't have to make a poll, just type chat yes if you think it'll go straight through, or no if you think it'll get stopped in the door. Are you ready, Joey?
If anyone said no, if anyone for even a split second thought there was a possibility that a fucking crossbow bolt wouldn't pierce through this door, you need to get the fuck out of stupid town. Like, holy shit. There was no world where the crossbow bolt was gonna get stuck or ricochet off the door. There was only one outcome, which was full penetration.
I don't think Joey's right behind the door. If he is, I'm not liable for this. Are you ready? 3, 2, 1. Are you good? All right. Are you actually not good?
Yeah, I don't exactly know what Joey was thinking either. Everything that could have gone wrong went wrong here except for one thing. That hero that decided not to have the tip on the bolt. That was the difference between a Mortal Kombat fatality and just a big boo-boo. He showed the aftermath on stream. There is blood, but it's not gruesome or anything like that. It's just something that's going to be painful for quite some time. It's probably not even going to need stitches or anything. I don't think. It doesn't seem deep enough for that. So overall, he got very lucky in an unfortunate circumstance. I still don't know why he positioned himself like a fucking hockey goalie. Like he was there to deflect the crossbow bolt. Like he could have... There was no reason for him to go in the closet in the first place. He could have just been filming from outside and they would have known if the crossbow went straight through or not. I still don't know why they sent him in there, other than to just, like, put him in harm's way for fun, I guess. But even when he went in there, he still could have went, like, off to the side, because there was clearly some room to the side where it's not, like, right in front of the door. But he just went in there and just fucking posted up. Just, like, right in front of the door to take up as much space as possible. So if it went through, he was going to get hit. So that was wild. The channel did get banned for this. I don't think it'll be a perma-ban, but I'm also not sure. No, like I said, I don't think there's going to be a perma-ban. It's Official Duck Studios, and they were drunk. Yeah, sounds about right. I don't know how anyone would have thought that the door would stop a fucking crossbow bolt, even without a tip. There was no world where it was just going to ricochet off of that door. It's a closet door. That shit's made out of, like, construction paper. Oh, nice. I didn't even know this part. Conversation began with him asking his chat whether or not they thought the bolt would go through the door, letting his chat vote on it, despite most of them saying yes, and he himself saying the door was toast if it got shot by the bolt. They sent Joey behind the door anyway and shot at him. Nice. I guess that's good. He wasn't, like, surprised. Maybe this was, like, a premeditated murder attempt. Is the guy alright? Yeah, he's fine. They didn't have the tip on it, so he just got, like, a moderately deep puncture. What if it went in his butthole and out his pee-pee? Finally, a real intellectual asking the hard-hitting questions.
if they did put the tip on it, he would have probably fucking died. A shot to the abdomen from a fucking crossbow. What a way to go out. Oh, true, yeah. Like the couple that tried to stop a desert eagle using an encyclopedia. If it had the tip on it, would have went smooth through the door like butter. Oh, you haven't seen the clip then, because it goes smooth through the door like butter without the tip. It's a fucking crossbow. It had no problem going through a closet door. Closet doors, you can, like, accidentally break if you open it normally. Like, a crossbow bolt was always gonna pierce through that. Bro got wall banged and got a hit marker. Not wrong. He was very close to having a major problem here. I still can't believe that shit. The thought process is wild. Musket? Yeah, maybe they should try a musket next. Can a musket penetrate a closet door? We'll send Joey inside to try it out. How many doors does it take to stop a crossbow from killing my friend? That's like an old school Mr. Beast video. Honestly, that'd be kind of hype. Like, if Joey's up for it, he could just double down on this. Maybe he could train himself to have an immunity to crossbow bolts. Like, he's already got a taste of it, his body's adapting. So now maybe they send him behind 2 doors and they shoot the crossbow and see the kind of damage there and just see if his skin is getting thicker. Kind of like how ninjas used to train with small doses of poison to build up an immunity. He could do that for crossbows. And then pretty soon he can storm any castle without fear. I don't know why anyone's surprised they got banned for this. I've seen like 4 people say, why did he get banned? Gone are the days of being able to shoot our friends with crossbows, I guess. God damn it. What happened to a free country? We can't just shoot each other with crossbows anymore. It's all gone to the birds now. You guys know, like, this shit's happened quite a bit. You guys remember, can't remember his name, but I think he was with Soar. He brought out a loaded gun on stream while drunk, cocked it, and immediately just blasted a hole into his wall, into his fucking family room or whatever. He got banned for life on that, and no one even got hurt there, but it was just a recklessly dangerous action that he got banned for. This time someone actually just got fucking shot with a crossbow. Yep, a good desk pop. Yeah, a classic desk pop. This was like 2 years ago. He was drinking from a shoe. It's called a shoey, you swine. And yeah, like I said, he was drunk and then blasted a desk pop, which was crazy. But yeah, this isn't like an isolated incident. This shit's been enforced for a long time. You shoot somebody on stream, you usually face repercussions. Yep, sore Carl. Pandemics are a real bummer. There's nothing good that comes from a pandemic. It's all bad stuff from top to bottom. But we'd be lying to ourselves if we didn't acknowledge that Zoom might be one of the best things to ever happen to court. I have a guilty pleasure of tuning into disastrous Zoom court hearings, and they happen all the time. Every single day there's a new atrocious Zoom court moment. And yesterday we were blessed with an absolute banger, a scrumptious little masterpiece. A gentleman was scheduled to appear in court over Zoom about a suspended driver's license. And he does his due diligence as any good citizen would. He joins the Zoom meeting. However, he joined while driving with a suspended license, which the whole hearing was about, leaving the entire court stunned. Absolutely, it was as if for a moment every member of that courthouse stared into the eyes of a basilisk and was turned to stone, just instantly petrified in sheer bewilderment that he had called in while driving in a case about a suspended license that he has, driving without a valid license. And what's even more interesting is this isn't the only time it's happened. This one just happened to be the newest and more entertaining one that I've seen. I was wondering why so many people all of a sudden just asked me about, like, the guy with a suspended license joining a Zoom call while driving. Apparently this just happened again. I remember something like this happened years ago. This must be kind of common.
Or calls case, People versus Corey Harris. Conrad Siller on behalf of Pittsfield Township.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Tate for Mr. Harris, who should be present via Zoom.
Mr. Harris, are you driving?
Actually, I'm pulling into my doctor's office, actually. So just give me 1 second. I'm parking right now.
It's an auto-driving vehicle, Your Honor. I'm here babysitting it.
You stationary?
I'm pulling in right now at
Thanks for
this
some
second.
milkshake.
Yes, I am.
All right.
Brother, we can still see the environment. You were parked for like a second there, and he's still like, yeah, almost parked, parking, almost parked, as he's trying to like think of reasons for like how he's gonna get out of this. Almost parked, almost there. There's membership spark.
I'm pulling in right now at this second. Yes, I am.
All right. What are we doing?
Your Honor, we are respectfully requesting an adjournment in this matter, up possibly 2 to 4 weeks if the court would allow.
Oh my god, that was the most aggressive frown I've ever seen. He is mean mugging so hard. Cedric Simpson is fucking... He's got like a cartoonish frown. That's like an emoji frown. Thanks, Zuri Sub Queen.
Okay. So maybe I don't understand something. This is a driving while license suspended,
That is correct, Your Honor.
and he was just driving.
Ooh.
And
Your Honor, we don't have... Allegedly driving. We don't have all of the evidence. We can only see from his chest up. Anything... This could be green screen. It could be deepfaked.
and he didn't have a license.
Oh.
Is with the charges, Your Honor, yes.
No, I'm looking at his
Yes.
record. He doesn't have a license. He's suspended and he's just driving.
That is correct, Your Honor.
Well, he's listening. Say it to him.
Oh.
He raised his hand. Can you ask him a question, Your Honor? Is this real? Is this fucking real? Wait, Tampa Bay. That's my neck of the woods. Hey, hold on. I gotta learn a little bit more about this. Perhaps he's been framed. Everyone here is stun locked. It's just complete fucking silence that has fallen on the courtroom. This guy's doing his best to keep it together. Her as well.
Hello?
Hey. How's it going, Corey?
1 minute, Mr. Harris.
What do you mean 1 minute? Let him defend himself. There's a lot of slander being thrown around in there.
I don't even know why he would do that. So, defendant's bond is revoked in this matter. Defendant is turning himself into the Washington County Jail by 6 p.m. today.
Can you get his side of the story, please, Your Honor?
Result in a bench warrant with no bond. Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. Harris, I'll be giving you a call.
Okay.
Court calls case, People versus Maya Isom.
I feel like we may have brushed over this case a little too quickly, Your Honor.
Assistant Public Defender Natalie Pate for Ms. Isom.
There was more to this story. It was like a transformer, more than meets the eye. Time to drive back home. Yeah, true. So what was the verdict? We don't know yet. It's still in deliberation. Your Honor, he's not driving. The car is just rolling in neutral with him in it. He's been kidnapped, which is why he was so silent. He was speaking in code. Clearly, he was just trying to prove that his license should be reinstated. Honestly, he could have made that point. Like, as you can see, Your Honor, I'm doing just fine here. I would appreciate if you'd reinstate my license now.
Do you remember the court Zoom call when someone joined in with a cat filter? There's been a lot of... I am super happy that so many of these court things have gone to Zoom because it always ends up just going online. And some of them are just amazing. Like the guy that joined, I think it was I don't remember what it was, like what he was joining for, but it was something that he needed to appear in court for, so he did it over Zoom, and he joined with the name Buttfucker9000. And the judge was like, "What is your name, sir? That is not your name." And he's like, "Oh, God, I don't know how that got there. Yeah, I'm not... Oh, God."
Then we'll bring this fool in.
Oh, Buttfucker3000, sorry. 9000 was like mini versions in the future.
Good morning, sir. What's your name?
Me?
Yeah, you. Yes.
Nathaniel Saxon, sir.
Your name's not Buttfucker3000, you yo-ho. Logging into my court with that as your screen name.
Why
I'll
would that?
discuss that in a little bit.
Big miscalculation from Jason
What kind of
Statham.
idiot logs into court like that?
100% that guy was just logging into the Zoom thing and thought he just needed like a temporary name. Because there are some things where you just type in like a name and it never shows up. It just uses your real name or whatever. It's just like, all right, whatever, Buttfucker3000. And it just runs with it. It's so good. Also, Joseph, please change the angle. When I first watched this video, I thought for sure he had his cock out. I was like really thinking I was looking at this man stroking his meat. That is a terrible angle, Joseph. Get control of your court, Jeffrey. He probably had that name before joining. Oh, that's true. Doesn't Zoom log your names? Yeah, maybe he did have that name with like his friends or something. That's a good point. I forgot about that. Look at the one for the cat filter. Alright, we'll do the cat filter next.
Ponton, I believe you have a filter turned on in the video settings. You might want to take
We're
a
trying to. Can you hear me, Judge?
I can hear you. I think it's a filter.
It is, and I don't know how to remove it. I've got my assistant here. She's trying to, but
Why? It's fine. This is helping your case.
prepared to go forward with it. I'm here live. I'm not a cat.
Thank you for clarifying.
I can see that.
Jeffrey Toobin getting caught jerking off. Yeah, I made a whole video on that one. That one was great. Lubin the Toobin. Lost his whole job over that, too. And then they had him... That one's so good. Because they brought Jeffrey Toobin back on down the line. They're like, "So what did you get fired for?" And he's like, "Well, you know what I got fired for. I was masturbating in a Zoom meeting. I thought I was alone." They had him like recount it as if it was a war story and apologize live on air. That one was great. You gotta watch the Neil deGrasse Tyson response to Terrence Howard.
So this is Terrence Howard attempting to reinvent mathematics and physics. A little backstory.
Successfully, too, by the way.
Initial interest in Terrence.
Let's see what the comments are saying now. Because when this initially came out, all the comments were like, "Man, Terrence Howard is a fucking genius. Man, Terrence Howard really gets it. I didn't realize he was so intelligent." Meanwhile, he's actually just talking about gobbledygook. 1 × 1 = 2. I've reinvented sacred geometry with a hydrogen proton, selling drones to Uganda based on the hydrogen proton geometry, which the drones don't exist. Okay. Now the comments have flipped. They turned on him. I still remember the day, well, actually the 3 or 4 days after this episode came out, people were like, "Man, Terrence Howard is so fucking smart. Look at what he said and look at what he did." And all the comments were on his side and shit about like, "Damn, so deep. I knew we couldn't trust math." But Charlie, he invented virtual reality. Check out his patent. Oh, I know. Not only did he invent virtual reality, he invented the very fucking dimension in which we inhabit while he was still in his mother's womb. Did you know he has memories from the womb? I know. He's just built so different. Would you debate Terrence Howard on his math? Sure. I feel like anyone would be more than willing to. But I also feel like if someone's going to debate Terrence Howard, it shouldn't be me. Because that would immediately bring Terrence Howard, that was supposed to be the guy reinventing math, down to the level of just a fucking goober streamer content creator. That's who I'll debate. That guy.
I'll display my math prowess against that guy. No, not actual mathematicians, please, God, no. But I'd be more than willing to. It is completely indefensible with 1 × 1 = 2. The only way he gets away with that is by spamming buzzwords that actual Neanderthals think mean something. No matter what you do, no matter what you say, no matter what, you can never show that 1 × 1 = 2. But you can always show that 1 × 1 = 1. It's the easiest demonstration ever. And the only way Terrence Howard weasels his way out of it every time is just with nonsense quantum buzzwords. If you debated him, you should just out-buzzword him. Oh, I'd be dropping so many buzzwords on him just to, like, throw him in, like, some kind of fucking stun lock. Mr. Howard, please stop bloviating. It's like you haven't even considered the Bose-Einstein paradox. As, of course, you know, this is elementary. And he'd be like, Bose-Einstein? Higgs boson? Action Bronson believes in Terrence Howard. Oh my god. Wait, is it a joke?
What in the actual fuck?
First of all,
I understand it though.
I kind of understand
it. I understand.
I mean, it made sense.
To me, he's making me believe.
He's way too smart to just be making everything up. Like, there's no way he just make
this fucking genius. You can't just make up 1 × 1 = 2. That's that you can't do it. That's inconceivable.
He's a lunatic. Like I've heard people say,
lie. You can't
he's
just
lunatic,
come up on that.
He's making things. I'm like, I don't think that's correct. He knows too much. So
I like how Joe Rogan immediately believes that Terrence Howard remembers being in his mother's womb and waving at his hand. He named his hand in his mom's womb before he had any concept of words or anything. In pitch darkness, he named his fucking hand and called it his friend in his mom's womb. He knows so much.
Terrence Howard has to sit down with someone who's an academic, someone who's got a PhD,
like Joe Rogan or Action Bronson,
and they can have a discussion, and you can see what he really knows and just what he can say to me. Right? To me, it all makes sense, but I'm a moron.
No, you're
true.
not.
Super true. Super true.
A physicist, someone who actually can understand what these computations mean and what he's trying to say about 1 +
Oh, you're
1
asking hard
or 1
questions,
multiplied
OMG.
by 1
That's multiplication
can't be
now.
Like, no
it's scary.
mathematics.
Yeah.
Everything is bullshit. I believe that.
Brother, what you're talking into is the result of mathematics, Action Bronson. It's all bullshit. Math's not real.
I wasn't good in algebra.
No shit.
I see it more in a linear way, not a linear way, a different way than him, like more similarly to him.
Right. Well, I would imagine
Wrong,
that
then.
There's probably more to all these things.
Those fucking
Even our
toys he made, the
mathematics.
figures.
Even our mathematics, like, as brilliant as the people are.
I've never actually listened to Action Bronson speak or anything. Is this guy just actually a fucking imbecile? Or is this a joke? Is he playing a character? I'm getting half chat saying he's trolling and the other half are saying no, he's actually just really fucking dumb. I just don't know enough about Action Bronson as a person.
Yeah, he's a great actor, but it's just because he's so smart. And then he's talking about how the periodic table's all fucked up, and this is what you're like. Wait a minute. What are you doing? How can you do this?
I understand.
How can you do this? Joe Rogan, I'll do it right now. Periodic table's wrong. I did it. That's how he does it. That's the secret. That's how. This is unbelievable. I don't know enough about Action Bronson to know whether or not he's being genuine here or if he's just playing like the buffoon. But Joe Rogan is so hook, line, and sinker on like the actual fucking stupid pill here. It's crazy. Or Terrence could be the greatest con man. To a certain extent, he's trying his best to scam Uganda with his hydrogen proton new geometry drones that'll protect Uganda and improve their agriculture, which don't exist and never will exist. The fucking hydrogen proton geometry drones. So he's scamming in that regard. But other than that, he's just being a fucking moron on the biggest stage ever. And that's about it.
I feel what he's saying.
He's a membership person.
Like, stop trying to uncover shit. Just all these little micro fucking bullshits.
What do you mean?
Like I said, I'm a fucking idiot. I'm trying to regurgitate what I heard. Like, as far as all the elements in between.
Yeah.
Like, why are they there? When they're just.
You and
You know
I
what
will
I'm talking-
never explain this in a way that's not hugely frustrating to anybody who really
can't
knows
even
it.
remember.
It's not even frustrating. It's just kind of sad. It's just like actually kind of sad. Like it's hard to even be frustrated. It's just sad. Like it's just legitimately sad. Listening to this guy fucking fumble through like he had peanut butter in his mouth about the elements in between and the micros and then openly admit like he's just trying to regurgitate something that he heard. It's just sad. It's not even frustrating. I don't know, man. I guess one thing I don't understand. So both of them are very open about being stupid. So Action Bronson's like, I'm an idiot, so I'm just trying to repeat what I heard once. Why wouldn't you just repeat the thing that you've heard that actually has results? So the math that you've heard, 1 × 1 = 1. Why wouldn't that be what you repeat? When you are literally the product of that math. You would have died way before you hit this age if math was never to this level. You would have died of some kind of infection. You would have died trying to like finger your butt in the wrong part of the jungle and got eaten alive. You wouldn't have made it without math. So why wouldn't you be regurgitating that math that is keeping you alive and allowing you to have a career? I don't get it. I don't know why they would gravitate towards actually this math that has nothing to show for it, not a single invention, not a single basis in reality, not a single physical thing to show for it. That's the one I'm going to repeat. I just don't get it. I don't know how you gravitate to that. The least obvious psyop. Do you think? I don't know. I don't know if it's a psyop or not. It's like I know that word gets tossed around like so many other buzzwords, but there is a chance. Like I do think in this case there is a chance to keep people stupid because it is legitimately just easier to control stupid people, 100%. So if you just have people like Action Bronson, Joe Rogan, Terrence Howard being like 1 × 1 = 2, don't trust math, and here's the hydrogen proton geometry, also zero's not real. Like if you have people start believing in that, they become so much easier to control. So it could be a psyop. But I also think it's just equally likely that these dumb fucking people just really love the idea of feeling special and smart, so they just latch onto it.
I can't even remember what I'm trying to say, but you know.
Yeah. The way he was explaining how everything's connected.
Exactly.
Yeah, and the entire, the whole scale of it. And the way he was showing it like a geometric pattern. And when you look at it like the way he was describing it, you're like, oh, wow, that kind of makes more sense. It does make sense. That's it. I mean, it just looks beautiful. Oh,
that's dope art.
I need to know if this.
Okay, here. Then I know what we need to do. I figured it out. I see. How about we start making math and science super fucking hype? So instead of this lame ass picture here, put it on a pair of titties. I guarantee Joe Rogan and Action Bronson's fucking eyes would pop out of their skull like a Tom and Jerry cartoon going awooga if they saw real math and science, but it was on like boobies. Maybe that's all we need. The math gave me a boner, so it must be true. I think we're onto something. I actually think we're onto something. I think that could be the key. That's what we've been missing this whole time.
It's like a very specific thing they did to them.
Yeah, but
and it revealed the yin yang.
That's what it looks like.
It's quantum intent.
Action Bronson, what does the yin yang mean to you? What do you think that it revealed the yin yang? What do you think those words mean?
Oh, I got some like punk rock kids here. Let's see if they're really about what they preach and stuff.
Buckle up your seatbelt because it's about to be a wild ride. This asshole has been hyping himself up in the bathroom mirror for the last 45 minutes, telling himself today's the day he talks to people, real people, about real issues. And of course he chose the only thing he knows. Absolutely batshit insane conspiracy theories. So this playful little gopher pokes his head out of his little hidey hole and sees people with different colored hair and immediately assumes that they're punk rock. So you can almost immediately tell that this guy, he doesn't go out much, and that's for good reason. He should have stayed locked inside reading his Facebook groups because he just makes a fucking fool of himself.
Hey, what's up, guys? I just had a quick question for you guys.
Hey.
What do you guys think about COVID-19?
So get used to this camera angle because it's filmed like an episode of Cow and Chicken. I love his approach here. This guy lacks the most basic communication skills, obviously has never socialized before. He just comes up to them, hey, what's the deal with COVID-19? It's like in SpongeBob when he tries to tell a joke, what's the deal with airline food? Except far worse here.
It sucks.
Like, what do you think is like, it's, the severity of it is real, what they're saying?
I've had it.
I had it too. That's real.
Do you think it's right to get a vaccine for a 98% survival illness?
I'm getting my second one tomorrow.
Yeah.
Just because I can't, like, die from it doesn't mean other people can.
As the video continues to go on, you'll notice the camera shaking more and more because the adrenaline really starts pumping through his body at dangerous levels. You can tell this is the most exciting thing he's ever done in his life. I would have absolutely loved to see what this guy looked like during all of this because from the waist down, it looks like he's dressed for 18 holes of golf. He's probably sweating profusely. I wouldn't be surprised if it was actually DB Cooper filming this. Like, this shit is just so wacky.
But, yeah, I get that, but you guys, like I noticed, like, I used to be like...
I believe in science.
Yeah, but I used to be like you guys who are like in high school, like, you know...
Not in high school.
Yeah, but like when I was in high school, I used to be like in punk rock type of guy. But that's about like anti-authority, you know, anarchy. What are you guys doing, like, you know, signing up for this?
The internet's raised some complete losers like this guy that are just a hemorrhoid to society. You'll remember in the beginning of the video he said they look punk rock, let's go test their faith and interrogate them to make sure they actually believe the things that they preach, as if it's some kind of religious movement liking punk rock or having different colored hair. But anyway, he walks up to them, makes all these assumptions like, you know, where's anarchy? Why don't you have a butt plug in your butthole running around naked burning down churches like real punk rockers would? Because back in my day in high school, I was a punk rocker, which is the biggest lie ever told. He should have been struck by lightning by God for that fucking horrible lie. There is a 0% chance this guy was ever cool in his life. He probably listened to a single Misfits song by accident on the radio in his mom's car one time, and then just tried his best to ride that wave like, yeah, I love the Misfits. Did I pass the punk rock test? Can I sit at your lunch table now? Government? Fuck 'em. Might even paint my nails black, too.
I'm not signing up for anything. I just look at science and I look at facts. I can get my food covered.
But aren't you guys like all about anti-authority?
It's not about anti-authority. It's about keeping the public safe. It's not about, and it's not like, yeah, and I am anti-authority. Fuck the police, dude. But the police didn't invent.
You see, you guys are buying the propaganda for the police. But
oh my god, why do
the police are our friend.
This guy is all over the place. I don't think there's anything he actually believes in. So he's like, you know, why aren't you anti-authority, huh? You got a guitar right there, your hair's a different color, you're clearly punk rock, you should be anti-authority. And then they're like, well, I mean, we are, fuck the police. And then he's like, oh god, whoa, 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 fuck the police. Police are our friends. Why would you say that? Oh my god, you guys are too hardcore. Like, this guy, I mean, he is just getting his ass washed like a bidet right now.
Okay, but I'm just trying to like make you guys think for a second because like I used to hang around.
I mean, I've had it. I've had it.
Okay, but I see you guys the way you guys are. Yeah, and it's a 98% survival illness.
But that doesn't mean that it's not like bad. I don't want it just because it's around. Like, you know
Yeah,
what I mean?
but see, people die from the flu every year.
Jesus Christ, he actually used the flu defense. Can someone just call this guy's dad to pick him up? He's getting a little too wild in the park. It would have been less offensive if he just walked up to these people and flashed his cock and balls at them. Just come up in a trench coat and just fucking let it all hang loose. That would have been far more tolerable.
Gonna be like, you know, we check our temperatures every day. Like,
Did you guys know there's aborted fetus cells in the vaccines?
oh my god, get the fuck out of here, bro. Can you just leave? I'm sorry.
What do you mean?
It's getting a little off the rails. He started to sense that they were losing interest in the conversation, so he had to reel them back in. What about the aborted fetus cells in the vaccine? Oh my god. This poor fucking guy, he's an actual flesh puppet for these dumb Facebook groups. They have their hands so far up his anus they are working his mouth like it's a ventriloquism act. I guarantee this guy has never even heard of the word proof. That the word has never even left his lips, I imagine. If he sees it in his groups that he trusts, he takes it at face value. For what it's worth, there's obviously no fucking aborted fetus cells in the vaccine. If he wanted to just make some shit up, I think he should have went harder. Did you know that they're actually using dinosaur semen in the vaccines? Then you'd have my attention.
But you guys are
That's
like
some crazy. That's some ludicrous shit, bro. That's some ludicrous.
questioning the government is crazy.
No, I'm not saying questioning authority or the.
But that's
government.
real. You guys laughed at something that's real. Why is that?
Who told you this? Who told you there was
Because it's not in the mainstream. You guys laugh at it though. Is that why?
They're laughing at you because you're a birthday clown. Like, you're just goofy. You're a goofball. You're a goofy goober, man. Like, what are you going on about? And when they even very lightly pressed for proof and you didn't have a defense, you immediately just went on the defensive. It's not mainstream, so you wouldn't have heard of it. My girlfriend goes to a different school. You know, like, okay, we hear that there's aborted fetus cells, now can you prove it? And then he can't. He just immediately backpedals like, it's just not mainstream.
You're saying that's what Fox News is saying. They're like aborted fetuses, Alex Jones.
Well, they're right about that. Some political parties are right about some
How
things.
do you know if they're right?
If
I don't know if they're right, how do you know if they're right?
It's common sense. I mean, both political parties switch back and forth. Let's rewind back to 2001.
I just want to play my guitar.
Let's rewind back to Let's rewind back to 2001.
Why are you out way?
Okay, you guys believe So you guys think 9/11 was real?
Well, I mean, who didn't see that coming, to be honest? Every single conspiracy I bet this guy believes in. I wouldn't be surprised if he started talking about how Atlantis is going to rise from the ocean again and take over the world or something. He immediately goes full throttle, nuts to butts. So you think 9/11 was real? Wow. Yeah, he's coming in with the condom off now. Now it's raw. So it's getting fucking wild and really sad.
It's not conspiracy
We're
theories.
just trying to play our fucking guitar and banjo and keys in a park.
Okay, you guys believe 9/11?
Making me fucking go away, please.
But you see that it was.
Stop talking to me. Are you crazy person? Are you fucking crazy?
You guys can walk away if you want, but I'm
No,
trying to.
We were sitting here first. Go
But
away.
it's the public. It's the public. Sorry, I could like talk here.
Oh my god.
It's the public.
Damn, taking you back to high school, isn't it, big guy? All the girls disgusted, asking you to leave, calling you weird and crazy. Fuck, man. Some things just never change, do they? Poor guy's starting to really shake. It's like a tornado is blown through here with the way the camera's being filmed, just like fucking rapid fire shaking now.
Don't you think that working is kind of distracting you from your true spirituality?
Dude,
I'm not.
away.
But what do you guys think that's doing your spirituality? I run a YouTube channel. All right, well, just to let you guys know, like when I was in high school, like punks used to mean like.
We're not in fucking high school, dude.
I know that, but I used to hang out with people like you. You guys were all about.
Well, you know what? You're an asshole. Like,
You guys.
Now we're going on the spirituality train. There is no stone left unturned here. He's trying to fucking vomit every dumb thing he can out all at once. Also, I assure you he has never hung out with anyone in high school, or since high school. So, that's just another lie. Come on now. Be honest. This guy is just making so many assumptions based off the appearance of the people he's approached, so I'm going to do the same here based off of just the few things I've heard from him so far. I imagine he probably hadn't had many friends in the real world in his life. He may have been bullied, but what eventually ended up happening is he found an online safe space where they were preaching these kind of conspiracies and they were nice to him and brought him into the community, and now he feels so loyal to them because of the way that they made him feel like belonging to a part of a group, then now he just vehemently defends the craziness and then goes out in the world and does shit like this. I can make assumptions too.
Don't. Like, you're annoying as fuck. You're annoying as fuck. Yeah, I just got
Don't you
off
think
my
that
fucking
beer is-
minimum wage job.
Don't you think that beer-
It's weird that you approach women in a park that are relaxing.
This is a guy too. There's a guy right here. But don't you guys think all these drugs and alcohol are kind of blocking your spirituality and true consciousness?
Yeah, stop with the drugs and alcohol and awaken your true consciousness like this guy. Then you can be as cool and fun as him. He's the perfect man. Yep.
Anarchy, right? Anarchy, right? Posers! 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 Posers!
You can hear the tears in his eyes as they walk away and he shouts posers at them. Truly, awful stuff. It's upsetting what the internet's done to some people like this guy. He just goes out of his way to ruin their day and then go home feeling like a champion, like he did something good for the world, and then he posts this video himself because he has no self-awareness or shame. It's crazy. It's wild. But anyway, that's about it. So yep. Every single one of us has turned to Google in our time of need when it comes to asking questions, whether it's medical related, like, you know, I jammed my finger playing basketball, what now? You'll get a million results telling you that what actually happened is you've contracted the bubonic plague. or you ask for simple tutorials, how to replace your air filters, and you'll get WikiHow guides that just have you taking apart your air conditioning unit, or Quora, God forbid, giving you the absolute worst advice this world has ever seen. Point is, every question we have gets asked to Google, and sometimes you get terrible responses that are outright wrong, and I think this is most prevalent when it comes to phone and technology-related inquiries. I'm sure all of us are guilty of trying the wet phone in rice thing. That was so popular, and as far as I know, actually did work in some cases where if you like drop your phone in the toilet or in the sink or something, you immediately take it out and put it in a thing of rice, and then like in an hour or a day or whatever, it's better and fixed. Well, it doesn't work for every possible water-related damage to a phone, and that was a lesson that this guy learned the hard way and was not ready to accept, so he made a massive fucking scene about his phone being repaired.
Someone just told me this morning, I'm talking about a water damaged phone.
Okay.
Someone told me this morning that they put a whole video camera in a bag of white rice and it solved the problem.
Okay.
Why would it not solve this?
This guy looks so familiar and I can't figure out why. I don't know if it's this leather biker jacket he's got on that makes him look like one of the greasers from The Outsiders or what. Maybe he just resembles a famous actor, like a young Bryan Cranston is what I keep coming back to, but I can't quite put my finger on it. But anyway, he's upset because his phone got repaired, but he's thinking he got scammed because someone said he could have just put it in white rice and fixed the whole thing as if it's some kind of panacea. Like white rice is this miracle potion that'll fix any phone damage.
Because white rice does not repair an electrical connection that's damaged.
How do you know what was wrong in there?
I went through
You didn't need to.
I went through it and looked, and I found the problem.
I asked you if white rice would repair it. You said no.
So you're saying the difference between brown rice, which you tried,
I didn't
and
try
white
brown rice.
That's
I really wish we had the beginning of this because it seems like they got into an argument of white rice versus brown rice and what's better at repairing damaged phones. Like, I feel like we've just gone back to the Middle Ages as if I took a phone back to, you know, the Shire, and I have to consult the local hobbit shaman when my iPhone's damaged, like, hey, how do I fix this? I dropped it in the pond over there washing my clothes, and he's like, oh, well, Charles, have you tried white rice? Like, I understand the white rice strategy, life hack has worked maybe once or twice, or even more, I couldn't tell how effective it is, but it's not going to fix everything. If his phone was left in the water for a while and all the electrical circuits were kind of fried, white rice isn't going to somehow magically repair that. It's going to dry it out, great, but it's not going to all of a sudden, like, reassemble those connections. I'm not an expert here, but I would trust the person who is. And this is such a nonsensical argument on brown rice or white rice. Neither one of them is going to solve that problem, which this guy just does not seem to understand.
It's on camera. That's what you said yesterday.
I said brown rice, but I did not say. I said I said rice. I did not say white rice. White rice will repair that.
You have said 3 different things since you've stood here.
And you lied to me.
No.
You lied to me.
Not once.
Let's just wait till the cops get here.
Okay.
Okay.
God, I hate that stupid smirk he keeps doing here. Just so smug. Gives him the most punchable face on the planet. Just a face that's begging for a knuckle sandwich. His attitude, too. Oh, it's so repulsive. What a piece of shit. You can tell he's having a great time arguing. He's getting off on it. You can actually just feel him busting nuts in his tight little trousers there at how much fun he's having, making this worker's day a little worse, just arguing over nothing. His phone is repaired now, but he's upset because he could have done it with white rice, he says. Well then, break your phone again and prove your point. I want you to now go into that employee bathroom, drop it in the toilet, leave it there for a couple minutes, take it out, put it in white rice and see if it fixes it. And when it doesn't, I'm charging you triple. I'd also love to know his thought process on getting the cops involved. What are they going to do? Sir, what seems to be the problem? This scam artist, this snake oil salesman fixed my phone when I could have just put it in rice. Throw him in the slammer, please.
I could take it apart and show you exactly.
I don't care what was wrong because all it did was slide in water, sir. You told me flat out white rice will not repair that. Flat out.
Exactly.
Exactly.
It won't.
Okay. That's not what I'm hearing.
I don't know what this fucking guy thinks white rice is capable of. Does he think they're like little nanobots that go in there and repair electrical devices? Like, I don't get it. I don't know why he thinks white rice is just this all-powerful entity that can fix all phones. I know for a fact he's not talking to people in person about this conundrum. He absolutely consulted his reptilian Facebook group and all of them were talking about white rice and chemtrails. So now he charged this place just to be an asshole here. Like, it's so upsetting to see. He fixed your phone already, man. Leave him alone. If you want to go use white rice and brown rice, or, Jesus Christ, even wild rice if we're talking, you know, magic, then go ahead and do that next time. This guy's such a confusing, stupid asshole as well. He said that the employee lied to him, telling him that rice wouldn't work, which it wouldn't, I imagine. But if you went to this store to get your phone repaired, why would you even ask about rice without trying it yourself? Why would you drive all the way there and then ask them about rice when apparently all your friends know better than the expert? Why not just try the rice first and see if it worked? And when that didn't work, go to this guy. Why do this first and then come back complaining about, you know, rice was an option?
Well, what you hear and what I actually did are two different things.
I don't care what you did.
Yeah, you.
No, I don't.
Okay, so what kind of world do you live in where what is actually repaired and what you're told are two different things, and you don't care to know the truth?
I do care to know the truth.
Okay.
You can't handle the truth, you fucking wax statue. This man has told you a million times rice wouldn't work, and you don't know if rice 100% would have. I'm very confident that rice probably wouldn't have, and I don't even know the situation here. So, like, I don't know why he's even having this argument. It's so fucking worthless. He's just here to make a scene because he's got nothing else going on in his life, and he's just one of those people that thrive on controversy, so he's here, and he's just enjoying the misery of this whole situation.
I've been told by many people that white rice will do it.
Okay.
I come in here to your business, you tell me it won't.
I can tell you the world is flat.
A lot of people will tell me it won't. It isn't.
Exactly.
Now the NPC's glitching out here. He can't wrap his head around what just happened. He made himself look like an even bigger fool. Is such a stupid douchebag. This again just highlights my point that there is no winning when it comes to customer service. This guy did his job well, did exactly what the customer asked him to do, fix my phone. He did it, and there was still a problem. The man came back the next goddamn day to make a big hoopla about it. It's so frustrating to watch. Again, my heart goes out to anyone working in a field that involves dealing with customers. Like, it's miserable, and I'm wishing you the absolute best. I also hope that the second this video ended, this guy left the store and it was a torrential downpour. Just an absolute monsoon. A biblical storm blew through and once again waterlogged his phone, immediately breaking it. And then he went home, tried rice, and the whole goddamn thing just blew up. And now he's gonna have to get a new phone. That's if there's any justice in the world, that's how that played out in my fanfic. Anyway, that's really about it. So yep. I'm no stranger to stupid ideas. In fact, I'm the god emperor of dumb, dangerous shit. Recently, I thought it'd be a really cool video idea if I strapped Kevlar to my chest and then shot myself point blank with a revolver, just because I thought that'd be like super fucking cool, like how strong is body armor and is it painful? Hopefully the body armor would be strong enough to stop the bullet. It wasn't like an elaborate suicide attempt. I was convinced it was a cool idea because the guy who invented Kevlar, I think every year for the last like 30 or 40 years, he has a convention like a Kevlar con, like furry con but for body armor enthusiasts, where he puts on a Kevlar vest and he takes a revolver and just shoots himself in the chest. And dude's like 80 years old and he still does it. And I'm like, if this old fucking fossil's bones can take it, I'm sure I can too. And I'm like, that's a good video idea. I had to be talked out of it by my friends. The point being, I come up with shitty, dumb ideas all the time. Another really banging bad idea I had is I thought it'd be great if you directed a porn video, but put like a jump scare in there. Just put like right when it's reaching climax, so that way whoever's jerking off is about to like blow their load, and then all of a sudden, bang! Big jump scare out of nowhere. Just to really ruin someone's day. Again, bad ideas across the board. So I have a keen eye in recognizing and possibly awful ideas, and one I want to share with you today is one that I found really enjoyable. Of course, it's on Kickstarter, where all bad ideas go, especially when they try and scam you. This is a lawnmower that uses lasers to cut your grass instead of the spinning blades. They claim that lawnmowers are the cause of over $1 billion worth of injury per year. Like 550,000 Americans are being injured and dying from the lawnmower menace, making it sound like this is the real pandemic, that lawnmowers are killing everyone out there. You know, in 10 years from now, it's going to be nothing but mangled corpses littering the United States because the lawnmowers are taking over and rising up to spite us.
J&M Inventions, LLC is a family-owned business business, father and daughter team, which focuses their attention on making people's lives safer and avoiding injuries and deaths. They invented a new way to cut the grass, the laser lawnmower, and are seeking $400,000. They have contacted a large well-known company, we are unable to say which company due to signing a non-disclosure agreement, NDA, and they have shown interest in the laser lawnmower. However, they are wanting a prototype and proof of concept. Please help us to help others. Every dollar gets us closer to the goal. This lawnmower could prevent you or one of your loved ones from being injured or killed.
What a presentation, am I right? I was moved to tears. My wallet was flying out of my trousers to give it to this project. Nothing inspires confidence quite like having a text-to-speech voiceover because the people behind it are either too cowardly or just don't exist in the first place. It's a disaster. So they don't have anything to show. They don't even have like a fucking Microsoft Paint doodle of their laser lawnmower. All they have is the idea, like, what if we took a lawnmower and put lasers on it to cut the grass? It's like something Dr. Evil would come up with. I don't think I need to explain why it's a stupid idea, but I'm going to anyway. If you're using lasers to cut your grass, they have to be some strong fucking lasers, and it has to vaporize the grass. And you're using heat, because it's lasers, right? So you're taking heat to your lawn, which is, you're going to be rolling the dice every time you try and cut the grass with your laser lawnmower. You're just going to light your whole fucking backyard on fire. Imagine you just get the lawnmower out, old Grandpappy Cletus is out back with his push laser lawnmower, fires that bitch up, and it immediately just catches fire on the grass. You better pray that it rained last night before you bust out the laser lawnmower. Otherwise, you just fucking cremate yourself out there. It'll just be a spontaneous combustion. You'll incinerate when you fire that bitch up. I think a lot of people may overlook the cost. It is significantly cheaper to just take some flimsy pieces of metal and strap it on something that spins than it is to put fucking high caliber lasers on this device here. That would be like a fucking $50,000 lawnmower in order to have lasers strong enough to cut your grass. And oh my god, you better hope that you don't accidentally like lift the laser up, you just light your fucking legs on fire, or, you know, blast somebody's eyeballs out if it reflects off something. There is so much danger associated with this project. It's like they saw the number of 550,000 Americans being injured by lawnmowers and like, you know what? We can pump those numbers up. That's some rookie shit. We can do better. I'm surprised they weren't pitching like, what if we took a lawnmower and put C4, so you fire up the C4 to blow up the grass, you know? It's a crazy, stupid idea. Also, all their claims are wrong and just made up. I decided to look it up. I did know the United States leads the world in lawnmower-related deaths and accidents, but the number is not 550,000 Americans. The number is 35,000 Americans per year suffer some kind of lawnmower-related injury, which is still significantly higher than you should expect. I think that is an outrageously high number, but it's also not this apocalyptic figure that they keep posting on there. I also love the way they sign off their presentation. You need to donate to us in order to save your mother and your children, because the lawnmowers are coming, and they're not stopping. The only thing that can stop these lawnmowers is our laser lawnmower to meet them in armed combat, mortal combat on the battlefield. They like threaten you to donate, like, you know how much you love your parents, they might die to the lawnmowers pretty soon, and only we can stop it. Give us money. There's literally nothing here except this weird stock animation they paid 5 cents for in order to present this PowerPoint. There is nothing. They don't have a single design document. They say they're in talks with some large company who loved it, but then don't say the company, and then say they need to have a prototype and a concept design and shit. How convenient they can't name the company. I don't know who the fuck they talked to that said they loved this idea. Must have been Jimmy Neutron Corporation. I have no fucking clue, because this is the stupidest idea imaginable. Why would you want to take that much heat to an extremely flammable source? I can't imagine what their next project's going to be when this one inevitably fails. Maybe they'll come up with like the toaster bathtub floaty. It's a little floaty for you to put a toaster on, so when you're taking a bath, you can also make toast. And maybe it'll fall in and electrocute you. Who knows? But it's an invention, you know? I just love dumb ideas like this, and Kickstarter and Indiegogo are so full of them. I love shitty scams like this. It's fucking wonderful. But this one, they didn't even bother putting in any work. There's not even a single shred of effort put into it. They didn't even bother to voice it over themselves. They don't have any kind of design document or anything. It's just, what if we had a lawnmower with lasers on it? It's like something a child would pitch at a student class president running. You know, like, I'm gonna give all of you lasers on your shoes. Vote for me. Love it. I just wanted to share this because I had a big goofy smile on my face reading about this and watching it. The video is pretty boring. They just go into non-existent numbers they pulled out of their ass. Here's some statistics that we made up. Get scared, cause the lawnmower menace is coming. What if the most dangerous place in the universe wasn't hell? It was your own backyard. Look at these lawnmower injury statistics and piss in your fucking pants. Piddle in your britches. Because it's scary. But we have the solution. It's a lawnmower with lasers. Pussy? But yeah, anyway, that's about it. So yeah. High-speed hippos can get airborne. Let me see. You said it's on Twitter? Researchers make shocking discovery about the burly beasts. Like we're just now learning they can fly? That's so embarrassing. We've known about these motherfuckers for how many years now? They've been able to fly this whole time, concealing their true power? Where's a video of it? Oh my god, what the fuck is this? Daily Mail! Or New York Post. This was supposed to be flying hippos and it's immediately titties! Why? I hate these websites. It's nothing but fucking ads and tits, I guess. I was here for some wholesome flying hippos. What is the point in putting a video in this article if it has nothing to do with the article? It's completely unrelated. No, the boobies were censored. We're fine. We're fine. No.
Escape reality and pick up a futuristic weapon at 0 latency.
Finally. This better be like that lawnmower video where it just shoots off into the sky like a jet. What the fuck? It's not flying at all! What? What? So all 4 legs leave the ground for a split second. What the fuck? It's just called running! That does not count at all! What do you mean? Bro did a little skip and they call it flying. They made this like it was some kind of groundbreaking article. UK research discovers animal can get airborne. Like, kind of, in like the same way that I can if I jump while running. But you would never say, like, researchers conclude Charles flies. Like, you would never fucking think to say something like that. What wordless research? This is the evidence of them flying. What the fuck? This is the stupidest story I've ever seen in my goddamn life. In defense of the hippo, it weighs like 1 billion tons. Yeah, it's heavy as shit, I guess. But it's just skipping. It's like, it is actually just skipping. Here's an excerpt from a BBC article. Research from the Royal Veterinary College, RVC, suggests that all 4 of their feet can leave the ground for up to 0.3 seconds at a time. That's skipping! It's not flying! The difference is that hippos always do it, no matter the speed, where horses and such only achieve it at higher speeds we call a trot. Hippos always do it, no matter the speed. Let me check the slow-mo. Come on, you speed demon. Doesn't really fucking look like it. It looks like when it goes up, it immediately comes right back down. The same with pretty much everything. I really wonder how this process went, though, with the UK researchers just sitting there fucking bored hitting a gravity bong. Let's pull up some videos of hippos running. I've got a hunch. I think those bitches can fly. Hippos are one of the very few 4-legged animals at all that just trot. That was a pretty neat finding. Also, apparently the study has led to new discoveries around hippo locomotion. We may be able to ride these beasts soon. Yeah, that's what's been stopping us, the lack of understanding how they fly. That's the only reason we're not mounting these.
for a different branch of equestrianism. You still think bears are stronger than hippos after seeing this video? Well, I was just wrong on bears in general, I think. Looking at all the stats, hippos I think would wash a bear, even if it wasn't in their like native territory. But yeah, apparently if the hippos can start levitating like this, there's no chance for anything in the animal kingdom. It's a shame baby hippos are so cute. I think adult hippos are super cute too. What do you mean? Hippos are just so silly. Like, it's hard not to think that they're cute, in my opinion. They're just giant fucking goofy things. They're still incredibly dangerous though. Have you read that story about a dude who raised a baby hippo to adulthood and released it? It later went on to eat him. You're misremembering that a little bit, actually. I don't think he ever released it, but you're talking about that classic story about how a guy found a baby hippo, raised it, like he found a baby hippo in this pond or something, raised the hippo became an adult, and then like 10 years later, the hippo mauls him, kills him, and drags him into the same pond that he found him in when he was a baby. It was something like that. If we're thinking of the same story, that is, I suppose. Not made up at all. No, it's a real story. What do you mean? I might have got some of the details mixed up, but that's the gist of it. Here. Man in South Africa adopted wild baby hippo that later killed him. And here's the fact checked on it. Man in South Africa reportedly adopted baby hippo that later killed him. Man in South Africa adopted baby hippo domesticated, only be killed by said hippo in the very river from which it was rescued. 2005, South African man Marius Els adopted a baby hippo after rescuing it from a river. In this clip, you can see them playing together, but 6 years later, the hippo dragged him into that same river and ate him. Exit tier 1. Ducho. I know, hippos are the most dangerous animal on the planet, apparently. But look how fucking cute that thing is! Come on! How can you not want to slap its belly? Or whatever this part of it is. It's like side belly. The whole thing's basically just one big belly. Oh, nice. Wait, nice community note. He was not eaten by the hippo. Reports suggest he was dragged under the water. And then what? Probably eaten. He died there. That's a really weird community note. Well, actually, Humphrey's like a son to me. That's the hippo. He's just like a human, Els said in 2011. There's a relationship between me and Humphrey, and that's what some people don't understand. They think you can only have a relationship with dogs, cats, and domestic animals. But I have a relationship with the most dangerous animal in Africa. However, local news in South Africa reported that Humphrey mauled Els to death on November 12, 2011. According to multiple reports, the attack occurred on the banks of the same river where Els had originally rescued the hippo. With the farmer's lifeless body covered in multiple bite marks, Humphrey inflicted. Yikes. But the hippo hadn't eaten him. So it mauled him to death, I guess. So it drowned him and mauled him, is what it seems like. It killed for sport. Hippos just kill for the sake of killing, right? Aren't they like one of the only creatures, besides humans, I suppose, that do that? Hippos do not eat humans. They will attack them if they infringe on their territory. Oh, okay, according to this, still don't know why hippos attack people. When it's not territorial, that is. Well, now that we know that they can fly, soon we'll learn why they kill people just for the sake of killing them, I guess. They'll probably start talking soon. We could just wait. Oh, that's the other thing I wanted to talk about. I saw this. Hold on, let me pull it up. So we have a follow-up to the Burger King story. The Burger King manager who was serving people French fries from a trash can has been arrested. They got her. Rightfully so. Food tampering is serious, man. That shit is actually, like, horrifying. You remember there was that viral trend of insufferable assholes licking ice cream at supermarkets and then just putting it back? Or, like, spitting into, like, drinks and then putting them back on the shelf? And they all faced, like, potentially serious charges. It's because food tampering is such an important thing to crack down on.
And now she's getting slapped for serving trash can French fries, which is so weird. Like, French fries, like, it's not like there was any shortage of them. It's not like she was saving money by serving French fries out of the dumpster. But I love the trash can seasoning. Yeah, someone in chat made a great point, because when I first read this story, I said, like, how could you even tell it's Burger King? Haha, everything's fucking terrible there. It's all trash. There's no way you'd even know. And one guy in chat was like, well, that's how they knew it, because it tasted better, so they were suspicious. And it turns out they were from the trash can. It's a baffling crime. And hopefully she faces serious repercussions. Food tampering is serious. Do you guys know the history of why food tampering is so cracked down on? I don't even know why I'm asking this like I'm in some kind of fucking classroom setting. I'll just tell you. It's because there was a case a long time ago, I don't remember when. There was a case of some absolute menace, some fiend, started tampering with, I think it was Tylenol, and they poisoned it. And just poisoned a bunch of Tylenol across a bunch of different areas, and they never caught the person. And it was a huge problem because it led to deaths. And they couldn't trace anything because there was nothing tamper-proof. They just laced Tylenol and fucking killed them with cyanide. So they really busted down on all of it. Which is why food tampering carries such a big possible sentence. It was cyanide, right? That they laced the Tylenol with? I'm almost positive. There was 7 deaths, and it was in October, or from September to October of 1982. And yes, it was laced with potassium cyanide. Did they ever find out who it was? No. There's a whole Wikipedia on it, though. The Chicago Tylenol murders. But because it was, like, widespread, they couldn't really track down who it was reliably. It was just, it's too hard. The trash can fries were an accident and she'll get off. Were they? I've seen conflicting reports on that. I haven't read this story, from this source yet. Let's see. I don't think it was an accident. You don't accidentally serve someone dumpster fries. Let's see. Officers allege that Jamie Major, the location's assistant manager, put the discarded fries in the tray and added freshly cooked ones on top. The incident allegedly happened the same day as the previous argument for disturbance on July 9th. When they got there, they found 2 women identified as customers arguing with staff, and they arrested the women, charging them with disorderly conduct. 2 days later, the department received a complaint that the fries had been tossed in the trash. Fries that had been tossed in the trash were being served to customers. They'd been put in the garbage by the person who filed the complaint with the police. Major was arrested and is facing charges of malicious tampering with human food. She is being held on $20,000 bond, according to the Union County Detention Center. They received a statement from Burger King that said, "These allegations do not align with the brand's commitment to quality food and service and creating an exceptional guest experience. You have failed on all of these. You have failed on actually every single one of these fronts, Burger King. The franchisee of this restaurant is cooperating with local authorities and will take appropriate action based on the findings. As this remains an ongoing investigation, we are unable to share additional details at this time." Imagine going to jail for fries. She won't be alone. What's crazy is, within the last year, she will not be the only incarcerated criminal off of French fries. There was a guy wanted for murder. I think it was murder. I could be wrong, but I'm almost positive it was murder. He had a warrant out for his arrest, and he was served cold French fries, and he was so offended at getting served cold French fries, he called the police. When the police arrived at the scene, they ran his details, found out he had a warrant out for his arrest, and then he was like, oh shit, this was a bad idea, and he ran away, the police tased him and took him into custody. All because he self-reported over cold French fries. I'm gonna double check. I think it was murder. I think he was wanted for murder. which is crazy. Like, he got away with murder and then it's like, cold fries? Nope. We've got to get the police down here ASAP. This is unforgivable. Yep, murder suspect. Yep. That was August of last year. The footage of it is kind of crazy, too. Not that anything wild happens, he runs away and gets tased, but, like, he looks so befuddled that all of a sudden the whole situation turned on him. He really thought he was in the right over those cold French fries. Man, every single one of these is requiring ad block. They're really trying to cash in off this story here. They weren't even cold, actually. I tried the fries, they were lukewarm. Room temperature fries. They weren't even like ice cold. He wanted that shit piping hot. He couldn't have just asked for a warm batch. I don't know. Apparently they got into a little argument or something. Owner was cussing at him, and I guess it got out of hand. Or the trash can fries at least warm? Might get a few years off her sentence. Good question. This article didn't say the temperature of the fries, but it's Burger King, so I think we can rest assured that not only were they unsalted, but they were also probably cold. We'll have to read the case files when they're released. How do you tell trash fries from normal fries at BK, though? You don't. They must have seen it. And I believe it was actually called in by somebody who watched her do it. So you had to visually see it. You'd never taste the difference at BK. The worst crime ever. It's definitely got to be up there. What is the minimum sentence for malicious food tampering? Hold on, I'm going to see. Okay, maximum is 10 years for tampering with consumer products. That's assuming there was no injuries. Which, I mean, you could maybe make a case for psychological damage knowing you ate from the Burger King trash can. Eating from a trash can's bad. Eating from a Burger King trash can, that's like biting into like raw plutonium. You're really rolling the dice. That's got to be the most radioactive fucking trash can ever. The dumpster behind Burger King, good lord, filled with fucking gamma radiation. Though in Texas it could be up to 20, but this wasn't in Texas. If you check the same news site, they have an article titled Manager, Assistant Manager Arrested During Operation Special Toppings. Is this how they caught her? They had to have like a whole sting operation? They had like a van with a satellite dish parked outside the local Burger King here? Fucking binoculars out there with like a stakeout waiting? Operation Special Toppings nabs 2 pizza parlor employees. Oh, wow. How deep does it go? Oh, accused of using restaurant to make drug deals. That's so much different than just serving trash can fries. This is not the same. Would you ever do a fast food breakfast tier list? Man, that's fucking crazy. We did that last week. The video will be up either tomorrow or the next day. At the risk of just sounding like I escaped from a padded cell, I'm going to go out on a limb and assume I'm not the only one that does this, where you brainstorm this absolute ridiculous fantasy about what you would do in a perilous situation. How would you stop a criminal if you had to, right? So you're out at a restaurant, you start like looking around, and for some reason you just play through this fanfic in your head of, what if a bad guy comes in with a bazooka? What's the protocol? How do I save the day and keep everyone alive? And, you know, whatever. Everyone plays out this hero fantasy in their head, I think. And today, I saw a news story where I have no doubt the main character here had this envisioned in his head since the time he was a child and actually got to pull it off successfully. There was a criminal on the loose, and he was apprehended by the most unlikely of suspects. Like, I would have been less shocked if it was Captain fucking Underpants that caught this guy than who it actually was. A golfer. A dude just casually out there chugging some brewskis with the boys on the front nine ended up catching a criminal in one of the wackiest ways I've ever seen.
Police cars pour onto a golf course. They're going after a suspected bad guy. But no need to hurry. He's trapped in a porta potty.
We couldn't believe that he went inside there.
I can't believe this isn't a skit. It's real. This is legitimate. Life sometimes imitates cartoons. So, what happened is, I'll let the rest of the news segment play in a moment, but I want to break down the cliff notes. A criminal was running away from authorities, and he tried to hide inside of a porta potty for cover, you know, basically playing it like a stealth game, you know, where you're trying to de-aggro by going inside of something like an Assassin's Creed where you dive into some hay. He went into a porta potty. One of the golfers saw this and also saw the authorities were looking for him and took this as his moment of opportunity to strike. So all his neurons were firing and he came up with a genius scheme here where he would tip over the porta potty and trap him inside. And for anyone that's been around the internet for a while, you'll know that this was actually like a nefarious, like downright evil thing that some people would do to strangers in porta potties where they would tip it over, it would land on its door and it would trap them in there and it'd cause all like the poop and pee and everything in the porta potty to splash around on top of them. Absolutely degenerate, I think, criminal prank. But here, he took something truly awful and turned it into a force of good. So he tips over the porta potty, causes it to fall on its door, meaning the criminal that's on the run is now trapped inside that porta potty. But not only that, all the contents from inside the porta potty are now all over him. So he's covered in all kinds of shit and piss Like, he probably contracted more diseases than the Oregon Trail. Like, this man's probably got dysentery and fatal fart disease now from this. Like, he added insult to injury by not only catching him, but covering him in toilet waste. It couldn't be worse. That is a fate worse than just going to prison. Being trapped in a porta potty you can't get out of. Oh my lord, it is so revolting.
The bizarre case starts when a stolen car crashes outside Milwaukee. 4 people inside take off. There goes one, then another, then the third, then the fourth. Cops say one of the bad guys ran to the golf course. Not exactly a great place to hide with all that wide open space. So what'd he do? He jumped into a porta potty. Fortunately, a golfer saw what was happening and tipped the porta potty over.
I can just picture this scene playing out in my head. The guy who tipped the porta potty over, our savior, his name is Adam. So he sees the criminal run into the porta potty and he immediately gets to thinking, it's time to start stinking. He gets a big smirk on his face, slowly sets the 5-iron back in the golfing bag. He was about to hit a spectacular shot, eagling the par 5, but he says, it can wait. I've got business to tend to. And then just fucking sprints over and blasts the porta potty over, trapping him inside. This guy obviously knew that he had to tip it over onto the door. This is a guy who is familiar with that old awful prank people used to do, and he turned it into a force for good. That's crazy.
Golfer Alyssa Boland was there.
He made a quick decision to tip it over, walked away and said, good luck, buddy.
You can just imagine what happened next. The suspect found himself trapped inside.
Don't let this deceive you. Don't get it twisted. This was after the suspect had been apprehended, so they had pushed the porta potty over, so that way the door was on its side so he could climb out. But when it was initially tipped over, it was on the door, so there was no escape. He was truly at the mercy of whoever would come to free him from this fucking fate worse than death, being trapped in a porta potty with everything sloshing around on you. And I think it is so badass that the guy who did it didn't stick around to give an interview or anything. He just pushes it over, apparently said, good luck, buddy, and left. He just sailed off into the sunset, held his head up high and said, I did good today. Like, he wanted no part of any kind of fame or glory or recognition for this. He didn't want the keys to the city. He just wanted to go back to finishing his game. He probably still went and eagled that par 5.
Back at the clubhouse, a police officer commandeers a golf cart and drives over to the porta potty. The cops roll the porta potty over so the suspect can get out.
Come out! Crawl out, dude!
Then he states the obvious. He's not exactly smelling of roses.
Don't do anything stupid.
One cop puts on gloves before he goes anywhere near the suspect. Hey, wouldn't you?
Are you injured at all? I'm just scratching my foot.
I will say, at least he didn't have to spend that long stewing in all the juices of the porta potty. He wasn't in there for that long. Like, this didn't become like a sarcophagus form where he's in there for like hours upon hours or anything. He was there for a little while. Even still, of course it's awful, but he did have another thing working in his favor in terms of this porta potty in particular. It's on a golf course, so I can't imagine that it's that full. Like, it probably wasn't at maximum poop capacity or anything. Like, there was probably only a little bit of shit and pee in there. It probably wasn't crazy. If this had been a porta potty at like EDC Music Festival or Coachella, you would have went straight to heaven the second the cursed fluids inside of that porta potty touched your skin. If you were in one of those porta potties that got tipped over, it would have sent you to meet your maker. It probably would have melted you instantly. It would have been like that scene in Indiana Jones when they open the Ark of the Covenant and everyone's fucking flesh just starts melting off of them and they die instantly. That would have been what happened with one of those porta potties. So it definitely could have been worse in terms of porta potty selection. This porta potty seems to be in the middle of nowhere on a golf course. I imagine it wasn't a high traffic area. It probably wasn't seeing a ton of action. If I had to get tipped over in a porta potty, I would probably want it to be this one. Like, I'm going out on a limb here. This could be an absolute catastrophe in there. I'm really not sure. We didn't get like an aftermath report where they do like a tour of what the porta potty looked at after it was tipped over. But I'm just giving it the old eyeball test here. I didn't see a ton of like horrifying things in the porta potty for the brief moment we caught a glimpse of it. So I don't think it was the worst in the world. There's definitely worse porta potties it could have been. Of course, I'm sure he's still not happy about the situation. Like, like definitely still horrifying, but you know, there's definitely more disastrous porta potties to be tipped over in. I'm getting a little sidetracked. What a crazy way of apprehending a runaway criminal here from someone who just happened to see the whole thing unfold and have this opportunity to help by pushing over a fucking porta potty. Like, the simplest thing ever from, like, old internet days of the worst pranks ever, and it actually ended up being helpful. And then the guy, the dude who tipped it over, has just vanished. He said, I'm done here. This is my legacy now. And that's it. So just a wacky situation I wanted to cover a little bit. That's it. So yeah. The hogfish hasn't evolved in 300 million years and is called the perfect animal. And all it does is spread slime in the water. The fuck is a hogfish? Gigantic this is called the perfect animal? Bro, this thing looks dumb as fuck. I was expecting it to be like Cell from Dragon Ball Z or something. We had to shoot this huge fish for our safety. Glock. What do you mean, why? Did the fish hold you at gunpoint? What do you mean? What did you catch? Like an Atlantean or something who came up with this trident? I don't think you... I'm sure you could have just cut the line. What kind of goddamn American shit is that? Oh my god, the fish is too big. Quick, get the Glock! It was pulling the boat down. Then cut the line. Or shoot the line, I guess. I don't care. So this is the one that's supposed to be the perfect animal?
These are coming in just covered in slime, and here there's something moving inside. I think the only way I'm going to get those out is to put a hand in and pull.
It's like Spider-Man swung through. God, it's like that scene in First Men in Black where that lady gives birth to the alien.
What I've got in my hand here, this hagfish.
Why don't they evolve?
Could be called a living fossil, because in terms of
Who
body
cursed
plan,
them?
this creature has remained pretty well unchanged for something like 300 to 500 million years. All
these things don't even evolve. It's fucking cringe.
Would ultimately have come from something rather like this.
All it does is goo.
Don't have jaws.
Evolution is cruel. For 300 million years, the hagfish have done nothing but ooze cum for no reason. When will they finally advance up the technological chain?
A fish so ancient, it has remained unchanged for 300 million years.
That's nothing to be proud of. Because evolution forgot about it.
Is the hagfish.
Gave up on it.
And slithers along the ocean floor.
Oh my god, never mind, it's perfect.
But no spine. Like something out of an alien movie.
That just looks painful for it. Surely it should have evolved to make this a less awful process for the fish. It looks like it's actually hurting itself every time it opens its mouth.
Maw is made for.
They put a GoPro on a dead fish.
But its paddle-like tail makes light work of swimming.
Very intense.
Soon, it's a frenzy of multiple mincing mouths.
God, no manners at all.
And to keep other hungry onlookers.
They didn't even have like little hands or anything.
Hagfish excrete copious amounts of slime into the water.
Wow, I see why they've remained unchanged.
It may be months before they find another meal like this.
Well then, how is it not evolving? If it goes months without a good meal, wouldn't it evolve to maybe get like, I don't know, like a fucking mounted turret on its skull or something? Like anything to help it hunt? Find more food? If it has to wait months in between meals, well, meaningful meals, and it can't even hunt anything that's alive, it has to wait for someone's sloppy seconds, why wouldn't it evolve to be a better hunter? This thing was literally created by evolution to be a loser. It evolved past the need for food, I guess. Scientists film hagfish anti-shark slime weapon. What a cool title. Do they have technology? Like an underwater base? Get out of there, hagfish! Oh, he's kicking sand in his face. No! Oh, he didn't like that slime. Ew, yucky. Oh, this thing just came in my mouth. How vile. Yeah, maybe it is perfect. I mean, as far as defense goes, I imagine it's pretty solid. Like, if I was getting into a fight with a dude, and I got my hands on him, he just fucking ejaculated on me, I'd be like, oh my god, I think I'm done. Well, I never. It's enough of this. Man, these sharks really want the hagfish. When will they learn? They're dealing with perfection. Yucky! Ew! Oh my god, you heathen! Oh! Have some decency! Thanks for some Connor. I take everything I said back. I'm a hagfish fan. What if you fell into a pool of hagfish? You'd never get out. You'd fucking, the weight of all their slime would drown you, I bet.
They're sneaky, they're slimy, and they're hungry for meat that secrete stringy proteins when the hagfish feels agitated. This slime can expand 10,000 times larger in under a second, making it a lethal choking hazard to predators.
Man, it's such an off-meta build, too. It doesn't do anything except slime. Literally all it does is slime.
Hobbyists are actually turning their pools
and it somehow works as like a rogue build.
Ecosystems for fish and plants, ears, and the crevices of your body. If it got in your mouth and started to expand in your throat, you could choke very quickly and drown. Eventually,
God, what an awful way of going out.
On your body.
What creature defies science, carries your money? What? You're telling me the hagfish has robbed me? I'll have to check my NFT portfolio. How is it carrying my money? What the fuck happened? What is going on with the hagfish community? Alright, that's probably enough hagfish. I feel like I've learned all there is to know about the hagfish now. I become a fan. I went from finding them silly to really appreciating their fine work. There's almost no areas I'd be considered an expert in. When it comes to intelligence, I rank just barely above Patrick Starr, but there is one field in particular I really think I'm a connoisseur of and would be considered one of the preeminent experts in that domain. Dumb things on stream. I have this all-seeing eye. I've got my feelers everywhere in order to stay finger on the pulse and up to date with every awful stream moment that happens. Usually it's a bunch of harmless cringe material that's not serious, but today I've got something dangerously stupid to share with you. This is probably the dumbest recorded broadcast with a firearm I've seen since that Twitch streamer did a desk pop and blew a hole through his wall and executed his cup by shooting his gun while live, and then he made like a Mr. Beast thumbnail face in response to it because he couldn't believe he just fucking shot around in his house. He got banned for that, rightfully so. You can't just be cosplaying Yosemite Sam and start fucking blasting around. It's called a negligent discharge when you recklessly fire it and it poses a threat of injury or death to someone around you, which is what happened there. He accidentally fired off around his own home. It could have easily struck someone innocent and killed them. It's a bad thing. And that, to me, was still the dumbest moment I have ever seen on stream until it was beaten today by this.
Where? Oh my god!
What the hell was that?
He shot it! Jeezer!
Yo, y'all living the life, bro. What the fuck? I just got shot at.
Apparently that's a Marine. I don't know if it's a current or former Marine. If it's a current one, I hope he's ready to be a former one. He just got caught on camera committing a crime. It's a negligent discharge. That's a textbook showcase of what a negligent discharge looks like. You can hear him flip off the safety and then fire those 2 rounds just to play a joke on Aiden Ross. But that joke could have easily resulted in him blowing his fucking foot off with that. You would have had Aiden Ross streaming with a goddamn peg leg like a pirate here from this stunt. I couldn't believe what I watched. In fact, I was in disbelief and trying to debunk this myself, thinking that perhaps he was using blanks and this was a staged stunt. But I watched it back, and it doesn't seem like blanks. It blows up a sufficient amount of dirt. Now, there's a misconception about blanks in general where people believe that it basically turns a gun into a toy, where it's 100% safe, nothing can go wrong really, when that's just not true. Bruce Lee's son was actually killed by being shot close range with a blank round. Sometimes shit happens. There's accidents. There is a lot of danger that can still be posed when using blanks. So even if it is blanks that he's using, it's still reckless to shoot it like that close to Aiden Ross next to a human being. But, like I said, I don't think it's blanks. I'm pretty sure these are live rounds that he used for that.
Where?
Here's another angle that showcases the proximity of the shots relative to Aiden's feet. Luckily, no one was hurt here, but there's something else I want to mention. He just fired this weapon when nobody around in this video has eyes and ears on, meaning no one has eye protection or ear protection on. Guns are really fucking loud, and if you're firing a gun without ear protection, that can cause some actual hearing damage. Which is why whenever you go to a firing range or anything that's even remotely professional, you'll see everybody is wearing ears and eyes. They have protection on. No one here does, meaning I'm sure some people had their ears wrung from that one in a pretty severe way. All just because Goofball wanted to play a practical prank on Aiden. The haha, I almost blew your foot off prank. A timeless classic, I guess. There's only like a couple of rounds that you can fire without ear protection comfortably, and those are subsonic rounds mainly. Like that you can fire without ear protection and not have your ears bleed. But those are not subsonic rounds that he's using, I don't think. It certainly doesn't sound like it. I've fired quite a few subsonic rounds of my own. I know what they sound like. I don't think that was an example of it at all, unless he's using some really special Marine exclusive prototypes or something. There is just so much wrong with this 20-second clip here. I still am in disbelief that a Marine apparently did this. I don't know what he thought would happen as a result of it. This isn't something that normal people just brush off as like a silly moment or like, just a joke. That is something that just put the entire life of Aiden Ross in jeopardy with that one simple decision right there. Again, firearms are not a toy. Like, there was so much that could have gone wrong there. Like, after firing the first shot, maybe it kicks a little too much and it throws his wrist off a little bit, and then it aims more at Aiden, and he fires the second shot, and just fucking splits his leg in half right from the shin. There is so much that could have gone wrong. It's a miracle it didn't. Now, I have to imagine, with how viral this clip has gone, that Marine is probably going to face punishment. Again, it's a crime. It's a negligent discharge. Like, there's no way of arguing otherwise. So yeah, I just wanted to show this because I was baffled by that clip. Again, even if it's blanks, it's still reckless and a dangerous thing to do. So yeah, this is probably the dumbest stream moment I've seen now, beating the previous negligent discharge of a firearm from a streamer, which is crazy. But anyway, that's about it. So yeah. I just read something so ridiculous that I've been sitting here for the last like 10 or 15 minutes just stewing in my own filthy anger, almost in like this meditative state, just trying to process the absurdity of it. And this is a situation I'm not even involved in, and yet still it has managed to steam my vegetables, just because of how outrageous it is. This whole thing is so crazy, I just couldn't help myself but share it with all of you, so I hope you don't mind if I hit the dance floor real quick and bust it wide open for you here. So 2 months ago, some of you may have seen that Afro Man posted this music video, "Will You Help Me Repair My Door?" This went viral on TikTok, Twitter, and YouTube as well, and basically it's Afro Man making a song out of a raid that was conducted on his property based on narcotics and kidnapping claims, and it turns out it was completely bogus. They got nothing out of it, and they kind of ransacked this whole place, and he had cameras set up around his property that recorded all of it, so he made a music video kind of teasing them about it. He made a catchy little jingle about the whole thing, and the title is about, you know, them breaking his door and breaking his gate and just going over the damage that they caused there while looking really silly. And now he is being sued for it. He is being sued because the officers were offended, their feelings got hurt, and they're claiming emotional distress. He clowned on them, and it hurt their goddamn feelings so much that now they're coming after him legally. It wasn't enough to just destroy his property and pillage his home like they were Vikings, and also traumatize his kids apparently, which is something he mentions in his song. Now they want to slap him even more by issuing this lawsuit to him, which I think is just an absolute load of baloney. What a pile of dirty barnacles. 4 deputies, 2 sergeants, and a detective with the Adams County Sheriff's Office brought the suit earlier this month, claiming an invasion of privacy. Let me just stop you right there, Chief. An invasion of privacy, huh? You are on his private property. He has every right to record you. I'm not a lawyer, but would you also make this claim if you made yourself look fucking silly at a Starbucks who has security camera footage of you in their store? Like, let's say you spilt coffee or you were pouring coffee down your lieutenant's butthole, giving him an enema in public, and they're like, oh, this is kind of embarrassing. We're going to sue you for an invasion of privacy because you filmed us. Would the argument work there in that place of business? I imagine private residents also still have the right to record you when you are on their property. They don't need your consent. You entered their domain. You stepped into their neck of the woods. I feel like they have the right to record you. But again, I'm not a lawyer. I'm just a stupid paint-huffing idiot when it comes to the law. But I still just find the claim comical. An invasion of privacy. I guess them going through all of his shit, throwing his suits all over the place, breaking down his doors and all of that in his own home. I guess that's not an invasion of privacy. That's just a general wrongful invasion, considering this whole thing was completely bogus. It was a completely botched little raid here. They're claiming that Afro Man used their faces from the raid and used it in music videos and social media posts without their consent. Again, I don't think he needed that, considering they're on his private property in the first place. But regardless, they go on saying it's caused them emotional distress, embarrassment, ridicule, loss of reputation, and humiliation. So these officers were born with glass bones and paper skin, huh? They can't take a few jokes on the internet. I imagine they're lying about this. I can't imagine they actually suffered any real emotional distress or anything. I don't think people were on the streets shooting spitballs at them as they walked by, pointing and laughing. Though they should, because they're fucking clowns for what they did here. I can't show the music video, but I highly recommend watching it. They look so fucking stupid in this thing. And it's all dog shit. Like, none of it was real to begin with here. It was just a completely failed raid from top to bottom. And they even had the audacity to disconnect his cameras when they noticed that the security cameras were on. It's just foul. Completely foul. I do hope they feel silly. But apparently, the silliness doesn't stop there. Maybe it's a humiliation fetish, because now they're suing him and making themselves look even stupider, which is crazy. I'll go ahead and boil all this down for you. The plaintiffs are seeking all of Afro Man's profits from the use of their personas. That includes the proceeds from songs, music videos, and live event tickets, as well as any of the money that he made using their likeness and his brand and other merchandise. And they're also looking for an injunction to take down the videos. Afro Man made like an entire album's worth of songs around this raid on his property, and they all fucking bang. It is so amazing. Afro Man absolutely crushed it with this whole thing. Literally turned into like a money-making merchandise music video, like empire, all off of this failed raid from them. And now they're coming to put their hand in his cookie jar and take all of that money away that he made from this whole situation. Afro Man is attempting to countersue them for the undeniable damage this had on my client's family, career, and property. Law enforcement officers were acting on a warrant that stated probable cause existed that drugs and drug paraphernalia would be found on his property and that trafficking and kidnapping had taken place there. But it turns out that boogeyman was completely wrong. All of those suspicions turned out to be unfounded, and the raid failed to turn up any real criminal evidence, so charges were never filed. And in Afro Man's music video, through the cameras, he was able to notice that some of the deputies may have seized some of his money. He was talking about some missing money that took place during all of this, and whoa, can you believe it? After a subsequent review by the State Bureau of Criminal Investigations, they determined that the deputies had miscounted the amount seized during the raid itself. What a silly little error that was. What a goofy little freak accident that was, that some of the money was just a little miscounted, and some of it went missing, I guess? Oh, that's odd. So that's really this whole situation. They're suing because they looked fucking stupid here, and a lot of people were making fun of them for this whole situation. Afro Man put them on blast and made an entire album's worth of content around it, and now they're out for revenge. So I can't show you the music video, but I highly encourage you watch it. I would like to show you a couple frames from it and just kind of talk about it because it is so fucking wild. I'll go ahead and crop their faces out so they can't feel offended or humiliated here. But, so this is one of the early shots. The officers were going around checking every nook and cranny of his property, I guess for kidnapping victims or like pounds upon pounds of weed. And for some reason, Officer Action over here, fucking Danger Commander, comes over and like looks behind the couch here as if he was gonna find like some kind of like goblin or something back there that he was gonna light up. Like, I understand they thought that there was some kidnapping element to this whole thing, but I mean, even in this situation, if there was a kid back there and you climb over the back of the couch, you're immediately pointing a gun in their face. I can't imagine that's the best way of looking for kidnapping victims. Like, the way they go through his whole property is very cartoonish. Here's a little shot of some of the team out here for the class field trip. One of them is dressed like he's ready for actual combat, as if he was gonna get in here like a G.I. Joe episode and fucking hunt down Cobra Commander in this property. So the first thing they did when they arrived is they busted through this gate here and broke it. So Afro Man's already down one gate just from them showing up. And then they go to his door, and this is where you get the title of the song. They blast this shit in. This shit just gets rocketed off the frame here. So, you know, he's asking, you know, can you repair my door and my gate? Like, that's the whole point of the song. Like, can you repair this shit? And then also pointing out all of the other goofy things that happened. And here's where Afro Man started to get a little suspicious about them potentially taking money from him, so he starts talking about it in this scene right here. This was already after going through and throwing around half of his belongings and like going through each and every suit pocket they could find. And here's the final shot. This is where the fun comes to an end. They disconnect his cameras, so they open up this panel in the wall and they disconnect all the shit, so he could no longer record the rest of what was going on the property. I just really had to talk about it because it got me fuming. To turn around and sue someone for hurt feelings after you were just in the wrong to begin with is just such a level of delusion that I can't help but be upset about. Afro Man did nothing wrong. He recorded you guys and then took a bad situation that you have created. The claims you were there investigating, nothing was ever found, so it all seems like bullshit. And he took that and he made comedy out of it. He made content out of it to try and turn something shitty into something less shitty, and now he's being punished for it, or at least attempting to, from these extremely sensitive, I guess, officers that are super offended that people have been making fun of them for this. Like, it's pretty disgusting. So yeah, I just wanted to at least put this out there because it was something that I felt very strongly about. That's really about it. See ya.